Chapter 261. A strange sound. The sound was crisp and pleasant, but it froze the yawning Pendragon. The orange cat slowly closed his mouth, and tried to look indifferently in the direction where the sound came from. There were 4 young people, 2 men and 2 women. 2 young men were carrying bows, carrying hunting knives, and the women were carrying baskets, coming from the direction of Jireshan town, and the exclamation came from the mouth of a woman, wearing a cloth skirt, without any jewelry, but there was no fatigue or hunger on her face. She was obviously from a wealthy farming family, and even had some property. The 3 young men around her were similar. "You are picking wild fruits and hunting in your spare time to help your family?" Arthur guessed at the 4 people in front of him. The woman who spoke was obviously a little embarrassed. Her face turned red, and she kept bowing to Arthur. When Arthur waved his hand, he left quickly with his companions. "Norma, don't be so presumptuous in the future." "Yes, luckily that gentleman didn't blame me. Besides, the cat is obviously very cute. How can you say it's fat? If you want to say it, you should say it's fat." The 4 young men walked away, but the voice fell into Arthur's ears. The young medium confirmed that his orange cat also heard it, and immediately raised his hand to let hand of nothingness carry the orange cat down from the roof of the car. Afterwards, "Ha ha ha. It's indeed a lot heavier. Pan, you have to lose weight." The young medium laughed. "What about the weak education of don't listen to bad words? It doesn't exist. In order to make the orange cat grow up quickly, necessary encouragement is the most suitable. Of course, if it grows fast, it won't be happy. There is no such thing as the best of both worlds, right? As for being angry?" Arthur took out a piece of dried meat, cut it in half, stuffed half into his own mouth, and the other half into Pendragon's mouth. The orange cat, who was still angry, meowed happily immediately. It was so easy. Arthur enjoyed the pleasure of having the upper hand after a small fight with his pet. Moreover, this feeling of pleasure lasted until 2 hours later. Simon and Hunter rode together, and Newt followed behind. The 3 of them came back. Simon looked solemn. Hunter and Newt were terrified. Obviously, the 3 of them brought back bad news. In fact, it's the same. Advisor, before we arrived, 3 mediums had already gone to Emer Manor. These 3 mediums were also invited by the owner of Emer Manor. Then, 2 days ago, these 3 mediums died almost on the same day. It was as if there was a real curse. One broke his neck when he was going downstairs. One got up in the middle of the night to go to the kitchen for a midnight snack. The pie got stuck in his throat, and he suffocated to death. The last one was the most outrageous. Did you know that he drowned while taking a bath? He drowned in the bathtub. Hunter said this, and the fear on his face became more and more intense. It was obvious that the patrolman was scared. Newt on the side began to add, "Since the death of Emer's distant nephew, the whole manor seemed to be cursed. First, the distant nephew died. And then, every year, people disappear near the Gar Mountain area, including locals and outsiders who come to the South Lowe's territory. Especially 3 years ago, on a foggy night, because the inn in the town was full, a 20-person merchant team had to camp outside the town. But the next day, someone found that all the people in the merchant team had disappeared, leaving only the scattered goods outside the town." Hearing this, Arthur's heart moved. "Who did the goods belong to in the end?" the young medium asked. Of course, it was the sheriff. The goods and horses were sold by the sheriff. Most of the money went into his own pocket, and the rest was used to cover up the news. Most people in the town knew about this, but no one dared to say it. "I drank with the innkeeper and got him drunk, and then I found out." Newt answered immediately. Arthur nodded slightly. For the sheriff of Jireshan town to do this, the young medium was not surprised. In fact, according to his idea, the sheriff might be tempted by the money and just kill people and rob them. Don't doubt whether the other party has such courage. Nan Luo's, and even most of the sheriffs in Nanjun dare to do this. In fact, some sheriffs originally did this. For example, James. Thinking about what the sheriff of Dort district did, it is normal for the sheriff of Jireshan town to do something extraordinary. No. Seriously speaking, this is not out of line for these sheriffs, but part of their job. Therefore, sheriffs like Mouths, who only have a little problem, are rare animals. At least Mouths will not rob, kill and steal. As for greed, Mouths will at least do the job for the money. For everyone, this is a model sheriff. Go to the police station. Arthur got on the carriage. There is one thing, he needed to verify it urgently. The 3 mediums were dead. but their relics would definitely be left behind. If the three mediums were fake, it would not matter. But if these three were real, there might be secret magic tools in their relics, which would be an unexpected gain. For such an unexpected gain, Arthur would not refuse. Wheels. Wheels. The special carriage of the Nanlos Police Department and Simon, who had changed into uniforms, attracted everyone's attention as soon as they entered the town of Jireshan. A patrolman from Jireshan town saw this and turned around and ran. When Arthur's carriage stopped at the police station, the sheriff of Jireshan town was already standing at the police station with 2 policemen and 12 patrolmen. Unlike Nanlos, the sheriff of Jireshan town was only a 2nd-level policeman, and this was because it was close to the Jireshan military camp. Otherwise, a 3rd-level policeman would be enough. In addition, there were 2 4th-level policemen. As for patrolmen, 12 is a normal number. In fact, it is a little too few. According to the size of Jireshan town, there should be 4 to 6 more. Of course, Arthur can guarantee that. According to the police station files, the Jireshan town police station must be fully staffed. The vacant ones? They are sick, injured, and resting at home. If you want to see them, you can see them right away. Even, they may actually be injured. Bang! Zybran has met you. As soon as the carriage door opened, the fat sheriff named Zebulon led everyone to salute Arthur. When Arthur got off the car, the fat sheriff stepped forward and pretended to support Arthur. At the same time, 2 large denomination gold bills were put from his palm into Arthur's pocket. The action was swift and light. It was impossible to tell that it came from the hands of such a sheriff who was panting when walking. Arthur smiled at this and asked directly, "Where are the bodies of the 3 mediums and their relics?" The sheriff led the way and spoke respectfully. But before the sheriff could speak, he heard strange knocking sounds coming from the police station. Boom! Boom! Each knock was extremely heavy. Each knock was made with all his strength. The police officers and patrolmen on the side suddenly turned pale, because they heard where the strange noise came from. It was the morgue. Chapter 262, The medium is good at playing tricks on people. In order to welcome Arthur and his party, all the members of the Jireshan Town Police Department, including the police chief, have come outside. Among them is a 4th-level police officer who also serves as the coroner. There was no one inside when I left. The 4th-level police officer stuttered. The members of the Jireshan Town Police Department, who were already terrified, had begun to tremble after hearing the words of the 4th-level police officer. At this moment, bang! Bang! Squeak! Squeak! The dull sound rang again. It was followed by a continuous, teeth-grinding sound. The sound followed one after another, without a pause. In the minds of all the members of the Jireshan Town Police Department present, the scene of the corpse hitting the morgue cabinet appeared, and then, the arm supported the top of the morgue cabinet, and, with the help of friction, slid the morgue out little by little. Instantly, a chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Especially the level 4 police officer, who was also the coroner, who collapsed to the ground at this time. Compared to the others, this level 4 police officer was too familiar with the sound of the old morgue cabinet opening and closing. He was sure that it was the sound of the morgue cabinet opening in the morgue. He had heard it countless times, and he would not be wrong. The people in the Jireshan Town police station were all shocked, looking at a loss. Arthur, however, had a calm expression. After all, this matter was caused by him. As a young, honest, simple and kind medium, Arthur thought it was necessary for him to find out whether the disappearance of the 20-person business team and the curse of Emer Manor were really related. As for using traditional medium methods? As a medium, what's wrong with using some traditional medium methods? Is there any problem? Arthur walked into the police station calmly. Simon drew his sword and followed in with his musket. Hunter and Newt looked at each other and saw each other's pale faces. But they gritted their teeth, drew their weapons, and followed. They had made mistakes. They were still in the investigation period. If Arthur, who came with them, had an accident, and they were not around, and they were still safe and sound, they would not have to go back to South Los. If they dared to go back, the first person who would not let them go would be Sheriff Mouse. Arthur walked in the front, and Simon, Hunter, and Newt followed behind him. Although the 3 of them looked nervous and fearful, they all followed. Arthur was satisfied with this. The young medium knew that not everyone could become a senior partner like Mouse and Melinda, but he hoped that the people around him would have a little basic trust as much as possible. Not too much. A little is enough. The police station in Jireshan town is not big. It is a two-story building with a basement. The first floor is the office area and the detention area. The second floor is the sheriff, the deputy sheriff, and the coroner's office. The basement is the morgue, the evidence room, the utility room, and so on. Arthur had seen it with the help of Falcon's eyes, and explored the way with the hand of nothingness. Therefore, at this time, he pushed open the door of the morgue with ease. A group of wooden morgue cabinets were against the wall, and 3 beds were placed opposite. In addition, there is a cabinet for storing autopsy tools. The 3 beds were stained with a lot of blood, and they were all black. The cabinet for storing tools was piled up randomly, and there was no order at all. It was obvious that it had not been cleaned for a long time. According to the new law, the morgue should be cleaned every day, and the morgue cabinets should be maintained every year. However, it was obvious that the people at the Jireshan town police station did not pay attention to these. But Arthur was not surprised. In fact, after the new law left South Los, few people followed it. Even in South Los, it was more formal than practical. Even the fact that there was a morgue cabinet in the morgue of the Jireshan police station surprised Arthur. Arthur looked at the morgue cabinet, or rather the one that was opened. There was a body with a weird neck angle inside. It should be the guy who broke his neck when he went downstairs. He was lying naked inside. There was no doubt that all the belongings of the corpse were taken away by the coroner. Then, after a series of distributions, the corpse would become worthless, and would most likely be thrown into a mass grave as an unknown person. As for preserving the corpse or tracking down the murderer, the police in South Los couldn't do it, let alone this town. And the belongings of the corpse? From the moment the corpse was found, they had to be handled by the patrolman. Although it wouldn't be too much, who knows if what he wants is hidden in it. The props on the mysterious side, sometimes it is very inconspicuous. Moreover, more importantly, it is not easy to take out the things that these guys have put into their pockets. After all, this is a matter of vital interest. Don't try to take things out of other people's pockets. That will only make people disgusted, warn us, and even cause fierce conflicts. What we have to do is let the other party take out the things on their own initiative, and put them in our hands with thousands of thanks, and be grateful forever. Recalling old Charlie's words in his mind, Arthur silently gave a thumbs up. Just as old Charlie said, maybe he could use his status and power to force these guys to take out the things. Similarly, these guys dare not disobey, but they must be dissatisfied secretly. And such dissatisfaction can easily cause trouble. Some people can't provide you with even the slightest help, but they can do bad things to you in every possible way. This is human nature. Arthur is a person who is very afraid of trouble. Therefore, after confirming that he could not directly eliminate the trouble forever, the young medium chose a gentle approach. Are you crazy to let those guys in? They even dare to take things that are stained with cursed souls, Arthur said in a low voice, and waved his hand. Immediately, Hunter and Newt went up to call for help. After a while, the people from the Jireshan Town Police Department came down reluctantly. Chief Sheriff Zebulon walked in front reluctantly. The 2 Level 4 police officers had to check every step they took. It was obvious that if something was wrong, the 2 would definitely twist and run. And the patrolman following behind? It was even more so. 2 patrolmen even entered the basement and stood at the entrance without moving. However, this was enough for the young medium. The corpse with a broken neck was supported by the hand of nothingness, and slowly stood up. Low cries echoed in the morgue. Oh my God! Sheriff Zebulon let out a sharp howl, and turned to run. The 2 Level 4 police officers, who were fully prepared but still reacted slower than their own sheriff, became roadblocks. Bang, bang. The 3 of them collided with each other. The remaining patrolmen were in even greater chaos. Some people collapsed to the ground and cried bitterly. Some people used their hands and feet to try to escape from the underground. But the next moment, the sound came from the morgue again, but it made everyone stop. They subconsciously looked towards the morgue. Then, their eyes were filled with disbelief. The officer from South Los stood in front of the corpse, with a compassionate look on his face, and chanted faintly. Stars dotted all over the place, and horses and carriages were running in all directions. The stars of the white night crossed the earth, and soothed the restless souls. Whoever took their things, now give them back. As he said this, the young medium stepped back. The entire morgue, the corridor was silent. Then, everyone began to take things out of their pockets. Some people even ran upwards. Obviously the things were not there. There was no resistance, let alone resistance, all were so positive. Arthur, who saw the scene, smiled slightly in his heart. Then, the young medium began to check if there was anything he wanted. Soon, after shaving off most of the useless things, 3 mystical props appeared in front of Arthur. However, looking at the 3 mystical props in front of him, Arthur frowned. What a coincidence. Chapter 263 Weird Coincidence. 3 items with confirmed origins were placed in front of Arthur, and placed on a relatively clean tool cabinet. They were a belt, a 2-finger-sized leather bag, and a silver brooch. Name, Zwadonluin's Defense. Type, Protective Gear. Quality, Secret Technique. Attributes, 1. Remote Guardian. 2. Pants Forever. Note, as a longbowman of the Nanjun Hunter Corps, Zwadonluin's archery skills are quite good. Not only can he hit the target every time, he can also shoot arrows in succession. In a battle with the West Coast, he had a proud record of hitting 15 people in a row. But an unexpected stray arrow hit his belt, making the bright red pants of this proud archer a unique landscape on the battlefield, and also becoming the lingering nightmare of this proud archer. For this reason, he sold all his property, and found the alchemist Delder to make this belt. I will never make the same mistake again. Long-range protection, only for long-range attacks, even facing artillery shells. It can be safe and sound. Pants are always with you. Your belt firmly welds your pants to your waist. Unless you want it to, it will never fall off. Note 1. When completing a long-range defense, you need to bathe in sunlight for 12 hours or use gold to recharge. Note 2. Although it cannot be used for melee defense, the belt itself is extremely tough, including but not limited to being used to whip the target. Name, Lannister Spice Jar. Type, Other types. Quality, Mystic. Attributes, 1. Delicious. 2. Easy to digest. Note, in order to make every heir eat well, and better absorb the nutrients in the food, so that they can grow fully, Curry, the head of the Lannister family, asked another dwarf alchemist to make this secret item, but when this item was made, the delicious taste it brought surprised the dwarf alchemist, so he disappeared with this item. What was in it? It was delicious. The seasoning inside makes the food more delicious. Easy to digest. Conditioning makes any food easier to digest. Note 1. There are 20 grams of seasoning in the seasoning jar. After use, you can put in salt, bathe in sunlight for 2 hours to transform, or use gold to transform. Note 2. When the seasoning is out of the seasoning jar for half an hour, it will lose its effect. Name, Xian Keek's Brooch. Type, Other type. Quality, Secret. Attribute, Underwater Breathing. Note, in the middle of the Silver Age, Xian Kiki was considered one of the successors of the thief Carmen. This thief had admirable stealing skills, but he didn't have the heart of a chivalrous thief, especially when he found an underwater ruin and killed 3 of his companions. His reputation was completely ruined, but he didn't seem to care. I'm ready, how about you? Underwater Breathing. Can breathe underwater for 6 hours. Note, after completing a full-time underwater breathing, you need to bathe in the moonlight for 6 hours to recharge, or use gold to recharge quickly. Looking at the 3 secret magic items, Arthur frowned. Of the 3 mediums who died in Emer Manor, 1 broke his neck, 1 choked to death on a pie, and 1 drowned in the bathtub. This is shocking in itself. But if the medium who broke his neck had Zodanlin's defense, the medium who choked to death had Lannister's spice jar, and the medium who drowned had Xian Kiki's brooch, then everything was not just surprising, but weird. The coincidence was so weird. It was as if someone was targeting these 3 mediums. Moreover, that person must be very familiar with the 3 people, to be able to kill the 3 mediums in such a targeted and humiliating way. Could it be the owner of the Emer Manor? Arthur guessed, and thought of Linda's reminder to him. Undoubtedly, the other party would also target Old Charlie. According to the opponent's murder logic, if you want to humiliate Old Charlie, you have to use a woman. Thinking of this, Arthur rubbed his brows. Unlike an old gentleman like Old Charlie, he is not very good at dealing with such a situation. So if he encounters it, he has to be straightforward. I hope Zwadonluin's defense is strong enough, the young medium thought in his heart. But Ms. Anna in his arms moved. Ms. Anna floating in the air seemed to dislike the dirt on the ground of the morgue. He looked at the people from the Jireshan Town Police Department with dissatisfaction. The members of the Jireshan Town Police Department, who had just calmed down, trembled again under the gaze of Ms. Anna. It. Walker, the 4th-level police officer, who also served as the coroner, trembled again, because he always felt that this terrifying doll seemed to be targeting him. Shut up, this is Ms. Anna, the consultant's assistant. Simon, who was standing by, kicked the fourth-level police officer without any hesitation. Although he was just a trainee police officer, Simon had no scruples because of the advantage from Nanlos. Of course, more importantly, he was disdainful of the other party. In the eyes of this trainee police officer, every police officer here was not as good as Hunter and Noob beside him. With Simon's prompt, the police officers of Jireshan town fell silent again. Under the gaze of these people, the young medium pretended to listen attentively, and the Lady Anna was telling something. Unfortunately, they couldn't hear such words. They could only see the young medium nodding repeatedly. Really? So that's how it is? The short and clear words attracted the attention of everyone in the Jireshan town police station. Under the expectation of everyone in the Jireshan town police station, the young medium spoke. Anna told me that there are many dead spirits wandering in the police station. There are men and women among them. There are hunters, farmers, and merchants. This merchant team? Arthur paused. Bluff began to flicker. The young medium walked toward Sheriff Zebulon. His serious and earnest look frightened the fat Zebulon so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. If you don't want to die, don't move. Don't make a sound, he whispered softly, causing Zebulon, who was about to ask, to bite his lips tightly and stand there stiffly. Dare not make a sound. Everyone held their breath and watched Arthur walk straight to Zebulon, raised his hand, and slowly reached behind Zebulon. It looked as if there was something behind Zebulon, but there was clearly nothing there. But Zebulon's crotch was already wet, because the sheriff clearly felt something like a finger or a claw was sliding up along his spine. The touch was so real. It's not fake. Especially Arthur's expression, which made the sheriff understand that something terrible must be targeting him. Suddenly, the sheriff's eyes were filled with pleading. The young medium saw it, nodded slightly, and used his lips to shape. Squat down. Without hesitation, Zebulon did it directly, and squatted down suddenly. At the same time, the young medium grabbed it suddenly. Ding! A huge noise, like a bell, appeared in everyone's ears. When everyone was dizzy from the shock, the young medium slowly asked, Tell me, why are you staring at him? Chapter 264, The Sign of the Flame. When Arthur's face showed surprise, and then became solemn, Zebulon could no longer hold back. Because the sheriff of Jireshan town vaguely felt that something like fingers and claws was approaching his neck. It's not me. The disappearance of that merchant team had nothing to do with me. I had some ideas about them at the time, but when I led people there was no one there. Walker, Crick can testify for me. As he said that, the sheriff looked at the other two level 4 police officers. The two level 4 police officers immediately nodded, their eyes filled with fear. At this moment, when the hand of nothingness approached, they finally knew why Sheriff Zebulon peed. Is this the revenge of the dead? The speculation in their hearts made the two level 4 police officers speak immediately. Yes. When we arrived, there was no one there. Moreover, the scene was very clean. There was no fight and no blood, said the 4th level police officer Walker, who also served as the coroner. Afterwards, I led people to check the surroundings, and found nothing. No signs of dragging. No footprints. It had just rained heavily at the time, and I remember it very clearly, added another 4th level police officer, Crick, who also served as the deputy sheriff. Then, someone among the patrolmen also spoke up. They talked one after another, and pieced together the disappearance of the merchant team 3 years ago for Arthur. Observing the expressions of these people carefully, even without eyes as sharp as torches, reading people as expressions with good words, Arthur could confirm that these people were not lying. Under the threat of revenge of the dead, these people even had to tell the color of their underwear. As for the fact that everyone in the Jireshan town police department was involved in the incident 3 years ago, Arthur was not surprised by this. A group of merchants who did not live in the town and camped outside the town was a rare opportunity for anyone. But this fat sheep has horns. A team of 20 people must be armed, cannot be easily eaten. And in order to eat this team, the people of the Jireshan town police station must all take action. Similarly, it is precisely because the opportunity is rare that it is rare. So, Arthur did not specifically refer to the merchant team 3 years ago, but directly used a merchant team instead. What if the caravans disappear one after another? Impossible. If the caravans disappear one after another, it is impossible for the Jireshan town sheriff to suppress the matter. Given the importance that Count Nanlos attached to taxation, he would have sent an imperial envoy to investigate the matter long ago. The police have no direct relationship with the disappearance of the caravan, which means that the disappearance of the caravan may be related to the Emer Manor. Add to that the 3 dead mediums, and the curse for so many years. Things are getting interesting. Arthur thought to himself. There was nothing strange about his expression. He remained serious and said, "Prepare salt bricks. Oil swords for me." "Huh?" Sibulin looked confused. "Coarse salt, brick powder, kerosene, iron swords. Brick powder is made from red bricks from Xinguang. Go quickly," Arthur explained. "If you want to act, you have to do it in full." Moreover, this also bought him some time. "Go and guard the entrance to the basement," Arthur instructed Simon, Hunter and Newt. After everyone left, Arthur controlled Fujin to fly to Emer Manor. Emer Manor was not in the town of Jiar Mountain, but on a hillside 15 kilometers away from the town. It was necessary to cross a long and narrow mountain stream to reach it. But with Fujin's wings, it was naturally not that troublesome. With a flap of wings, it flew into the sky, and then flew straight through the mountain ridge. With the help of Fujin's eyes, Arthur looked at the pit stream. After taking another look at the Emer Manor on the hillside, he was secretly surprised. This terrain is really easy to defend and difficult to attack. Not many people are needed, just send 10 people to guard the entrance of the mountain stream. Even if there are hundreds of people, they can't attack. The mountain stream is too narrow, no matter how many people come. Only 2 or 3 people can pass side by side. And crossing the mountain stream? It's impossible. The continuous mountains make the surroundings extremely steep. Arthur clearly remembered that in the report given to him by Melinda. Emer Manor was built by Fritz for his wife Emer. Shouldn't it be built in a beautiful environment? Why does it feel like a military fortress? Is it because of the war back then? Arthur thought to himself, asking Fujin to raise his head again. Then, he confirmed his guess. Looking down from a high place, except for the mountain stream road leading into Emer Manor, there are hidden sentry posts on the surrounding walls. Although they are covered with moss, the stone wall was used as a hiding place. But it could not hide from Fukin's eyes. It was obvious that this place was really a building similar to a military fortress. Then, Arthur suddenly thought of something. After Fritz and Emer died, because they had no offspring, Emer Manor was inherited by a distant nephew. And this distant nephew encountered misfortune while climbing a mountain. The mountain that the other party climbed. Could it be the mountains around Emer Manor? Arthur began to have doubts in his heart at this moment. Fukin had already started to fly around the Emer Manor. Emer Manor was more dilapidated than expected. The outer wall of the Manor's main building was full of plants, and the fence gate was full of rust. The place where the fountain should have been was replaced by a big tree. From the appearance, Arthur was sure that there should have been a fountain here before, but because it was damaged due to disrepair, the subsequent owner did not repair it, so he planted this big tree. This is roughly the appearance. Arthur had no idea what was going on inside. Moreover, after the accidental death of 3 mediums, he could not easily let Fujin take the risk. The fact that they had secret magic tools was enough to show that these 3 mediums were mysterious people. And they should have something. However, the fact that these 3 people died so strangely in Emer Manor was enough to show the danger inside. After the initial investigation, Arthur controlled Fujin and began to return to Jiarshan town. On the way back, Arthur also saw the 4 young men he had seen before. The 4 young men walked briskly, talking and laughing as they walked. The 2 men had rabbits and pheasants on their backs. The baskets of the 2 ladies were also full of wild fruits and vegetables. It was obvious that the 4 had a good harvest. The joy of the harvest made the 4 people on their way back even happier. After a glance, Arthur retracted his gaze. After informing Fukin to be on the alert, Arthur's consciousness returned to the morgue in the basement of the police station. He picked up the kerosene that had been delivered earlier, and prepared to burn the 3 mediums' cursed objects first. The kerosene gushed out. When the match fell, the flame shot up straight. The flickering light brought by the jumping flame made the young medium squint his eyes. Then, the young medium thought of something. No! No! That scene just now was not right. Chapter 265 An Unexpected Person. Tree. The banyan tree with a canopy, so huge that it can cover the entire courtyard. Arthur is not a botanist, but Old Charlie is. According to the few words of Old Charlie in my memory, even if a banyan tree grows in a suitable environment, it is impossible for it to grow that big. Even if it is a 100-year-old banyan tree, it is impossible to be 40 or 50 meters high. Moreover, it is difficult for ordinary banyan trees to live that long. 100 years is the limit for most banyan trees. Although there are sometimes long-lived banyan trees, or even so-called 1,000-year-old banyan trees, it is absolutely impossible for them to grow in the Emer Manor, because the time of the establishment of Emer Manor is not that long. From the point of view of the fountain pool, this banyan tree must have been transplanted after the manor was built. It is very likely that it was planted by the third owner of Emer Manor. If it was the distant nephew, even if it was to show basic decency, I will also do my best to repair the fountain left by my uncle and aunt. All kinds of strange things are telling Arthur a fact, that there is a mysterious power in the Emer Manor. In this regard, the young medium did not have any surprise or fear. On the contrary, the young psychic raised his mouth and showed a smile. It's getting interesting. With such a self-talk, Arthur tied his own belt and used his coat as a cover. The brooch was worn on the vest. The spice jar was the easiest to deal with. Just put it in the box of Athos. After doing all this, Arthur strode towards the ground. Although these were originally his things, in order to take care of the feelings of the sheriff of Gyreshantown and others, Arthur made some thoughtful cover-ups. There was no way who made him a young, honest, simple and kind medium. He had to treat everyone who needed help gently. Advisor. At the basement door, Simon stood there dutifully. Hunter and Newt were sitting on their chairs, squinting. When they saw Arthur coming out, they immediately jumped up, with a wry smile on their faces. Arthur didn't pay much attention to such details. He was not a nitpicking person. Moreover, most importantly, these two people were not his direct subordinates, nor could they become his direct subordinates. The sheriff of Gyreshantown in the office opened the door and ran out. The fat body once again showed a speed that was not in line with its size. Mr. Advisor. After a respectful greeting, the sheriff lowered his voice. Is everything settled? Yes. Arthur nodded, and immediately, the sheriff breathed a sigh of relief. Since he changed his pants, the sheriff has been on edge, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Now it's all right. Everything has been settled. A smile appeared on the sheriff's fat face. The surrounding police officers and patrolmen also smiled, as if they had survived a disaster. Arthur waited until all the smiles were revealed before continuing. But the curse has not been resolved. Zebulon was stunned. What do you mean? The sheriff looked confused. The reason these undead appeared is because of the curse of Emer Manor. Although they have gone away, Emer Manor is still there, Arthur replied softly. After hearing Arthur's explanation, Zebulon's fat face darkened, and his eyes unconsciously looked at his two deputies. The three of them glanced at each other, and all of them were fierce. Mr. Advisor, will the explosives work? The sheriff asked in a low voice. Facing Arthur, a consultant from the South Loweschar District Police Station, who enjoyed the treatment of a first-class police officer, hired by the Countess of South Los, and whose documents were signed by Sheriff Mouths, Zebulon was wary to some extent at first. But when Arthur did not refuse to accept his 2 large gold bills, such resistance was reduced a lot, and the subsequent life-saving grace made the sheriff grateful to tears. At this moment, facing professional questions, the sheriff naturally had to ask for advice seriously. It works. As long as there are enough explosives, it will naturally work to raise the Emer Manor to the ground, but the person who places the explosives and ignites them will die. Arthur answered half-truthfully. When gunpowder became popular, the mysterious side faded to some extent, especially the abilities of some low-level mysterious people, which were not much better than muskets. For example, flaming arrows. With gunpowder, this secret technique looked like a magic trick. But the mysterious side is still the mainstream of this world, because the high-level mysterious side still possesses absolute power. Does Emer Manor have such power? Arthur didn't know. But that didn't stop Arthur from lying to the other party. Moreover, to carry enough explosives up that mountain stream road, it might really tire 1 or 2 people to death. Hearing the first half of Arthur's words, the sheriff's face lit up, but the second half of the words made the sheriff's heart tighten. When the sheriff looked at the 2 deputies subconsciously, the 2 deputies immediately turned their heads, and when he looked at the patrolman also looked away. Useless. When did you get less share? Damn you! Sheriff Zebulon was so angry that he screamed in his heart. He was already thinking about how to deal with these bastards. However, this did not affect the sheriff's respect for Arthur. Mr. Advisor, what should we do? Go and give me all the information about Emer Manor. I want not only the information of Fritz and Emer, the builders of Emer Manor, but also the information of their nephew, as well as the third owner, and the current owner's information, especially after the death of the other party's nephew. The curse began to appear frequently. By the way, Zebulon, do you know the third owner? The current owner? Arthur asked the sheriff when everyone was taking action. I know Lotto. 20 years ago. I still remember the generosity of this businessman when he came to Jirshan town. I remember that he came to Nanlos from Beijing to avoid disaster. Then he was originally heading to Niwan. But when he passed by Jirshan town, the second owner of the Emer Manor happened to be in trouble. So he bought the manor. He was a generous person who loved to do good deeds. During the summer celebration, he would pay for the floats. As for Baron, I rarely met him. Except for the time he showed up when I bought the manor. I never saw him again. The sheriff said what he knew. It wasn't much, but it was enough for Arthur. Arthur gestured to the side, and Simon immediately brought a pen and paper. Can you give me a detailed description of Lotto and Baron's appearance? Of course. Arthur drew the portraits of Lotto and Baron according to the description of the sheriff. At the same time, Wu and I also drew the portraits of the two in front of mouths under Arthur's manipulation. 20 years ago, he came to Nanlos from the North County to avoid disaster. Such people are the fat sheep in the eyes of those guys on the dock. Especially for some of the wealthy, it is impossible that no one has any impression of them. Take their portraits and ask them. Arthur's voice rang out from Wuni's mouth. Although he knew the magic of his partner, the old sheriff was still a little surprised. However, it would not delay things. Leave it to me, the old sheriff said as he carried his long box and walked out of the office, calling Dicko, Rooney, Andy to lead people to the dock area. The more magical Arthur was, the more the old sheriff believed Arthur's words. Now, even at night, the old sheriff sleeps with a long box containing his old friends. Of course, there is also his sheriff. The little guy always makes him happy. Just like now. The dock area is quite cool at night. But the little guy in his arms brings him warmth. The old sheriff adjusted his coat, allowing the sheriff's head to be completely exposed, and then wrapped the coat tightly again, so that the little guy has a more comfortable posture. Then, the old sheriff stood in the night wind and waited patiently. And soon, Dicko got his reward. The new police officer ran back with a portrait of Lotto with a strange look on his face. Sheriff, you will never guess who this guy is. Chapter 266. What happened back then? The old sheriff looked at his men in surprise. Dicko was as steady and reliable as his figure. This question must be a very unexpected answer. Soon, curiosity appeared on the old sheriff's face. Who? William. Who? Even though he was mentally prepared, when the old sheriff heard the name, he still couldn't help but widen his eyes, and asked again subconsciously. And his voice even rose by 2 notes. It wasn't that the old sheriff wasn't calm enough, but that the name was too special, too familiar. A few days ago, after hearing this name from the owner of the Haight furniture store, he had been thinking about it. Unfortunately, 20 years had passed. There was very little news. William. It was the William who robbed the White Wine Cup 20 years ago, and who, together with Haight Phonic and N.A.K., wiped out the Sank family. I just asked the boss of this area. When we asked him before, he couldn't confirm it. But with this portrait, he was sure that this guy was William, Dicko said, and his expression showed a kind of what a coincidence. This is fate. A faint voice sounded from the darkness on one side. Advisor. Hearing this familiar voice, Dicko bowed directly. But then he realized that something was wrong. The consultant has gone to the Emer Manor in the Gar Mountain area. But the voice is clearly the consultant's voice? Subconsciously, the new police officer looked up. Then he saw a crow. Looking at the crow standing on the top of the carriage, the new police officer was stunned. Then, the new police officer saw the crow communicating with the sheriff in the voice of his own consultant. Until the crow disappeared into the night, the new police officer realized. Sheriff, just now. Calm down. Calm down. It was Arthur just now. The old sheriff comforted the emotional Dicko. And then, the old sheriff lowered his voice and said, You have experienced so much. Don't you understand? The world we live in is far more complicated and secretive than what we see and imagine. We can't even glimpse the truth by ourselves. So, Dicko, are you willing to follow me? The old sheriff asked Dicko. Bob will arrive in South Lowe's soon, but it is unrealistic to rely on him alone to support the death squad. So, the old sheriff is going to find a helper for his old friend. And among the people around him, no one is more suitable than Dicko. Of course. Dicko answered without hesitation. The new police officer knew very well that everything he has now is because of the promotion of the old sheriff. Since childhood, his mother has taught him to be a grateful person. The new police officer naturally remembered all of this. And what the old sheriff said. Everything he had experienced recently was really weird. Continuous murders, and that kind of extraordinary power. All of these seemed to indicate that some big trouble was approaching, and if he wanted to ensure the safety of his family in such a big trouble, he had to have enough power. And it happened that he had such a candidate by his side. Advisor Arthur Kratos. Obviously, the sheriff, who had a similar premonition, had already chosen the consultant. What about him? What was he hesitating about? Seeing Dicko agree without hesitation, the old sheriff patted his shoulder vigorously, and then looked towards the direction of the dock. There, the warehouse belonging to the 5 Gentlemen Exchange had been listed. Everything was on the right track. In the office of the Garshin Town Police Station, Arthur, who was holding Pendragon, had a flash of surprise in his eyes. The young medium talked about the so-called fate to others, but in his heart, the young medium did not believe it at all. In fact, the young medium began to doubt whether William's appearance was a trap for him. Even though there was no clue from the existing clues, the young medium still raised his vigilance. William, who had gained enough benefits from the extermination of the Sunk family, he did not dare to stay in Nanlos, and changed his appearance and headed straight for the Inner Bay. However, when he arrived at Garshin Town, he found a more suitable place, Emer Manor. Unfortunately, the manor already had an owner. However, this was not a problem for William. He created an accident for the owner and fabricated a curse to drive away those who might buy the manor. Then, he got the Emer Manor as he wished, and he devoted himself to studying the things he brought out from the Sanka family. And because of studying this thing, more deaths occurred in the Gyar Mountains. He led everything to the curse. In the end, it led to the current situation. 3 years ago, his research had a new breakthrough. He selected a caravan for experiment. The experiment was successful. But such success, but also brought backlash. His body had deformations that could not be shown to others. So he died 2 years ago, and found the new owner of the manor, Baron, sitting in a chair. Arthur read the information about Lotto sent by Sheriff Sibulin, and began to speculate about William's experience after leaving Nanlos. After confirming the other party's identity, combined with previous deeds and relatively accurate time, such speculation is not difficult. But there is one thing that makes Arthur extremely curious. Those 2 invitations. Obviously, both invitations were written by this William. The purpose was to attract old Charlie to the Emer Manor. Old Charlie? What did you do to this guy back then? 20 years have passed. And this guy still misses you? Did you cheat this guy out of the things he brought out from the Sanka family? No. Given how much this guy cares about that thing, it's impossible for him to be cheated out so easily. Unless it's a book? In the name of lifting the curse. He first read the contents inside, and then recited the contents above. Thinking of this, Arthur couldn't help rubbing his brows. He knew that he seemed to be close to the truth. If you want to recite a book in a short time, others may not be able to do it. But old Charlie can definitely do it. In Arthur's memory, old Charlie's memory is quite outstanding. Even if the notes are written in code, old Charlie can also read it twice and recite it easily. For example, picture repetition. Of course, this ability is not purely innate, but also requires training. As a medium, memory is the key. You said I can recite the food, perfume, clothing, birthday, meeting date, and recent fashion trends of those ladies? These are not important. They are just some incidental things. Recalling the serious look on old Charlie's face when he said this, Arthur curled his lips. This is really a training method for an old gentleman. Grandpa, thank you so much. Arthur couldn't help complaining, but his face became serious. 3 years ago, William had an accident because of the experiment. 3 years later, the other party invited 3 mediums besides old Charlie to come. It was definitely not a game. They might want to rely on the power of these mediums to solve the body's deformity, or they might want to experiment with new powers. Of course, the most likely possibility is both. And judging from the death results of the 3 mediums, William was most likely successful. This is naturally not good news for him. But, isn't the medium best at turning the situation around? Chapter 267, a solution that only young psychics would like. Rob from Jireshan Town left the town excitedly and headed straight for Emer Manor. A few days ago, the generous owner of Emer Manor, Baron, found him, paid a deposit of 30 sols, and asked him to keep an eye on the carriages from Nanlos to see if there was a Mr. Kratos, and promised to give him a reward of 50 sols later. Therefore, the unemployed man in Jireshan Town immediately started to inquire, after discovering a Nanlos carriage entering the town. Even a police carriage could not stop the enthusiasm of the unemployed man. Finally, after a lot of effort, the unemployed man learned everything he wanted from a patrolman. Although it cost 5 sols, and the other party was vague, the news that Mr. Kratos had arrived in Jireshan Town was very popular. He confirmed, "This is enough." Rob rushed to the Emer Manor excitedly. He knew that he was about to have unexpected income. 50 sols? No, no, no. Just based on the identity of Mr. Kratos, it is worth 100 sols. Or 200 sols? Rob, with a fiery heart, sped up, but it was already evening when this unemployed left the town. By the time he crossed the mountain stream and stepped into the land of Emer Manor, it was already dark. Looking at the huge banyan tree, the unemployed in Jireshan Town couldn't help shrinking his neck. This was not his first time to come to Emer Manor, but it was his first time to come at night. Looking at the lush banyan tree during the day, I don't know why, but when I went to see it at night, I always felt a little creepy. However, the reward money and the extra reward for himself made the unemployed in Jireshan Town quickly put this feeling behind him. He remembered the instructions of the manor owner Baron and stood still without moving, but shouted loudly, "Mr. Baron? Mr. Baron? It's me, Rob. I brought you news about Mr. Kratos from Nanlos." The shouts echoed far away in the night of Emer Manor. In the sight of this unemployed man, a light appeared in the distance, and then it approached quickly. It was Mr. Baron holding an oil lamp. It was just different from Mr. Baron in his memory. Mr. Baron in his memory always wore a tall hat, a suit, a shirt, a vest, very shiny leather shoes, and a cane with a beautiful bird head. Not only was he well dressed, his manners were also very elegant, and when he spoke, he was full of the emphasis of a wealthy man. And Mr. Baron now? His whole body was covered in mud, his messy hair was draped over his shoulders, his eyes were sunken, his face was pale, there was a strange odor on his body, like the smell of a pigsty. Did he fall in the pigsty? Rob guessed in his heart. But this did not prevent the unemployed from telling his employer everything. "Mr. Baron, Mr. Kratos is here." The unemployed stretched out his tone, while looking at his employer eagerly. "Pa!" The next moment, a purse fell into his hand. The unemployed immediately continued with a smile. "Mr. Kratos is in the town's police station. He came in a police carriage, and there were patrolmen following him. He is obviously a big shot. It is really inappropriate for you to inquire about such a big shot. However, as long as you pay me enough money, I will keep my mouth shut." As he said this, the unemployed man smiled at Baron in front of him. This is the extra reward that Rob gave himself. Who can refuse an extra reward? No one. "Pa!" Another money bag was thrown over. Rob caught it. Feeling the weight of it, the face of this unemployed immediately showed a smile, both for the coins in the bag and for Baron's frankness. And more so that he could get more extra rewards. After all, Baron was so frank, which proved that this little money was not taken seriously by the other party. Then he could ask for it a few more times, which would be okay. Right? Thinking of this, the unemployed man was about to speak again. But he found something wrong when he looked up. The veins on the pale face of the manor owner Baron were popping out, and he was breathing foul breaths. His originally white teeth had turned yellow and black, and more importantly, they had become sharp. "Mr. Baron, you look a little uncomfortable. I'm leaving now. I'll visit you next time." As he said that, the unemployed man began to slowly back away. But it was too late. Baron pounced on the unemployed and began to bite him madly. Amid the flying of coins, screams continued to sound, and blood spurted everywhere. When the screams died down, Rob's body was already incomplete. Even only half of his head was left. But Baron seemed to be unsatisfied, but the restraint of the inner contract made him stop eating, and instead turned around and ran towards Emer Manor. It was not the running of human feet. Instead, he got on all fours and ran like a wild animal. He rushed into the Emer Manor and headed straight for the basement. In the basement of the manor, a huge sarcophagus was placed there. After Baron growled twice in front of the sarcophagus, the lid of the sarcophagus was slowly pushed open, and a middle-aged man, with a face full of pus, stood up from the coffin. From his face, one could vaguely see William's original appearance. But the pus made William look many times uglier than in the portrait. Kratos! Kratos! William roared. He still remembered the day when he succeeded from the sunk family and just left the door district. A voice came from behind. Sir! Please stay. You seem to be shrouded in bad luck. He didn't know why at that time. But he really stopped. Then, William couldn't think about it anymore. The experience of being deceived was too shameful. It was a complete humiliation to him. However, soon, he will wash away this humiliation. William stepped out of the coffin, first landing all 4 legs on one side, and then stepped out the 2 legs on the other side. He strode up. When he arrived at the hall of the Emer Manor, more than 40 monsters, like Baron, had already gathered here. These were his helpers created by hunting and killing using the so-called curse. There were old people and children. There are men and women, hunters, farmers, and entire caravans. Now is the time for them to appear. Go to the town and find the guy named Kratos. I allow you to eat as much as you want. I allow you to kill as much as you want. William announced loudly. If it were before, he would be more cautious. But as he has completely completed the ritual, he is no longer the original William. The laws that used to be so terrifying to him now, it was just a blank sheet of paper. Now, he wanted to announce to the world his arrival. Roar! 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 The monsters roared to the sky. William, who was grinning, seemed to hear a different sound, and he looked up involuntarily. There was the roof of the manor. Everything was normal, and nothing seemed to happen. However, the next moment, bang! With a dull whistle, a heavy object smashed the roof, and a huge wooden box fell in. The box broke into pieces the moment it hit the ground, revealing the explosives and nails inside. The explosives were in bundles, and had already been ignited. The nails were in large bundles, and had already been coated with poison. Seeing this scene, William's grim smile froze on his face. He was about to say something, but the fuse had already burned to the end. Boom! Boom! Chapter 268. He deceives not only people, but also monsters. Amidst the huge roar, the flames rolled up in all directions. The strong shock wave wrapped the rusty and dung-soaked iron nails like arrows shot from a strong bow and crossbow and attacked the surroundings. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Puff puff puff. More than 40 monsters fell to the ground in groups, like wheat cut by a sickle. William himself lost 2 legs and an eye in the explosion. The only remaining eye stared at the crow that almost merged with the night sky, full of hatred and resentment. And the roar from his mouth echoed in the hall of the Emer Manor that had collapsed for the most part. Ah! Heal you! Heal you! William took a step forward with every roar. And with every step he took, the flesh and blood of the monster on the ground merged into his body. When the roar stopped, William once again turned into a face full of pustules with 2 arms and 6 legs. Moreover, the whole person jumped into the air. The speed was very fast, but Fu Jin was faster, and he increased the distance between the two. However, William's eyes showed a sneer. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One after another, granulation tissues grew out of William's face full of pus, like white pimples squeezed out, and they swelled in the wind, forming one after another white tentacles that grabbed Fu Jin. In an instant, Fu Jin was covered like a net. William's eyes were already full of cruelty. He wanted to tear the crow into pieces. No! It would be better to crush it. Bit by bit, crush the muscles, bones, internal organs, and then swallow them in one gulp. Otherwise, how could he relieve his hatred? You know, the subordinates he just created were the ones he had accumulated for more than 10 years, and they were destroyed by a box of explosives and nails. Even, he was almost injured. William, who was getting more and more angry, let out an unknown howl. This kind of voice is not human at all, it's already like a beast. But a faint voice penetrated such a howl. God's edge without shadow. In the indifferent voice, a sharp edge passed over William's neck. Poof! Thick black blood spurted out. William's flying head saw a figure walking towards him in the air. The figure walked slowly, like the night wind on the field, with a calm face, and a hint of pity in his black eyes. That face. Those eyes. Especially that temperament. Familiar. Too familiar. Kratos. William's head roared the name of the man who deceived him. Although the man in front of him was not that man, he must be related to that man. My grandfather once told me that he gave a man a chance to reform because that man had extraordinary talent, and there was a stubborn kindness in his heart. But I think he will be disappointed when he sees the current situation. Right? Arthur, who used the secret technique silent continuous stomping, to step on the hand of nothingness, to complete the flying in the air, said slowly in a calm tone. Bluff. Flashed wildly, the helplessness and regret that emerged in these words made William, whose head fell to the ground, look stunned. But immediately, William roared again. Your grandfather is a... The word stopped abruptly, the invisible and silent tears caress, waving under the hand of nothingness. He achieved the true meaning of God's sharpness without shadow. After easily passing over the head, William's head was split into two from the center of his eyebrows. But William did not die. Under Arthur's gaze, the severed head and body merged into one again. Although the speed was very fast, Arthur did not stop it, and even more reluctance appeared on his face, which made William, who was recovering, begin to hesitate. Was it my fault back then? Did he lie to me to give me a chance? Otherwise, he could have continued to attack. Why did he stop? Could it be that he couldn't attack while in the air? No. Just now, the unheard of secret technique God's edge without shadow made him defenseless. So, is he admonishing me? Looking at Arthur, who was walking down from the air, bathing in the night breeze, like a god, William retreated again and again, his eyes squeezed by the abscess, becoming uncertain. However, this did not stop William from running towards the huge banyan tree. This banyan tree was his trump card. It was his real trump card. William ran while looking back. Arthur stood there looking at him, motionless, with even more pity in his eyes. Am I really wrong? Suddenly, this thought appeared in William's heart. At the beginning, he was forced to board the pirate ship because of the aftermath of the 7 Years' War. At first, he was a clean-handed son of a chef, and his biggest dream was to own a restaurant in a big city. But why did he become what he became? William could no longer remember. The secret technique and the double backlash of the ritual had already distorted his consciousness and made it scattered. This memory was immediately diluted by the brutality. Kill! 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 William roared and rushed into the tree hole under the banyan tree. A tree hole that only he could open. The next moment, boom! The earth shook. A banyan tree 40 to 50 meters high rose from the ground, and as the treetop swayed, the branches and leaves flew, turned into huge arms, and a face that looked 4 or 5% like William appeared on the tree trunk. Ah! It looked neither human nor beast. With that very unique howl, the tree man William waved a thick arm, like a carriage, and smashed it towards Arthur. Before the arm really fell, the strong wind blew Arthur's clothes and hair. The double-breasted black windbreaker rustled. His eyes were calm beneath his hair. Only the right hand of the young medium was drawing in the air, and he was chanting softly. The tower of eternal night is vertical and horizontal, and the flesh and bones are rolling backwards, and the scorching light reigns over the earth, fading and stopping, and the ashes are burning. The rhythmic chanting brought a touch of fire. A flaming arrow shot out from the fingers of the young medium. The huge banyan tree man sensed the weak power above, and directly issued a burst of laughter that belonged to him. Even though its human reason told it that something was wrong, the banyan tree man ignored it. Its huge body brought a terrifyingly huge force. Such force once again expanded William's twisted heart. He successfully changed from him to it. Ah! With another howl, it smashed down harder. But the flaming arrow touched its body first. And as it expected, it didn't even scratch its skin. But the flying sparks ignited kerosene and explosives. The next moment, boom! The huge banyan tree was instantly engulfed in flames, followed by a series of explosions. It was like fireworks reflected in the calm black eyes, making the eyes glow with a bright light. The tree fell down. It fell down faster than when it stood up before. Countless burning branches and leaves brushed past the young medium who was walking. Simon, Hunter, Newt and Zebulon were watching the scene in the distance. They kept this scene in their hearts, and would never forget how a young medium killed a mountain-sized monster with a wave of his hand. But in a place they could not see, an invisible hand had already picked up an iron box. All they saw was that the young medium walked to the core of the tree man. And in front of the charred William, standing still, after pausing for 3 or 4 seconds, he sighed and asked, "Do you still remember your original dream?" William, who was struggling, was stunned. Dream? My original dream? My original dream was to own a restaurant in a big city. But why did it become like this? What did I do? The distorted, scattered will collided with the original memory. Such a collision, there is only one result. Collapse? The double collapse of the soul and the body. On his deathbed, William asked tremblingly, "Master, do you think I still have a chance?" Chapter 269. You treat me like a god when I go along with you. Power is precious. Power is dangerous. This sentence, which has been circulating in the mysterious side since the Empire, has been recognized by all mysterious side people, especially those who have suffered backlash, who have a deep understanding of it. Different from the physical damage to the human body, the damage caused by the power of the mysterious side to people often starts with distorting the spirit and will, and then takes this as a starting point, deformed body. The final result? Naturally, death. The only difference is the degree of pain when dying. If there is any error in spirituality, ritual, or secret technique, this phenomenon will occur. Arthur is not sure which part of William's body went wrong, but Arthur is sure that William has suffered a very serious backlash. His spirit, his will has long been distorted, and even his memory has been deviated. However, after the deformation, the large amount of death energy contained in William, but it gave Arthur some new ideas. So, from the first sight of the other party, the young medium had a complete and slightly modified plan. This plan was based on his understanding of William, and deliberately letting the patrol officers of Jireshan town reveal his whereabouts, as well as the original two force attacks. The effect? It was naturally good. Looking at William, who was trembling and asking him, Arthur still maintained that faint compassion. It has been played to this point, of course. He had to act out the whole thing. The young medium shook his head first, then nodded slightly. Then, he raised his left hand, and raised his index finger to William. There was no language, but it was better than 1,000 words. William, who had already exhaled more than inhaled, looked at the young medium shaking his head, with helplessness and despair in his eyes. But the nod that followed startled William. When the young medium raised that finger, William's eyes were filled with ecstasy. He only had one chance. No. Yes, he had another chance. Sure enough, as early as 20 years ago, Sir Charles, who had read the remaining pages of the Book of Death, had already anticipated everything that happened today. So, the other party's descendants appeared in front of him. "Master, what is your name?" Death was about to come. The abscess on William's face began to dissipate, revealing an ordinary face that looked a little old. At this moment, although William's face turned extremely pale, his words became coherent. Moreover, William struggled to stand up, sorting out his tattered clothes, and combing his messy hair with his hands. This would be the last moment of his life. William, who knew this, wanted to be as decent as possible. After doing all this, William looked at the young medium again. Arthur Kratos. The young medium told the other party his name. William, who was standing there, whispered the name softly, and then knelt on one knee in front of the young medium, saying loudly, "I pledge my allegiance to you with my soul. What you think is what I think, and where your eyes are, is what I will fight for my whole life." The dots represent the brilliance of the spirit, just like fireflies emerging from William's head. Emerging together, there was also a strong black death aura. Unlike the pure dead poets society, the death aura William possessed was more complex, but also more abundant. When the black color first appeared, it was only the size of a fist. Soon, it became the size of a house in a breath. Then, it exceeded the size of the original banyan tree canopy. Then, it enveloped the entire manor, like a lid covering the entire valley. Dark and deep, death was everywhere. The stars and the moon were all covered, and there was only the wailing and tranquility that belonged to death. As soon as this extremely contradictory feeling appeared, Simon, who was struggling to hold on in the death aura, could no longer hold on and fell directly to the ground. Hunter, who fell to the ground the moment the death aura appeared, and Newt were even paler and trembling all over. Uncontrollable trembling. That was the resistance of living things to death. As for the sheriff of Jireshan town, Zebulon and his party, at this moment, they were limp on the ground, and had already urinated and excreted. It was not that they did not want to faint, but they could not faint. The despair intertwined with wailing and chingy was about to torture them in the most cruel way. As they fell to the ground, they clearly saw above their heads the pitch-black darkness that seemed to swallow everything began to roll, like the dark clouds that were about to bring about a storm. But there was no sound of wind, no lightning. Everything happened silently. By the time they reacted, a huge black skeleton had already poked out from the dark cloud. Huh? The skeleton's right paw was inserted around William, and the raised back of the hand and 5 fingers were like a cage, trapping William inside. The skeleton's left paw was raised high, stirring the dark cloud, and the slightly open mouth seemed to be silently mocking the creatures present. From the depths of the eye sockets, one after another, the aura of death overflowed, devouring the vitality around. But this was just an unconscious behavior. When the black skeleton, which stretched out half of its body and was as long as 100 meters, twisted its neck, the death aura deep in its eye sockets was like a waterfall, smashing hard to the ground. Suddenly, everyone's eyes widened. Simon was the same. However, it was not worry. The trainee police officer had confidence in his consultant. But the scene that happened the next moment made the trainee police officer completely stunned. The death aura disappeared. The death aura that looked like a waterfall disappeared out of thin air, as if it had been intercepted. Only Arthur stood there, with a calm expression, unmoving, as expected of a consultant. Although the trainee police officer had confidence in his consultant, he did not expect such a scene. Immediately, the trainee police officer looked at his consultant, with only admiration in his eyes. The rest of the people all looked incredulous. Arthur, who was being watched by everyone, was a little confused. Not about the appearance of the death aura. He had expected this. He sensed this when he saw William for the first time. What confused him was William's contract. What did he do? He was just bluffing. The other party, why did the other party open his heart and soul to sell himself to him? Didn't he just shake his head, nodded, and raised a finger? What's the point of this? It's meaningless. Didn't he just cooperate with the other party? How could the other party understand something from it? Things were running fast in his mind, but Arthur, who had the professional qualities of a psychic, didn't show a single trace of it on his face. He raised his head calmly and looked at the huge black skeleton and sighed slightly. The black skeleton roared. In the silent roar, the black skeleton pulled out its left claw that stirred up the dark cloud of death and smashed it hard at Arthur. It wanted this creature to understand the majesty of death. It wanted this creature to understand the pain of death. It wanted this creature to understand the despair of death. Then, it disappeared. Chapter 270 The Twisted Faith of the Deformed. The moment the huge black skeleton touched Arthur, it disappeared directly, vanishing without a trace with its own death. The whole process was like ashes and smoke. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't understand why it was like this. Just like they didn't understand that people are born different. Or, the gap between people is greater than that between people and dogs. And death? There is a level that cannot be crossed. If the gap between humans and dogs is still within the world, then the leap in level is the gap of the world level. Only by entering this world can you understand the difference between this world and the original world. But none of this matters anymore. The dark clouds formed by the air of death dissipated. The pressure that belongs only to death completely disappeared. Simon, Hunter, and Newt all stood up again and looked at Arthur with respect. Sheriff Zebulon and his party in the Gar Mountains shook their wet crotches without feeling embarrassed. After all, if everyone familiar with him peed, then it was the same as not peeing at all. Without the restraint of the death aura, William's 4 extra legs fell off his body, turned into rotten bones, and then disappeared without a trace. William, who was kneeling on one knee at this moment, had completely turned into a human being. At least, that was the case on the surface. But Arthur knew that the distorted William had not recovered. On the contrary, the degree of distortion of this William had deepened. This is the danger of the mysterious side. Once the distortion occurs, there is no cure. Any so-called cure will only deepen the distortion. Even if the appearance looks like an ordinary person, the inside has already become different. More importantly, the distorted people will never realize this. They will only think that they are normal, and the people around them are abnormal. Just like William at this moment, looking at Arthur with a pious face, just like looking at the God of faith. The spiritual light above his head was like a person, crawling at Arthur's feet. Arthur only needed to touch it lightly, and he could get a free and useful slave. But Arthur did not do so. He just looked at William with compassion. William was moved to tears by Arthur's kindness and goodness. He knew that Arthur was unwilling to deprive him of his freedom. But apart from freedom, what else could he give back to Arthur? Moreover, only with Arthur he can be redeemed. Only by acting according to Arthur's will he can be at ease. William bowed his head and said sincerely, "Master, you are my unchanging belief in this life." Old Charlie's kindness made William choose to respect Arthur as master. Arthur didn't care about such a title. You can't reason with a mental patient. Similarly, you can't understand the heart of a freak. When the purity of the spirit was confirmed, and there was no trickery, Arthur bent down and tapped William's spirit. When everything belonging to William appeared in his heart, and even a thought could decide William's life or death, Arthur raised his hand and helped William up. William was so moved that he cried, "What a kind young master! What a kind young master! How could I follow such a kind and benevolent young master? I am so humble and unfortunate. I will only bring trouble to the young master." Moreover, the young master also said, "I still have one chance. I must cherish this opportunity." Thinking of this, William no longer hesitated. He stood in front of Arthur and said sullenly, "Young master, please wait for me for a while. I will come to you after I complete the lich reincarnation ritual." While speaking, William knelt on one knee again, feeling guilty for leaving Arthur. But the more guilty he felt, the more urgent he became. And the more urgent he became, the more persistent he became. The more persistent, the purer. When purity reached its peak, William ignited the fire of the soul incredibly. The white flames burned William's body. The pain that ordinary people could not bear was not worth mentioning to William. Could any pain compare to the pain of being away from the young master? Take this as a parting consolation, William thought, and looked at Arthur for the last time. When he saw his young master looking at him with concern, when his eyes were full of encouragement, at this moment, everything became worth it. Huh? The fire of the soul burned even more vigorously. "Please wait for me!" After William spoke for the last time, he disappeared without a trace in the burning of the fire of the soul. At the same time, in a tomb far away in the North County that was covered with ice and snow all year round, strange movements began to appear. The bronze coffin exuded a bright glow, dazzling but not blinding, just like the fire of the soul. The burning lasted for a full 10 minutes. When the soul fire disappeared, the bronze coffin was pushed open from the inside, and William sat up from the coffin. Without any hesitation, William jumped up. He wanted to go back to Nanjun, to Nanlos, to the young master. But when he stood firm, he suddenly found something wrong. He found that he couldn't speak, and his skin was extremely dry. The next moment, he picked up the mirror that was arranged when he was buried. He immediately saw a terrifying face with exposed eyeballs. William was shocked. After a careful inspection, his lich reincarnation ritual was successful, but not completely successful. Without the death aura accumulated for 20 years, he was only a half-lich now. But for this, William had no complaints against Arthur. Because he knew very well that if the young master had not helped him to expel the death aura, he would not have been able to perform the lich reincarnation ritual at all. Not to mention success or failure. Like now, only half of it succeeded. It was already a great success. But if I want to make myself a half-lich, become like an ordinary person, it is a bit troublesome. But in order to be able to stand beside the young master with dignity, what is such trouble? The way for a half-lich to repair his body, turn the remaining half into a corpse demon. William's brain quickly selected a method. It is not the most convenient of all methods, it is not the fastest. It is even the most troublesome. But it is also the most powerful. As a follower of the young master, being powerful is a must. Moreover, the young master is kind and compassionate, and he certainly does not want to see him choose those bloody paths. "Young master, please wait for me." Using the spirit to convey the message with the help of the contract, William began to act quickly, and Arthur received the message instantly. Lich reincarnation. Corpse reincarnation. What did William get from the Sum family back then? Arthur thought in his heart, but he did not take out the iron box he got from William on the battlefield from the box of Athos. Immediately, instead, he used the hand of nothingness to put the core of the Banyan giant, a fist-sized core, into the box of Athos, and signaled Simon and others to start cleaning the battlefield in the manor courtyard. Then he walked into the main building of the manor, which had collapsed for the most part, and asked the hand of nothingness to take out the iron box. The iron box had no lock, only a lock buckle. After checking that there was no problem, he continued to let the hand of nothingness unlock the buckle. Suddenly, an obviously incomplete book came into view, and on the cover were 4 big characters clearly written in picture and language. Book of Death. Chapter 271 Notes and Books. The match rubbed against the sandpaper. Sizzle. The heat from the friction between phosphorus and sandpaper completely ignited the match. Arthur took the match and lit the warning oil lamp. The brighter illumination range than ordinary oil lamps allowed Arthur to see the books in the iron box more clearly. The Book of Death, 2 notes. Among them, the Book of Death was incomplete, including the cover, and only had 5 pages. There was no sign of tearing. There are only 5 pages. Arthur was sure that this incomplete Book of Death was copied. When he first saw the words Book of Death, the instinct derived from spirituality and breath of death told Arthur that the Book of Death was not like this. Then, Arthur checked the paper and ink. The yellowed paper and the dull ink told Arthur that it was a long time, but it was definitely not 50 years, not to mention 100 years. If it really reached that era, this kind of paper made of mulberry bark and jute would definitely be very brittle, and would break at the slightest touch. Of course, in the end, Arthur confirmed that the handwriting he copied was still from the Book of the Dead. Messy. Abnormally messy. The beginning part was trembling. Just looking at such handwriting, Arthur seemed to see someone copying in a hurry. Moreover, it was in a way that could not be seen in public. Soon, Arthur confirmed his guess from the other 2 notebooks. 2 notebooks, one is William's own, the other is from an elder of the Sank family. I know I shouldn't do this, but this is the legendary Book of Death. The Book of Death that is said to be able to complete the steps to God. As long as you climb 10 steps, become death, those dead friends and family members can be resurrected. I, Longfellow, Gilbert all made the same choice. I won't blame them. They won't blame me either. We have become closer. The Book of the Dead is so great. I just borrowed some of its power, and I saw my dead father, but my father was silent. I know he was angry. He thought I had tarnished the honor of the hunter, but I just wanted to see him. What did I do wrong? I was not wrong. I was right. Longfellow saw his mother. Gilbert met his master. That night, we were drunk. A brief meeting is not enough. We need to let our loved ones return to us forever. The Book of Death has such a technique, which is considered a very advanced technique, but why does it lack the most basic and critical part? It doesn't have the original ritual. We lack the death spirit, and we can't mobilize the death power to complete such a secret technique. Is this a joke of death? I, Longfellow, and Gilbert discussed it all night. Finally, we decided to join the ranks of witch hunters. Without the initial ritual, we took the initiative to hunt for death as breath and mobilize death as power. The 3 of us, who came from hunter families, soon emerged in a series of witch hunting operations. One by one, wizards, witches, evil creatures were sent to the stake by us. It is great to be able to collect the death chi and hunt these evil creatures. I combined the knowledge of hunter with the knowledge recorded in the Book of Death and created a small secret technique death cave to store the collected death chi. Longfellow and Gilbert were both amazed at my talent. I said it was nothing, but I was a little proud in my heart. We received the news. The remnants of the Mist Tower are active in the Andrek town. The 3 of us packed up and started to move. Damn it! This is a trap. We were betrayed by the nobles of North County. I killed that bastard noble and his entourage. We also killed the target of the mission, but Longfellow died, and Gilbert lost his right hand. I was safe and sound, but my mental state was a little bit wrong. When I was resting in the camp, the leader of the Mist Tower in Andrek town kept appearing in front of me. She kept yelling at us. She said we were thieves. We stole the holy object of the Mist Tower. Gilbert and I used the death energy we collected to mobilize the death power, and resurrected Longfellow with the secret technique of resurrection. However, it seemed that because the death power was not pure enough, Longfellow was a little sluggish. But we tried it with a salt brick oil sword, and Longfellow was the real Longfellow. A few days later, Longfellow returned to normal. Gilbert had a hook installed on his right hand, and we laughed at him for being like a pirate. The murder of the little noble was discovered by the other nobles in the North County, and we were wanted, but the Hunter fellows helped us, so that we could reach the South County safely, and the Hunter fellows here warmly welcomed us. But Longfellow began to get sick. He became very weak. He couldn't even lift a long sword, and needed help to walk. But Gilbert and I used a constant supply of death air to heal him. Although he got better, the situation could only last for a week, and more death air would be needed afterwards. We continued to hunt evil things. At the same time, we sought help from local hunters. A month later, hunters brought news that Cat Pie Black should be able to help us. We took Longfellow to the Cat Mountain to look for the contemporary black cat. TSK, are all cats so aloof? But they are really strong. Can cats see through lies? Okay, I admit my mistake. Gilbert and I told him everything, and promised to lend him the Book of Death. Then, the cat arrogantly refused the Book of Death. Cat, I don't need that kind of inconvenience. I still remember that guy's proud look with his arms folded across his chest. Although I really wanted to beat him, I really couldn't. How could a person be so strong? That guy treated Longfellow and dispelled the mixed feeling of the death aura. But Longfellow was still very weak. That guy suggested that we go to the Cat Valley to find the contemporary orange cat. We set out again. We drove away the evil along the way and moved forward. However, there was no one in the Cat Valley. There was no trace of any cat faction members in the Cat Cliff and Cat Forest. Did they return to the legendary Cat Cave? Just when we were wondering, we heard rumors that the guy was besieged by the nobles of the South County and the North County and many other forces. We rushed to the Cat Mountain at full speed. That guy just stood there. There were already 74 corpses on the ground, and there were even more people around. I used the power of the Book of Death and tried to take the guy away. But that guy refused. Cats will not walk in embarrassment. With the last words, the cat rushed towards the enemy, waving its claws, jumping and leaping, killing 100 with one. I have to do something. Those bastards, I have to do something. Heh. Blood Marquis? Blood and death need to dance together, then let you feel the erosion of death aura. I chose to attack the most conspicuous person among the besiegers. The other party was eroded by the majestic death aura. We also leaked our whereabouts. But we don't care. A bunch of scum. After being hunted for 4 months, we temporarily got rid of the hunt. We have been silent in the past few days. None of us spoke, but we were all recalling the story of that guy. The evil creature we hunted, is it really evil? If it is really evil, why was that guy hunted? That guy is just arrogant, but he has a kind heart. We began to investigate the truth of the matter. Oh, the truth is so cruel. Longfellow chose death. Gilbert went to sea. And I chose to guard this Book of Death. The original purpose? It doesn't matter. Oh, Sank of Sank family. Good job, I am his uncle after all. As a result, after I refused to copy, this knife was really ruthless. It was just a replica of the first blade, but it caused me such damage. It's terrible. Maybe this is the retribution for my misuse of the Book of Death. I hope that guy doesn't copy too much. I am powerless to stop it. The only thing to be thankful for is the Book of Death. With my death, it will not fall into other people's hands for the time being. The note stopped here. Arthur touched his chin and roughly restored the situation at that time. The Sonk in the Sonk family should be the father, who got the Book of Death owned by the owner of the notes, from somewhere, and wanted to copy it. After being rejected, he took action directly. He stabbed the owner of the notes to death with his trump card. Then, Sonk found that with the death of the owner of the notes, the Book of Death also began to disappear. I could only copy it hastily, including the cover, and copied 5 pages. Then, it was about Sank taking the Sank family away from North County and meeting William on the ship. Of course, there were some details that Arthur didn't know, just like he couldn't guess that the owner of the notebook had an intersection with Cat Pie. Black. Moreover, he rated the Blood Marquis for Cat Pie. Black. This also caused Bourne's misunderstanding, the bloodline and the breath of the real Book of Death. This made the youngest Blood clan member regard the Thunk family as enemies. It's fate. Arthur murmured in a low voice, but he had a bigger doubt in his heart. What truth did the 3 hunters find out back then? Why did they directly crush the persistence of the 3 hunters? Is it related to the Book of the Dead? Or was it a scam from the beginning? It should have nothing to do with old Charlie. Witch hunt. During the 7 Years' War, for safety reasons, he had been working as a tailor in Niwan, cutting clothes for ladies. It was not until the end of the 7 Years' War that he came to Nanlos. Acting again under the name of Medium, given old Charlie's caution, it would probably take 10 years. Could it be that William will be the first order when he opens again? Arthur took a breath when he thought about it. He didn't know whether to say William was lucky. I was still unlucky. But as a medium, his luck should not be bad. Arthur picked up the copied Book of the Dead and William's notes, and flipped through William's notes briefly, and confirmed that it was only a study of the Book of the Dead, and there were still many errors and omissions in it. So Arthur gave up the notes, and began to concentrate on reading the Book of the Dead. But when he just opened the cover, he suddenly thought of something. Suddenly, the young medium's face suddenly became ugly, and he whispered to himself, "No way." Chapter 272 Death Technique. The orange light shines on the old paper, creating an extremely soft feeling, making people who see it feel comfortable from the bottom of their hearts. Just staring at the messy, hasty handwriting, Arthur frowned. Because, the young medium thought of something crucial. That is, does old Charlie know picture and language? He can trick William into giving him the incomplete copy of the Book of Death. It would not be difficult to trick William into giving him the notebook. And it seems that the contents of the notebook will old Charlie be indifferent. No. In Arthur's memory, old Charlie has always been an old man with a strong curiosity. The daily schedule is extremely tight and reasonable, and he seems to never get tired. Moreover, even if old Charlie did not trick William into giving him the notebook in order to maintain his medium demeanor, but figure for you. The special nature of the notebook, the fact that it has not had any impact on old Charlie for so many years is enough to explain some problems. So, judging from the current situation, old Charlie seems to understand Tu Fu language. Very good. Now it is basically confirmed that old Charlie understands Tu Fu language. Then, does Drake understand? Does Cassandra understand? Does the missing Winters understand? Do the dead parents understand? Think about the solemnity when Melinda accidentally mentioned the so-called devil wandering around Baker Farm. My family should, maybe, probably understand? So, is it true that I am the only muggle in the family? And the whole family is playing me. Okay, is this how it should be? Arthur, who came to this conclusion, could not help but rub his swollen brows. However, the young medium complained, but he did not have the slightest resentment. The events of the Blood Marquis family were still vivid in his mind. Arthur quite understood the concerns of old Charlie and the others. Even a strong clan like the Blood family could not escape the bad luck, let alone the small Kratos family. According to common sense, even if old Charlie tried his best to help him, it would probably be difficult for him to touch the mystery. Of course, that was common sense. But now? Old Charlie would probably be stunned when he saw what he said, because he was now a genuine mysterious person, and was also rumored to be an enterer. Hey, just wait. When we meet, I'll give you a scare. When Arthur thought of old Charlie's surprised and unbelievable look, he began to feel a sense of anticipation in his heart. Of course, Arthur never worried that old Charlie would find out something was wrong with him. Not to mention that he had complete memories of his predecessor, the level 6 bluff. Alone gave him some confidence. If level 6 didn't work, then level 7. Still not working? Then level up 2 more levels. As for Drake and Cassandra? I must let you know that I am the most handsome boy in the Kratos family. Arthur, who was sitting in the corner, thought secretly. Then, the young psychic took a deep breath and opened the incomplete Book of the Dead. This incomplete Book of the Dead, including the cover, although only has 5 pages, is quite complicated. The mysterious owner of the notebook, William S. Notebook, mentioned this point to varying degrees, so Arthur was also prepared to take his time. Even if he couldn't understand it, he would go to the advanced Tu Fu. However, looking at the copy Tu Fu, Arthur didn't feel the slightest difficulty. On the contrary, he could not only read the whole text easily, but also understand the meaning of it effortlessly. Page 1, Death Fire. Page 2, Death Slash. Page 3, Controlling Corpses. Page 4, Minor Curse Technique. When Arthur finished reading, the words flashed in front of him. Skills of Death. You have come into contact with some applications of the aura of death. The power of death it builds is too simple for you who have the talent of the breath of death. It is as if these are skills you are born with. As simple as eating and drinking. Death, for you, is never worth fearing. Fire of Death. A special flame formed by using the aura of death to outline the pure power of death. It cannot be extinguished by water, sand, etc. Once it touches a living being, it will quickly devour the flesh and blood of the living being, and turn into the purest death energy to feed you back. Death Slash. The power of death is never single. It can be a curse, or even a sword, using the death energy to outline the sharp power of death to form a volley. Control Corpse. Use the death energy to wake up the corpse, and use the power of death to control its actions. Minor Curse Technique. Use the death energy to outline the complex power of death. Bring bad luck to the creatures you are watching. Note 1. Death Fire, Death Slash. Control Corpse. The power of the minor curse depends on how much death energy is invested. The minimum investment is 0.1. The maximum investment is all. Note 2. With the talent of Death Breath, you will not be backlashed by excessive output of death energy. Note 3. When controlling a corpse, the corpse must be a relatively complete humanoid creature, and cannot be a spiritual being. Note 4. The effect of the minor curse is uncertain when you choose a creature as a spiritual creature. You need to increase the investment of death energy. The specific value depends on the strength of the spiritual creature. It does not consume any XP. It does not consume any energy. Arthur learned it as soon as he saw it. Just like the description on the skill of death. These skills seemed to be born with him. It was as simple as eating and drinking. Arthur raised his right hand, and the dark fire of death immediately jumped on his fingertips. The flame glowed with a deep blue glow, but it had a unique sound like flowing water. As Arthur's mind turned, this death fire pounced on the corpse of the monster that looked like a ghoul beside him, as if it were alive. Silently, in a breath, the monster turned into a pile of bones. The flesh and blood turned into the purest death energy and fed back to Arthur, causing the death energy that originally consumed 0.1 death energy to become 301.1, to increase to 303.1. Then, Arthur snapped his fingers. Buzz! A pure white slash filled with death energy swept across the pile of bones, like a thin crescent the size of a bowl. Suddenly, the bones turned into powder. Arthur's eyelids jumped. Such a blow was no less powerful than any ordinary offensive secret technique. And its power was beyond expectations. You know, he just controlled the output of death energy. Only one. What would it be like if it was 10? What about 100? What about 1,000? With speculation, Arthur looked at a relatively complete humanoid monster corpse, and the opponent's stiff fingers began to tremble. However, Arthur did not let the opponent stand up again. Simon and the others were still cleaning up the battlefield in the courtyard, and there was no need to create such an unexpected panic. As for small curse technique, there was no suitable target either. But with death fire and death slash as markers, Arthur believed that small curse technique would not be too bad. Huh? Arthur exhaled a breath of foul air and stood up with warning oil lamp. He did not walk far, but walked to the basement of the main building. There was one more thing to confirm. Chapter 273 Despicable. Banyan Tree. That huge banyan tree. Neither the incomplete Book of the Dead, nor the notes of that person, nor William S. notes, there is no mention of this huge banyan tree. As for growing naturally, it is impossible. Let alone William and the huge banyan tree merge into one. The banyan tree heart, in Arthur's hand alone, told the young medium that this banyan tree was definitely not a natural product. Name, heart of the banyan tree. Type, other type. Quality, hero. Cruel. Attributes, 1. Swallow, 2. Plant. Note, in the 159th year of the silver calendar, the owner of the Hilter Tower welcomed the last days of his life. For the owner of the Hilter Tower, although he was reluctant, he did not cling to immortality, because the owner of the Hilter Tower knew that how embarrassing it would be to force immortality. He didn't want to become a monster without reason and with confused memories. But the disciples of the master of Hilter Tower could not be as calm as their teacher. They began to secretly study the notes left by their teacher and his close friend Athos, hoping to find a way to live forever. Then, they really found it. But this way of longevity was not complete, and there were great hidden dangers. But even so, they were ecstatic. Swallowing, human beings swallowing this banyan tree heart, there is a 50% chance that their lifespan will increase significantly, but they will show some plant characteristics, and a 50% chance that they will directly turn into a plant, retaining some human consciousness, but consciousness will disappear over time. Planting. Smear it with your own fingertip blood and bury it in the soil. After a year you will get a war tree that fights for you, and after 10 years it will grow into a big war tree. After 100 years, it will grow into an ancient war tree. When it grows into an ancient war tree, it will not only have certain thoughts, but also master some secret techniques. But its loyalty to you will never change. Note 1. After swallowing, the plant characteristics cannot be eliminated by any means. Once eliminated, the increased lifespan will disappear. Note 2. The increased lifespan cannot exceed the limit of the original tree species. Note 3. After becoming a plant, the loss of human consciousness will accelerate as the plant grows. Note 4. When planting, it meets the tree species requirements for the environment, which will be beneficial to the growth of the tree species. Note 5. As long as the heart of the war tree is preserved, it will not die, but it needs to be replanted. The moment he saw the heart of the banyan tree, Arthur subconsciously thought of the strange golden oak tree in the Oak Manor. The young medium guessed that the so-called golden oak tree might be the plant that one of the disciples of the master of Hilter Tower turned into after failing to swallow it. Of course, it was just a guess. Arthur could not confirm the details, but it was certain that the banyan tree was not grown naturally. Of course, It could not have been cultivated by William. William could only be considered a planter. The real cultivator? Fritz, the first owner of the manor, who established the manor in the name of his wife Emer. The other party should be a disciple of the master of the hill tower. Or a disciple of the disciple. Or someone who accidentally got the notes. Anyway, Arthur, who was originally suspicious of the other party because of the terrain of the Emer manor, became even more suspicious at this moment. As for the second-generation owner of the Emer manor, in William's notes, he mentioned that the other party was a useless person. When he proposed to buy the manor, he wanted to sell it while worrying about his wealth being coveted by other relatives. Then, he wanted to sell it at a high price. This repeated behavior made people feel disgusted. So William gave the other party a decent face. Passing through the corridor, the hand of nothingness held up the warning oil lamp to illuminate the way forward for Arthur. Soon, Arthur found the way to the basement, using the other two hands of nothingness. As a pathfinder, Arthur quickly saw the sarcophagus where William was lying before, and then found a downward passage in the sarcophagus. This passage has 20 steps. Those who step into the sarcophagus will go down, and after passing a small platform, they can really see the secret room of Emer Manor. What came into view was a space of about 200 square meters, which was divided into bedrooms, study rooms, and laboratories according to functional areas. The messy bedding told Arthur that William lived here. The huge bookshelves in the study room and the complete experimental instruments in the laboratory made Arthur's eyes light up. He needed more mysterious knowledge and a full set of experimental instruments to practice refining the Griffin Physique potion. All of these in front of him met Arthur's requirements. But Arthur was not in a hurry to check them. His eyes were looking at the small door on the side of the bedroom, using Hand of Nothingness as a test. Creak! The small door opened. Arthur looked inside carefully, and then saw objects covered with linoleum one after another, neatly placed behind the door. Others might wonder what this was after seeing it, but Arthur would not. Because this thing, he was too familiar with it. He could tell what it was without lifting the linoleum. Little Emperor Cannon. On one side of the Little Emperor Cannon, there were a large number of long boxes placed against the wall. Hand of Nothingness immediately opened one of the long boxes, and after tearing off the oil paper on it, a bunch of muskets instantly came into view. Even though Arthur was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but take a breath of cold air at this moment. Arthur was not new to the world, but he was still shocked by what he saw. 20 little Emperor cannons, thousands of heavy muskets, swords, and armor. As long as there are enough people, an army can be raised in an instant. At this moment, Arthur finally understood what Fritz, who established the Emer Manor in the name of his wife, wanted to do. This guy wanted to start a rebellion. He wanted to have a place in the chaotic 7 Years' War, even to be qualified to be king. King Fritz? TSK? Arthur made a sarcastic sound. He didn't look down on such ambitions, he just simply looked down on Fritz. In the name of love, he did something ambitious, despicable guy, Arthur commented. Then, his eyes swept across the entire arsenal, but he was thinking silently in his heart. He was thinking about what these spoils could be used for. Ship them back to South Los, keep them for backup? Of course it's a good choice, and it also fits his development plan for the 5 Gentlemen Exchange. Unfortunately, the Jar Mountain area is not close to the inland river. If you want to transport it back to South Los, you must need a carriage and horses. And you can't do it openly. Then you need to reduce the team. This will take a long time. And you need to be careful. If you are not careful, you will be hunted down by the Countess. But over time, even if you are careful, there will be problems. So, this idea is not acceptable. And reselling for money? It is also a good choice. But it can't be in South Los. Otherwise, if you are discovered, you will still be hunted down by the Countess. Such a large amount of arms, the other party will never allow it to enter the market. Even if this batch of arms is not the latest model, it is the same. The world with mystery greatly inhibited the development of gunpowder, but the sensitivity to war still made the lords of various places innovate. Thunder guns, light fire guns appeared in this way. Nanlos can't do it. Naturally, other lords can't do it either. The methods of those lords will only be more cruel than the Tigress. Arthur, who denied the two ideas, frowned slightly. But the next moment, the young medium's eyes lit up. Got it. Chapter 274, a perfect match. But the gender is wrong. Nanlos. The bell of midnight has passed. After a 15-minute nap, Melinda opened her eyes. It is Melinda's habit to sleep for 5 to 15 minutes at noon and midnight. It is also an extremely ancient secret technique. It is said to have existed before the empire. Combined with meditation, breathing can achieve amazing results. However, meditation and breathing methods have long been lost. But just taking a nap at these two time points, it can greatly restore a person's energy. Melinda has a deep understanding of this. In order to have more energy, she has received similar training since she was a child. It can be said that it is because of this sleeping habit that she can handle those complicated things with ease. But it has not worked recently. For the first time, this lady felt that she was powerless. Asshole Arthur. The lady cursed silently in her heart and picked up her pipe. This time, the tobacco was no longer ordinary tobacco. It was a herb. The kind that can refresh the mind. This lady needs to wake herself up quickly and concentrate. Because the spread of a series of news such as Enterers and Descendants of Blood caused the originally calm Nanlos to surge again. Although she had guessed that there would be such a situation before, the news one by one told her that she had underestimated the power of two Enterers together. Especially one of the Enterers, it may be the Descendants of Blood. For some people and forces who participated in the night of genocide, it is natural to investigate clearly. In the past few days, she has confirmed that the spies of the two nobles, Marquis Siberian and Marquis Einhaz, in South Los have made some unusual movements. This has never happened before. Therefore, even if Arthur's plan to increase the reward for the swordsmanship contest is good, the swordsmanship contest will still take some time. During this period of time, who knows if these forces will cause any trouble in South Los? And, to some extent, they will cause trouble in the end. If nothing happens, the lady will be even more frightened. We must give them a warm-up. The lady thought silently. As for how to warm up, the lady already has a general idea. After all, she has a conspicuous bag next to her. However, it is not so easy to get this conspicuous bag to work. You must put real money in front of the other party. And now her finances are a bit stretched. The Burness family, who are deeply rooted in South Los, are not easy to deal with. In order to deal with the other party as counterattack, she must be fully prepared. Then, there are only secret techniques and props. The former, she has been planning. The latter? Yes. But they can't be moved. They all have owners. And use your own props? As long as Melinda is not crazy, she will not do this. Melinda knows very well why she has her current position. So do I have to exchange some secret information? With such thoughts, Melinda took a carriage to number 2 Kirk Street, and took out the key that she asked Arthur for. As Arthur's lover, she has such qualifications. Especially under the premise that Arthur is away on a long trip. Sweeping the courtyard, very clean, the cat grass and catnip were also neatly arranged. It was obvious that the child named Merlin had put in a lot of effort. When she entered the room, Merlin had already passed through the skylight and landed on the table in the medium-small hall. Good evening, Melinda. I think we must have a special fate. Otherwise, why would we be so connected to each other and so eager to see each other? Did you foresee my unexpected discovery in Emer Manor? Arthur used Winnie's body to greet her enthusiastically. And the words he said made Melinda roll her eyes. Given their relationship, her initiative to visit him said it all. Facing her who came to him, Arthur was always so enthusiastic. A guy who was blinded by money. The lady commented in her heart. But there was a hint of appreciation in her eyes, because Arthur confessed that he had made some discoveries in Emer Manor. Such a discovery should need her help. This kind of frankness, to some extent, really makes people fascinated. It would be better if Arthur was a woman, the lady thought with regret in her heart. At the same time, as a businessman, she instinctively came up with an idea that she could let Arthur help her warm up for free, and also let Arthur pay a little. Such an opportunity is quite rare. But immediately, the lady shook her head. After all, she is a businessman, but not a pure businessman. She has a bigger goal. Or rather, ambition. Such ambition makes her realize that this kind of cheating method is not sustainable. Even if she makes money this time, she will lose everything she makes next time. Or because of the wrong way this time, she will lose Arthur, her long-term ally. This is something the lady absolutely does not want to see. Moreover, with Arthur's intelligence, he must have guessed something long ago. Therefore, there is such frankness now. Even, everything about Emer Manor should be the other party as subsequent arrangement. Thinking of this, the lady couldn't help but give Arthur another look. Asshole man. With such an evaluation in her heart, the lady said directly, Marquis West Berlin. The spies of Marquis Ines S. family have been extremely active these 2 days, and the Burness family has affairs. I have no energy to take care of these guys, but I am worried that more and more guys will gather in South Los and cause trouble. It will affect my business and the celebration of succession to the title. So, my dear, you have already made arrangements. Can you help me? Melinda asked, holding a pipe. It's true that Wu and I has a bird's beak, otherwise, Arthur would definitely make a pouting gesture to the lady in front of him. Test. Another test. This partner of his is good in everything, but he is too suspicious. He has to test 3 times before taking a step. Is it young, kind, honest and simple medium like him, the kind of person who deceives his partners? When did he make the arrangements? Isn't everything just a coincidence? He just thought that since the lords of various places would not allow the arms sales, then he would sell the arms to Count Nanlos himself. He definitely didn't want to earn the money of the Countess, and use the convoy of the other party transporting arms to lure out those who might have tempted him, so as to solve the problem once and for all. Absolutely not. The young medium, who was full of grievances in his heart, borrowed the body of Wu and I, she whispered. I found a large amount of arms in Emer Manor. What? Melinda stood up from her chair. And then the lady spoke to herself. You dared to hide a large amount of arms. I give you 3 days to return to Nanlos and surrender to the Earl. Don't think of running away. Don't think that you can avoid the military camp. Enter the Gar Mountain area and then turn to the dense forest path. Avoid the hidden sentry post in the dense forest. Enter the territory of the Marquis of West Berlin. Go down the river and enter the inner bay. And you will be safe? Please don't let me see you. I will kill you in a minute if I see you. The lady said as she walked out. Arthur's dullness was truly reflected on the face of the bird. Under the bright light, the crow looked at the figure of a lady going away with a confused face, and the whole bird stood there motionless as if doubting its life. Until she reached the door, the lady turned around with a frown. Is it really an accidental discovery? He. Arthur sneered, not wanting to answer, and raised a paw with his misty body to give the woman a middle finger. The lady ignored the middle finger, and after pacing around the medium-small hall twice, she couldn't help but smile. She stared at Arthur and asked softly, Honey, do you want to have an exciting time? Chapter 275 Athos Gold Box. Exciting? Can you do it? Facing Melinda's soft question, Arthur sneered twice, and the lady snorted coldly. I am misogynistic, not ornithological. As she said, she stared at Arthur, as if to give it a try. Arthur sneered again. It's all the same. The lady reacted the next moment with a double entendre, but before she could speak, Arthur continued. And my feathers are afraid of getting wet. Further attack, in that drawn-out tone, it was full of provocation. Immediately, Melinda's eyes became dangerous. The two of them stared at each other without giving in. About 2 seconds later, they both turned their heads to one side and said at the same time, Pa! You childish, small-minded guy. Melinda even raised a middle finger to Arthur. She knew very well this was Arthur's revenge for her test. Melinda didn't care about this. At least, she knew that. The batch of arms was not Arthur's. This was enough. If the batch of arms was really Arthur's, she would have to reconsider her partnership with Arthur. Nanlos would never allow such a dangerous person to exist. Where did the batch of arms come from? Pick up the pipe again, the lady asked. Do you know Hilter Tower? Arthur revealed the information he had, and his words were full of temptations that belonged only to mediums. Although there was a lot of mysterious knowledge on the bookshelf in the secret room, there was no more information about Hilter Tower. It was obvious that Fritz had deliberately hidden it. However, Arthur believed that Melinda would give him a satisfactory answer. In fact, it was also true. Hilter Tower? In the Silver Age, Hilter Tower was one of the few neutral places, relying on the powerful strength of its owner Hilt. It stands on the land of Winterberg, and is a place that many scholars and ascetics yearn for. Hilt inherited part of the Druid Hassan school of the early empire, and he also has noble blood. The first time he was remembered was in the 55th year of the Silver Calendar. At the age of 19, he showed the power of the major arcana, but chose to give up the right of inheritance and went to the far north to practice asceticism. It was not until 20 years later, in the 75th year of the Silver Calendar, that the 39-year-old Hilt reappeared in people's vision. He built the Hilt Tower at the junction of the north and the far north, the Winter Castle. In the following decades, he selflessly taught everyone with talent. It can be said that the Hilt Tower was the glorious place for everyone in the North County at that time, whether they were civilians or nobles. Melinda talked freely, and her words showed undisguised admiration for Hilt. Idealists have such charm. Although the Silver Age is called silver, its darkness is no less than that of the Holy Empire. The open slave trade, the idea of aristocracy supremacy, and the endless attacks between aristocrats are enough to scare anyone in the pioneer era. Ordinary people in that era have no rights. From birth, they are one of the properties of the lord of the land. Just like the father and grandfather of an ordinary person, the son and grandson of an ordinary person will be the same. The wife of an ordinary person, the first time is the Lord's. The daughter of an ordinary person, the first time is also the Lord's. Even the mother of an ordinary person, the first time is still the Lord's. As for ordinary people, if they are farmers, they will be farmers all their lives and will never be allowed to change. When you want to become a blacksmith, the price you have to pay is almost fatal. Of course, the most fatal thing is that ordinary people have no idea why the so-called war started. It may be just a boring hunt between nobles, a fight for a wild boar or a deer. It may also be a dance to relieve loneliness, because of a lady's look back, or a smile. However, the most desperate thing is that there is no way to resist. The gap in power makes all ordinary people live numbly. In short, that era was not good, especially compared to the warm South County, the North County, where most of the land is covered with ice and snow, is like hell, and the Hilt Tower that can protect the innocent is naturally desirable. However, such a desire is destined to be shattered with the death of Hilt. Without the protection of a powerful force, those nobles of the North County will not miss such an opportunity, and will certainly eat up the Hilt Tower like vultures. Add to that the disputes within the Hilt Tower. Arthur can fully imagine the scene at that time, and from the way Melinda stopped and avoided talking, the picture in Arthur's mind was completely clear. It was probably that a faction within the Hilt Tower had defected to the local nobles, and was purging their former friends and partners in a more brutal way than the local nobles. Some people would always show their loyalty in this way. Unfortunately, the loyalty of a dog would be rewarded. Such people would not, because, in the hearts of the local nobles, such people, it would only be something like a chamber pot. So Fritz, the first owner of Emer Manor, is related to Hilt Tower? Melinda asked. Well, he probably wanted to take advantage of the 7 Years' War, but he failed before he even started. It's probably because his wife dissuaded him. Right? After all, the manor was named after his wife. Emer Manor, a good name. Arthur nodded, said this in his mouth. Melinda curled her lips. This lady knew Fritz too well. He would never give up his plan because of his wife's obstruction. Rather than saying it was because of his wife, it would be more reliable to say it was because of illness or assassination. However, these had nothing to do with her. What she wanted was how to properly use the relationship between Fritz and Hilt Tower. Her admiration for Hilt Tower did not mean that Melinda would not use Hilt Tower. If Melinda really couldn't distinguish the interests involved, she wouldn't be honored as the Lady of the Long Night. The fire in her pipe flickered. Melinda paced in the study. When she walked to the second circle, the lady suddenly asked Arthur, "Do you know the alchemist Athos?" With this question, Arthur knew what the lady wanted to do. Athos. He was too familiar with him. Box of Athos. But in his hand, it is an indispensable item for him now. And the most talked about item of Athos is the golden box of Athos. Coincidentally, Athos and Hilt are close friends. It is reasonable that the golden box of Athos appeared in the Emer Manor. Obviously, this woman is going to make a fuss about the golden box of Athos. When he was about to nod in response to the lady, the young medium had a sudden thought. He thought of a key point. Chapter 276 Pride and Snake. Since Melinda dared to use the golden box of Athos to fish, it means that this woman must know the whereabouts of the golden box of Athos. Even, it might be in the hands of this woman. Otherwise, if someone jumps out to expose it, all the previous efforts will be wasted. Thinking in his heart, Arthur nodded calmly. I know. Then we will use the notes of this master as bait, and mix in some rumors about the golden box of Athos. Melinda laughed. Her eyes were full of cunning, and her smile showed the pleasure of playing a prank. Such a smile made Arthur more certain of his guess. The golden box of Athos was most likely in the other party's hands. Moreover, the other party even used smoke to cover it up. Arthur thought in his heart, but he didn't say a word. He just controlled the mist to stare at Melinda without blinking. The plan was set. Then it was time to talk about the most important thing. Reward. That large amount of arms is very valuable. In addition, it also solves the hidden danger of South Los, which makes it even more valuable. If he doesn't offer a good price, Arthur will feel ashamed of his profession as a psychic. Melinda seemed to feel that Arthur was about to ask for a high price, and immediately emphasized, "We are mutually beneficial. Yes. 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 Helping me is helping yourself. Oh. Yes. 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 Do you want to know the secret of the demise of the Blood Clan?" Seeing that Arthur was unmoved, the lady sighed lightly, and her face became serious. Similarly, Arthur tried to show his seriousness in the form of Muni. No one would take the matter of the Blood Clan lightly. Even if Arthur himself was the blood descendant, he still needed to behave like an ordinary person. As long as he didn't want his vest to be discovered, especially when facing the shrewd and perceptive lady in front of him, Arthur was performing with great concentration, even though he was only controlling Muni now. As for whether this lady could see anything from the face of a crow, who knows? But it is better to be cautious. You should have a good relationship with that blood descendant. I know one thing here, about that blood marquee, which is very likely the reason for the demise of the Blood Clan. I will use it to exchange with you, and with your relationship with that blood descendant, you will definitely get greater benefits. Melinda believed that the reward she gave was enough to tempt anyone. After all, this was about the friendship of an Enter, and even a matter of repayment. Even Arthur, who was also an Enter, could not ignore it. The lady was very sure of this. Therefore, after she finished speaking, she looked at Arthur leisurely. She believed that Arthur would agree. Of course. She used such a secret as a reward, of course. It was a test. She wanted to know what the relationship between Arthur and the blood descendant was like. But what the lady didn't expect was that Arthur simply shook his head. "Change it!" Facing Arthur's straightforward refusal, the lady was stunned. But Arthur looked calm. "The inquiry in your eyes just now was too obvious. You want to know the real relationship between me and that guy? Don't worry, it's South not as close as you think. We just happened to meet in South Los, and we just happened to complete a transaction. Besides that, my relationship with him is not as close as ours." Arthur shrugged as he spoke. But with Muni's body, shrugging was very strange. In Melinda's eyes, it was just a crow twitching twice. However, the lady was not attracted by the twitching. She looked at Arthur with suspicion. She suspected that Arthur's straightforward refusal was to hide his relationship with the descendant of blood. And this was exactly what Arthur wanted. Arthur knew very well that even if he distanced himself from his vest, people would still find clues and even make some extremely unfavorable associations with him. Instead of that, it would be better to attract others' attention by hiding the fact that the relationship was unusual. Let everyone guess why he and his vest had an unusual relationship. Is there any unknown cooperation? As for the secret of the blood marquee, don't forget Bourne. He is the one who knows the real secret of the Blood Clan. Arthur believes that when the youngest member of the Blood Clan faces his brother, he will tell him everything he knows. And all it takes is an appropriate opportunity. What do you want? Melinda asked directly, without finding any clues on the bird's face. Moreover, as if to express her little emotion, the lady's words became stiff. Unfortunately, Arthur ignored her. He would not be fooled. Women always instinctively take advantage of their own advantages. Even a woman with misogynistic is no exception. Glory potion. Impossible. When Arthur told her the reward he wanted, the lady was stunned and almost subconsciously refused. However, after the rejection, a strange look appeared in the lady's eyes. She stared at Wu and I, as if she wanted to see Arthur inside from Muni's crow appearance. You are a noble? Whose branch is the Kratos family from? There were 121 nobles in the Silver Age. Why have I never heard of the name of the Kratos family? No. No. If the Kratos family is cat faction, black, it should be earlier. In the Holy Empire period, the Kratos family existed under other names, until the destruction of the cat faction. Black, he chose to hide under the name Kratos. So, the real name of your family should be... So that's it. Speaking of this, Melinda's words stopped abruptly. This made Arthur, who was listening, curse in his heart. What was it like? What do you know? He hated this kind of guy who only spoke half of his words. Especially when he had to pretend that he didn't care. Don't let your imagination run wild. Kratos is Kratos. Nothing else. Arthur emphasized. Oh, the contemporary black cat actually has noble blood. Interesting. Interesting. I think if those guys knew, they would be surprised. Melinda didn't believe Arthur's words at all, and looked like she had found the truth. Then, the lady picked up her pipe again. While puffing out smoke, the lady said, "The Earl has the glory potion. She will give it as a reward for the friendship they had in the past. But the arms alone are not enough for the reward. So, you have to give something else. Of course, if you are willing to tell the truth about the incident in the Vatican. That is also possible. Dear, can you tell me about that incident? It is about Adam, the Snake of Pride. Chapter 277, the stage set by the psychic and the businesswoman. Tell me about the arrogant snake, Adam. I am still the arrogant snake, Adam." Looking at the smoke-filled Melinda, Arthur couldn't help but complain in his heart. He had no idea what this woman had imagined from his few words and began to change her attitude. But the so-called arrogant snake Adam, he really didn't know. But Adam and the snake, he did know. However, these are not important. The important thing is that the current situation is not favorable to him. Melinda has information that he doesn't know at all, and has completely taken the initiative. If he continues to talk, the other party will only find more flaws. So, what if I say that I don't need any cooperation or support in this plan, and I'm the only one in Emer Manor? Arthur's words made Melinda stunned. Are you crazy? Do you know what you are talking about? Do you really think you are an enterer? Or do you think that Marquis West Berlin and Marquis Inez would be more merciful than the old lion if they took action? The lady's tone rose several decibels. She even looked a little exasperated. Even though there was a performance in it, Arthur was still satisfied. Psychic is a dangerous profession. You will always encounter various situations. So, no matter what situation you encounter, the first thing you need to do is to stay calm, and then you must naturally scare the other person. Whether it is words or actions, you must remember to scare the other person first, so that you can pull the other person into your own rhythm. Old Charlie's words, Arthur remembered them in his heart. And he did it that way. The effect? Naturally. It was good. Melinda did not ask about the so-called arrogant snake Adam again, but looked at him with an inquiring eye again. And, different from the previous inquiry, this time, the investigation was conducted with scrutiny. There is no doubt that the lady had misunderstood again. But this time, Arthur would not be distressed, because he knew what the lady was thinking. It was nothing more than his hidden identity, strength, and the purpose of such a hidden thing. These were all things that Arthur could control. Therefore, the young medium smiled softly. He was not worried about exposing more, because the laughter expressed in the form of a crow was just a strange cry of joy. Hearing such a strange cry, Melinda angrily blew out smoke. After the young medium dodged lightly, he continued to emphasize with this crow-like laugh. What do you think of my proposal? I think it's good. It's also beneficial to us. Huh? Although Arthur dodged it, the thick smoke once again filled the entire study. Melinda was looming in the smoke, and her blue eyes were narrowed to almost only a slit. But it became brighter and brighter, as if it was glowing. Suddenly, the lady had a kind of enchanting beauty, but also looked extremely dangerous. The smoke flowed with the lady's breathing. When the lady spoke, the thick smoke immediately dissipated, and the surroundings were still shrouded. But there was no trace between the two. The lady said faintly, "It seems that my luck is always good. The partners I find randomly are full of secrets that make people want to explore." Melinda emphasized the word randomly found. Obviously, the other party once again suspected that their encounter was a setup. Arthur did not speak. He let the other party guess blindly. And the threat in front of him? Arthur turned a blind eye. Death instinct. There was no flicker. Obviously, Melinda was scaring him. Seeing that Arthur was not scared, the lady curled her lips, and continued, "If you can really do what you said, then I think the Earl will not be stingy with a glory potion. Even if it is very precious. How can it be more precious than an enterer, who can deal with a large number of enemies alone?" Undoubtedly, there is a hint of sarcasm in such words. Arthur certainly heard it. So the young medium said directly, "This is destiny." Looking at the medium who said destiny in the form of a crow, Melinda felt mocked for no reason. She could even feel the crow was laughing at her. Uncontrollably, the lady clenched her fists. In fact, that's right. But Arthur would never admit it. Happy cooperation. Please don't send anyone to keep an eye on Emer Manor at will, or it will be affected. Arthur, who had achieved his goal, was ready to leave, but before leaving, the young medium reminded Melinda. "Thank you." Melinda snorted coldly, looking at Arthur, who was about to spread his wings, suddenly reminded him, if you really did what you said, then the hiding of the Kratos family will become meaningless, and your previous efforts to disguise will be completely useless. In the Kratos family, except you, it is impossible that everyone has talent. Right? That is, your family, will become your weak spot, the lady said softly. Such words are naturally realistic. Because, even in the family of the old lion in Niwen, not everyone can awaken. But for some reason, Melinda found that when she spoke, Arthur suddenly stagnated. Even if he was a crow, this sluggishness was obvious, and she saw through it at a glance. This made Melinda confused. Did she accidentally touch on some secret? The lady immediately recalled the words just now. But there is nothing to worry about. Are you teasing me? Thinking of this, the lady was about to glare at Arthur, but Arthur spread his wings and flew directly through the smoke and flew to the night sky of Nanlos. Yes, in the Kratos family, except me, it is impossible that everyone has talent. Yes, they will become my weakness. The crow disappeared into the night sky with a burst of strange cries. In the study room of number 6 in the White Bird district, Miranda called her driver. You personally lead people to the Emer Manor and transport the arms back as quickly as possible. Also, let our people know, contact Mr. Garcia who spread the news before, and ask him to spread the news that the Emer Manor is a branch of the Hilter Tower and hides the Athos gold box. He is a person worth investing in, be as kind as possible. Yes, master. The coachman Edwin left quickly. Melinda sat in the chair and hesitated. She was hesitating whether to really give up sending people to spy on the Emer Manor. In the end, the lady chose to give up the surveillance. It's not that she really believes in Arthur, but she remembered that after Arthur suffered a backlash, the air of death filled the surroundings. If an ordinary person was there, it would really be seeking death. As for sending a stronger one, her manpower is not good enough, it's too conspicuous. But those guys seem to be able to use it just in time to complete a new screening. Thinking of this, the lady picked up a pen and started writing something. And Arthur, who was far away in the Emer Manor, lit a bonfire in the dilapidated hall of the manor, holding Pendragon, cooking supper. Melinda will definitely find a way to use the excuse of retesting, screening to get the Countess's staff to come here. If this staff group is wiped out, the power of the female Count will certainly be affected. At that time, Melinda will be the first to be reused. I, who have shown enough strength, will also be reused. And the possibility of my proposal to change the champion reward of the swordsmanship competition to the title of knight will increase again. Melinda didn't mention the swordsmanship competition just now. If the Earl really decides that the champion reward is the title of knight, given his personality, it is impossible not to mention it. So, the Earl must be hesitating. In this case, I will help you make a decision. As for the staff, what does it have to do with him? It was not him who asked them to come. Besides, he had already reminded them not to come. There are not many mediums as young, honest, simple and kind as him. Arthur thought in his heart, but his expression became more and more indifferent. His eyes lightly glanced at the 2 boxes at his feet. This was what he found when he was counting the arsenal just now. It was also one of the reasons why he dared to fight the enemy alone. Looking at the 2 boxes, the young medium couldn't help thinking, I didn't expect there would be such a thing. Chapter 278 Peeper. One of the 2 boxes is a long wooden crate, and the other is also a long wooden crate. But inside, one of them contains something different name. Storage of Death Chi. Type, other type. Quality, mystic. Attribute, storage. Note, after the gifted old Sank obtained the Book of Death, he not only created the Death Cave to store Death Chi, but also stored it in the skull of a Hidamora water monster through alchemy for greater convenience. After being carefully polished, this skull is as big as a pigeon egg, round and full of jade-like luster. In an inconspicuous place, there is a line of words engraved, For my dead relatives, I am willing to go to hell. Storage can hold about 100 units of dead air, but it needs the Death Cave to absorb it. At this moment, 100 out of 100. Note, this is a one-time item. After use, it cannot be filled with dead air, but it can be used as a good decoration. Inside the long wooden box, there are 3 layers, 2 of which are empty. Only the bottom layer has 10 such death energy storage. According to the grid, each layer has 20 death energy storage. Obviously, it should be used by the owner of the notebook, Old Sank or William. They cannot actively absorb the death energy, so they always need external force to mobilize the power of death. Among them, Old Sank should use more. Because, as a hunter, Old Sank still has his own persistence and will not allow himself to become a monster. As for William, he obviously has no scruples. In order to better use the power of death, he turned himself into a half-human, half-monster existence, and therefore ignored these death energy storage. However, Arthur would not despise it, even if he has a higher-level death breath. For him who needs a large amount of death energy in a short period of time, there is no more suitable tool than death chi storage. After all, there is no war in this era, and he really can't do anything to kill innocent people. Born as a human being, even if you feel sorry, you have to have a bottom line. Right? After all, that makes you more like a human being. The young medium sighed slightly, raised his hand, and learned Death Hole, which was also classified into death skills. Death Hole. Use a little bit of death chi generated by yourself, mixed with vitality to attract and gather more death chi. You can manipulate the props of the secret technique with Death Hole as the base material. No XP required, no effort required, you can learn it at a glance. Death chi mixed with vitality? Arthur looked at the notes, thinking. He vaguely felt that Death Hole seemed to be able to do something else, but it would take a long time to experiment. Now, he doesn't have the time for this. After putting 10 death storage into Athos' box, Arthur looked at another long wooden box name, Hunter Sword. Type, Sword. Quality, Hero. Attributes, 1. Sharp. 2. Exorcism. 3. Evil / Requirements, 1. Not Sanka family. 2. Not evil. Note, Old Sanka's long sword was made by his father, who found the best local blacksmith. Silver powder and some extremely precious Mora metal were mixed into it. The latter gave this long sword a lot of room for growth. In Old Sank's nearly 40 years of hunting career, this sword killed countless monsters. It became sharper and sharper, and became an indispensable helper for Old Sank. Originally, Old Sank wanted to pass it on to the Sank family, but the betrayal of the Sank family made Old Sank absolutely not allow his sword to fall into the hands of these traitors. He used his last bit of strength to set limits on the long sword. Sharp can easily cut off weapons that are not at the secret level. When chopping ordinary armor, it is not much more difficult than cutting paper. Exorcism can effectively expel indirect attacks formed by various negative energies. Evil breaking / infuse one's own will, consume a lot of physical strength, form a fatal / to negative energy creatures. Note 1. Mora metal still has room for growth. Note 2. Ointment can be stored in the counterweight, but it cannot be strengthened by Mora metal. A standard half-hand sword, the blade is sharp. The counterweight is a semi-hollow sphere. The hilt is wrapped with leather and hemp rope. When Arthur holds this Hunter's sword, he can clearly feel that death breath is affected. According to Daniel S. Hope, Arthur always feels that he is normal now. It shouldn't he be like before, whenever he goes out? Someone will die, right? Arthur guessed uncertainly. This kind of bad luck that was invisible, and even affected his intuition, was different from the real betrayal of the father in the Thunk family. The young medium was also helpless. He couldn't do more. He could only restrain himself as much as possible. After raising his hand to put the Hunter's sword into the box of Athos, Arthur took his midnight snack. The porridge made from military rations biscuits from the campfire. The others had the same food. Simon said it didn't matter. Hunter, Newt, and Sheriff Zebulon all said that even dogs wouldn't eat it, but under Arthur's gaze, they ate it all. Arthur still added some sugar to the biscuit porridge. Who? After blowing twice, Arthur took the wooden spoon and started his own midnight snack. Sheriff Zebulon, who was resting on the side, came over when Arthur's midnight snack was about to finish. He asked respectfully, "Mr. Advisor, what happened tonight?" The voice was drawn out, and the tone was full of inquiry. Under normal circumstances, the sheriff would definitely choose to conceal the truth. It's not that he doesn't want to fulfill his duties, it's just that the people sent down by the superiors cost too much. But in this case, when the superiors are here, there is no need to consider it. Everything depends on the superiors. What happened here has nothing to do with you. The rest is for you to lead people to continue cleaning up here, especially the banyan tree, which needs to be polished carefully. Arthur ordered seriously. The huge banyan tree, which is already a war tree, is still a rare and good wood far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even after losing the banyan heart, especially such a big tree is perfect for making keels for ships. Coincidentally, His ocean-going fleet is being prepared. This banyan tree can be of great help. So, after Melinda sent someone, he wanted to transport the tree back. Find a reliable shipwright to process it. As for the corpses of those ghoul-like monsters, Arthur stood up and walked over. The East End, a place of sacrifice. 1 sheep died out of 9, a bloody and fleshy monument, bones like a forest. Rest in peace. While singing softly, the young medium raised his right hand. A handful of deep blue flames danced at his fingertips, and then waved his hand and threw it out. The stacked monster corpses were immediately covered by the death fire. The dark and unclear flames flowed like water. After just a few breaths, only a pile of bones remained. However, this time, the deep blue flame did not disappear. Instead, it attacked the shadow on the side. Chapter 279 Extraordinary Talent. In the middle of the night, Emer Manor suddenly exploded and had a fire, which attracted peepers. Arthur was not surprised at all. In fact, because of the subsequent plan, he quite welcomed these peepers this time. Whether they were from nobles or secret societies, these peepers would be loyal audiences or guest actors in a few days. However, when death instinct flashed slightly, Arthur would not turn a blind eye. Huh? The deep blue flames rose in the wind. The dim flames immediately dispelled the darkness in the shadows. A figure howled miserably. At the same time, a touch of dead white began to appear from the other party's hand. Dead Poets Society. Arthur's eyes flashed with surprise. It was not a surprise that the other party appeared here. The other party must have appeared here with the so-called Dead Poets Society. 30 choirs Marilk. However, the other party should be more inclined to assist. Logistics and the like. Therefore, he stayed in Gyreshan town. Arthur was surprised by this. Logically speaking, Morilk was dead, and the other party should have left. But he chose to stay? Could it be that the Dead Poets Society has a similar punishment of collective responsibility for failing to complete the task? Arthur guessed in his heart. But the death fire was burning wildly, facing the death aura in the hands of the Dead Poets Society members. Death fire. It rushed forward like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep, and even swallowed the person who controlled the death air. Ah! The members of the Dead Poets Society let out their final wail. When the sound subsided, another 30 points of death air were added to Arthur. This was not counting the 80 points of death air added by the monsters before. Suddenly, Arthur's death air reached 413.1. Moreover, even if Arthur did not actively create death, the death aura was slowly increasing. Looking at the slowly increasing death aura, Arthur sighed slightly. This should have been a joyous scene for him, who was eager for strength. But he really couldn't be happy when he thought of the side effects. The only consolation was that those peepers left tactfully. However, Arthur knew that this was only a short-term departure. As the news spread, these people will definitely come back, bring more people, and step onto the stage he and Melinda built. Crash! The skeletons of the members of the Dead Poets Society fell to the ground. Sheriff Zebulon, who was standing by, was trembling in his heart and sweating profusely. The sheriff, who had just breathed a sigh of relief because of Arthur's promise, was frightened again when he saw the scene in front of him. Suddenly, the sheriff could not care about so much. The sheriff almost crawled on the ground and said, "Thank you for your kindness. Please leave the rest of the chores to me. I guarantee your satisfaction." The 2 policemen and many patrolmen on the side also nodded in agreement. Sheriff Zebulon was frightened. They were frightened as well. Killing many monsters, even if the war tree fell to the ground, it was not as frightening to them as a living person being burned into a skeleton. People always feel sad and fearful because of the death of others, even if that other person is a stranger. But they can ignore the death of their loved ones. Maybe this is what is called a transitional bond. Maybe this is people? Arthur didn't know this complicated and confusing question, but he knew what the sheriff and the other police officers and patrolmen in Gyreshan town were afraid of. However, Arthur didn't explain, because he knew it was more beneficial to him. Fear sometimes really makes people more motivated. And in the next few days, they really need to rely on each other. After all, for Pendragon, he needs to devote himself to the basics of potions. Potions is difficult, but the basics should not be difficult. Right? With my talent, maybe I can succeed in one try. With this thought, Arthur walked towards the main building of Emer Manor. And just as Arthur was devoting himself to potions, somewhere in a secret place in the inner bay, one by one, the skulls were piled up into a triangle, with the eye sockets and teeth all facing inward, one by one, until the top skull was lying flat. A candle was inserted between the skull's eyebrows, and the burning wax dripped down, soaking the skull below. It gave the skull a jade-like feeling. A skinny hand gently stroked the wax on the skull, while mumbling to himself. Why? Why? Is this the miracle of the birth of death in the prophecy? But hasn't the son of prophecy already appeared? Are there two children of prophecy? Of course there can't be two children of prophecy. Even ordinary mysterious people know this. Let alone the right patriarch of the Dead Poets Society. But these two people all meet the characteristics of the children of prophecy. Faced with this situation, even the right patriarch, who is famous for divination, finds it difficult to judge. He concentrated on thinking for a moment, and finally chose to summon the death followers to give the newly appeared children of prophecy more tests. At the same time, the help given to the original son of prophecy was reduced. Death is fair, even for the son of prophecy. The right patriarch, who believes in this, firmly believes that only fairness can lead the Dead Poets Society out of trouble. Isn't this too cruel for them? A deep voice sounded in the shadows. In response to his old friend's question, the right patriarch shook his head. He knew very well that this was not what his old friend wanted to ask. He didn't know since when simple old friends also became so complicated, but this did not prevent him from giving a direct answer. The son of prophecy is our hope, and the plan in the Inner Bay can only be icing on the cake. Don't believe the words of those nobles. Nobles can never be trusted, the right patriarch emphasized. I know, so I think we should be more conservative. Maybe the old lion is also a good choice? The voice in the shadow asked. He? The right patriarch chuckled and closed his eyes slightly, and did not answer. The left singer in the shadow frowned. He looked at his old friend with his eyes closed, and knew that the conversation was over. He didn't know since when the pure old friend became so arrogant, but this did not prevent him from giving the Dead Poets Society more choices. Thinking of this, the left singer turned and left. The right patriarch behind him slightly opened his eyes, but immediately closed them again. He seemed to see the future, but also seemed to see nothing. 2 days passed quickly. Everything was going on in an orderly manner as planned by Arthur and Melinda. Except potions. Bang! After the 27th failure, Arthur crushed the test tube in his hand. The young medium stood in front of the laboratory table in the basement of the manor, like a student who had just finished a math test. Not only was his face exhausted, he was also filled with all kinds of doubts about life. He had calculated 2 pages of draft paper. How could the answer be 1? The length of this formula is almost as long as my life. Who is the guy who loves to torture people and said that doing math problems is a kind of enjoyment? Haha, it's fake. It's all fake. Fake math, fake potion science, fake world. The mumbling in his heart made the young medium sit directly in the chair. He began to think about where he went wrong. But after thinking about it, he felt that he was not wrong. Could it be a talent? Thinking of this, the young medium immediately shook his head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My extraordinary talent cannot be a talent, so there must be something wrong, huh? Chapter 280 Round Cheeks. Arthur thought of something and stood up, and took out a book called How to Make the Basics of Alchemy from the bookshelf beside him. This is an introductory book in the Hilter Tower, specially compiled for beginners studying alchemy. The main compiler is the Tower Master Hilt. This book is not thick, only about 30 pages. The potion recorded is only the most basic mint secret medicine, digestive pills, and wild marjoram oil. Although they are only the most basic potions, they cover the 3 major directions of potions: decoctions, pills, and essential oils. Arthur opened the book, looking at the most classic and easiest to get started mint secret potion. Choose fresh mint leaves, licorice, honey as the main ingredients. Mint leaves, licorice chop and fully blend with honey, then under the moonlight, fully maintain activity. Start stirring at low temperature. The refining is complete after it is completely boiled. It can effectively treat headaches, colds, and if the licorice is changed into tangerine peel and peach leaves, it can also treat indigestion. Maintain full activity? Activity? If the potion is also active. Arthur muttered this word, and subconsciously looked at his death breath. No wonder he always felt that the growth rate of the death energy was a little faster in the past 2 days. He originally thought that Emer Manor was a feng shui treasure land. I didn't expect that I could also make the magic potion. Then, he tightened the Zodanlin defense. In his hand, took out the hunter's sword from the box of autos, and hung it on his waist. Then, the young medium began another magic potion making. With the previous 27 failed experiences as a prelude, Arthur almost completed the previous chopping and fusion work with ease. When he started stirring at low temperature under the moonlight, Arthur's eyes were a little nervous. The previous 27 times all failed here. The mint secret medicine turned directly into rotten sewage. However, this time was different. The mint secret medicine with a little golden color gradually deepened under the moonlight. Arthur could clearly feel that the medicine was absorbing the essence of the moonlight. Moreover, his spirituality also became unusually active at this moment. When the medicine boiled, a bright color flashed on the medicine. Successfully refined mint potion. Mint potion, one of the entry-level potions, can effectively treat headaches, fevers, colds, is the most popular entry-level potion chosen by gifted people. It allows the refiner's spirituality to be more fully coordinated with moonlight, the base material of the potion. Achieved auxiliary skills, alchemy. Basic LV0, LV0, 0/40. Looking at the successfully refined mint potion, Arthur's mouth curled up. He knew there must be something wrong. His talent? The last name of Kratos said it all. After all, there is no muggle in the Kratos family. Glancing at the XP points required for potions. Basics. Arthur chose to add points without hesitation. It's not that practice can't achieve the same effect, but adding points is more cost-effective. Potions. Basics LV1. You have mastered the basics of potions, but it's just the basics. You know how to use flasks, alcohol lamps, test tubes, pill grinders, etc. You also have a little bit of spirituality. The resonance of moonlight and potion base. But this is your current limit. You have neither more experience nor more prescriptions. Spirituality plus 0.1. As the points are added, the synchronization of knowledge and body begins. Arthur has more experience in refining mint secret potion. In his mind, as if he has been practicing a potion for a whole year. So much so that his muscles have formed memory. When Arthur opened his eyes again, it is no exaggeration to say that he could mix the mint secret potion with his eyes closed. Of course, what Arthur wanted to mix was definitely not the mint secret potion, but the Griffin physical potion. 100 points? Arthur was not surprised to see the skyrocketing potions. Basics. XP value. It is well known that, in the mysterious side, the most expensive ones are potions. And alchemy. Especially magic alchemy. The corresponding potion formula has long been a secret of the nobles. If outsiders see it, they will fight to the death. The simplest example is the Golden Lion Potion. Of the Niwen Old Lion family, a secret medicine that can greatly improve physical strength and spiritual safety. It is also the core of the prosperity of the Old Lion family. Anyone who dares to peek at this potion will only be killed fiercely by the Old Lion. There will be absolutely no second possibility. As for the Glory Potion, that can make up for blood? Because it is circulated in a small range among the nobles, it is much more relaxed. But it is only among the nobles. If the common people want to covet it, it is still a dead end. Arthur took a look at the XP gains of the past 2 days. The secret of Emer Manor surprised the mysterious people. XP plus 50. The appearance of Hilter Tower attracted more attention from the mysterious people. XP plus 50. More people have heard your name. XP plus 10. More people have heard your name. XP plus 10. The information is still fermenting. XP is steadily increasing. And it is just enough for potions. Basics. Arthur chose to upgrade without hesitation. If XP is gone, it can be accumulated again. But if the sunflower is gone, Arthur really doesn't know where to try his luck. Consume XP 100. Potions. Basics LV2. You have made a further step in the foundation of potions, although it is still just the basics. It is still better than most potion practitioners. Now you not only know how to use flasks, alcohol lamps, test tubes, pill grinders, etc. You have a deeper understanding of spirituality, the resonance between moonlight and potion-based materials, and you seem to have discovered the fun of refining potions. But you still don't have more prescriptions. Spirituality plus 0.1. Another synchronization of knowledge and body. Unlike before this time, the experience of refining digestive pills, wild marjoram oil, and Griffin physical potion also appeared. Like mint secret potion, it seemed that they had gone through years of learning. Feeling that I could easily prepare Griffin physical potion, Arthur felt that the 100 XP was worth it. As for the 0.2 spirituality added after accumulation, after the ritual of Cat Orange, the safety range of spirituality is 3, now he is only 1.2, there is still a lot of room for maneuver. There is no need to rush. The most important thing now is to prepare the Griffin physical potion. He needs to make Pendragon safer. This is his promise to Pendragon. Looking at the sunflower with flames burning in the stamens, Arthur picked up the mortar and began to crush it vigorously. He had the remaining auxiliary materials, including the golden acorn, and the resonance of spirituality was even more familiar. Therefore, Griffin Physique Potion was successfully completed without any surprise. Griffin Physique Potion. The Griffin Knights were once the most elite troops in the Empire. They were fearless in the face of any enemy, but it takes a long time for a Griffin to grow. In order to deal with this problem, Court Wizard Chariko, with the help of his old friends Court Jester Harrington and White Robe Wizard Joljord, completed this potion. But it is precisely because of this potion, the complete demise of the Griffins. No matter how fast the Griffins grow, they cannot withstand the consumption of years of war. Feeling guilty about this, the White Robe Wizard Joljord left the center of the Empire and went to the Sea of Forests to find the Druid Master, hoping to help the Griffins recover. But there was no result. Looking at this potion that matches the Griffins, the Court Wizard began to adjust it to make it more widely used. The potion in your hand is this modified potion. Holding a 10 milliliters test tube, looking at the potion that looked like flames inside, Arthur waved at Pendragon. For horses, it's 110. For cats, let's start with a safe dose of 1:300. Arthur said this, and took out 1 milliliter of Griffin Physical Potion, with a rubber-tip pipette, and poured it into a 300 milliliters large syringe. Then, he sucked a full tube of water. Pendragon was originally walking over with a smug look on his face. But when he saw the syringe that was thicker than a child's arm, but it froze in place, without even its front legs falling, and just stood there motionless. Almost subconsciously, Pendragon turned around and was about to run. But the next moment, Arthur grabbed him and held him in his arms. The young medium stuffed the syringe without the needle into the orange cat's mouth, pushing it and laughing. Hee, kitty, come, daddy will feed you something good. Pendragon struggled at first. But during the struggle, the taste in his mouth made him start sucking. The creature's instinct told him that this was good stuff. 300 milliliters of the Griffin Physical Potion. The mixture was drunk by Pendragon. Then, the kitten staggered to the cat bed, as if he had drunk too much. The moment he entered the cat bed, he lay there and fell asleep. At the same time, Fukin, who had been the guard, also conveyed his desire to Arthur. Next time, it will definitely be yours. Arthur responded. He stroked Pendragon's head, then stretched himself. It was almost dawn, and he should go to sleep. The young medium remembered the 6 hours of necessary sleep. The young medium's bed was next to the cat bed. As for William's bed, as long as he thought of William's 6 legs, Arthur would not use it. Almost the moment he lay on the bed, the young medium let out a long breath. Such breathing sounds echoed in the secret room, but they did not cover up another weaker breathing sound. The two breathing sounds, one strong and one weak, seemed to have some kind of resonance. In his sleep, Pendragon unconsciously climbed onto Arthur's lower abdomen. He did not open his eyes during the whole process, as if he was sleepwalking, and Arthur did not seem to feel the weight of Pendragon at all, and continued to sleep soundly. A cat and a person, leaning against each other tightly. The breathing was not just resonance, but gradually synchronized. The cat's body was emitting strange heat, and some subtle changes had begun. As for the person, there was no change in his body, but his face had become rounder without him noticing. Chapter 281 Spy. When the 6-hour sleepiness period passed, Arthur quickly woke up. At the first moment, the young medium felt suffocated. The next moment, Arthur skillfully pulled Pendragon from his stomach and held him in his arms. Then, he closed his eyes again. Who said you have to wake up when you wake up? It's not like you're at home, nor do you live with your parents. The most important thing is, you don't have to go to work. On such a day worth celebrating, waking up and then sleeping for a while is the right choice. Don't say that the morning is the most important part of the day. In a week, you have to work day and night for at least 6 days. What is wrong with taking a rest on the remaining day? People need to know how to rest. Just like Arthur. While hugging his cat, he hummed the self-adapted tune of 1 inch of belly. 1 pinch. 1 slip. 1 crisp. 1 spread. Please eat Zonzi. Which made Arthur want to eat barbecue and Zonzi inexplicably. Roasted meat is crispy, dipped in cumin, chili powder, and when you take a bite, your mouth is full of oil. Then take a bite of the rice dumpling with dates. The soft, Sweet and fluffy taste of the roasted meat will be enhanced immediately, especially after biting the jujube. The unique jujube fragrance will blend into your mouth. The most fun part is to nibble the jujube pit little by little with the tip of your tongue, and shave off all the jujube meat on it, and then spit it out. Looking at the smooth jujube pit, the satisfaction is. Arthur could eat 2 more zongzi. He swallowed unconsciously. Arthur remembered that there seemed to be several farms in South Los producing glutinous rice. As for zongzi leaves, reed leaves are very common in South Los, many farms along the river, near the manor. So, if you want to eat, it is not difficult. However, food like glutinous rice, which is only produced by a few farms, still needs to be ordered from the farm itself, and cannot be purchased in the market, or in the store, unless you are prepared to return empty-handed. After all, as long as it is food, it will be loved. Some people don't like it, but others love it deeply. I'll order some sticky rice from those farms when I get back, Arthur thought to himself, and started to sit up from the bed. The young medium still smelled the fragrance of breakfast, even though it was already noon. With 6 hours of required sleep, and no need to buy newspapers in the morning, Arthur's recent routine has long been to sleep before dawn, wake up at noon and eat the first meal, make up the second meal in the afternoon, eat the third meal normally at night, add 1 or 2 midnight snacks depending on the situation. He didn't feel uncomfortable doing this. On the contrary, when eating midnight snacks, Arthur felt extremely happy. Is there anything more beautiful than a late-night meal? Eat 2 meals. Wash, change out of pajamas, put on casual clothes, Arthur walked out of the sarcophagus along the steps, while the dazed Pendragon continued to sleep on Arthur's bed. In response, Arthur raised his lips. According to the book, this is a normal phenomenon when digesting the Griffin Physical Potion. After drinking the Griffin Physical Potion, the warhorses of North County need to sleep for 2 or 3 days. Although Pendragon drank less, considering his body size, a 2 or 3 day sleepiness period is inevitable. After the sleepiness period is over, Pendragon will enter a period of crazy eating to replenish energy and make himself stronger. At the same time, the remaining Griffin Physique Potion can be taken again, and the dosage can be increased. When 1 Griffin Physique Potion is completely taken, Pendragon will most likely be promoted to a magical creature. Of course, it doesn't matter if he is not promoted. The young medium will try his best to find sunflowers, and then refine the Griffin Physique Potion for Pendragon to take. Arthur firmly believes that as long as enough Griffin Physique Potion is taken, Pendragon will be promoted to a magical creature sooner or later. In the Griffin Cavalry Regiment of the North County, there was once a noble leader who, regardless of the cost, let his warhorse take a whole bottle of Griffin Physique Potion, allowing it to be fully promoted to a magical creature. As for ordinary warhorses, most of the time, it is 1 milliliter of Griffin Physique Potion. If it takes 1 milliliter again, it will become the guards of the Griffin Cavalry Regiment, and only when it is promoted to the old guards can it take the third 1 milliliter. At the same time, it is also the ace force of North County. Arthur does not need Pendragon to become an ace force. He only needs Pendragon to have enough self-protection power. The advanced level of Griffin Physical Potion is Griffin Spiritual Potion, and the final Griffin Storm Potion. These 2 potions are exactly the missing parts of Griffin training method. If there is a chance, you can ask Melinda to find them, Arthur thought in his heart. But he did not hold much hope, because, given the importance that the North County attached to the Griffin Cavalry Regiment, they mobilized countless people but still failed to find the last 2 potions. Relying on the power of Melinda alone, it is obviously not enough, unless it is really lucky. And, even if the formula of the potion is found, the base materials needed for the potion may be hard to come by, and some materials may even have been extinct. In short, this will be a matter of luck. The young medium did not force it. Good afternoon, counselor. Morning, Simon. Arthur greeted him, and took his breakfast. A large portion of fried pork chops, at least 2 pounds, with corn kernels, green beans, mashed potatoes, and the same amount of white bread as the pork chops, and the drink was black tea. These supplies were naturally sent by the Sheriff Sibulin. In order to please Arthur, the sheriff wanted to sell all the grocery stores in Jireshan town, the bakery, the butcher shop, the cheese shop, etc. were emptied. Arthur explicitly refused alcoholic beverages. Otherwise, there would be a few more barrels of wine in the Emer Manor at this time. However, even so, the supplies in the temporary kitchen built by Simon, Hunter, and Newt still surprised all the housewives. The rich breakfast made Arthur chew with big mouthfuls. This appearance made Simon, a part-time chef, smile with joy. Hunter and Newt looked at each other in bewilderment. The two patrolmen were a little skeptical about life. Is it really so delicious? Why did they eat so mediocrely? Could it be that they didn't taste the essence of it? Thinking in their hearts, the two patrolmen looked at the lunch on the plate again, and put one of the pork chops into their mouths. It was still overcooked and had a woody texture. There was no juice at all. Even with black pepper, it was still hard to cover up the fishy smell. Very ordinary. Huh? If Simon hadn't cooked, this kind of food would have made Hunter and Newt angry and beat people up. Just when Simon was delighted and Hunter and Newt were puzzled, Arthur, who had finished his meal, had already picked up the teacup and said softly, "It's almost time." Suddenly, the three people's expressions became serious. As early as 2 days ago, Arthur clearly told the three people that the next thing was not something they could participate in. Hunter, Newt began to pack his things. Simon took over the still sleeping Pendragon. Wait for me in the town of Garshin. As the three of them left, Arthur reminded them again, and after watching the three of them safely enter the town of Garshin, Fujin climbed up and saw the approaching convoy and the exaggerated number of spies. The convoy sent by Melinda had a large number of people, and there were more than 100 carriages and horses. A convoy of this size, naturally, could not be hidden. In fact, Melinda did not order Edwin to hide, but came to the Gar Mountains openly. As soon as they left Namlos, the convoy attracted a lot of attention. When the news that the Emer Manor had the Hilter Tower heritage spread, more people were attracted to the convoy. From the perspective of Fujin's high altitude, the convoy had about 150 people. And the spies? 300? More than twice the number of people in the convoy. Obviously, his and Melinda's initial plan was successful. They attracted enough people. However, there were not enough important people. These numerous spies were just thrown out to test his attitude. The real big fish, all hid in the dark. Arthur was not surprised by this. Moreover, he had already planned it. After rechecking his equipment, he picked up the box of Athos. And the young medium disappeared into the shadow of the mountain stream. Chapter 282. This sword. Iduk and his three men followed the convoy of the Lady of the Long Night from a distance. Iduk had always sneered at the so-called Lady of the Long Night. Before, this mercenary only thought that the other party was lucky, and was chosen by a big shot to be a pawn. And the recent news that has been widely circulated has further proved his guess. Humph, just a plaything. The mercenary leader snorted in his heart. Then, he let out a series of cold laughs. This time he was hired by that Mr. Bernice to keep an eye on this Ms. Long Night. Just keep an eye on her, and report the news. This was simply giving money to Iduk. And, it was a lot of money. Because, that Mr. Bernice was generous enough. But who would mind making a little more money? Looking at the convoy, Iduk's eyes were filled with greed. Now, the convoy was still empty. But soon, this team will return with a full load. And that time, it will be his chance. Thinking of this, he raised his hand to call a subordinate over, and lowered his voice to order that this time would be different from usual. If you want to make enough profit, you must have enough manpower. Not only is the team full of people, but there are also many people like him. However, he has an advantage. Because, as far as he knows, Mr. Bernice did not just hire a team of them, at least 3 more teams were hired. If he could unite these 3 teams, he would have a say. That's right. The say. AI Duck knew very well that if he attacked a convoy of this size, and fully equipped with weapons, the people around him would inevitably form a temporary alliance and act together. And if he wanted to get enough spoils, he couldn't do without the say. Buzz. The mercenary leader was interrupted by a mosquito that flew in front of him. The mercenary leader raised his hand and slapped it hard. The crisp sound startled the subordinate behind him. The subordinate, holding the crossbow, shuddered suddenly, and his finger pulled the trigger. Whoosh! Puff! The arrow shot through the mercenary leader's neck accurately. Iduk felt the pain. His face was full of disbelief. There was no need to lower his head. The mercenary leader saw the protruding arrow. The bright red stained on the sharp edge, reflecting the afternoon sun. There was a different kind of weirdness. What happened? Before he died, Iduk was thinking about this question. What the mercenary leader didn't see was that, after seeing his death, his 2 men were about to shout, but their mouths were covered by invisible hands, and then an invisible long sword swept across their throats. Thump, thump! The 2 bodies fell to the ground one after another. This mercenary team was completely wiped out. As for the mercenary who went to contact, The other party was the first to die in this mercenary team. And the killing continued. The invisible god of death harvested lives in the wilderness near the Jar Mountains. The smell of blood gradually became stronger and began to slowly drift around. I want 50%. The butler of the Burness family, who was wearing a veil and hiding his true face, said to the two spy leaders around him in a shrill voice. Just as AI Duck thought, facing the large and fully armed convoy of the Lady of the Long Night, the stalkers began to unite. However, he was not invited. Similarly, Mr. Bernice's desire was not just to gather information. Ha! You take 50%? Then what do we have? The two current heads of the Coaster Chamber of Commerce and the Inman Chamber of Commerce sneered. Like the butler of the Bernice family, they all wore face scars and spoke in a pinched voice. For the two who wanted to reorganize the Chamber of Commerce, it was unacceptable to have 50% taken away by an outsider. They would give the other party 20% at most. They only took 20%, and the other two took 40% each? Unless Mr. Bernice's butler was crazy, he would not agree. Everyone contributed. Why should I only take half? The butler did not care at all that he was only willing to give the other two half just now, and began to argue. The two current heads of the Coaster Chamber of Commerce and the Inman Chamber of Commerce refused to give in. The three argued until their faces turned red. Until the faint smell of blood came. The faces of the three people all changed. Let everyone come here. The butler of the Burness family shouted directly to the 1-meter-high weeds behind him. Although he didn't know what happened, it was always right to gather people around him. Obviously, it was not only the butler of the Burness family who thought so, but also the two current heads of the Coaster Chamber of Commerce and the Inman Chamber of Commerce. For a while, the sound of whistles and bird songs were endless. The weeds were swaying from side to side. Edwin saw this scene. He also heard the obvious signal for communication. He also smelled the faint smell of blood. Internal strife, Edwin thought subconsciously, and made a warning gesture to his men around him. Of course, Edwin hoped that all these bastards, who had been following them since they left Nanlos, would die. But internal strife would affect innocent people. Even. The reason for the internal strife on the other side is probably because of the uneven distribution of the spoils of the team he led. Therefore, when the internal strife is over, it will be the time for these bastards to jump out. And that will definitely be a tough battle. As for all these bastards fighting to death, Edwin certainly hopes that such a scene will occur. But unless these bastards are cursed, otherwise, it is impossible. When more people die, these bastards will calm down. Understand why they came. The team members moved quickly. The team was divided into two. The front half of the team did not stop, and continued to move forward slowly, but it was no longer straight, but diagonally to one side of the road. The back half of the team accelerated and diagonally to the other side of the road. Then, the front and rear carriages blocked the two ends respectively. Suddenly, a defensive fortification based on the carriages was quickly formed. In the formation, everyone in the team began to load the muskets. Everyone held their breath and looked around. Then, the clear sound of footsteps reached everyone's ears, and immediately attracted everyone's attention. A black figure came from the end of the road. Arthur? Edwin was stunned when he saw this figure. The young medium nodded with a smile, tapped the ground with his cane, and continued to move forward with the terrifying doll in his arms. Be careful. There's danger. Although Edwin didn't know why Arthur was here, the driver still warned him instinctively. Arthur calculated the angle and distance in his mind, and asked the driver, "Do you know what the core secret of the Kratos family is?" Edwin was a little confused and at a loss, and just shook his head subconsciously. Swordsmanship. Swordsmanship filled with pure murderous intent and death, Arthur said softly. Edwin's heart trembled. After hearing this, the people in the caravan widened their eyes. At this moment, everyone's attention was on Arthur. They watched the young medium slowly raise his right hand, listening to the faint voice. Watch it. Chapter 283, Song of Death. Flowery bones broken. A faint voice, a myriad of flowers bloomed. As Arthur raised his hand, flowers appeared under his feet. The delicate flowers instantly dispelled the bleakness of early autumn, and the rich fragrance of the flowers brought everyone in the team back to spring. But soon, the team members found something wrong. Because, bone! Under these flowers, there are bones. There is no flesh and blood, pale white bones. At a glance, there were dozens of them. Even though the team members were all veterans, they gritted their teeth and did not scream out loud. It was not their fault that they were not strong-minded, the contrast was too great. The previous moment, The spring breeze was blowing, and the fragrance of flowers was everywhere. The next moment, there were white bones, and the air of death was full. Suddenly, everyone recalled the words Arthur had just said. Swordsmanship filled with pure killing intent and death. At this moment, they had a deeper understanding of death. However, the spies from various forces were in a much worse situation. First they were summoned, and then the sudden flowers made them confused. The white bones that followed scared many people and made them scream. The butler of Mr. Burness fiercely swept his eyes over the shouting subordinates, and finally, a hint of helplessness emerged. In order to conceal, he could not use all the elites of the Burness family, and could only bring a part of them. Hire another part. Obviously, the hired part boasted about their abilities. But they were useless when something happened. The butler quietly made a gesture, and immediately the 5 elites of the Burness family formed a team to investigate. The rest of the people picked up their shields and approached the butler. But the butler turned around and looked at the man in a robe who had been standing behind him. "Master, could you please tell us what happened?" The butler bowed first, then asked respectfully. The man who was obviously the mysterious person nodded very proudly, and then recited in a low voice. The butler of the Burness family was used to the arrogance of this mysterious person. This Master Porbenton was his master, Mr. Burness. After the incident at the Burness family, he spent a lot of money and agreed to a condition that was impossible to agree to. He was invited after paying an unimaginable price, different from the mysterious person that the family had supported before. This master is a genuine Arcanal level. Maybe he is not famous in South Los, but he is well known in the offshore islands, known as the Windbreaker. If it weren't for the fact that this mission needed to be concealed, and it was extremely important, a master like this would never be able to follow him. And therefore, the old butler never panicked. Compared with the calm housekeeper Burness, the 2 current heirs of the Coaster Chamber of Commerce and the Emin Chamber of Commerce, looking at the flowers intertwined with the bones in front of them, smelling the rich fragrance of the flowers, felt their throats dry, and their brains went into a shut-down state. The 2 of them were not the original orthodox heirs of the Chamber of Commerce. It was only after the other heirs died and disappeared that they took over. But they had never seen such a scene. The face behind the veil had already turned pale, and the heir of the Emin Chamber of Commerce even shouted tremblingly, "Retreat! Retreat!" But no one paid attention to the heir. Everyone's eyes turned to the front of the Windbreaker Porbenton. As the complicated picture and language fell, a round mirror appeared there. In the round mirror, Arthur stood among the flowers, raised his right hand high, and spoke slowly. Song of Death. Flower Sky Crazy Bones. The voice was neither fast nor slow, and the expression was even calmer, but watching this scene, the Wind Rider Porbenton was sweating profusely. Because, in Porbenton's perception, a thick death aura was floating up from the flower field, and gathering towards the rumored Arthur Kratos. No! It was not floating. It was gushing. Such a thick death aura could not be described as floating at all. It could only be gushing. It was only gushing like a volcanic eruption. Only then can we describe the amount of death energy he sensed at this moment. The huge, rich death energy rushed into the sky. Countless flowers withered and died instantly, leaving only yellow and dry weeds. Desolate, desolate, silent. It was as if the whole world was heading towards death. Looking at this scene, Windbreaker Porbenton's eyelids twitched wildly. Enterer! The real Enterer! After Porbenton exclaimed like this, he turned around and ran. Before, Porbenton still doubted the truth of the rumor that Arthur Kratos was the Enterer. But at this moment, no more. No more. Besides the Enterer. Who else could have such power? Besides the Enterer. Who else could make the world move towards death? Arthur Kratos is not only the Enterer, but he may be the Enterer who is infinitely close to the steps to God. Even, I have already touched the steps to God. Thinking of this, the Windbringer Porbenton ran even faster. He used many secret techniques to save his life and escaped like crazy. Porbenton, who lived on the overseas island, was more straightforward than the mysterious person in Nanlos. He knew very well that if he didn't use it at this time, he would not need to use it again when Sir Arthur Kratos' swordsmanship was truly displayed. As for overdraft, it doesn't matter. Just stay alive first. Only when you are alive can you have everything. Death is the end of everything. The temporary coalition of spies watched helplessly as the strongest among them turned into a strong wind, close to the ground, and went away. Especially the butler of the Burness family was stunned. The butler looked at this scene in disbelief. He couldn't believe it at all. that the famous windbreaker Porbenton in the offshore islands actually fled without a fight. This act without any honor made the housekeeper furious. "Asshole. You." The vicious curses continued. But soon, it stopped, because Arthur's raised hand fell. When it fell, the arm did not speed up, nor did it cut down fiercely. It just slowly lowered it, and swept it lightly. Buzz! The crescent-shaped 40-meter sword energy, with boundless sharpness, shot out to the 100-meter area ahead. Wild grass, dead trees, strange rocks, long swords, muskets, armor. At this moment, everything was cut in two. The young medium slowly put down his palm, and his voice became softer and softer. "Break." He uttered the last word softly, and the young medium turned straight around. Behind him, the cut wild grass, dead trees, and strange rocks fell, and the long swords, muskets, and armor also fell. Naturally, this also included people holding long swords, muskets, and wearing armor. The scarlet permeated the flesh and blood, condensing. Then it was. Puff, puff. One after another, blood fountains gushed out. In just a moment, scarlet filled the world, like bright flowers blooming in the wilderness again, but there was no fragrance, only countless wailing and screaming. It was shrill, but full of a strange beauty. It made people's scalps numb, and made people's hair stand up on their backs. At this moment, the people in the convoy took a breath of cold air. His. Chapter 284 Self-Cultivation of the Medium. This breath was filled with surprise and fear. Moreover, looking at Arthur approaching, the members of the team retreated involuntarily. It's not that they are timid. In fact, those who can be selected by Edwin and become members of the team are not timid. They are all experts, who have seen blood. Each of them can be called elite in ordinary chambers of commerce. It is also one of the cornerstones of the reputation of the Lady of the Long Night. But seeing Arthur killing hundreds of people with one sword, it was still difficult to hide the fear in the heart. This was completely the instinct of creatures facing this strong. And in the next moment, when the team members came to their senses, they stopped and looked at Arthur without any surprise or fear, only reverence. When Arthur passed by, the team members took a step back unconsciously, then bowed their heads and saluted. As Arthur walked, their postures also slightly adjusted accordingly, always facing Arthur. Every member of the team was like this. No one dared to go beyond the rules, because the rule called strength, read as strong, affected them. Even the leader Edwin was the same. The driver Edwin seemed to have lost his soul, muttering to himself. Song of Death. Flower Heaven Bone. Broken? Is this the core secret of the Kratos family? When Arthur walked up to him, the driver immediately saluted. Your power has opened my eyes. I never thought that the Kratos family would have such a legacy. As Melinda's driver, Edwin can be said to be well informed. He has seen many secret arts, some of which can even be called divine power. But such secret arts are all core secret arts that have been passed down for a long time by major forces. And many of them require bloodline cooperation to exert their true power. Because of this, Edwin was the most shocked at this moment. In the eyes of this coachman, Arthur's swordsmanship, Song of Death, Flowery Bones, Broken, is the core-level secret technique that only the big forces have. Originally, he was still wondering why his master looked at Arthur differently. Until this moment, this coachman understood why his master looked at Arthur differently. Because Arthur is worth it. Kratos' family must be the kind of family that is bound by some rules or rituals themselves. Only then did he hide his great power. The successor of such a great power. Worth it. Thoughts kept turning in his heart. Edwin's eyes naturally showed admiration. Arthur saw what the coachman was thinking at a glance. The young medium certainly would not correct the other party. Because this is the effect he wanted. And the identity of the cat faction would soon be revealed. As a contemporary black cat, he certainly had to do some preparation. As for Edwin's praise, the young medium smiled in his heart. You never thought that the Kratos family had such a legacy. That's because you never thought that someone would use death slash to mow the grass, and the rest are all special effects swordsmanship. That's right, it's special effects. The so-called Song of Death. Flower Sky Crazy Bone. Broken just now. Except for the last blow, are all layers of special effects. When the smell of blood startled the spies, when the spies began to gather, Arthur took advantage of the chaos and began to use the hand of nothingness to drag the corpses and set up the scene. Everyone saw the weed swaying back and forth. However, No one knew whether the one who caused the weeds to sway was a living person or a dead person. When Arthur appeared in everyone's sight and raised his arm, he first used the illusion fireworks tube, made by the Imperial Court Jester Harrington. When the flowers began to bloom, the corpses that were dragged by the hand of nothingness were already being burned by the fire of death. Arthur even adjusted the color of the flowers created by the illusion fireworks tube to cover it up. The unique strong fragrance of the illusion flowers once again distracted everyone's attention, making them unable to notice the burning. It was not until Arthur used the hand of nothingness to lift up the corpses that had already turned into white bones that everyone was shocked by the bones. Then, the time for the illusion flower came, and more skeletons were revealed. At this point, Arthur had completed all the preliminary preparations. Then, the highlight was the death slash. Arthur did not use the death energy in the death energy storage. The original death energy and the pure death energy transformed from the flesh and blood of the spies were more than enough to create a death slash that was 40 meters long and shot forward 100 meters. The 40-meter death slash consumed 400 points of death energy, shooting forward 100 meters, consuming 100 points of death energy. But Arthur's death energy has not reached the bottom. As death energy slash killed more than 200 people, more death energy began to flow into Arthur's body. Almost instantly, Arthur's death energy was restored to 500 again. Unlike XP, which needs to be sought hard, death energy is so lovely and selfless. It will find you, stick to you, and integrate into you without you actively looking for it. When you use it as a springboard, when you seek more XP, it also silently supports you, and even tries harder to find more dead energy. In just a moment of distraction, the dead energy increases by +1 again. Looking at the increasing dead energy, Arthur sighed from the bottom of his heart. On the surface, under the gaze of Edwin and the others in the team, a touch of compassion appeared on Arthur's face. I need to let them rest in peace. The young medium pointed to the corpse behind him. Suddenly, everyone stood in awe. They had seen many strong men who could kill the enemy, but it was the first time they saw a strong man who would collect the enemy's body after killing the enemy. What a gentleman he was! Such mercy was only shown by the nobles in the imperial era. This is the true honor of the nobility. Sir Kratos, do you need help? The driver asked directly. Edwin, we are friends. Just keep calling me Arthur. Can you help me dig a deep pit here? Make it as deep as possible. I don't want them to be disturbed by wild animals. Arthur's words stunned Edwin. And so did the other team members. They stared at Arthur's back as he walked towards the corpse, and bowed together. Yes, Master. Arthur, with his back to everyone, had no change in his expression. He still had a hint of compassion. Even when he looked at the corpse on the ground, there was a trace of sadness in their eyes. But in his heart, the young medium gave a scornful laugh to the Ms. Long Night. During the Holy Empire, the Kratos family existed under other names, until the demise of the Cat faction, Black, and then chose to hide under the name Kratos? No, no, no! Melinda, you are shallow. You should look forward. What do you think of the Empire era? If not, I'll push you forward a little more. Golden Age, how about that? I'll let you feel what the golden spirit is. Arthur hates the bad habit of Melinda saying half, and keeping the other half. So he has to fight back. What is the real name of the Kratos family? I don't know it. How can you know it? Then I'll let you know a little more. Anyway, as long as I give the Kratos family enough vests, you will never guess it. He. The young medium hummed twice in his heart with satisfaction, and began to speed up his pace. Compared to the fight with Melinda, he still has something important to do. The stage performance, but it's still going on. Chapter 285, the second wave of victims. No, the extras are on stage. Under everyone's gaze, Arthur would stop in front of each corpse and talk to himself softly. Although it was not clear, everyone believed that Arthur was trying to calm the fear of these dead souls, letting them enter the place of eternal rest and peace. And in a place that no one could see, the hand of nothingness carried the box of Athos and quietly cleaned the battlefield. When he walked in front of the leader of the spies, Arthur looked at the other person's face under the scarf with a little surprise. The housekeeper of the Bernice family. Arthur had met the other person more than once, and because of Mr. Bernice, he naturally remembered him clearly. But what Arthur didn't expect was that the other person would be one of the leaders of this spy. It's not surprising that Bernice would take action against Melinda. Both parties had not had glorious beginnings, and with the suppression of the Countess in South Los, the two sides could still maintain peace on the surface. But once they leave Nanlos, it will be a fight to the death. As for cooperation, that is the instinct of a successful businessman. It seems that Mr. Burness's fear of Melinda is far beyond imagination. He sent his confidant, which already explains the problem. Arthur only glanced at the bodies of the two current successors of the Coaster Chamber of Commerce and the Edmund Chamber of Commerce. Arthur did not recognize these two people. The unfamiliar face under the veil, the empty arms, are not worth Arthur's attention. Moreover, compared with these people, Arthur is more concerned about the man who is called Master by Bernice's housekeeper. The other party is obviously a mysterious person, and his strength should be close to Arcanal level. In the past 2 days, except for the necessary sleep and the preparation of medicine at night, Arthur will not spend the afternoon leisurely. Reading Fritz, the books William left in the Emer Manor. It was precisely because of these books that Arthur's knowledge of mysterious common sense was quickly supplemented. At least, he now knows what Arcana level and Major Arcana level are, and has a rough way to distinguish them. Undoubtedly, this intangible knowledge is one of Arthur's greatest gains on this trip. In fact, it can be said that there is no other. Because these categories are numerous, the huge and complex books are what Arthur needs most at this moment. For this, Arthur once again thanked his family members, who kept him a secret. Wait! When we meet again, you will be surprised. No! As my reputation spreads, you have heard some rumors. You are now confused. Right? Arthur thought in his heart. But his attention quickly gathered, and was placed on the master again. With Fujin as his eyes, of course. The other party could not escape his pursuit. However, now was not the time to take action. Compared to a spy who escaped, the young medium was more concerned about the spies who were still spying. And he also prepared a big gift for these spies. The bodies were moved into the newly dug deep pit by the team. During this period, Edwin saw the bodies of the steward of the Burness family, and the two current heirs of the Coaster Chamber of Commerce, and the Emin Chamber of Commerce. The driver was surprised, and then frowned. These guys are really... Everyone is equal in the face of death. They have paid the price of death in exchange for their own peace. The angry voice was interrupted by Arthur's calm voice. Looking at Arthur standing beside him with a calm face, Edwin immediately nodded in approval. Even if Arthur didn't speak, the driver would not do anything excessive. After all, he was beheaded before he died. If you do anything after death, it would be too much. The soil was filled back by everyone. A huge grave appeared in the wasteland on one side of the road. Everyone stood in front of the grave, listening to Arthur's words of comfort. The East End, the land of sacrifice. 1 sheep died in 9. The bloody and fleshy monument. The bones are like a forest. Rest in peace. As he sang softly, a faint glow appeared on Arthur's fingertips. With a light touch, the glow merged with the grave. This is Death Hole. To be precise, it is an advanced version of Death Hole, which is unique to Arthur. Death Hole used a little death air generated by itself, mixed with vitality to attract and gather more death air, and can manipulate the props with Death Hole as the base material. For you who have the talent of Death Breath, it is too simple. So you slightly change it, so that Death Hole can absorb death air. It can also store death fire, death slash, corpse control, minor curse technique, and they complement each other. In the gap between reading, in order to relax his brain, Arthur slightly improved Death Cave, to make it more suitable for himself. Such an improvement would be extremely difficult for others. But with Arthur as death talent, it was extremely simple. After just a few attempts, it has reached the level he wanted. Of course, there are still some ideas. Due to time constraints, Arthur did not try them. But the new Death Cave in front of him is enough. At least it can leave a deep impression on those peepers. Next year, this place will definitely become full of vitality. After leaving this sentence, Arthur turned and walked towards the team. The people in the team looked at each other, not understanding what Arthur meant by this sentence. With so many corpses as fertilizer, don't say next year, the weeds here will surely grow more luxuriantly in the next few years. Only Edwin, the leader, seemed to be thinking, Arthur is reminding me that I may encounter many crises on the way back, but there is still life in such crises. Just like there is life hidden in death. Thinking of this, Edwin, who had been worried and anxious, breathed a sigh of relief. Pack the team, and set off! Edwin shouted again. That powerful voice, the others in the team immediately noticed the difference. Later, The team members found that their captain had once again become the brave and fearless captain in their minds, which made everyone feel relieved. And many people thought that this should be related to Arthur's words just now. But they thought hard, and they didn't understand the key point. Arthur was naturally sitting in Edwin's car. It was no longer a luxurious horse-drawn carriage, but a better cart for carrying goods. Edwin drove the carriage, and Arthur sat cross-legged in the back. "Thank you." Edwin, who was driving, suddenly said something that puzzled Arthur. But as an excellent medium, Arthur immediately showed a warm smile. "Everything is fate." After saying that, he closed his eyes. Before he figured out the whole story, he would not answer rashly. Was it because of his emotion just now? He was just sighing. What did Edwin think of? As expected of Melinda's coachman. They are of the same lineage. Arthur sighed in his heart. Then, the young medium raised his mouth. Because someone took the bait. Chapter 286. One after another. The convoy from South Los had long gone, only the flattened grass, and the large amount of blood on one side of the road, seemingly still telling the story of a medium who just cut 100 people in half with a sword. A figure sneaked out from the grass on one side. Even though he was wearing a face scarf, but just by looking at his exposed eyes, you could understand his fear. As a mysterious person who was eyeing the Hilter Tower legacy, he had been following behind these spies. In the heart of this mysterious person, he was planning to reap the benefits. This mysterious person could see that these spies would never behave themselves. This was indeed the case. It was just that. Arthur showed up halfway. Although the distance was very far just now, this mysterious person still clearly saw the horror of the sword. When he really stood on the wasteland that was flattened by the sword, he even had a personal experience. Song of death. Flower heaven bone. Broken. Terrible swordsmanship. Looking at the red soil, putting himself in the position of those spies, this mysterious person began to sweat on his forehead. Can't dodge. Can't dodge at all. One sword strike, I will definitely die. It is absolutely impossible to face Arthur Kratos directly. Even if I have to face him directly, I can't let this medium draw his sword. This thought emerged in the heart of this mysterious person. At the same time, such thoughts also appeared in the minds of the remaining peepers. They were all like this mysterious person, putting themselves into the shoes of those spies, and then quickly came to such a conclusion. Every peeper shook his head and sighed. Every peeper subconsciously looked at the grave. They acknowledged Arthur as strength. But it was precisely because of this acknowledgement that they shifted their attention from the original Hilter Tower legacy to Arthur. Why do they want to get clues about the Hilter Tower? To become stronger. Then if they can peek into the secret of Arthur's strength, it's the same. Even, it's more convenient and safer. Because there is no need to face Arthur. So, the peeper stared at the grave. Maybe there are more clues on those corpses. Maybe I can peek a little bit from them? As long as I peek a little bit, I can become as powerful as that medium. Almost every peeper thought so. They had great confidence. They always thought they were special. Some of these peepers even thought that as long as they could see the secret of Arthur's power, they would be able to defeat Arthur, and thus get the inheritance of the Hilter Tower. Conceited, blind and foolish. These peepers who came out of their hiding places stared at each other, moved slowly, and approached the grave mound, when the first person started digging. The rest of the people rushed to dig. Everyone tried their best to dig. Some used swords. Some used daggers. And some used bare hands. Huh? Huh? The intense breathing sounded. It was not fatigue, but excitement. The rich vitality gathered in such breathing, and quickly reached the critical point of the death hole, set by Arthur. The two death holes on a body hidden in the grave were activated almost at the same time. A death cave released the death fire, and burned the corpse in the grave, and then provided all the death energy to the death slash. In another death cave. Buzz. Amid the crisp sound of the sword, the thick death energy permeated the surroundings. The peepers who were digging immediately noticed something was wrong. The peepers who were digging wanted to retreat immediately. But it was too late. They were fast. But the sword energy was faster. A circular arc of pure white sword energy shot out from the grave. It swept over the bodies of these people in an instant. Puff, puff. It was almost a replay of the previous beheading scene. These peepers no longer had the greed and arrogance they had before. They were just wailing. Then, a scroll rolled out of the grave. The untied scroll unfolded as it rolled. On it was written in scarlet fonts. Disturb the sleep of the dead, die. The words were written with fingers. In the scarlet, Each word was filled with an inexplicable ominous feeling. Anyone who saw it would feel uneasy. Especially the word death, which seemed to carry a curse. Or to be more precise, there was really a curse. Looking at this word, those who had deeper and did not show their heads retreated quickly. This scene was seen by Fu Jin. Just a few minutes later, Arthur reappeared here. The young medium looked at the corpse on the ground helplessly, with more compassion in his eyes. Greed is poison. It will destroy your soul, and make you lose yourself in the pursuit of power. With a sigh, the young medium once again began to appease the souls of the dead. Compared to the previous gains of just some money, this time the harvest was much richer. 15 scrolls. Even if they were low-level scrolls, like fire arrows and ice arrows. As long as a small part of them was taken out, the value would far exceed the total amount of money gained before. Arthur accepted all the 6 bottles of low-level healing potions. The only pity for Arthur was that he didn't have any secret magic items. It was obvious that such a peeper was still a small fry. Immediately, Arthur was full of expectations. He was looking forward to the next actor on the stage. So, he let these mysterious people rest in peace with gratitude. And at the same time, he wrote the words disturbing the dead sleep. Die again. And added a small curse. With Death Cave. Unlike the previous writing with the help of the Hand of Nothingness, which was quietly placed in the grave, Arthur wrote it openly this time, and placed it in a new small grave. Then, Arthur stood in front of 2 graves, one large and one small, and quietly blessed the dead. To put on a show, you have to do it in full. To wash your feet, you have to go to the 3rd floor. Arthur didn't know if anyone would peek here. But what he had to do was that even if someone peeked, they would only see a young, honest, simple and kind medium with compassion. When Arthur returned to the caravan, it was already close to the Emer Manor. Did someone really disturb the dead's rest? Edwin, who was driving, looked at Arthur, whose coat was stained with mud, frowned, and anger flashed in his eyes. They have already received the punishment they deserved. Everyone is equal in the face of death. Arthur sighed softly. As for him destroying the grave mound and setting up a trap with the corpse in the grave mound, it's different. He was doing it to protect. Different starting points. Naturally. It doesn't count. Isn't it? May they rest in peace. Edwin immediately guessed the fate of those guys. And the driver didn't say anything more about it. The journey was also very smooth afterwards. When the team arrived at the mountain stream before entering the Emer Manor, Edwin began to command the team to camp temporarily. A single carriage could barely enter the mountain stream, but a cart for pulling goods could not. Therefore, they had to carry out the large amount of arms and load them onto the truck. This would take at least a day. After all, there were 20 little Emperor cannons among them. These cannons were the most important and the most laborious. Edwin began to arrange for the transportation of munitions, the purchase of food and night watchmen. At this time, Edwin, who was arranging things for his men, and the captains in the convoy, suddenly heard the young medium say, "Here it comes!" Chapter 287 Confrontation. Hearing Arthur's words, Edwin gestured to one of his team leaders. Immediately, the team leader jumped onto a specially prepared cart. Under the cart, the horse had already been untied. A wooden box was placed to keep the balance. There were also wooden boxes on the cart, but they were stacked in a way of 3 at the bottom, 2 in the middle, and 1 at the top. A temporary sentry tower was formed, and the team leader's eyesight was good enough. After just a few seconds of looking, he saw everything clearly. It's the nobles, the bastards of the West Berlin and Ines families. The captain reported the situation in a low voice. Arthur clearly heard the captain address the West Berlin Marquis and the Ines Marquis. Not only did he not use honorifics, but his tone was contemptuous and insulting. Although the authority of the nobles was greatly reduced after entering the pioneer era, this address was still very bold. Including Nanlos in public, nobles still need to be addressed with honorifics, but in the new law, those who violate this rule will be flogged. Of course, most of the time, people no longer address nobles in such a rigid way, just to show their respect. But like this team leader, most people don't dare to do it. After all, it hurts when a whip hits the body. And the team leader's indifference naturally comes from the Ms. Long Night. Arthur could imagine how Melinda cursed in private after being troubled by the Marquis of West Berlin and the Marquis of Einhards. Unfortunately, he didn't see it. Otherwise, he would have teased her and irritated Melinda. It was just a simple teasing between friends. It was definitely not because Melinda said that the Kratos family couldn't be without muggles. And there must be something weak. He, Arthur Kratos, as a young, honest, simple and kind-hearted medium, how could he bear a grudge like this? Illusion, it's all an illusion. Arthur thought with great certainty, and at the same time, began to adjust himself. Compared to the appetizers of the previous two groups, the people coming this time are the main course. He must use all his energy to deal with it. Perhaps, the nobles are annoying. But, the nobles are also very powerful. Relying on blood talent, and years of knowledge, wealth, regardless of whether others admit it or not, these guys are the superiors of the world in front of them. Even with the rise of gunpowder, it is still the same in the pioneer era. And, it will remain like this for a long time afterwards. The rise of gunpowder? With the existence of the mysterious side, it is destined to be suppressed. Unless a war sweeps the world, making all the nobles exhausted to cope with it, and they have to use more ordinary people. Only at that time, gunpowder will truly rise, and explode with power that will catch those nobles off guard. Now, of course, we have to follow the rules. Standing in front of the mountain stream, Arthur looked at the two teams of cavalry in the distance that were advancing in parallel, but clearly separated. Each team of cavalry had 31 people, and the leading cavalry held up the swallowtail flag. On the blue swallowtail flag, an eagle spread its wings, and its eyes were as sharp as a knife. On the red swallowtail flag, two long swords crossed, showing their sharpness. The former represents the Marquis of West Berlin. The latter represents the Marquis of Einhaz. Da-da-da. The uniform sound of horse hooves and the friction of armors formed a special rhythm. Under the setting sun, the whole body of armor reflected a dazzling brilliance. This brilliance illuminated everyone present, except himself in the armor. Edwin stood behind Arthur, one step behind. The driver squinted his eyes to let himself see the two cavalry teams more clearly. The right hand hidden behind his back kept making gestures. Immediately, except for the 20 people who left to buy food and supplies, the remaining 130 people quickly took action. The 130 people pushed the carriage, arranged in two parallel rows, with a distance of less than 2 meters, and 50 of them began to mount the horses. The remaining 80 people divided into left, middle and right formations and stood. The 30 people in the middle, the 25 people on each side, led by their respective captains. The front row squatted, the back row half squatted, the last row stood up straight, and raised their muskets in unison. Among the 50 members of the convoy on horseback, 5 elite soldiers had already rushed out. They were not charging. They were conducting reconnaissance. Their mission was to detect whether there were any ambushes or traps around them. If there were, they would report. If not, they would send out a signal, and the following cavalry would make a detour or cut in diagonally. When the members of the convoy formed a barricade with carts, the cavalry of the Marquis of West Berlin and the Marquis of Einhard continued to move forward. When the convoy members formed a battle line, the cavalry of the Marquis of West Berlin and the Marquis of Einhard slowed down their advance. When the cavalry of the convoy members sent out scouts, the cavalry of the Marquis of West Berlin and the Marquis of Einhard stopped advancing. It's not cowardice. We are not here for war. Carol, the special envoy of Marquis Einhard, told himself this. But the eyes staring at the convoy of the Lady of the Long Night were like a beast that was ready to eat its prey. Carol swore on his noble honor that the so-called merchant guards in front of him were the army. Moreover, they were trained in the elite army mode and were composed of veterans who had participated in more than one battle. Look at their skillful riding skills, their calmness when facing the cavalry, and their commander's response. They were better than most nobles' private soldiers. Damn it! What does she want to do? She raised an army, unable to bear it any longer. Carol cursed without regard for manners, while Jim and the team next to him was looking at this army with interest. As far as he knew, the Lady of the Long Night had nearly 1,000 caravan guards. Of course, it was claimed to be to protect the growing caravan business. If these 1,000 people were all veterans of this level, they would be enough to give the local lords a headache anywhere. By the way, this lady was on the South Los offshore islands. There are also 4 private islands. It is claimed that they are used to grow sugar cane. Although sugar cane is also produced, this does not prevent the island from having similar escort teams. Right. More importantly, this lady also has the Long Night as the flagship, and 3 ocean-going fleets consisting of 37 large ships. These 3 ocean-going fleets have about 5,000 people. Thinking about the secret information from the family, Jim couldn't help but said with a tut-tut sound. Tut-tut-tut, what a terrible woman. South Los is such a scary place. A tigress is scary enough, and now there is another one. It is really dangerous. Jim said this, but his eyes passed over the team members, looking at the conspicuous black figure in the crowd, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Arthur? I finally see you. Chapter 288. Since childhood, I have had a goal. Arthur noticed Jimmit's gaze at the first time. Immediately, Arthur frowned secretly. Because the other party's gaze was so strange. That kind of excitement was definitely not what you should have when you see a stranger. But Arthur was sure that he had never seen the other party. Just when Arthur was still confused, Jimmit had already turned over and dismounted. The envoy of the Marquis of West Berlin walked briskly to the front of the mountain stream. He took off his wide-brimmed hat decorated with large white feathers, raised his hands, and revealed his chest wrapped in a blue uniform. When Jimmit dismounted, the guns of the team members were aimed at the noble envoy. At this moment, Jimmit opened his arms, as if to welcome the gun. I am here on behalf of the Marquis of West Berlin. I have no ill intentions. I just want to visit Sir Arthur Kratos. Jimmit stood there, smiling, and said loudly, the face without angles is naturally friendly, and with the white skin and the smile at the moment, it is very easy to win the favor of strangers. But Arthur, Edwin was alert in his heart. Smiling is not a big deal. But the person who can smile in the face of hundreds of muskets is definitely not an ordinary person. Especially, the calm look at all times is enough to show that the other party is sure to win. Edwin looked at Arthur. Arthur nodded slightly with a calm face. Although he was surprised by the other party's look, the scene in front of him was a step in his plan, and he would not change it. As Arthur nodded, Edwin waved his hand. Immediately, the team members standing in the middle put down their muskets and made way. Jimmit did not hesitate and strode forward. Behind Jimmit, the envoy of Marquis Ines looked disdainful. He was disdainful of Jimmit's treatment of civilians as a noble. That kind of humiliating attitude, even more disdainful of Arthur's easy trust in others' actions. If it were him, he would definitely order the shooting. Noble honor? Killing the enemy on the battlefield, isn't it a noble honor? Arthur keenly sensed the hostility in the eyes of the special envoy of Marquis Ines. The young medium naturally guessed what the other party was thinking. Nobles cannot be trusted. This sentence is not just talk. However, compared to the other party, Arthur is more concerned about Jim, who walked in front of him. Compared with his previous calmness, the excitement in Jim's eyes became more obvious when he walked in front of him. Arthur, I finally see you, Jim said in a low voice. Arthur was even more confused. Eyes like torches, observing words and expressions, flashed repeatedly, but he only saw sincerity, without any falsehood. That is, the other party seemed to really recognize him. Can I have the honor to visit the manor where you are staying? Just when Arthur was puzzled, Jimmit asked loudly. Obviously, some things are not convenient to say in front of everyone. Arthur, who was doubtful, would not refuse. Of course. Arthur nodded, turned and walked into the mountain stream, and Jimmit quickly followed. And the moment he walked into the mountain stream, the envoy of the Marquis of West Berlin could no longer hold back. Arthur, I am Jimmit. Novia. You should be familiar with the name Novia. Right? Novia? Baron Novia? The Baron Novia who was hanged because of the tax collector, and then slaughtered the entire town by himself, killing about 700 people? Looking at Arthur's eyes, Jim smiled bitterly. Yes, that's the Baron Novia. However, that was what my grandfather did. My father lowered the tax rate after inheriting the title last year. But none of this matters. What matters is that I finally met you, Arthur. Do you know how much I have been looking forward to this day? When I heard about Mr. Charlie's deeds from my aunt, I have been imagining, Mr. Charlie is such an outstanding person, how outstanding his descendants will be. Of course, I can't reach his son's generation, just like I can't reach Mr. Charlie. After awakening the bloodline, the age gap has already opened up an insurmountable gap between us, but Mr. Charlie has a grandson who is about the same age as me. We should be on par with each other. Before you killed those guys with one sword, I thought so. But when I saw your sword full of death, I realized how wrong I was. Your talent has long surpassed your age. You are worthy of being the descendant of Mr. Charlie, Jim said incessantly. Moreover, his tone became more and more excited. He even started to dance. Arthur keenly caught the word int. Ha ha, no way you. An old gentleman. Have you ever provoked the daughter of the bad-tempered Baron Novia? Aren't you afraid of being stabbed through the heart by this Baron's sword? With Lady Camille as a prelude, Arthur guessed something instantly. But because he guessed it, The young medium was unwilling to believe that his grandfather could be so charming. Even the daughter of Baron Novia could be charmed. How did old Charlie do it? Arthur couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought. Arthur, do you know? My grandfather stabbed Mr. Charlie 3 times. Mr. Charlie had no intention of dodging. And one of the swords even hit his heart. Then, my grandfather threatened to break Mr. Charlie's legs when he saw him again. But after he recovered, Mr. Charlie broke his legs and crawled back, and climbed through the window into my aunt's room. How passionate he was, Jim said, waving his fist vigorously. Old dang. You really spend a lot of money to pick up girls. Arthur kept complaining as he listened. Really? Risking your life to pick up girls? Arthur silently raised a thumbs up from the bottom of his heart. Of course, Arthur was full of contempt for such hooligan behavior as climbing through the window. He would never do it. As for Jimmet, who worshipped old Charlie, well, he was just a hooligan, Arthur commented in his heart. And Jimmet's words continued. Seeing Mr. Charlie appear again, watching Mr. Charlie break his own legs, Auntie had already been moved. Auntie completely let go of the shackles of her identity. She wanted Mr. Charlie to stay overnight. But Mr. Charlie refused. I came here just to say that I love you. Not to impress you and get you. I am willing to give everything for you. But I don't want you to suffer any injustice because of me. Mr. Charlie is such a gentleman. He is simply a real knight. My aunt said that the luckiest thing in her life was meeting Mr. Charlie. She hoped that I would move forward with Mr. Charlie as my goal. I hope I can become a real knight too. Jimmet clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing. Hey. You have a father. Shouldn't you target your father? And old Charlie. Rhetoric. Definitely rhetoric. They will definitely watch the sunrise the next day. Arthur complained in his heart. Maybe Arthur's expression was too obvious at the moment. Jimmet saw it at a glance. The son of the Baron said, my father, who was chopped down by my aunt, is not enough to be my target. He was just a lucky guy who got the title because his aunt didn't want to inherit it. Has your father ever heard your comments like this? He will be sad. Arthur couldn't help but complain again. He's used to it. In fact, all the affairs in the Novia territory are controlled by his aunt. He is just a puppet. Gimp looked calm. This time, Arthur didn't want to complain anymore. The young medium didn't know what to say at all. He felt that the round-faced young man in front of him must have been brainwashed by the aunt since he was a child. There was nothing to say to such a person. After all, it was not so easy to restore the distorted worldview to normal. Let's talk about the current situation. Are you coming to Emer Manor for the legacy of Hill Tower this time? After crossing the mountain stream and arriving at the courtyard of the manor, Arthur stopped and asked. That's right. Listen to the words of the aunt. I left Novia. And now I am engaged to the second daughter of the Marquis of West Berlin. As a knight, I should share my fiancé's worries. So, I am here. But, in terms of swordsmanship, Arthur and I are far behind each other. So let's compete in this. Jim raised his hand and pointed to the courtyard. You left Novia as your aunt said? My friend, wake up. Are you sure your aunt is not trying to avoid unnecessary trouble? Did they send you away so that they could take over the power of Novia? Maybe they had been brainwashing you since you were young and had planned it long ago. Your aunt is a complete ambitious person. Arthur complained again in his heart. However, his eyes still followed the direction of Jim's finger. But when Arthur saw the thing clearly, he was stunned. Chapter 289 The Battle of Young People. Gim pointed to a teak placed next to the fire pit, next to the temporary shelf. When he learned that Arthur would drink tea and read in the afternoon, the sheriff of Jireshan town, Zebulon, bought all the tea from the town's grocery store. Then, it was delivered. A full pound of tea bricks, 5 pieces, and more than 2 pounds of loose tea. Arthur received the tea bricks in the box of Athos. And for the loose tea, he found a huge clay jar for storage. Tea leaves are light, and 1 or 2 gin of tea leaves can usually fill a small can. If 2 gin of tea leaves can be filled, then even the temporary shelf cannot fit on it, and it can only be placed aside. Looking at what Jim pointed at, Arthur looked puzzled. He was a little unsure whether Jim really wanted to compare tea in the world before him, because the alchemist, the god of potions, Hulk liked to drink tea. Tea had developed considerably. Not only were there different types, but there were also corresponding tea utensils. Of course, most of the time, people still like to make tea, just like the tea bought by Sheriff Zebulon. It is a black tea that is very suitable for steaming. It is also the mainstream tea in this world. Some non-mainstream teas exist as luxury goods. The lion tea that the old lion in Niwan likes to drink in recent years has a saying that 1 ounce of tea is worth 10 ounces of gold. In many salons in Niwan, tea tasting and tea fighting have also become popular in recent years. However, it is only in Niwan. It is not popular in other places. That is why Arthur is confused. Tea. Let's compete in tea. My aunt loves tea. And Mr. Charlie is also very good at tea. I guess Arthur. In addition to swordsmanship, you must have inherited Mr. Charlie's tea ceremony. Jim stared at Arthur with his eyes. Ha ha. Ah. Yes. Yes. Your aunt likes tea. And old Charlie is good at tea ceremony. Do you believe that your aunt likes to eat? Old Charlie is good at cooking. If your aunt likes astrology, old Charlie is the best stargazer? This handsome old man. Arthur was madly complaining about old Charlie in his heart, but on the surface he remained calm. Tea ceremony? I know a little bit. Arthur nodded slightly. Tea, he really didn't know much. He didn't know what scraping foam, rubbing tea, shaking fragrance, entering the sea, dance of butterflies, displaying tea, falling butterflies return to one. He also didn't know what spring water and autumn fragrance were. He doesn't understand that before the rain. He just drinks the well-roasted tea and the clear and ethereal tea. What does he know about tea? He just drinks it shamelessly. But, Gimt, if you want to compete in tea, then I have to teach you a lesson. Arthur, who had made up his mind, continued to look at the son of the current Baron of Novia, the son-in-law of the Marquis of West Berlin, waiting for the key part. If there is a competition, there are naturally chips. Even tea is the same. Nobles have their own rules. I've told you the fighting items, and you can decide the stakes. Arthur. Gimt's round face showed a warm smile, looking like an older boy from the neighborhood, the kind of brother who would take his younger siblings to buy candy, and who would make people feel good just by seeing him. If I were to say, why not? When my fleet passes through the port of the Marquis of West Berlin in the future, it would be tax-free. Arthur smiled shyly, scratched his head shyly, just like the neighbor's kid, but a naughty boy who was caught. Okay, as long as you can beat me. Arthur, I promise that your fleet will be tax-free when passing through the port of the Marquis of West Berlin. Jim nodded directly, and then continued. Then it's my turn again. How about tomorrow afternoon? Tea. In the afternoon, it will be more delicious. Okay, the location is here, how about it? No problem. With one question and one answer, the so-called tea contest was decided. Then the son of the Baron, the son-in-law of the Marquis, said goodbye to Arthur, turned and walked into the mountain stream. The shadow instantly covered the other's back. Looking at the other's back, the smile on Arthur's face did not change at all. The other was a person who had been brainwashed by his aunt since childhood, and his worldview had been distorted in some way. Is he a noble son who yearns for the romance of knights? Or is he a noble son who waits until he grows up, only to find that his aunt has taken over the power in the territory, and in order to avoid suicide, he has no choice but to listen to his aunt's advice and leave the territory, to develop in other places, and to take back everything that belongs to him one day? It doesn't matter. No matter which one Jim is, it doesn't matter. Novia territory will not be left to him anyway. What he needs to pay attention to is the changes that Jim's tea competition has brought to his original plan. In his original plan, he would start fighting directly after friendly contact with the nobles, and then use the excuse that his condition had not recovered after slashing the sword song of death. Flower Heaven Bone. Broken to win a tragic victory and attract more people to come to a big fight. However, with the appearance of Jimmet, it is natural to change. For example, Jimmet, who has admired old Charlie since childhood, found that after slashing that sword, his body had not recovered yet. So he gave up the sword fight and proposed a tea fight, in order to give him more time to recover. He even adjusted the time to tomorrow afternoon. This was definitely not to send a signal to the outside world that his body needed to recover after he slashed that sword and let the envoy of Marquis Einhas, who came with him, attack him so that he could see his strength with his own eyes. Well, definitely not. The person with that warm smile, how could he be so sinister? So, Arthur quickly chased after him. When Jim was about to walk out of the mountain stream, he hooked his shoulder. Arthur clearly felt Jim's body suddenly stiffen. But then, the son of the Baron, the son-in-law of the Marquis, did not struggle at all, but took 2 steps forward, and walked out of the mountain stream. At the moment of walking out of the mountain stream, the two seemed to have telepathy, One retracted his arm, and the other took a step to the side. Under the setting sun in the evening, the two of them walked side by side again, with some distance between them. But this was enough, because everyone saw that, in the mountain stream, the two of them were arm in arm. At this moment, everyone was sure that Arthur and Jimmet had a special relationship, especially the envoy of Marquis Aisha's. Carol tightened the reins. As the nephew of Marquis Aisha's, Carol knew some things about Jimmet. The fool. The other party had boasted more than once in a private salon about a civilian named Charlie Kratos. As a result, the other party had already become a laughing stock in the circle of young nobles in West Berlin. I don't know what the West Berlin Marquis was thinking, and he actually agreed to his second daughter's engagement with such a fool. Eagles also have their eyes dimmed when they grow old. Cal said so. The envoy of the Marquis of Inhas did not cover his voice, and everyone around heard such comments. Then, when the other party rushed his horse directly to Arthur, just when he was about to speak, Arthur suddenly frowned. The shadow of death is looming over you. Be careful. The sudden words made Carol stunned. And then, the Marquis envoy was furious, and subconsciously wanted to scold Arthur. However, before he opened his mouth, he was stopped by Jimmet. The medium bloodline in Arthur comes from Mr. Charlie. Carol, you must be careful. Such an explanation did not calm Carol's anger. On the contrary, it was like adding fuel to the fire. Enough. Jimmet, you tarnished your own noble blood. I don't want to say another word to you. Carol shouted at Jimmet. Immediately, the son of the Baron, the son-in-law of the Marquis, showed grievance on his face. Arthur saw it and stood in front of Jimmet. He looked at Carol and said softly, "If you can't understand the motto of fate, then I also know a little about swordsmanship." A little about swordsmanship? Humph. Who do you think I am? Don't try to fool me with that trick. While saying this, Carl had already jumped off his horse and strode towards Arthur. Draw your swords. The emissary of Marquis Inhas drew out his two swords, whispered in a low voice, and moved his feet quickly, as if he was preparing some extraordinary sword skills. However, only Arthur could see clearly that the emissary of Marquis Inhas was rushing towards him, and blinked quickly. Suddenly Arthur understood. Immediately, the young medium whispered, "Wait a minute." Chapter 293 Foxes. After a wait, the envoy of Marquis Inhas stopped. "Is this a duel or a fight?" Arthur asked with a smile. "Of course it's a duel. We don't have a life and death feud. A duel will only damage the honor of my nobles." Carl took it for granted. "Well, if it's a duel, where are your chips?" "Just now. Jim took out the chip of tax exemption for my fleet when passing through the port of West Berlin. You can't come up with similar chips." "Right?" Arthur nodded slightly, speaking softly. But these words made the face of the envoy of Marquis Inhas change. "Of course not. However, this is a serious matter. I need to think carefully." After saying this, the envoy of Marquis Inhas sheathed his sword and turned around to mount his horse again. Everyone saw the embarrassment of this nobleman, who was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Everyone's eyes showed a hint of sarcasm and ridicule. But Jimmet was different. Jimmet kept smiling, but a flash of surprise appeared in his eyes. The scene in front of him was different from his plan. In his plan, at this time, Carol had already started a duel with Arthur because of anger, and he could take advantage of the situation to start the next plan. If Carol won, he would protect the rest of the team, and thus get in touch with Count Nanlos. If Arthur won, he would continue to show his admiration with the knight image he had shown before, to maintain the face of Marquis Inhas. In short, no matter who wins, he will get corresponding benefits. But Jim looked at Arthur with a smile on his face, and then looked at Carol, who got on the horse and left. Thinking about what Arthur just said, his heart suddenly moved. This son of the Baron, the son-in-law of the Marquis. Guess what Arthur wanted to do? Suddenly Jim's face showed a smile again. This smile was brighter than before. The other party walked up to Arthur. "Arthur, I won't bother you today. Tomorrow afternoon, I will be on time for the appointment." As he said that, Jim saluted as a knight, and turned around and left. The two noble cavalry left in unison, just as they had come, but such uniformity did not receive praise from anyone in the convoy, and many people pouted, with a look of disdain. Edwin even said directly, "Oh, pretending." This evaluation was immediately recognized by everyone in the team. They all saw the performance of the envoy of Marquis Inhas just now. It completely fits their usual impression of aristocrats. As for the envoy from West Berlin, he seems to have a good relationship with Arthur. That means he is half of his own. Arthur glanced at everyone in the team calmly, and sighed slightly in his heart. There is no doubt that Jim and Carol were successful. An identity that takes advantage of disadvantages. Disguise yourself. Let everyone think you are a fool. The other is to use the stereotypes of the world. Disguise yourself, and use arrogance to confuse the world. But what is the truth? As cunning as a fox. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving one after the other, Arthur seemed to see two foxes leaving, especially Carol, who left first deliberately slowed down, and Jim, who left later deliberately sped up. A new round of mutual testing is about to begin. Unfortunately, there is no way to witness it with my own eyes. Arthur narrowed his eyes, and sighed slightly in his heart. As for the content of the two young nobles' mutual probing, it is not difficult to guess. In order to facilitate communication, they must start with him, and then go deep into the Hilter Tower heritage hidden in the Emer Manor. But they will definitely not waste more time on this, and will definitely come back to him again. It is not that Arthur is self-indulgent, but he believes that Jim is smart enough. He could understand why he was so honest just now. Similarly, he also believed that Carol would make the right choice. For the sake of benefit, his existence, for the two of them, had greater benefits. The Hilter Tower heritage in Emer Manor, even if it existed, was not something that Jim, Carol could get his hands on. Any gains, they had to hand over to the Marquis of West Berlin and Marquis of Ina standing behind them. But it's different here. With Jim and Carol's cover, Marquis West Berlin and Marquis Ines won't really notice him at all, but will only denounce the two's failure. Although it will make the two lose some favors to a certain extent, they will get real benefits of their own. Who wouldn't want to participate in the tax-free fleet? Especially the coastal trade route from Sisport in South Lowes to the old lion port of Kildare in the Inner Bay. The territory along the route belongs to only three nobles. Marquis West Berlin, Marquis Ines, and Count Bet. When two of them are tax-free, is the remaining one far away? He believes that since the Marquis West Berlin and Marquis Ines have people like Jim and Carol, then the Count Bet family at the next stop on the route will definitely have people like these two who have the right of inheritance, but are not ranked high enough, and will have to find another way out if they cannot inherit the title. Such guys, once they know about the tax-free fleet, will surely be eager to join. They may even be willing to pay a corresponding price for it. When the ports of the three territories along the way all exempt his fleet from tax, he will have enough bargaining chips to pull more people into the water. Tax-free means no inspection. No inspection means more room for maneuver. Things like selling the arms in the Emer Manor to the Count of Nanlos at a low price, once in a lifetime, is enough. Arthur swore he definitely didn't do this because he felt bad. He just didn't want to be constrained by others. He wanted to leave himself a way out. This was also the fundamental reason why he didn't take direct action when he found that Jim was not right. For Arthur now, he needs a few allies outside of Nanlos. They can't be too strong, nor too weak. They just need to be able to hold up the scene. Otherwise, it's just too ambitious, with Jim and Carol's funding. The original one fleet will soon become three, or even more. When the fleet flying my flag can appear in South Lowes every day, the first step of the 5 gentlemen exchange will be completed. What is lacking now is the Mischio Security Company. Where is your friend? Mounts? As for the friend, who is proficient in training the suicide squad mentioned by Mounts, Arthur was looking forward to it more and more. He needed the other party to train elite soldiers for him. Similarly, he also needed an ordinary team that was attractive. In the name of merchant ship escort, on the outskirts of South Lowes, he could build a manor to train this team. Of course, it would be best to find 2 uninhabited islands to stockpile soldiers on a large scale. No, it was the escort of ocean-going merchant ships. There was a port exclusively for the Kratos family. As long as he obtained the title of knight, there is enough space to operate all this. The wind is blowing? Would I be afraid of the wind? The bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly. A light flashed in his black eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. However, the moment he turned around, everything returned to normal. The young medium knew very well that this would happen later. Now, he has a very important thing to do. Chapter 291. The evening wind was howling, and the murderous intent was urgent. After the 2 cavalry units belonging to Marquis West Berlin and Marquis Ines left, the convoy of the Lady of the Long Night immediately returned to normal. Except for the necessary precautions, the rest of the people began to prepare to continue setting up the camp. At this time, Edwin saw Arthur quietly making a gesture to him. Immediately, The driver of Melinda quickly followed Arthur to the outside of the camp. Edwin, take your men to the town of Garshan immediately. Remember, you must live in the town of Jireshan. Don't come back before tomorrow morning. The young medium whispered, while raising his hand inconspicuously, pointing at the ground. Edwin did not lower his head, but glanced at the ground with the corner of his eye, confirming safety, single-line contact. The driver understood the incoherent sentence instantly. Arthur needed him to contact his master. Melinda, through a single-line contact after confirming that it was absolutely safe. What happened? The driver was confused. But he didn't hesitate. I understand. After saying that, the driver walked towards the camp. A moment later, the caravan in the camp set off again. This time, they went to the town 15 kilometers away. Arthur watched the caravan leave. He didn't mean to bluff Edwin. With the appearance of Jim and Carol, his original plan of a miserable victory had already changed. But those who were spying on the legacy of the Hilt Tower in the Emer Manor would not change. They were still in the dark, still watching this place. Among them, Arthur was most concerned about the Countess of Nanlos's staff. The staff, composed of 3 levels, with Freeman's confession, had confirmed that there was a traitor. But who the traitor was still unknown. However, as time passed, the target of suspicion was shrinking, and Melinda didn't mind speeding up the process. Especially when she couldn't intervene, it would be best to borrow his hand to do a screening. Arthur had known about this for a long time. He also made corresponding countermeasures. He originally planned to directly use Death Chi to run away and completely destroy the staff group and the remaining people sent out this time, and use this to maintain the bitter victory personality and take advantage of the situation to participate in the subsequent Nanlo sword competition. Catch more guys with bad intentions. But that was before. Now the general direction, the result remains unchanged, but the details must be changed. He wants the traitor in the staff group to come forward. He wants to show his loyalty to the Countess of Nanlos. Only in this way can he better cover up the relationship between Jim, Carol, and him. No! He has no relationship with Jim, Carol. Everything he did, it was just to draw out the traitor in the staff group. This is the key point. This is what everyone should pay attention to. The fight between him, Jim, and Carol, and some trivial things that happened because of the fight, will be covered by this matter. As for whether the traitor will appear, it doesn't matter. If he appears, it's the best. If he doesn't appear, it's okay. As long as he takes action, the Countess of Nanlo sees it, that's enough. For this reason, he asked Edwin to take people away and report to Melinda. After smoothing the writing on the ground with his feet, Arthur returned to the Emer Manor. The fire pit was lit. Simon, Hunter, and Newt prepared enough firewood and ingredients. When the iron pot was placed on the fire pit, Arthur subconsciously wanted to hug Pendragon, until he lowered his head to look for the big orange. He suddenly came to his senses. For safety reasons, he asked Simon to take care of the big orange instead of himself. TSK, what a sad day, I was actually separated from Pan. Arthur was full of emotion. So, I ate an extra pot of rice at night. Turn grief and anger into appetite? Yes and no. The ritual of cat orange is gradually taking effect. Arthur was very clear about this. So, he did not stop it. However, he had already made a plan to intensify his exercise after returning to number 2 Kirk Street. He clearly felt the roundness of his face. The roundness of the body, also put on the agenda under the power of the cat orange. Ritual. He has to seek a balance. If it is in a peaceful world, Arthur doesn't care. Everyone is the same anyway, lying on the sofa, taking the phone, after the lady starts browsing, happy water snacks Kakukchuan. Fat? Not exist. You are looking at a new youth of a new era with tinted glasses. But in this world full of dangers, it's different. Arthur definitely doesn't want his fat body to affect his agility and speed, because such an impact will be extremely fatal at some point. When Arthur thought that he might die because of his fatness, and not have time to dodge the flying arrows, secret arts, he would die, Arthur shook his head again and again. He didn't want to leave an epitaph like he died, because he was fat on his tombstone. With Drake's bad character, he would definitely do it. As for the increased strength, with the bonus of cat orange and cat elegance orange, when he really starts practicing, his strength will only increase. Maybe one day I can reach the level of Golden Lion Cat. When he thought of the existence that blew up the entire church, Arthur immediately took a deep breath, drove away the laziness in the ritual, and first washed the iron pot that cooked the military porridge. Why do you need to wash the pot after eating? This is simply torture, the young medium muttered, and lit the warning oil lamp. Then, the iron kettle was placed on the fire pit. When the steam burst out, Arthur grabbed a handful of loose tea from the jar and threw it in. Soon, the rich aroma of tea spread everywhere, just like the murderous aura. On the hillside of Emer Manor, figures appeared one after another, some of them holding crossbows, or muskets. Arrows, gun muzzles pointed at Arthur. There was no order. When the first arrow was shot, it was followed by a barrage of arrows and bullets. Just like rain, it enveloped Arthur. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of arrows breaking through the air. The sound of guns firing. One after another, one after another. The young medium yawned and sat lazily in the chair. This chair was found in the manor. Not only was it old-fashioned, but it was also seriously peeling. But it was wide enough for Arthur to sit in it. He crossed his left leg and bent his right leg on the somewhat worn-out chair. The hand holding the teapot rested on the raised right knee. And the tea flowed down. The dark red turbid tea soup fell into the cup, just like blood dripping into the soil. The night was gloomy. The lights were small. And the tea was like blood. The young medium looked at the tea residue suspended in the teacup and sighed. Alas, I forgot to wash the tea, he said with a look of regret, picked up the teacup, and poured it upwards. Chapter 292. Night tea tastes as strong as wine. The tea splashed upwards, and immediately splashed a perfect arc-shaped water curtain above Arthur's head. The drops of tea were still deep red, translucent, competing with the brightness of the bright moon hanging high in the sky. Deep red like blood. Bright like frost. For a moment, they actually echoed each other. Even if the arrows were as fast as rain, and the bullets were as dense as snow, they would be eclipsed. The murderous intent on the arrows and bullets was eliminated in a breath. Only death. The death that permeated the entire manor was like a pair of hands strangling the attackers' necks, robbing them of the last bit of life. The bodies rolled down the steep cliffs one after another. When they hit the ground, they were already shattered. With every sound of bones breaking, more people would appear on the cliffs, and the coarse salt they had blessed in their hands would be thrown out as if it was free. The sound of hissing was endless. The red brick powder that had also been blessed poured out along the cliffs below. Soon, these red brick powders connected end to end, forming a circle. A circle that trapped the young medium. And what was left of this circle was the last gap. Tap, tap. The clear footsteps echoed in the mountain stream. A middle-aged man, with a hunched figure and gray hair walked out. The middle-aged man walked very slowly, because every step he took would scatter a streak of red brick powder. 10 steps, that's 10 streaks. 100 steps, that's 100 streaks. When the middle-aged man walked out of the mountain stream, the original gap had already become the most solid point. Of course, it's not just because of the barrier formed by the red brick powder. It's also because of the middle-aged man himself. Good evening, Sir Kratos. The other party greeted the young medium enthusiastically. The young medium rubbed the tears from the corners of his eyes due to yawning. Not only did he not put his legs down, he leaned back, as if he had no bones, and slumped in the chair. I'm glad you came here, but I don't like the tone of your voice. Listening to Arthur's words, the middle-aged man looked surprised. Do you know me? The other party asked. Then, without waiting for Arthur to answer, the middle-aged man said to himself, Of course you should recognize me. If you don't recognize me, why bother to lay out the plan? There is no legacy of the Hilter Tower in the Emer Manor. Right? You are doing this just to lure me out, the middle-aged man said confidently. How shameless. Arthur secretly complained in his heart, but on the surface he shrugged calmly. When Freeman informed the Earl, I knew I would be discovered soon. Even if I set up a cordon in the 66 staff group, he can only buy me time. But that's enough. While talking to himself, the middle-aged man pulled an empty chair over and sat opposite Arthur, under the illumination of the alert oil lamp. The other person's face became clearer. His thin face, deep nasolabial folds, made his cheekbones even more prominent, making people feel at first glance that he was a mean, difficult person to get along with. Especially those eyes, which seemed to want to drill into people's flesh, like digging out your heart, liver, spleen, stomach and kidney. The other person sat in a proper posture, his back was straight, and he did not lean on the chair, his hands were on his thighs, and he continued to talk. However, this time, he was not talking to himself, but asking, Sir Kratos, can you guess? What did I do during the time he delayed for me? Observing his words and expressions, eyes like torches flashed quickly. Arthur saw the pride and arrogance. I saw a bit of satisfaction. Immediately, Arthur guessed it. Are the other members of the staff group all right? Of course. The people of the 16th staff group and the 66th staff group who are traveling with me are all here. Unfortunately, not all of them, otherwise, I would definitely laugh out loud now. Those bastards, who do they think they are? If it weren't for His Highness's order, how could I work with these stupid guys? Do you really think that I, Melville, would choose to join the 16 staffs because I am afraid of the Dead Poets Society? They think too highly of themselves. The middle-aged man smiled. What else? Arthur asked. Immediately, the smile on the middle-aged man's face froze. I, Melville, was once the leader of the Death Mask. I not only founded the Death Mask, but I am also the strongest of the Death Mask. The middle-aged man's voice rose a notch. Ah, yes, yes. Arthur curled his lips. He looked as if he had determined that the other party chose to join the Countess of Nanlos because he was afraid of the Dead Poets Society. Of course, until just now, Arthur had only heard this name for the first time. Before that, Arthur had never heard of this name. Nor had he heard of the so-called Death Mask. But this did not prevent him from provoking the other party. With the help of bluff, Arthur's words and expressions were just right. At least when Melville heard the words yes, 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 the anger in his heart surged uncontrollably. And when he saw Arthur's mouth curled, he couldn't control it anymore. I'm not afraid of the Dead Poets Society. I've fought with them several times. They all recognize my strength. Although they were all named Death. This kind of battle would happen. But I have gained their respect with my strength. Speaking of this, Melville raised his head proudly. Then, he ignored Arthur, started to pick up the teacup on the table, and poured the brewed tea into his own cup. Looking at the other person's appearance, Arthur was puzzled. Small curse. Will it also affect the mind? Personality? The moment the other person appeared, Arthur began to mobilize the dead energy and cast the small curse on the other person. Although the effect of the curse has not yet appeared. One thing is certain. The other party's spirituality has also been affected. It is probably nothing at ordinary times. But once the other party touches the facts that he is unwilling to face, even if it is just a word, he will become impatient. Otherwise, it would not be like this. Another guy like Toad. Harris? Arthur thought in his heart, and said slowly, don't drink other people's tea casually. Oh, don't tell me, you poisoned the tea. Melville looked at Arthur with interest. He dared to drink it. Of course he was sure that there was nothing in the tea. And it was quite mellow and tasted good. Arthur stared at him, and his body, which was slumped in the chair, sat up straight. The young medium said word by word. No, I won't poison the tea. I just want to remind you that in this kind of fermented tea, there is no careful selection, but there may be hair, booger, nail, stone, bug. By the way, there may also be foot skin. Poof. Chapter 293 Pain and Pain. Melville spit out the tea that he had not swallowed yet. But it was not over yet. When he thought of the tea that he had swallowed, Melville's face became extremely ugly. Just at this time Arthur, who was sitting cross-legged in a chair, began to deliberately turn his ankle. Although he was wearing boots, this action instantly reminded Melville of foot skin. Ugh! The creator of the Death Mask, the strongest, one of the 16 staffs of Count Nanlos, the hidden man of Grand Duke Niwen, was lying there vomiting loudly. Arthur, who was sitting opposite, deliberately covered his nose, dodging backwards, and said, TSK, TSK, TSK. You look like a dog. Quiet. Melville, who was lying there vomiting loudly, was stunned when he heard this. He once again thought of the rainy night in Nanlos 10 years ago, when he had just completed a hunt. He met that man. The man who was called the left lead singer of the Dead Poets Society. 30 Choir. He was knocked down directly. The power he was proud of was useless in front of the other party. On the contrary, he was controlled by the other party and attacked him. In that situation, angry but desperate, I'm sorry. Please let me go. I will never dare to borrow the name of death again. He crawled on the ground, begging loudly. And the man really let him go. You look like a dog. The man who followed the old school style of the Dead Poets Society let him go, but he also gave him an unforgettable evaluation. Since then, his heart could no longer be at peace. You look like a dog. You look like a dog. You look like a dog. While eating, sleeping, meditating, and mixing potions, This sentence kept appearing like a magic sound. He had a little problem with his spirituality. It started to become turbid, sluggish, and then chaotic. Just when he was about to collapse, it was the Grand Duke. It was the Grand Duke who saved him. In order to repay the Grand Duke, he became a hidden man. Yes. He wanted to repay the Grand Duke. The rest? It doesn't matter. Almost in self-hypnosis, Melville wiped the corner of his mouth and stood up again. The hunchback man stared at Arthur fiercely. You never know what price you will pay for what you said. Oh! How about I pour you some tea to make amends? Arthur said, picking up the pot of tea and pouring the tea into the cup. The bright orange-red tea soup, under the moonlight, showed a faint halo, looking even more charming. But Melville felt humiliated watching this scene. Unprecedented humiliation filled the heart of the betrayer. At this moment, the betrayer once again thought of the scene of him kneeling. Then, the betrayer took out a white mask from his arms. The mask showed a human face, which was pure white in color, without any patterns or decorations, and only 2 holes at the eyes. Go to hell. The traitor stepped out with his left leg, suddenly opened his arms upward, let out a hoarse roar, and was about to put on the mask. But suddenly, the traitor's movements were stagnant. It hurts. It hurts. An unprecedented pain suddenly came from his lower body, causing the traitor to bend down. The roar in his mouth also changed. Oh oh oh. Then, the scream changed again. Sha-ah-ah. The anus was too protruding, so Arthur couldn't help but manipulate the hand of nothingness to hit the other party. The thick fingers were all inserted. The intense pain from the front and back immediately made the betrayer kneel on the ground. The kneeling betrayer was in tears, and his whole body was twitching. The mask in his hand fell to the ground beside him, then it flew into Arthur's hands. The betrayer wanted to stop it, but just as he raised his hand, he knelt down again. Pain. Too painful. Arthur took the mask handed over by the hand of nothingness. Name, Death Hound. Type, other items. Quality, epic. Attributes, 1. Hound. 2. Wild hunt. Requirements, death breath. Note, after the Mist Tower was destroyed by the church, Black Robe knew that if he wanted revenge, it was not enough to rely on the strength of the 4 of them. Therefore, he began to seek more like-minded people. Those who were persecuted by the church gathered under his command. He was ready to start a war, but he failed. Before the war started, his old friend, best friend, and partner, White Robe, informed the church, I don't want war to sweep across the continent again. With these words, White Robe rushed into their secret gathering place with the holy knights of the church. The top leaders of the rebel alliance, who were formulating a battle plan, were caught in one fell swoop. 147 top leaders of the rebel alliance were burned to death. At least 60,000 rebel alliance troops were hanged in the Celtic castle. The Black Robe survived, but the guilt made him crazy. He began to contact the knowledge that he had banned himself in the past. Sorry, I was wrong, hee hee ha ha. Hound. A hound constructed from forbidden knowledge in the shadows. Not only can it understand more complex instructions, but it is also extremely loyal. Will not betray. Has a physique like a mystical creature. Has a very balanced attack and defense. Is tireless. Has an unparalleled sense of smell. And does not need air to survive. It has a certain degree of immunity to sulfur and fire. Feeds on death air. Can spit out death fire. And automatically becomes invisible in the dark and shadows. Wild hunt. The summoned hound can grow by hunting prey and swallowing death air. Note 1. When the hound dies, item is invalid, cannot be resummoned. Note 2. The hound can exist in the form of an ordinary dog, but will not eat dog food, but can drink water. Note 3. The hound can appear during the day, but hates the sun. Note 4. If someone chooses to wear, instead of summoning the hound, the wearer's consciousness will be subtly influenced by the hound, and spirituality will become disordered, violent, and finally, completely out of control. Looking at the Death Hound in his hand, Arthur roughly understood what was happening to Melville. The other party must have seen the mask-shaped Death Hound and chose to wear it directly. In fact, most people would choose to wear it when they see this mask. No one would think that it was a summoning item. Facing the alchemical product of a madman who can say anything. It's all fate. The young medium sighed in his heart, looking at the embarrassed Melville in front of him. I couldn't help but sigh. You are really a dog. Arthur said something similar to the previous one. But unlike the previous stimulation, this time, Melville, who felt the pain from the front and back, was shocked. What reward? What Grand Duke? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. He just wanted to kill the hateful medium in front of him. For this, he would do anything. And at the moment when this thought came up, snap! The last nerve of the betrayer was broken. Chapter 294. The cursed whip, whipped repeatedly. The crisp sound echoed in the mind of the betrayer. The situation that the betrayer had been struggling to maintain completely collapsed at this moment, and the already restless spirituality instantly boiled up. In just a moment, the flesh and blood of the betrayer swelled several times. The originally hunched body, at this moment, became tall and twisted. The muscles that completely defied ordinary people's cognition grew in diamond-shaped shapes one by one. Especially the hunched back of the other party gathered 80% of the flesh and blood of the whole body, making the other party's whole person look extremely slender, as if carrying a huge shell. A shell made of tumors. Huff, huff. The messy hair hung down. Heavy gasps came from the mouth of the betrayer, mixed with unclear words. Heal you. Heal you. The voice was no longer Melville's voice, mixed with a hint of female voice. It sounded like a mechanical synthesized sound. This sound was extremely sharp, like a finger scratching across a blackboard, more like plastic foam rubbing hard on the ground. After hearing it, Arthur couldn't help but frown. And the attackers on the cliff covered their ears and rolled down the cliff surrounding the manor one by one. There was almost no difference from the first batch of attackers. They were all bloody and broken into pieces. However, this pure sound of death made the deformed betrayer feel happy. He laughed continuously. Then, the body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. That's it. That's it. Death. Death. Death is the final destination. The deformed betrayer swelled again. However, this time the swelling was different from before. Only the tumor on his back swelled, and his slender body did not change at all, but became even thinner, if it could be said that it was a skinny and narrow body just now. Then, now only skin and bones are left. Even, the bones are being sucked by the tumor on the back. But the deformed betrayer seemed to be unaware of it. No, it stared at Arthur. Its eyes were still fierce. But Arthur remained unmoved. Feeling the strong aura of death, Arthur felt extremely calm and at ease, even if the aura of death contained in the tumor was 10 times that of the outside world. Arthur, facing death, it's just a little breeze. Not worth mentioning. On the contrary, Arthur continued to consume his own death energy, forming one small curse technique after another to bless the deformed betrayer in front of him. The experiment just now has told Arthur that small curse technique is useful. Although facing the mysterious person with spirituality, the use of this is extremely limited. But as long as you keep stacking, there will be surprises. Quantitative change will eventually lead to qualitative change. Of course, at this time, constantly performing small curse technique is one aspect. More importantly, Arthur wants to know what it is like when death chi enters the rampage and indiscriminate disaster state. For people like Arthur, any power must be accurately controlled in his own hands. Even the rampage state requires accurate data. And the consequence of doing so is, why is it distorted? How can I be distorted? The distorted betrayer, who was enjoying it, suddenly woke up. Sensing the blood tumor on his back, the betrayer shouted loudly. But immediately, this shout filled with disbelief, turned into a murmur of enjoyment. Yes. Yes. That's it. Everything is to welcome death. Don't do this. The murmur of enjoyment was interrupted again. The voice of the distorted betrayer appeared again, and the shrill roar echoed in the square of Emer Manor. The distorted betrayer lowered his head and looked at Arthur, his eyes full of pleading. Save me. I am willing to be your dog. Please, save me. Facing the pleas of the distorted betrayer, the young medium was completely indifferent, and he shot 2 more small curse techniques in his backhand. Arthur would never believe the words of a hidden player, just like he would not believe what the young lady on the 3rd floor said about the father gambling, the mother being sick, and the brother studying. They just started and are not familiar with it. In fact, to some extent, the former is more unreliable than the latter. The latter still has some professional ethics. At least he knows to wear rubber. The former? It's really capricious. In fact, it's the same. Heal you. If I die, you can't live. Do you know what you will face? The deformed betrayer threatened Arthur. Obviously, the small curse took effect and began to block the betrayer's transformation. However, this also allowed Arthur to determine that there was something in the tumor, and the seemingly intact betrayer was completely dominated by the thing in the tumor at this time. Otherwise, the thing affected by the small curse. At this time was the thing in the tumor, not the increasingly spiritual and deformed betrayer. In order to prove his conjecture, Arthur increased the output of small curse technique. Suddenly, the distorted betrayer changed. The distorted betrayer became confused again. It was obvious that the opponent, who had the upper hand, was affected by the small curse technique. After Arthur outputted the small curse technique, again, the opponent woke up again. After repeating this several times, Arthur confirmed his guess. Coincidentally, at this time, the distorted betrayer woke up again. This time, the deformed betrayer finally reacted. "Are you using me as an experiment? You cold-blooded monster!" the deformed betrayer roared. Then, he turned his hands and grabbed the tumor on his back, tearing it apart violently. It was obvious that at this time, the deformed betrayer still hoped to survive. However, as Arthur cast another small curse, the opponent, who was in a daze, was crushed by the claws extending from the tumor. "Paw!" There was a crisp sound, but no brains splattered. The shattered head of the deformed betrayer was absorbed by the existence in the tumor, followed by the torso and limbs. When everything was absorbed, the tumor bloomed like a lotus. Then, a humanoid creature with a hideous face and limbs replaced by sharp claws appeared there. But there was no extremely strong aura. There was no earth-shattering background. It staggered out. The face that looked like a human was sickly, and his eyes revealed an unprecedented fatigue. Even the sharp claws looked dull. Overall, it looked like a programmer who had his bonus deducted after working overtime for a month. What happened? Why did I become like this? Weird was also full of confusion. At this moment, a compassionate voice came to his ears. "You finally came." Subconsciously, Weird looked in the direction of the voice. It saw the young medium, Dead Chi, the young medium that had just been cleared. Just at the moment of seeing the young medium, Weird trembled all over. It screamed, "You?" Chapter 295, When Death Comes. It is the only one. Amid the screams, the weird faces that were avoided by the mysterious side were distorted. What did it see? It saw Arthur sitting cross-legged in a chair, raising his knees, resting his arms, and looking at the night sky lazily. It saw a figure in a dark robe, holding a sickle, emerging behind Arthur. Death. The night wind had already stopped. No! To be precise, the moment this figure appeared, night wind died. Not only night wind, but also the night sky, the moon, the stars, the earth, and everything else died. Because where this figure stood, there was only death. And only death. This is the rule. The rule that transcends everything. The rule that only rules can resist. Unfortunately, there are no other rules here. Even the weirdness in front of us did not master the rules. It just borrowed the extremely special immortal rule. But this kind of borrowing, in front of death, is vulnerable. The moment the invisible death reappears, it crushes the borrowed immortality. It was not intentional. It was not targeted. It was completely unintentional. It was like the waves raised by a 10,000-ton ship passing through the sea. Who would care about the waves? There are too many. It is insignificant. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Weird screamed, "Turn around and run." His speed was extremely fast, several times faster than the arrow shot out, but it was still too slow for that figure. No extra movements. No side swinging. With just a glance, this weirdness was melted. Its life, its soul, its fate, everything it had, disappeared with the disappearance of its flesh and blood, and it left behind its last wail. "Monster! You monster!" When the wail died down, everything turned into nothingness. In this world, there is no thing that can prove that this weirdness existed. If you want to prove it, then prepare to face death. A huge death energy poured into Arthur's body. The death energy, that was originally exhausted, surged to 1,000 points in an instant. The figure representing death began to slowly dissipate. Arthur, who had been looking up at the night sky, actually observed death, began to murmur in his heart. Is this the Death Chi? Rampage? Using death to crush those who are not favored by fate? But this death. Why do I feel a sense of familiarity? Arthur raised his hand and rubbed his temple. The effect of the Death Chi. Rampage was better than he imagined. You know, the weirdness born from the body of the deformed is extremely difficult to kill. On the bookshelf in the underground secret room of Emer Manor, there was more than one mention of the situation where the dying weirdness was resurrected again. Moreover, unlike the weirdness born from the deformed, those high-level weirdness can easily go back. Where to go back? It is not written in the book. It should be, because after writing it down, it may be discovered by some high-level weirdness, but according to Arthur's guess, it should be a space dedicated to weirdness. Maybe there are many names there, but in essence it should be a similar exclusive space. It was just that for unknown reasons. It was connected to the world in front of it. As for why it was connected, it could be the movement of celestial bodies. It could also be some mysterious explosion. In short, he easily killed the extremely difficult to kill distorted weirdness. Moreover, more importantly, Arthur knew that death energy could be controlled to some extent. All of this was good news. But the sudden sense of familiarity made Arthur confused. Then a thought came to the young medium's heart. I'm not really the son of death, am I? But immediately, the young medium relaxed. Because, when he had this thought, his spirituality told him with an unprecedented strong intuition that it was not the case. Arthur, who was relieved, adjusted his posture, and sat there in a more comfortable position, and his heart involuntarily moved towards. Where does that sense of familiarity come from? Just because I died once? Is it an acquaintance? Arthur was still thinking, when a familiar smell of tobacco appeared at the tip of his nose, with a hint of cocoa and a little mint. In the smoke, Melinda, wearing a deerstalker hat and holding a pipe, walked through the smoke and walked straight out. The lady's forehead was slightly sweaty, and her blue eyes were anxious. But when she saw Arthur slumped in the chair, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then, without paying any attention to Arthur, she just went around the Emer Manor to check it out. When she saw the blessed coarse salt and red brick powder, her brows immediately furrowed. The reason why she had not been able to lock onto the location of the Emer Manor just now was because the barrier formed by the coarse salt and red brick powder blurred her perception. That was why she was anxious. Because the other party came prepared. Plus the words that Arthur asked Edwin to convey. This lady of the long night almost used a trump card. Fortunately, the barrier disappeared just now. Melinda bent down and picked up a small bunch of blessed coarse salt and red brick powder. The power of the two had long disappeared, and even the two themselves became inactive, and turned into powder with a light pinch. After checking the mouth of the mountain stream, Melinda jumped up from the side of the mountain stream. She began to check the cliffs surrounding the Emer Manor. About 10 minutes later, Melinda returned to Arthur again. What? Was it treated as a demon? When she said this, Melinda's mouth curled up, and her eyes swept over the intact Daniel's Hope. Arthur noticed this look and immediately rolled his eyes. You are as punctual as the police, and you are always the last to arrive. In the face of such ridicule, Melinda didn't care. Do you think the police dare to get involved in such a thing? The lady said, while picking up the pot of tea. In Arthur's expectant eyes, she just twitched her nose and threw the pot of tea aside. My ship has carried this kind of tea. You definitely don't want to see how those sailors treat it. As she said this, the lady blew out a smoke ring and took out an exquisite silver teapot, a full set of tea sets, and a box of tea from the smoke ring. Fill the pot with water. Lay out the tea set. Pull open the box, and there is a layer of paper packaging inside. Melinda picked up a pair of small scissors in the shape of a crane's beak and cut open all the paper packaging of a cup of tea before pouring it into the silver teapot. Arthur looked at her with a complicated look. You say she knows tea. She just uses the teapot to brew this high-roasted tea. You say she doesn't know tea. She also knows about black tea, and her utensils are also decent. Poor students have a lot of stationery. The young medium commented like this. Melinda was not moved at all. After the water boiled, she demonstrated in a serious manner, and at the end, she did not forget to make a gesture of invitation to Arthur. Arthur curled his lips, but still picked up the teacup. Ritual's cat's orange. It was judged that this was food, and it was harmless and non-toxic. Arthur took a sip first. This tea was bitterer than his life, but he had to finish it. Arthur almost gritted his teeth, picked up the teacup, and drank it all. Suddenly, the young medium, as facial features twitched. However, this did not prevent him from holding the teacup and the other teacup tightly in his hands. Melinda smiled when she saw this, picked up the teapot, filled the only remaining teacup on the table, which belonged to her, with tea, and pushed it in front of Arthur. You drink it. I don't like tea. Arthur, are you sick? If you don't like tea, you put all these things on the table, and you still make tea? Arthur was sure that the woman did it on purpose. He didn't know it when she first started making tea, but at least she did it on purpose now. Childish, Arthur commented. Melinda smiled in response. When Arthur finished drinking and even picked up her teapot, the lady chuckled. I'll give it to you. Then, the lady paused. She seemed to be thinking about something. After about 4 or 5 seconds, the lady suddenly asked, When did you find out? Chapter 296. The night is dark. The mint is cool. Melinda's inquiries without a beginning or an end made Arthur sigh in his heart. It's not that he couldn't guess what Melinda would ask, but Arthur sighed when he guessed what Melinda would ask. Undoubtedly, Melinda, like Melville, thought that the layout in front of them was to lead out Melville himself. But what was the truth? His trip to the Emer Manor in Nanlos was just to cover up the completion of the ritual cat orange. All of this afterwards? It was just incidental. However, Melinda's question in front of him made Arthur begin to reevaluate the importance of Melville, one of the 16 staff who was out of control spiritually, in the heart of the Count of Nanlos. Obviously, he only saw the out-of-control side of Melville, and did not notice the hidden value of Melville. But if Melville had hidden value, why did the Countess release him? In this situation, it should be monitored carefully. Unless the release Melville is valuable. What did the release Melville do? Suddenly, the young medium thought of something. The release Melville contacted the hidden agents hidden outside Nanlos, which were the attackers just now. It is not easy to find these people on weekdays. Only by relying on high-level hidden agents like Melville can they be gathered together and then caught in one fell swoop. Of course, this is just on the surface. It was the excuse given by the Countess to the outside world. In fact, what the Countess wanted was to let Melville kill his companions. Melville's companions were all from the 16 staff groups, 66 staff groups, and ordinary staff groups. According to Amur, the 16 staff groups were 16 mysterious people from various forces, and the 66 staff groups were think tanks from all walks of life in South Los. As for the staff group, it is a mixed bag, with all kinds of people. Although such a complex staff seems to include all aspects of Nanlos, it is precisely because it includes all aspects of Nanlos that the Count of Nanlos feels constrained. Especially when something happens that damages the interests of the staff themselves or the forces they represent. And something that the Count of Nanlos absolutely does not want to see will happen. But if you want to get rid of these staff, it is not a simple matter. The composition of the staff has long been deeply rooted. The staff that penetrates into all aspects of Nanlos has formed a very special interest group. Any slight touch will cause turmoil in Nanlos. So either do not move, or, once you move, it will be a thunderbolt. But it is not realistic to kill these staff directly. Doing so will only ruin your reputation. The Earl of Nanlos knows it very well. Therefore, the other party needs a knife. The knife named Melville. Using the excuse that Melville's spirituality is out of control, kill those staff members who are gradually out of control, and take control of the situation back in his own hands. Moreover, in order to make these staff members who are gradually out of control die unclearly, the Earl will definitely contact one or several of them with higher status secretly before departure, and tell them the task is to keep an eye on Melville, and continue to search for the old lion's hidden man outside of Nanlos. With such an order, these staff members will be able to travel with peace of mind. The young medium can be sure that, after Freeman revealed the warning chess piece that Melville had deliberately set up, the Count of Nanlos had this idea. And he had been arranging it in secret. Simply put, regardless of whether the warning chess piece pointed to Melville, the fate of Melville and those staff members had already been determined. Even if there was no Emer Manor trip this time, there will be other events. It's really a tiger that eats people without leaving any bones. Arthur sighed in his heart. He never underestimated any noble, but he was still surprised by the tigress's methods. At this moment, Arthur even suspected that the so-called recluse of Count Nanlos was a strategy to lure these guys to show up. However, he was surprised in his heart, but the young psychic on the surface was very calm. He said in a calm tone, "At the beginning." "Humph, I knew it." Melinda snorted coldly, but she was not really angry. On the contrary, the lady looked at Arthur with more appreciation. She held up her pipe, took a deep puff, and said, "At the end of the Silver Age, the alchemist Ms. Abel turned to potionology in order to pay tribute to her idol Master Hulk. This master has a very high talent. With the support of the Nanlos family, rapidly improving, not only perfected the Nanlos family's glory potion, made it more effective, but also completed the 3 potion formulas owned by the Nanlos family. Cat pie. Black decided to live in seclusion in Nanlos after receiving this secret information. Right. As an earlier bloodline, the Kratos family naturally understands the importance of bloodline. Similarly, Kratos family understands that not every awakened clan member can perfectly inherit the bloodline. So, you need the glory potion. And what is a better choice than the glory potion? Of course, it is the glory potion of the Nanlos family that was perfected by Ms. Abel. As she said this, Melinda stared at Arthur straight, with a look of seeing through him on her face. Arthur had a stern face, and shook his head. Unfounded speculation, the young medium replied. And watching this scene, Melinda's mouth curled up. She knew she was right. She finally caught a trace of the man in front of her. Looking at Melinda's smile, Arthur rolled his eyes. Ah. Yes. Yes. You are right. That's what the Kratos family thinks. My grandfather has been planning this. If my parents hadn't died unexpectedly, the Kratos family would have started planning long ago. Arthur complained in his heart. However, the Ms. Abel mentioned in Melinda's words, Arthur was somewhat concerned. If nothing unexpected happened, this lady was the one who created wand combat. There might be people with the same name, but the title of Alchemist Master is not common. What was unexpected was that this lady also took into account potion science, and if she paid tribute to Hulk, could there be something hidden in wand combat? Arthur thought. And looking at Arthur, who was thinking, Melinda became more and more certain of her guess. The lady who thought she had found the reason why the Kratos family appeared in Nanlos was in a good mood. She took 2 puffs of cigarette happily. The mint coolness contained in the smoke caused Arthur to look up. And the lady smiled and said, when you return to Nanlos, the glory potion improved by Ms. Abel will be yours. Now, can you tell me about your subsequent plans? I don't believe that your purpose of participating in the Nanlos sword competition is to get a knight title. Chapter 297 The Competitiveness of a Businesswoman. I participated in the South Low swordsmanship competition just for the title of knight. With this title of knight, I can obtain more secret knowledge that belongs only to the aristocratic circle. Arthur emphasized in his heart. But he knew that the woman in front of him would not believe it. Looking at Melinda staring straight at his eyes, looking at the inquiring light flashing in those eyes, Arthur said lightly, I have no ill intentions, and I will not harm your interests. Don't forget our contract. As for what I want to do, I can tell you, but you need to exchange something of equal value. At least 2/3 of your worth. Arthur said nonsense seriously. Don't you always think I have a purpose? Then I really have a purpose. It's a huge purpose. Worth 2/3 of your worth. As for what it is, aren't you good at using your imagination? Then you can think about it yourself. I can't think of it anyway. Besides, there is a contract. I will not hurt you. So Melinda, think about it quickly. It's better to think until you are bald. Arthur thought to himself, and couldn't help but glance at the top of Melinda's head with a hat on. The young medium maliciously guessed that the reason why Melinda habitually wears a hat is because she has been staying up late for a long time, and her hair has begun to fall out. Melinda, who was thinking hard, noticed Arthur's gaze. Suddenly, the lady narrowed her eyes. You've also set your sights on that thing? Then, without waiting for Arthur to speak, the lady continued, although I have overestimated the intelligence capabilities of the cat faction, Black, it seems that I still underestimated the power of a big force hidden in the dark. I also spent countless money to get a little information about this thing. I didn't expect that you, Arthur, already have the exact information. As he said, the lady blinked. Her blue eyes immediately showed admiration. She did not ask any more questions. Because, as Arthur said, this thing requires at least 2/3 of her worth to get the exact information. And she couldn't do that. Her business and future plans couldn't support her to do that. But that didn't mean she would give up. The next moment, the lady said, let's compete fairly for that thing. But no matter who gets the item in the end, we need to sign another contract. We have a certain degree of right to use it. But of course, we still cannot harm the interests of both parties. And each time we use it, we need to pay the owner a corresponding reward. These terms can be written in the contract. Of course, you are now far ahead of me. So when writing the contract, your compensation ratio will be increased accordingly. And my compensation ratio will be reduced accordingly. Melinda said seriously. Arthur, I was just talking casually. Is there really such a thing? And it can be related to the Nanlos sword competition? Arthur was full of surprises, but on the surface he remained calm. Such a contract is extremely beneficial to him. Arthur naturally has no reason to refuse, and he also accidentally obtained a very important piece of information. It's already a big profit. However, he also revealed the corresponding information. This part needs to be paid. Even if these are all guessed by Melinda herself, but without his hint, how can Melinda guess them? The money of the medium cannot be owed. So, not enough, Arthur said. Melinda did not refute. Because, if it is really that thing, it is indeed not enough. The lady sighed. What a penny-pinching guy. Well, I know that such information is hard to buy with money. So, when you return to Nanlos, I will give you a satisfactory compensation. That thing is very suitable for you. Wait! Did you hear something again, and deliberately lure me into the trap? Just to get this thing? Oh, a man with deep scheming. I shouldn't have given you a hint before. Melinda questioned Arthur. The previous hint? The secret technique of the cat cave, or the cat sect? The compensation thing. The props related to the cat cave, or the cat sect? Arthur was delighted. If it was as he guessed, then this time, his gains would definitely be far beyond his imagination. However, Arthur was sensible, and did not show any abnormality, and did not pay any attention to Melinda at this time. No matter how sensible a woman is, there will be times when she is unreasonable, especially when they think you are deceiving them, they will become unreasonable. At this time, you have to learn to shut up. Old Charlie's words, Arthur remembered them in his heart, and practiced it. Arthur raised his hand, and threw 2 pieces of firewood into the fire pit. When the crackling sound came, Arthur had already slumped in the chair as before. And Melinda was so angry that her cheeks puffed up. This lady thought of more things in an instant. For example, she just confirmed the reason why the Kratos family appeared in South Los, is Arthur setting a trap for her. Arthur knew very well that. As her investigation deepened, the reason why the Kratos family appeared in South Los could no longer be concealed. Rather than letting her find out, it would be better to make the best use of it. Using her joy of gaining accurate guesses, she would be led into more guesses. Then, let her pay the corresponding price. Because all of this, she took the initiative to propose. Arthur knew very well that she would not deny it. It was uncomfortable. It was so uncomfortable. How happy I was just now, how uncomfortable it is now. Melinda felt chest pain. But more of it was unwilling to admit defeat. You win this time. But I will definitely win next time. The lady suddenly became competitive and declared. Yeah. Arthur nodded repeatedly. Although he looked sure, but on Arthur, who was sitting paralyzed at the moment, he was perfunctory. Suddenly Melinda clenched her fists. But the lady knew, this punch won't solve the problem. She has already suffered a great loss, and the first thing to do is to make up for it from other places. Arthur is not available here for the time being. Then those South Los gamblers will have to bleed. Therefore, resisting the urge to punch Arthur in the face, the lady asked, I will arrange the outside bets for the subsequent fencing competition, but don't you think you should change your odds? Of course I should change it. Facing the distorted Melville, I was already in the backlash. And I was injured again. Now I am. But I am even more injured. Arthur, who knew what Melinda meant, laughed immediately. Melinda also laughed. But when she thought of her own loss, the lady immediately lost her smile. So, she decided to take a small revenge on Arthur to make herself feel better. Phew! The lady took a deep puff of her pipe and spit the smoke heavily on Arthur. After seeing Arthur frown, she immediately ran into the smoke with a light laugh and disappeared. Childish. Arthur raised his hand to disperse the smoke, and his eyes looked at the entrance of the mountain stream. The person he was really waiting for is finally here. Chapter 298, The Foundation of Bones. Scarlet him when Jimmick quietly sneaked into the mountain stream leading to the Emer Manor. Carol had been waiting for 10 minutes, looking at the nephew of Marquis Inhas who always showed arrogance. Jimmick subconsciously showed a warm smile on his face. Although after a brief discussion before, the other party had confirmed his true identity, and there was no need to go through so much trouble. But the son of the Baron, the son-in-law of the Marquis, still kept his habit. Hypocritical guy. Kaler looked at the warm smile on Jim's face, and couldn't help but comment. Same. Jim didn't get angry at all, but smiled and replied. Afterwards, the two did not immediately walk towards Emer Manor, but stood there waiting for the other to move forward. 2 full minutes passed, and the two did not move a single step. If we keep waiting like this, I'm afraid Mr. Kratos will be anxious. Right? Carol frowned, looking anxious. Well, so why don't you go first? Jim still smiled, and pointed inward. Cal immediately shook his head and refused. You go first. The two looked at each other. Neither of them had any intention of taking a step. Another minute passed. Jim sighed. How about we go together? Together. Cal nodded. But the two still didn't move. In the end, they had no choice but to. The two could only stand side by side, walking in unison, raising their legs high, and landing on the spot. Looking at this situation, Gimp and Kaler looked at each other, and neither of them felt embarrassed, let alone ashamed. After all, the sudden outbreak of the death aura in Emer Manor, they had just sensed it. Although they didn't know what happened inside, the palpitations brought by the death aura, but it was extremely clear. The sudden sense of oppression almost suffocated them. More importantly, as living people, their instinctive fear of death made them understand that if they didn't want to die, they should be careful. So at this time, the two were much more careful than usual. Together? Carol asked again. Together. Jim nodded immediately. The two nobles took steps together again. This time they were no longer standing still. Both of them exerted their strength and moved forward. Then, 1 centimeter. Compared with the original position, the boots moved forward 1 centimeter. The pace of the two people. The distance was really as if measured by a ruler. Seeing this scene, Jim's warm smile became brighter, and the arrogance in Carol's eyes became more domineering. I have a suggestion. Jim spoke again. Say it, Carol said immediately. Sign the contract, otherwise, we will both die here for the rest of our lives. If the contract costs, each of us will pay half. It can also serve as a witness to our alliance. Gimp sighed softly. Kaler did not object. He did not trust Jim, just as Jim did not trust him. In addition to the contract, he could not think of any other way. Even if the contract was expensive, at this time, there was no other way. Then, the two of them took out the contract almost at the same time. They said it in no particular order. Use mine. The two looked at each other's actions, listened to the same words, and sighed in their hearts. I still didn't trick him. Then, they took out the second contract from their arms again. They looked at each other for 3 seconds, then changed another contract. Of course, this contract couldn't be used either. Suddenly, Gimp, Kaler stared at each other. What should I do? How about we shout? Although it's rude, it's better than wasting time here. Gimp proposed again. Well, shout together. Carol agreed again. And, this time the two did not delay any more. Sir Kratos, good evening. The next moment, the greetings rang out. Carol disappeared from the spot and merged into the cliffs of the mountain stream. Why did the nephew of Marquis Inez wait for 10 minutes? Of course, it was to save some tricks. Despicable guy. Jim said in a low voice, but the whole person disappeared from the spot and reappeared at the entrance of the mountain stream. Why was the son of the Baron, the son-in-law of the Marquis, late by 10 minutes? Of course, it was to save some tricks. The night wind blew through the mountain stream, bringing a unique whirring sound. Arthur, who took in everything with Falcon's eyes, could not help but nod slightly. It has been confirmed that he is not the same kind of person as him. Neither of them was cautious enough. Be careful. If it were him, he would have to bury explosives in the mountain stream. Once he found something wrong, he would have to ignite the explosives while running. As for the rest, first block the opponent's retreat and then talk about other things. Anyway, facing the lion, it doesn't matter if I can't outrun the lion, as long as I can outrun my opponent. Looking at Jim and Carol appearing again, and about to fall into another dead end, Arthur couldn't help but sigh, slightly raised his hand. Suddenly, a Labrador that had been crawling in Arthur's shadow from just now, but was not discovered by anyone, stood up directly from the shadow. Coolidge, go and invite my guests. The cream-colored Labrador, sticking out its tongue, and seemed to be smiling, nodded immediately, and ran towards the mountain stream. The speed was like an arrow, and the whole process was silent. Even when this Labrador appeared in front of Jim, Carol, the two of them were shocked. At the same time, they retreated. But immediately, they stopped. Because they found that the Labrador in front of them was looking at them as if they were idiots. That kind of human-like eyes. Mystical creature. They thought at the same time. Then, they started to think again. Is this the hound of Lord Kratos? Or someone else? The two did not move their feet while thinking. Even when they saw Kaliki raising his front paws to signal to follow him. Neither of them moved. This made Kaliki angry. And he sprayed the fire of death directly at the two nobles. Not at people. Just to scare them. When the blue flames burned under his feet, Kaliki's goal was achieved. The two nobles were frightened and retreated repeatedly, with horror on their faces, because they recognized Kaliki's breed, Death Hound. At the same time, the two thought of more from Kaliki's breed. When they saw the words "Follow me to meet my master, Kratos," burned by the fire of death, they did not hesitate at all. If the thick and heart-pounding death aura was created by Lord Kratos, this must be a deal to be expected. The two immediately had a new plan in their minds. Compared with the previous timidity, they tested each other and refused to move forward. This time, Jimt and Carol rushed to the Emer Manor. The two rushed out of the mountain stream at an unparalleled speed. When the words of praise that had been brewing in their hearts were about to come out, they stopped abruptly. They stared at the mountain formed entirely by skeletons in amazement. How many skeletons are there? 100? 200? Or 300? Layer upon layer, densely packed, layer upon layer, too many to count. But they could clearly see that the large chair on top of these skeletons was covered with countless broken swords and sharp blades. From the back of the chair to the armrests, from the armrests to the legs, every part had broken edges, filled with scarlet rust. But in Jimt's and Carol's eyes, what they saw was blood. Countless blood formed a huge wave, surging and roaring wildly. There was only scarlet between heaven and earth. Endless. But when a touch of black appeared, the huge waves formed by scarlet immediately faded, and the surging and wanton roaring turned into a song of praise for the master. They welcomed the arrival of their master. They shouted, "Arthur Kratos' name." Chapter 299. The proud man has his own redemption. The shouts were like mountains and seas. Arthur sat on the top of the skeleton. When the young medium looked down, Jimt in front of the skeleton base, Carol unconsciously saluted. At this moment, the calculations that the two nobles had just raised in their hearts were crushed directly. "Hello, Lord Kratos." The two greeted Arthur. The young medium did not respond immediately. Instead, he raised his hand and gently stroked Kalichi's forehead. He was giving his dog the appropriate praise. The Death Hound, which had the appearance of a Labrador, immediately showed its unique smile, and its thick tail kept wagging. And when Arthur tapped his head with his finger, the clever Kalichi immediately crawled in the shadow at Arthur's feet, and his whole body disappeared. However, his eyes were fixed on Jimt, Carol. The two noble children clearly felt the Death Hound's sight. The hair on his back stood up instinctively. However, compared to the pressure from the Death Hound, the silent Arthur gave them more pressure, and that kind of palpitation. And it still exists now. The effect is good? Arthur, who had been observing the two carefully, thought to himself. As early as after confirming that the two were wearing the corresponding masks, Arthur was thinking about how to take the initiative in the conversation. After Arthur considered the identities of the two, the caution in their personalities, and the cunning cultivated by the living environment, Arthur finally decided to give the two a psychological counseling. He wanted to use the best skills of a medium to comfort the two. So, the skeletons in the manor were collected. The 6 hands of nothingness built a stage at an unparalleled speed, and used the broken weapons of the skeletons as stage decorations. Of course, there was also the chair. This spacious chair made Arthur like it sincerely. And it was definitely not because he instinctively felt that he could lie comfortably in it after he became fat. Absolutely not. The ritual cat orange. Although there are side effects, as long as you practice hard, you will definitely find a balance. Arthur is so convinced. Just as he is convinced that the stage he built with noise and minor curse will definitely create the desired psychological pressure on Jimt and Carol. In fact, the effect is far better than expected. With the movement caused by the previous battle with Melville, let the two of them have a preconceived idea. And the stage brought the first visual impact. Minor curse brought fear to those with talents, and easily confused the perception of the two, forming the most critical point of reality. Jimt, Carol would only feel that everything he saw caused him discomfort. Then, when the strange noise brought by noise sounded, everything was settled. For this, Arthur sincerely thanked the deceased Melville. If he hadn't practiced with the other party, he wouldn't have been able to accurately grasp the minor curse technique. To scare but not hurt the talented one. As for Jim, Calla wouldn't pay attention to this place, wouldn't be able to discover his previous battle with Melville? Impossible. Their personalities, behavior patterns, have long destined them to keep a close eye on this place. But before the dust settles, they won't really get close. And this gives Arthur room to maneuver. The young medium stared at Jim silently again. Kaler waited 2 seconds, to match his sight, silently added another small curse. The palpitation appeared again. Jim Kaler's forehead began to sweat. The entry. Arthur Kratos, really the entry. Only the entry can bring them such pressure. Thinking of this, the two people who were extremely nervous suddenly felt powerless in their hearts. Although they were in various disguises, their true nature was quite proud. They had a sense of superiority after successfully disguising themselves. And they also had confidence in their own abilities. They firmly believed that their talents were among the best in the world. However, after meeting Arthur Kratos, their confidence was shaken. When they were still looking for the direction of the major arcana level, their peers had already entered the level. Their confidence was not crushed. It has already shown that the two of them are strong in their hearts. But the impact is inevitable. And this is what Arthur wants. It should be almost there. Estimating the effect, Arthur finally spoke. Winter is coming. What can you bring to me? Winter is coming. Jim, Carol shuddered. The two then looked up at Arthur on the top of the skeleton. Arthur's calmness made the two more frightened. The two believed that the winter in Arthur's words definitely did not refer to the coldest season. It should be some kind of metaphor. What could it be? War. Or a catastrophe? The two speculated, and subconsciously began to think about what they could offer as a price, in exchange for Arthur's bargaining chip. Tax-free coastal ports in West Berlin and Marquis Einhaz's territory? You're kidding. Arthur must want more than that. It must be something deeper. Money, secret treasures, secret arts. Many chips were eliminated from the selection by Jim, Carol, in the end. The two of them only had the same guess in their hearts. He came for me. Yes. Why did Arthur Kratos come in the name of port tax exemption? Because Arthur Kratos approached me with this excuse. Arthur Kratos came for me. Besides me, what else is worth Arthur Kratos' painstaking planning? No. It can only be me. When this guess came up, the two extremely proud people gave their approval directly in their hearts. But immediately, they began to struggle. Should they surrender? Or run away? Arthur looked down at the two people's tangled expressions, and smiled slightly in his heart. If you want to cooperate with guys like Jim and Carol who habitually wear masks, you must not take any initiative, and you must let these two guys take the initiative. Otherwise, it will only have a counterproductive effect. Of course, the premise of this is, they must be suppressed. If they are allowed to take the initiative, they will be eaten up, buried in the ground, or thrown into the sea, or crushed to pieces. Arthur never doubted their cruelty, just as he never doubted their pride. So, even if he really wanted the port to be tax-free, he had to let them take the initiative. Moreover, with their personalities, they might be able to come up with something. It's worth my effort to arrange it. Just when the young medium was guessing what unexpected gains he would have in a while, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Because, in Jim below, Carol suddenly knelt on one knee. Chapter 300 in front of the cat, everything will make sense. Arthur knew the pride of Jim and Carol. But when he saw Jim and Carol kneeling on one knee, he knew that he had underestimated their pride. No way. No way. You two don't think I came here for you too. Do you? And I went to great lengths to make a plan for you too. Arthur complained in his heart, but on the surface his eyes were calm. It seemed that everything had been anticipated. And Jim Kaler did not see it clearly, but he could vaguely sense that facing Arthur on the high ground, the two knelt on one knee, lowered their heads, and put their right fists on their hearts. I, Gimt, Novia, swear by my own name, by my own bloodline, to the man in front of me, Arthur Kratos, I will be loyal, fearless, and fight to the death. Glory is my life. I, Carol Ihaz, take the double swords and banners as my oath, and my own bloodline as my honor, and swear to the man in front of me, Arthur Kratos, that I will be loyal, fearless, and fight to the death. Glory is my life. Compared with Wiggins's weird Lionheart salute, Gimt, Carol, who were born in aristocratic families, both were extremely formal and complete. Because the oath was issued in Tufuyu. Immediately, Spirit trembled. The spiritual light representing the two people appeared in front of Arthur. Arthur did not sit up straight. I look forward to it. The young medium said this. And two long swords flew out of box of Athos. During the previous battle of Moon Street, Arthur collected a lot of weapons. These two long swords were among the better ones. Just right for dealing with the current situation. The night followed. The Lord rewarded. The contract was established. It is only natural. Since Jim Kaler swore, he must respond. The two long swords touched Jim Kaler's shoulders, the hilts turned upside down. When the two nobles grasped the hilts, It meant that the spiritual light of the two people merged into Arthur's body. At this point, the ceremony was over. Jim Kaler solemnly held the ceremony sword. Although it is not a secret magic prop, but the existence of the ceremony sword, to some extent, but it is far beyond ordinary arcane items. Because, this is the proof of the Lionheart ceremony. It is also part of the ceremony. As you fight with the Lord, the greater the achievements the Lord creates, the more merits the knight establishes. The ceremony sword will continue to be promoted, but it is only effective for ceremony swords that are not arcane items. Therefore, when performing the Lionheart ceremony, you should choose the best possible long sword, but not an arcane item, as the base material. And the long sword in your hand, the material is extremely good, obviously carefully selected. Sure enough, it came for me. Otherwise, why would they prepare such a good long sword in advance? Gimp and Kaler thought together. Especially Kaler, the young noble took off the mask of arrogance and rudeness, and stroked the long sword in his hand with sincerity and fanaticism. Gimp was not surprised by this, because this is the bloodline of the Marquis of Innes family. A growing courtesy sword, for the members of the Innes family. It was a rare treasure. Unlike him, he couldn't even use the name of the Novia family when he swore an oath, but could only use his own name. Although his aunt wouldn't mind it, his pride wouldn't allow it. He wanted to establish merit in his own name. Subconsciously, Jim looked at Arthur. Carol, who was a beat slower in reaction, immediately put away his ritual sword and then he bowed apologetically. Arthur smiled and waved his hand. He was always tolerant of his own people. However, there were some things he still had to say. Cat faction. Black, welcome you to join. You will follow me as black cats. Arthur's words were calm, but they sounded like thunder to Jim and Carol. The two looked up in astonishment, staring blankly at their master. Then, realization and relief appeared on their faces. In the battle with the cat faction, Black, and the subsequent division, the Marquis of West Berlin and the Marquis of Innes did not participate. It is precisely because of this that the master found them as soon as possible. Otherwise, with the master's strength, he would have killed them long ago. Of course, it is fortunate that they agreed. Otherwise, they would probably be dead now. Why did they choose to swear allegiance just now? Wasn't it because they were worried that the master would kill them to silence them? Now it seems that I really made the right choice. The master is actually the contemporary black cat. Then the trump cards they kept are useless. Luckily, the two of them were thankful in their hearts. And then Jim thought of more. If the master is the contemporary black cat, then the master's grandfather, that old Mr. Charlie. Wait! Old Mr. Charlie, wouldn't he really like my aunt? Right? Yes. Only if he really likes my aunt, would he give up his black cat duties, completely give up his own glory. Only this kind of sacrifice will make my aunt love him to death, and she is still waiting for this gentleman. So that's it. All along, Jim didn't he understand the love between his aunt and Mr. Charlie, until now he seemed to understand it a little. A man who sacrificed everything, and a woman who tried her best to gain more foundation for this man. If this is not love, what else can be called love? In an instant, the anger and sorrow in Jim's heart began to dissipate. Arthur, who had been paying attention to the expressions of the two, smiled slightly in his heart. After the two swore allegiance, Arthur knew that he had to make the two's guesses reasonable. This was extremely difficult for others. But for Arthur, it was really too simple. He had the most appropriate and reasonable identity to appear in front of the two. The contemporary black cat. You should know that, in the fall of cat faction, Black, the Marquis of West Berlin, and the Marquis of Innes were the only two families that did not participate. So, it is reasonable for him to appear here. You will take 10% of the fleet as revenue. This is the money for you to develop your own power, and also, it is your reward. If you provide ships to join the fleet, this proportion will be increased to 30%. Sailor, Captain, I will arrange the right people. And you? Strengthen your strength. Arthur said lightly. There was no discussion. The existence of the Lionheart gift had already doomed the dialogue between the two sides to be unequal. In this regard, Jim, Carol had no dissatisfaction. In their minds, they originally thought that they had to invest in the fleet to get a share, but they did not expect that the master would actually give a 10% reward. Thank you for your generosity. Jim, Carol saluted again to express his gratitude. This time, his gratitude was more sincere. And this was the effect Arthur wanted. The Lionheart ceremony was reliable, but the binding of interests was more reliable. Although with the former, there was no need to worry about loyalty, but if you wanted to motivate people, the latter was the most important. In fact, the next moment, Arthur saw the results. "Jim," Carol said at the same time. "Sir, I have a suggestion." Chapter 3012 Problem Children. The same words surprised Jim and Carol. Then, they both narrowed their eyes at the same time. "You don't mean Count Bet's nephew, do you?" Jim asked with a smile. "You don't know that Count Bet's nephew has a mistress, do you?" Carol asked back with a smile. "You don't know that the mistress is used for fishing, do you?" Jim smiled more warmly. "You don't know that the mistress has another identity as the old lion's hidden pawn, do you?" Carol smiled even more brightly. "You know that the mistress has confessed her identity to him, don't you?" Jim's smile began to fade. "You know that he actually knew the identity of the mistress a long time ago, and he approached her on purpose, didn't he?" Carol's smile was also a bit forced. Then, the two of them stopped laughing and fell silent together. They had never thought that the other party had noticed the guy before, and had made such a detailed investigation. Suddenly, the two narrowed their eyes and looked at each other. Unlike any previous time, this time, the two looked at each other very seriously. There was also a hint of confrontation. At the same time, they pledged allegiance to Arthur, which meant that the two arrogant people were destined to compare secretly. It was not intentional, but instinctive. Just like when two gems are placed together, people will always compare them unconsciously. In fact, it is not just gems. Even if two stones are placed there, it will also make people compare. But can the guy you two are targeting sleep? Arthur, who was sitting on the top of the skeleton, sighed secretly. In his coastal transport plan, West Berlin has, and Beth's three territories must be connected together. He originally wanted to choose a suitable candidate from the territory of Count Beth. However, it seems that it is not necessary now. Jim, Carol has already been chosen. What is professionalism? This is professionalism. Arthur would not ask why the two knew so much about the nephew of Count Bet. With their personalities, they naturally had corresponding ambitions. So, such understanding was reasonable. Arthur did not hate such ambition. On the contrary, he admired it. Because he had absolute confidence in controlling such people. The more ambitious you are, the more you have to show me your ability. Otherwise, you will all be made into Palu rice. Thinking in his heart, Arthur looked at Jim and Carol more calmly. He patiently waited for the two people's recommunication to end. In fact, Arthur didn't need to urge him. Soon, the two nobles noticed Arthur's eyes, and the undisguised admiration in his eyes. When he noticed this admiration, Carol's heart trembled slightly. It was the first time he saw such admiration since he could remember. All the eyes he encountered were jealous. His nominal elder brother praised his swordsmanship talent while trying to cut off his fingers. His nominal elder sister praised him for awakening his bloodline early while asking the cook to poison his dinner. His nominal younger brother called him brother in a sweet voice while telling his father and uncle that he strangled his favorite kitten. Distorted envy turned into jealousy. Extreme jealousy turned into disgust. He grew up in such an environment. In order to grow up in such an environment, he never really showed himself, because he knew that any showing would only bring him greater danger. And now, he saw appreciation. The adults recognized him. An unprecedented unique emotion filled Carol's heart. Even at this moment, Carol felt that his world suddenly lit up. It was different from choosing the Lionheart gift to survive. That was a last resort. Just to survive. Living alone in the darkness. Living and dying alone in the darkness. But at this moment, a beam of light shot into the darkness. Carol was so excited that his whole body trembled slightly. Jimmet saw it, and couldn't help but curl his lips and chuckle. Heh. Jimmet's eyes showed indifference, but the palms hidden in his sleeves had already clenched. Similar to Carol, Jimmet grew up in a bad environment, and he could feel his own father's jealousy of him. It was a kind of jealousy that was like, if I had your talent, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Full of excuses. If it weren't for his aunt, he would have died long ago. Died at the hands of his own father. Therefore, he didn't hate his aunt, but the cowardly father. So, he left Novia and went to West Berlin. He wanted to get everything he wanted with his talent. He did it. The Marquis of West Berlin valued his talent. Let him be engaged to his second daughter. But such attention, filled with strange greed, is an investment between businessmen, similar to his aunt, even less pure than his aunt. But Arthur is different. So frank. Pure. Jim felt this unprecedented feeling carefully. Arthur. Sitting on a high place. Eyes like torches. Observing words and expressions. Flashing repeatedly. Huh? Are they two guys who lack love? No wonder they are so cautious. Thinking in his heart, the appreciation in Arthur's eyes became more and more obvious. Only by building a good relationship with your subordinates can everything become easier. So whatever you need, Arthur, will give it to you. And at this time, sir, do you need an engagement partner? I think the third and fourth daughters of the Marquis of West Berlin are very good. They are twins, who are deeply loved by the Marquis of West Berlin. If you choose to get engaged to them, the Marquis of West Berlin will be yours. The Marquis of West Berlin has no children. All those nephews can be killed. Although the eldest daughter is engaged, she has been a widow for a long time, and does not care much about the affairs in the territory. She can serve you as a court official. After that, we will create another accident, and send away the Marquis of West Berlin. That will be the starting point of your journey. Gimp bowed and asked, Hey, do you want to listen to what you are saying? Am I that kind of person? Arthur looked at Gimp, and couldn't help complaining in his heart. Carol on the side sneered. The Marquis of West Berlin is not a fool. His strength is beyond doubt. So, if we want to do it, we must kill him first with thunderous force, and never let him have any vigilance. We can use the fact that you and your fiancé are in danger when traveling, to attract him, and then ambush him. Then, use the funeral of the Marquis of West Berlin, gather all the blood of the West Berlin family, and kill them all. Only in this way, the adults, who married the two daughters of the Marquis of West Berlin, can naturally take over the West Berlin territory. After saying that, Carl also looked at Arthur. Looking at the two people staring at him with sharp eyes, Arthur sighed helplessly in his heart. He just thought about it seriously. If he had become a contemporary black cat earlier, had a large number of black cats, and had the support of his family, he would not mind doing so. But when he became a contemporary black cat, the rules of the cat party, Black had already been changed. Everything needed to be started from scratch. Not only did he need to gather his own black cats, but his family would not give him any support in this matter. After a while, he wrote this rule into the cat party. Black charter. Anyway, he was the contemporary black cat, and he could write whatever he wanted. And now? Arthur shook his head slightly. And before he could speak, infinite love was already appearing in the eyes of the young medium. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised. His voice was more gentle than ever. I already have a lover who will love me till death. Her name is Melinda. Maybe you have heard of her. She is very tolerant of me, mutual ridicule. She has helped me a lot. She is very generous. We can't leave each other anymore. The property is already tied up. Arthur explained the feelings between him and Melinda in words that the public can understand. Seeing Arthur's love from the bottom of his heart, listening to Arthur's soft voice, Jimmet and Carol showed regretful expressions. In their opinion, occupying the magpie's nest is the fastest way. It's not that others don't want to do it. It's that they don't have the ability. They don't have the strength and wisdom of adults, nor the support of the cat party. Black family. They can't please the two ladies, especially the latter. Jimmet is convinced that as long as the adults with Mr. Charlie's blood take action, the two ladies will definitely become good wives like Aunt. It's a pity that the adult seems to love only one person. Jim thought with regret, but his eyes were more and more accepting. Faced with such a huge temptation, he would rather give up than abandon the one he loves. What kind of love is this? Only people with such love will find that after I and the perverts around me, they will not be disgusted, but ecstatic, and will not hesitate to make arrangements to take us in. Such adults are worthy of true following. As for the emotional weaknesses of adults, as your knight, I will naturally help you share your worries. Thinking of this, Jim knelt on one knee again. Carol did the same. Sure enough, only someone like you who is full of love in your heart can accept me and the perverts around me. But you value emotions too much, which will be disadvantageous in some things. In this case, please leave these dark things to me. Carol thought silently in his heart. Arthur looked at the subtle expressions of his two men. The corners of his mouth twitched secretly. He guessed what the two guys were thinking at the moment. They are indeed two problem children. They will have to be trained slowly in the future. Arthur thought to himself. His body had already left the chair. He stood up slowly, and walked straight forward. It seemed that there were invisible steps in the air. The young medium just walked down in the air. Not hurried or slow, his posture was elegant. And when Arthur stood at Jim, when he was in front of Carol, The top of the skeleton behind him, the seat of the remnant soldiers, was broken silently, as if cut by hundreds of sharp blades, and fell down like powder. But the next moment, this tiny sound was covered. In the courtyard, there was only Arthur's faint voice, compared with the West Berlin territory. Now, we have a crucial thing to do. Chapter 302 Small Town Girl. In the afternoon, Jars on Town was bustling. People were heading towards the rumored Emer Manor in droves. This morning, Sheriff Zebulon announced that the curse of Emer Manor had been lifted by the medium Arthur Kratos from Nanlos. Everyone was surprised by the news. As for the name Medium Arthur Kratos, except for a small group of people in the town who were extremely well informed, it was unknown to the public. But with the announcement of Sheriff Zebulon, the name quickly spread throughout the town. Of course, compared to the curse being lifted, people were more curious about the tea fighting between this medium and the two nobles. This was also the reason why everyone was heading to Emer Manor at this moment. The tea fighting was not closed. Sheriff Zebulon said that it was open to anyone to visit. Therefore, most people in the town went to Emer Manor to watch with curiosity. Some of the remaining people cannot leave. There are also a very small number of people who insist that there is still a curse on the Emer Manor, and Sheriff Zebulon was tempted by the curse and used everyone as a sacrifice. However, Norma and her group are not the latter. The girl wearing a cloth skirt, carrying a basket, and her three friends followed the crowd. Norma, do you know? We missed an opportunity. The big orange cat you saw that day should belong to the medium. If we can get in touch with that medium, we will be rich. The innkeeper's daughter kept talking, her face full of regret. Get in touch? What for? Besides, he is just a medium. The hunter's son, who was carrying a longbow, immediately retorted, looking at Norma worriedly. You can tell what's going on from that expression. The blacksmith's son understood his friend's thoughts and immediately agreed. Yes, he is a medium. Useless. Just a medium? Useless? Humph. That's because you don't know his other identity. A consultant of the South Los Police Department, whose rank is higher than that of Zebulon. The daughter of the inn deliberately prolonged her tone under the curious gaze of her three friends, and then boasted about the news she got from her parents. Although her parents were well-informed people in the town, but she still couldn't tell the exact news about Arthur, so the news she got was also vague. However, it was enough to scare her friends. Looking at the wide-eyed expressions of the three friends, the innkeeper's daughter was very satisfied. After all, when she got the news, it was the same. Sheriff Zebulon, that was a big shot in the town. He was the kind they couldn't reach. When she thought that the young man she had seen that day was more powerful than such a big shot, the innkeeper's daughter immediately grabbed Norma's arm. Norma, you must seize the opportunity. The gentleman didn't blame you that day. Maybe he just fell in love with you. You don't want to pick wild vegetables, wild fruits, feed pigs, and clean the house every day, right? Think about the dances, salons, and prosperity in South Los. Beautiful clothes, delicious food, there is everything there. That's what's worth pursuing. The innkeeper's daughter grabbed her bestie's arm and started to speed up, as if he could get everything he said. The hunter's son was very anxious when he saw the scene, and he and the blacksmith's son started to chase quickly. Only Norma was a little dazed. Is that person a big shot? Unconsciously, the girl clenched her palm holding the basket, and the whole person followed her best friend's drag. However, soon, their speed slowed down. Come here. Enter in an orderly manner. Sheriff Zebulon led the police officers from the town of Jyershan. The patrolman maintained order and pointed out the seats to the residents of the town. The upper and lower seats were made of long boxes. There was no awning, no waiter service, and even the long boxes were not very clean. But no one in the town complained. In their opinion, this was good enough. After all, they originally thought they needed to stand. Look, it's that gentleman. As soon as he sat down, the innkeeper's daughter found Arthur in the open space surrounded by long boxes. Arthur, sitting behind the long coffee table, was really conspicuous. Not to mention that he was holding a big orange cat in his arms. Under the gaze of everyone, Arthur stroked Pendragon calmly. Although they had been separated for less than a day, the young medium missed his cat inexplicably. As for Pendragon, considering that he hadn't seen him for 15 hours, he purred reluctantly. But soon, Pendragon stared at Kaliki, who suddenly appeared in front of him and kept sniffing, with a shocked cat face. This is Kaliki, an excellent hound. You should get along well with each other. Arthur introduced the hound to the orange cat. Pendragon didn't listen at all. The orange cat just stared at Arthur with incredible eyes. You have a dog. I just left for a short time. And you have a dog. Suddenly, the cat was unhappy and began to struggle hard in Arthur's arms. And he blew at Kalichi, who kept coming closer. Kalichi looked at Arthur innocently. Arthur raised his hand to comfort Kalichi, but the hand immediately hung on a ginger cat. Pendragon stopped Arthur in his own way. Many people saw this scene. Most people smiled knowingly. This gentleman seems to be very loving. The dog is really docile. It should be the type that will never hurt people. Sure enough, dogs can also be pets in South Los. The hotel owner's daughter kept saying. The hunter's son frowned, wanting to refute. He always felt that the dog was not simple. For no reason. Just a kind of intuition or instinct. When he saw the dog, his palms began to sweat. The last time this happened was when he encountered a group of wolves alone. However, before the hunter's son could speak, the sound of horse hooves interrupted his words. Swallowtail flags were spread in the wind. Uniform steps. Strong and bright armor. The cavalry team of 62 people completely attracted the attention of the civilians in Jireshan town, especially the two young nobles in the lead, which made people unable to take their eyes off Jim. Carol was different from the cavalry behind him. They did not wear armor today, but chose the formal clothes for hunting. This kind of convenient and luxurious clothing shines softly in the sun. Silk. The knowledgeable people kept exclaiming. After hearing such an exclamation, the innkeeper's daughter's eyes were filled with envy. With this set of clothes? I'm afraid you can buy my inn. So, Norma, you must seize the opportunity, the innkeeper's daughter whispered. Norma responded vaguely, and her eyes, like those of the people around her, were fixed on the two nobles in the field, who had come to the opposite side of the medium. The tea fighting was about to begin. Everyone thought so, but at this moment, the noble with a proud face suddenly spoke. Wait! Immediately, everyone's heart tightened. They all had a bad premonition. Chapter 303 Encore. Kaler, with his proud face, didn't need to speak. He perfectly met all the negative impressions people had of the nobles. If he spoke, it would scare the common people to tremble, for fear that they would be made into living tea by the nobles in front of them. Although everyone had heard about living tea from hearsay, the tea fighting in front of them made everyone think so involuntarily. Then, they stared at the field with more nervous eyes. It's too troublesome to compete twice in a row. Just have a match with Jimt. If he loses, I lose. If he wins, I win. Kaler said these confusing words arrogantly. Many people have speculated that the two nobles may have a good relationship, otherwise, how could someone else decide the win or loss for them? But some people have set their sights on Jimt with worried eyes. Under normal circumstances, it is absolutely impossible to let someone else decide the win or loss for you. Even for nobles with very good relationships. Unless it's a sure win. Sheriff Zebulon looked at Arthur, his eyes full of worry. It's not that he really had a relationship with Arthur, but he was worried that if Arthur lost, it would cause trouble. You know, the matter of Emer Manor is not big or small. It depends on whether someone will catch him. If he catches him, he may not be finished, but he will definitely bleed a lot. Don't worry, the consultant will definitely win. Hunter, who has received a lot of benefits from Sheriff Zebulon in the past 2 days, comforted him. Ah? Sheriff Zebulon was stunned, and didn't understand why Hunter was so confident. The consultant is a psychic. Even if that guy has some hidden tricks, how can he hide it from the consultant? It can't be done by the dead, let alone the living, Newt said. Sheriff Zebulon subconsciously looked at Simon. Compared to the two hunters who looked like good-for-nothings, Newt and Simon were obviously more reliable. So he gave the most trust the consultant, the trainee police officer said concisely, his eyes fixed on the field. Obviously, the trainee police officer was also a little nervous. After all, he was a noble. Under the gaze of everyone. Arthur nodded gently. Okay. Ha ha ha. Jim agreed. Come on. Take out your tea. Carol laughed. Jim frowned slightly. However, he still took out a small can of tea from his arms. Hey, Mr. Kratos. You don't know yet, do you? This is the tea from the Lion Peak in Niwan. Do you know lion tea? Although it is not the real lion tea, it is not far from where lion tea is picked. So, I will definitely win. Carol spoke like a villain. Even though everything was discussed last night, Jim still admired this pervert a little. He is born with a sarcastic face. Maybe he should get closer to him in the future. No reason. At least standing next to the other party. You never have to worry about being attacked first. Jim thought. And whispered. This is the tea I asked for from the Marquis of West Berlin overnight. As Carol said. It is not lion tea. But it is close to lion tea. When such words were heard, people around immediately talked about it. It turned out to be a tea close to lion tea. It's over. That medium is doomed to lose. What a pity. Lion tea, because of the old lion in Niwan, is quite famous in Nanjun. Even some commoners know it, and in the eyes of these commoners, the nobles took out tea leaves close to lion tea, then the medium is doomed to lose. Unless the medium can take out lion tea. However, how is this possible? How can a medium possess lion tea? It's over, that gentleman is going to lose. However, this is good news for you. Norma. When he was frustrated, your appearance was his salvation, the innkeeper's daughter said repeatedly. Moreover, she used the word she heard from a traveler, and the innkeeper's daughter was very proud. Norma ignored her best friend. She looked at the field worriedly. The hunter's son looked gloomy. The blacksmith's son patted his friend's shoulder, and then glared at the innkeeper's daughter. The innkeeper's daughter noticed the blacksmith's son's gaze, and immediately fought back without any hesitation. She even kicked the blacksmith's son. The blacksmith's son was so angry that his face turned red. But in front of everyone, he didn't dare to fight back at all, and could only endure it, which made the innkeeper's daughter even more proud. The episode of the four young people did not attract the attention of the people around them. Everyone stared at the field. As Arthur agreed, the two sides sat 3 meters apart. Jim had placed the small can of tea on the tea table, and then began to place a set of exquisite silver tea sets on the tea table. Looking at the exquisite tea sets, the people around him sighed in their hearts. Arthur was doomed to lose. Carol's smile grew even bigger, but the next moment, the smile froze. People looked at the tea sets on the tea table in front of Arthur with surprise. Everyone's eyes widened unconsciously, because the tea sets on Arthur's tea table were porcelain. On the pot holder, covered bowls, cups, covers stand upright like a picture, thin body with light glaze, glossy like jade, translucent throughout. There is no need to do anything, there is a sense of elegance. Looking at this set of porcelain, people around almost forgot to breathe. Even people who don't know anything about teaware also think this set of teaware is beautiful. No need for pictures, just the shape of the utensils, it attracts everyone's attention. And just when everyone was attracted by this set of teaware, Arthur took out a box of tea leaves. This box of tea leaves, like the tea set, was left by Melinda. Just as Arthur took out the box of tea leaves and took out the remaining cup of tea, Carol's face changed drastically, and he exclaimed, "Lion tea!" This voice startled everyone. Then, everyone's mouth curled up. This was what everyone wanted to see. Who would like the arrogant nobles to win the game? It must be this kind of oppression to the point of despair. The plot that changes the situation once the trump card is revealed is more attractive. Even if there are some unreasonable parts, but everyone likes to watch it, and it is also more conducive to making Carol completely disappear from people's sight. Oh, this guy is finished. I heard that. The chip of this tea contest. Is the tax exemption right? Now that this guy is lost, Marquis Inez will definitely not let him go. People who know some inside information talked about it in the crowd. Will he be hanged? What a joke, they are nobles. The most they can do is to deprive them of their due honors, and send them to live out their lives in a manner. Living out in a manner is a punishment. Many people in the crowd showed incredible expressions. Because this is the goal they have been pursuing all their lives. But even such a goal is just a punishment from others. This gap is hard to accept. What is even harder to accept is that the other party obviously doesn't want it. Is this aristocrat? People sighed. Then, they subconsciously looked at Arthur's opponent. Arthur, who had the lion tea, had already won the tea contest. What would that noble look like? Everyone was looking forward to it. But surprisingly, although Jim had a look of surprise on his face, he did not give up, but started to boil water and make tea in a serious manner. That focused look, even people who didn't like the nobles couldn't say much. Many young girls praised him. For example, the daughter of the innkeeper. Even in a desperate situation, she did not give up. This is a true noble. Oh, the one who was in a desperate situation just now was the medium gentleman. The blacksmith's son began to confront the innkeeper's daughter. Although he could not beat her in person, the blacksmith's son would not do nothing. He had already thought of the next words. He wanted to teach this guy a lesson. After waiting for a long time, the blacksmith's son did not wait for the innkeeper's daughter to refute him. He looked over subconsciously, and found that the other party was staring blankly at the scene. What's so good about brewing tea? Before he finished speaking, the blacksmith's son's words stopped abruptly. There is really nothing good about brewing tea. Just like Jim. Although his posture is elegant, he is very rigid and can't attract people at all. But Arthur is different. Before brewing tea, the boiling water was poured directly onto the covered bowl. The cup lid trembled slightly, with a crisp sound, like the impact of metal and stone. After the boiling water poured over all the tea utensils, the crow's beak scissors cut the tea and put it into the covered bowl. The warm teacup stimulated the first aroma of the tea. As Arthur shook the covered bowl like a dice, the tea aroma was completely released. Put it under your nose and smell it. A smile appeared on the face of the young medium. Everyone who saw this smile could imagine the pleasant aroma. The subsequent water filling was even more eye-opening. Because, when the cup lid was rotated to scrape off the tea foam, it actually hung on the edge of the lid. No! It was hovering. Then, without waiting for people to take a closer look, the cup lid was pressed into the tea bowl and quickly shaken. And then the whole tea bowl moved with the fingers. And finally even the cup holder followed the rotation. When people's eyes followed the rotation of the cup holder, the tea bowl was quickly picked up, and the tea was poured into 3 cups respectively. When people looked at the teacup again, Arthur hooked his pinky finger, and the cup holder turned over. The tea bowl was placed diagonally on it, and the cup lid was suspended above the tea bowl at another angle. For a moment, the cup holder, the tea bowl, and the cup lid appeared in everyone's sight in a strange posture. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them. They had never thought that tea could be brewed like this. The dazzling action deeply attracted everyone present, especially the scene where the cup lid was hung on the tea bowl, which was even more impressive. Many people were ready to try it immediately. But unfortunately, they didn't have a tea set. Even if they did, they wouldn't do it. What if it broke? So, how about trying with a pot and a lid? They're all round anyway. Just when many people were eager to try, Arthur had already picked up one of the cups of tea, placed it on the coaster, and raised his hand to invite him. Please! Chapter 304, Clear Division of Labor and Cordon. Looking at the tea in front of him, Jim was stunned. Although the adults said that there was absolutely no problem with their tea ceremony during the discussion last night, it was still surprising to see it in person. The smooth and flowing tea art was really amazing. It was just, I don't know if it was an illusion, but I always felt that there was an inexplicable banditry in the adults' movements. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Jim picked up the teacup. When the tea just entered his mouth, Jim's eyes widened. It tasted sweet, an unprecedented sweetness, and then the unique mellowness of tea, and it was extremely smooth when it went down the throat. Jim was stunned. As the son of a baron, the son-in-law of a marquis, he had drunk lion tea, although it was not the kind specially provided to the old lion, but at this moment Jim believed that. Even the kind specially provided to the old lion was not as good as the one in his hand. Why is this happening? Could it be the method just now? Jim was a little skeptical about his life. Arthur smiled but said nothing. Why did his tea taste so good? Because, he added, honey to the boiled water. A little bit of honey infinitely improved the quality of the water. This is the hard work he learned from a certain Lao Ding. Of course, if this hard work is not enough, Lao Ding also taught him a trick, the taste of no taste. Simply put, it is guessing. If you can't win, just guess with your mouth. You can fool as many as you can. Anyway, you are stubborn and want to admit defeat. You just don't understand the taste of no taste. However, the tea art just now is real tea ceremony, tea slide version, LV2. You have mastered the basics of tea ceremony, but you have gone off track for some reason. After making tea successfully just now, such a prompt appeared in front of me. Arthur didn't care about this. Drinking tea, just have fun. Tea fighting? This skill is enough. More advanced? Then I have to talk to you about the taste of no taste. As a part-time psychic medium and a tea artist, Arthur is a shameless person. Therefore, Arthur sat there calmly, sipping his tea. The tea with honey tastes good? Carol, who was standing by, was a little curious about the taste of the tea. But he did not forget his role. He did not come forward, but shouted at Jim, how is it? His tea is not. I give up. Mr. Kratos' tea art, among the people I have met, there is no one who can compare to you. According to the agreement, the ports along the coast of West Berlin will exempt you from tax. Hopefully, we will meet at the South County Swordsmanship Finals. After saying that, Gimt's fair face showed a warm smile. He bowed gracefully, turned and walked towards his team. People watched the departure of this noble son, and many people had admiration in their eyes. They admired Gimt's demeanor. And when looking at Carol, they laughed mercilessly. Especially when they saw Carol's distraught look, people became even more excited. AI, the ports along the coast of Inhas will exempt your fleet from tax. Rocker gritted his teeth and said. After that, he threatened. Don't let me see you at the South County Swordsmanship Finals, otherwise, I will definitely make you look good. Such ungraceful words caused the people around to boo. However, when they found that Carol was looking at them fiercely, everyone lowered their heads and kept silent. Only after Carol walked away, the contempt became louder. And this is what Arthur, Gimt, and Carol wanted. After the discussion last night, Arthur gave Gimt and Carol different routes. Gimt has the hope of inheriting the West Berlin territory, so he naturally pays more attention to his reputation. Carol is arrogant and has a bad reputation. There was no chance at all. Fortunately, I left everyone's sight and devoted myself to developing myself. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is the South County Swordsmanship Finals. You know, the swordsmanship competition is held every 3 years in various places. The local champion has the opportunity to go to Niwin to participate in the South County Swordsmanship Competition, which is also called the Swordsmanship Finals. The champion will be received by the Grand Duke of Niwin and will be canonized. Arthur was not interested in this Swordsmanship Finals. If possible, he didn't even want to go to the Inner Bay. After all, although he and the Grand Duke had never met, their relationship was extremely bad. Especially after the news of the Emer Manor spread. The two sides would inevitably be incompatible. Not only did he sweep away most of Nanlo's hidden players, but he also wiped out most of the hidden players in Nanlo's territory. If the old lion could still remain calm, then he is not an old lion. But he must win the title of the South Low Sword Competition. He needs the title of knight. Therefore, the trip to Niwin becomes necessary. So, he needs to make Gimt and Carol the warning line. When the news of this fight spreads, anyone who wants to deal with him will definitely contact the two. Even if it is not possible to deal with all of them, it can avoid most of the troubles. This is what Arthur values. And the reason for an encore. Every encore is for the next performance. This was said by old Charlie. It still makes sense. Jim had left. Carol also left. With the departure of the two leading actors, the show began to end. The extras hidden in the town began to return to the convoy to carry the ammunition in the manor. Arthur, holding Pendragon, boarded the police carriage. He did not go first. Arthur will return to South Los with the caravan. At this time, just to catch up on sleep. But as soon as Arthur got on the car, he saw the girl he had met once before, carrying a basket, and being pushed by another girl to come to the front of the carriage. Arthur watched with interest the shyness on the girl's face, and the instigation of her companions behind her, as well as the sadness of a boy not far away, and the indignation of another boy. Almost instantly, more than 100 episodes of the melodramatic TV series emerged in Arthur's mind. But? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said you were fat that day. Although you are indeed fat. No, it should be fat. Norma apologized to Pendragon, then, she took out the things in the basket and put them in front of Pendragon. It was a small bag of dried fish. This is an apology gift. If you don't say anything, it will be considered that you accept my apology. The girl in the cloth skirt looked at Pendragon and said. Pendragon smelled the dried fish and decided to forgive the disrespect of the girl in front of him. Meow, so cute. The girl's eyes lit up, and then she raised her hand to touch Pendragon. For the sake of the dried fish, Pendragon endured for about 5 seconds. When she saw Pendragon getting impatient, the girl immediately withdrew her hand, and bowed to Pendragon again, and then looked at Arthur. You are such a good person. Thank you for lifting the curse for the town, and for bringing us an unforgettable competition. When my children grow up, I will definitely tell him, or her, that there was a medium named Arthur Kratos, who lifted the curse, and defeated the nobles. Thank you for everything you have done for the town of Garshin. The girl in the cloth skirt thanked her solemnly. Arthur looked at the girl in the cloth skirt with great surprise. The scene in front of him was not what he had imagined. But it was not bad. Therefore, Arthur responded with a smile. The girl in the cloth skirt did not entangle. And after saluting again, she was about to leave. However, as soon as he turned around, The girl in the cloth skirt suddenly asked. Have you gained weight in the past 2 days? Suddenly, Arthur's smile froze. As soon as he said this, the girl in the cloth skirt, who seemed to have gotten into trouble again, immediately stuck out her tongue, turned around and ran towards her friends, grabbed the hand of the confused hunter's son, dragged him towards the town, and laughed. The daughter of the innkeeper stomped her feet in hatred, but then she also chased after him with a smile. The blacksmith's son laughed the loudest, especially when he found no one around. He slapped the innkeeper's daughter on the back of her head without much force. His laughter was full of joy. The innkeeper's daughter chased after him angrily, one chasing and one fleeing. The two began to circle around the girl in the cloth skirt and the hunter's son. The 4 young people laughed continuously. The laughter spread far and wide in the warm afternoon sun. Life, it is never the days you have lived. It's the days you can remember. And the moment before his eyes. The little happiness in life. Arthur picked up Pendragon, who had finished eating the dried fish, muttered in a low voice. His eyes followed the backs of the 4 young men and drifted into the distance. There was a trace of envy in Arthur's eyes. But in the next moment, when Edwin's figure appeared in his sight, Arthur regained his calmness again. Edwin respectfully handed over a note. This note was from Melinda. Looking at the note, Arthur was stunned. He and Melinda had just separated not long ago. Moreover, if there was something important, Melinda would definitely tell him in person. Passing a note seemed strange. Arthur took the note with doubts. And when he opened it, he suddenly realized that it was this matter. Chapter 305 Crow and Falcon. In order to make herself look more like a man, Anna not only put on a beard, but also wore a special bra. Because of this bra, Anna's breathing became difficult, and she had to walk straight. Fortunately, she was covered by a large coat, so she was not so noticeable. St. Joan of Arc Girls' College. Cassandra Kratos. Black pupils, black hair, she has dimples when she smiles. She is very beautiful. She recalled what Melinda had asked her. She knew that her beloved was worried about that man, so she asked her to help look after that man's aunt. This feeling made her very uncomfortable, but she really couldn't refuse Melinda. Moreover, when she took action, a strange feeling made her very excited. She admitted that she was a little perverted. But what's wrong with being perverted for the one you love? The tall Anna raised her hands and embraced the void, just like she was hugging Melinda. The friction brought by the bra made the smile on her face become incomparably hot. Her body was shaking with excitement. After more than 10 seconds, Anna finally returned to normal, walked out of the alley, and came to the door of the St. Joan of Arc Girls' College. This is a college with a long history. It existed at the end of the Imperial era. It was originally to commemorate the girl Joan of Arc who fought against the Shadow. Later, it gradually became a college to teach girls literacy and etiquette. During the Holy Age, it became a church-type college, where the children of lower-level and middle-level clergy would receive education and baptism. When the Silver Age came, it was once closed by the Golden Lion family. Until the arrival of the Pioneer Age, it was reopened, and became the first choice for many daughters of middle-class families to go to school. Not only because the education here is better, but also because here you can get in touch with the upper class of Niwen and the annual Study Tour Festival. There will be children of nobles participating in this. So, this place is quite attractive to the daughters of middle-class families. Who doesn't have the dream of becoming a phoenix? As for Cassandra, the Kratos family must be different. There must be a conspiracy. With the premise of hiding in Nanlos, then coming to the Inner Bay is probably another kind of hiding. Maybe, the target is the Golden Lion family. You know, the children of the Old Lion were at the study festival. It is also possible. The terrible Kratos family. Because of Melinda, Anna paid special attention to everything in Nanlos, and the information she got from Melinda. Although Melinda kept silent most of the time, how could she hide it from such a smart girl? When Anna thought of such a family approaching her lover, she felt uneasy. Should I go back to Nanlos? After this thought came up, Anna immediately threw it out of her mind. It's not that she doesn't want to go back. It's that she can't go back. She doesn't want to delay Melinda's future because of her presence. Melinda, but she will be knighted. Thinking in her heart, the lady's steps became faster and faster. She took the letter of introduction and successfully entered the college. The letter was not forged, but real, from a security guard who reported to the college today. She just borrowed it without any malice. Of course, that person already had a new job. The security guard, who boarded the ship happily and headed for Fort City and would not mind. Your scope of work is only in the front yard and the door. You are not allowed to enter the school, the backyard, and the dormitory without permission. Especially the dormitory. If you are found to enter without reason, you will not only be expelled," said the female teacher who led the way. Anna nodded repeatedly. She had inquired about the news before she came. The last security guard who entered the dormitory without reason is still in the prison in Niwan. Although he claimed that he saw a suspicious person, but this excuse has been used by the last security guard and the last security guard before him. The police station in Niwan has also investigated this matter and found no suspicious people. The security guard who said this is the most suspicious. Adding to the special nature of the girls' dormitory, everything seemed so reasonable. After explaining the work, the female teacher who led the way left the security dormitory, and Anna began to work seriously. She planned to stay here for a long time. On the one hand, she could monitor Cassandra nearby. After all, she really cared too much about the people of the Kratos family getting close to Melinda before she could return to Nanlos. She also needed to get close to a person of the Kratos family to use as a check and balance. Secondly, this identity was also obtained by her with great effort. It would be a pity to give it up so easily. Of course, more importantly, this identity would help her avoid the trouble she had recently caused. She definitely did not want to provoke the so-called Baron. She was just going to attend the salon, who knew that the other party would be so shameless to approach her. She endured for a long time, finally gave the other party a kick in the crotch. Then, she accidentally stepped on something and broke it. She swore that she didn't mean it. She was not sure that the other party was a dud. She was just protecting herself. But the trouble is real. Even if she is a dud without talent, but a noble is still a noble. She is now wanted by the police, if she didn't want to be targeted by the secret police in Niwan. She had to behave herself for a while. So, welcome to my college life, Anna told herself. And she had to work hard for it. Then, the first thing she did after becoming a security guard was, "Are you here to apply for the positions of cook and cleaner?" Anna looked at the two girls in front of her in surprise. It wasn't that she was making a fuss, but that even after a simple disguise, the two girls in front of her still looked outstanding. One has a thin waist and long legs, with obvious arm muscle lines, and the other looks weak and easy to bully. Such people can live well anywhere, and don't need to apply for jobs as cooks or cleaners. Especially the latter, who will be loved by quite a lot of men. Of course, this is not the point. The point is, she felt the smell of blood from the former. The other party has killed people, and more than one. But what does this have to do with her? She was just a security guard, not a great detective. After bringing the person to the door, Anna left quickly. Sarah breathed a sigh of relief as she watched Anna leave. And she held Amy's hand tightly. "Is my cooking good enough?" "Of course. You are the best cook I have ever met." Amy was not simply comforting her friend, but she really believed it. As for cleaning, Amy, who had worked at the Joel Joker fencing club, "Although I am a receptionist, I occasionally do cleaning, which is no problem. Let's welcome a new life together." Amy took Sarah's hand and said softly. Sarah nodded vigorously, full of longing for a new life. In the carriage, Arthur looked at Melinda's concise retelling and couldn't help but touch his chin. No wonder this woman didn't show up directly. It turned out that she was embarrassed because of this accident. Then should I borrow her guilt, take advantage of the situation, and make a profit from her? The young medium thought. As for his Aunt Cassandra, the young medium was not worried. After all, the weak spot in the family was him. Moreover, he was very sure of one thing: his aunt, Cassandra, was definitely not in the St. Joan of Arc Girls' College. If he hadn't discovered the family truth, Arthur would not be sure. But after discovering the family truth, Arthur could be sure. His Aunt Cassandra going to the St. Joan of Arc College was probably just a gimmick. Of course, for the sake of authenticity, a stand-in must appear there. And where did the real person go? Who knows? Maybe she is hiding somewhere and watching everything at the St. Joan of Arc College. Thinking in his heart, Arthur looked up at the anxious Edwin and smiled. "Let's go!" The coachman breathed a sigh of relief. He knew his master's habits. The appearance of such a note was unusual in itself. Fortunately, there were no accidents. He did not want to become an enemy with Arthur. Edwin immediately arranged for the convoy to set off. G.A. Buchan flapped his wings and flew up, acting as Arthur's eyes, investigating the surroundings. And far above the St. Joan of Arc Women's College in the inner bay, a falcon also flapped its wings and flew high. The falcon was extremely fast. After flying out of the inner bay, it landed on a woman's shoulder. Gently stroking the falcon, Cassandra Kratos was thoughtful. Then, the corner of her mouth curled up. The lady pulled up her hood, and the whole person merged into the shadows and disappeared. Chapter 306 Greetings from the Kratos family. In the inner bay somewhere. In the office late at night, the long bald Fast took off his glasses, stared at the flickering candlelight, slightly lost in thought. Failed again. The action against the medium not only failed, but also involved Melville. If Sinchi is included, this time the medium pulled out most of their hidden players in the Nanlos territory, and the other party had just cleared out their hidden players in Nanlos not long ago. Thinking of this, Fask felt a headache. The female assistant beside him saw it, and immediately brought Fask thick black coffee and mint secret medicine. Moreover, she was very considerate, and opened the mint secret medicine and applied it on Fask's temple. The female assistant's movements were gentle and professional. More importantly, she looked at Fask with admiration. Because the female assistant knew the achievements of the person in front of her. Fask was one of the 7 Golden Mane consultants of the Grand Duke of Niwen, responsible for all matters of Nanlos. It can be said that the old lion has put pressure on the Nanlos family. In addition to the young age of the tigress, a considerable part of the credit is due to this inconspicuous man in front of him. In the past 20 years, this man has repeatedly made extraordinary achievements. Really, a good target. The female assistant, who was gently massaging Fask's temple, suddenly became fierce, and the fingers on Fask's temple grabbed directly inward. Bang! The head exploded like a watermelon. However, it was not Fask's. It was the assistant's. Or, to be more precise, the assistant who was replaced. The blood and brain matter had not really splattered. Even the body was dragged into the shadow by an invisible force, without staining anything in the office. Go see if Rita is okay? Sitting in the chair, Fask said to the shadow. Then, his brows were furrowed. He was not concerned about the assassination attempt. He encountered assassinations of this level 2 or 3 times a year. He was used to it. The reason he frowned was because of the medium. Arthur Kratos. The Golden Mane consultant muttered the name. Facing this medium, who suddenly appeared in his field of vision, he always felt that something was wrong. But there was no evidence. But facing his intuition, this Golden Mane consultant would definitely not ignore it. So, he picked up a pen and paper and started writing. He had previously investigated that the other party had an aunt who was studying at the St. Joan of Arc Girls College. When he learned of this news, he sent someone to secretly monitor her. Now, it's time to contact her. As for the arrest, he would never let his men do this until the last moment. Of course, judging from the performance of the medium, his men were definitely no match for Cassandra Kratos. When he thought of this, Fask got a headache again. He subconsciously raised his hand and touched his remaining hair. He knew that if he continued like this, he would have to say goodbye to his few remaining friends. This made Fask very helpless. However, he had no other choice. However, fortunately, as long as he completed the task at hand, he would be able to retire. He would not go out like Darren. Because he didn't want to be like Darren, who lost his life in Nanlos. He would choose a farm near the inner bay, and spend the rest of his life there. He was sure that the Grand Guild would agree to this. Of course, he had to handle the matter in front of him beautifully. Troublesome Kratos family, I hope you don't. Puff! Fask's words stopped abruptly. A long sword pierced the body of the Golden Mane advisor from behind his head, and the tip of the sword protruded from his mouth. Blood dripped down the tip of the sword onto the note that had just been written, dyeing the black name, Kratos, completely red. On his deathbed, Fask wanted to see clearly who the person was, but under the special restraint of the long sword, he was completely unable to move. Quickly, Fask lost his breath of life. The entire office was then engulfed in flames. To the outside world, it was just an ordinary fire, not worth paying attention to. Internally, it caused a great uproar. Fask, one of the Grand Duke's 7 Golden Mane advisors, was killed so easily at his office, which was enough to scare the remaining advisors. It was also enough to make the Grand Duke furious. Suddenly, the entire inner bay became undercurrents, and countless secret police ran back and forth, searching for the murderer. On the high tower of the inner bay clock tower that no one noticed, Cassandra looked at the inner bay that had already been covered with waves, and said softly, "Anti-tooth, an eye for an eye. Sir Severus, House of Kratos greets you." After the words fell, Cassandra leaped up, and before her body hit the ground, she had already disappeared like the wind. And the next moment after Cassandra disappeared, Several figures appeared here, and after a careful inspection, there was confusion in their eyes. Then, they rushed to the next location. Arthur's journey back to South Los was very smooth. No one disturbed him, and there were no accidents. The endless troubles in the past all disappeared at this moment. For this reason, Arthur looked at his gloves and his sword with a gentle look. The young medium believed that this was the credit of the two items. It was because of Daniel's hope and Hunter's sword that his luck improved. It allowed him to get rid of the troubles caused by bad luck. However, missing the harvest festival made the young medium feel regretful. The young medium was looking forward to the first big festival after coming to this world. However, there was no way. Following the convoy, it took them a week and a half to return to South Los. Those weapons, especially the little Emperor cannon, were too heavy. Even the best horses could hardly drag them for a long time. They had to be divided into 4 batches every day, so that the horses that were responsible for the main transportation had enough rest time. And they had to be transferred to easier work the next day. Otherwise, these horses would not be able to return to Nanlos, and would die on the way. However, the long journey ended when the caravan entered Nanlos. Arthur watched Simon leave with Hunter and Newt. The 3 of them had just moved down the books and utensils they had brought back from the Emer Manor. These were not important. Arthur carried the important ones with him. He checked the growth of catnip and cat grass. After confirming that Merlin had done a great job, Arthur carried Pendragon, who had taken the last 1 milliliter of Griffin physical potion, and fell into a coma. Into number 2 Kirk Street. Coolidge, this is our home. The upstairs is full of traps, you need to be careful. Downstairs, except for the secret room and the rooms of Grandpa, Uncle, Aunt, you can enter. Arthur placed Pendragon in the cat bed in the medium small hall, while introducing the situation of number 2 Kirk Street to his hound. The 6 hands of nothingness had already neatly placed the less important books and experimental instruments in the medium hall. As for the rest, Arthur planned to put them in his bedroom. He was used to sleeping in the medium hall, so he planned to turn his original bedroom into a laboratory and library. This was not difficult. Just some simple moving and placement. It took less than half an hour to finish everything. The young medium stretched his back and prepared to catch up on sleep within 6 hours. He did not sleep properly when he returned to Nanlos this morning. But the young medium had just laid down when he opened his eyes in surprise and looked at his cat. Huh? Chapter 307. Nanlos feels familiar again. The unique aura that only those with spirituality can sense emerges from Pendragon. Arthur was not surprised by this. In fact, the fact that he appeared so late is what Arthur cares about. A warhorse can become a mystical creature by taking a full bottle of Griffin Physique potion. Based on the size comparison, a cat should only need a smaller amount of potion. And Pendragon took a full bottle of Griffin Physique potion to complete the promotion. If it were someone else, they would definitely be doubtful, and then become hesitant and reluctant. But for Arthur, it didn't exist. All he needed was for Pendragon to have the ability to protect himself. As for the others, let alone Griffin Physical Potion. If there was Griffin Spiritual Potion, or even Griffin Storm Potion, Arthur would have given it to Pendragon without hesitation. At this moment, what surprised Arthur was the words in front of him: name, Pendragon. Type, pet. Quality, mystic. Attributes, 1. The orange cat is strong. 2. Baptism. 3. Griffin Physique. Residual. Note, Pendragon's mother is the most beautiful calico female cat in the neighborhood. Its father is a strong stray orange cat. After reproduction, its father irresponsibly slipped away to other neighborhoods. Pan has 2 brothers and a sister. It is the last born, but the one with the best physique. It was brought up by its mother until it has the ability to take care of itself, relying on the orange cat's talent. It quickly became the cat king of the street. It should have survived like its father, relying on biological instincts, until it encountered something that ordinary people could not understand. It was even more fortunate that it met you. It really liked you. Even if it behaved very reservedly, it really liked you. Meow meow. Orange cat is strong. Orange cats have their own talents. As long as they have enough food, they will quickly become strong. Baptism, the afterglow of the orange cat ceremony you performed, make Pendragon smarter and stronger. Griffin Physique. Incomplete. Complete a potion. Makes Pendragon reborn. It has the legendary Griffin Physique, even if it is not complete. But the strength, speed, endurance, and dexterity of a griffin appearing on a cat. It will still surprise people, because its fur can resist swords, arrows, bullets, and can also effectively defend against fire, acid, venom, etc. It moves more and more silently, and its jumping ability is greatly improved, and it can even glide for short distances. Its eyes can not only ignore the night, but also have a strong ability to see through the supernatural darkness. Sneaking, invisible creatures can hardly hide from its eyes, and most importantly, its claws, which can easily tear half armor apart. Note 1. Lack of Griffin Spirit Potion. Pendragon's state is not complete, and it cannot use the Griffin secret art. Note 2. Even with the incomplete Griffin physique, it still makes Pendragon's appetite increase greatly, and he prefers meat. But he can also choose vegetarian food, but the latter will affect Pendragon's mood and make the kitten irritable. Note 3. After taking the Griffin potion, and with the afterglow of the cat's orange ceremony, you can communicate with Pendragon without any obstacles. Of course, it understands, but it does not mean it will do it. Note 4. Pendragon's promotion makes it bathed in your cat's orange ceremony. I gave you a feedback. The special effects of your cat orange ritual are comprehensively improved. Note 5. After possessing the physique of a griffin, Pendragon's lifespan is greatly extended. If nothing unexpected happens, it can easily live for several centuries. Everything was normal before. But note 4. Surprised Arthur. Through the cat orange ritual, he and Pendragon were in tune with each other, and naturally knew that Pendragon had gained benefits from the cat orange ritual. Arthur speculated that the 6 whiskers were all from Pendragon. However, Arthur had not expected Pendragon's ritual of feeding back cat's orange. Arthur clearly felt the excitement of the cat's orange ritual. No. To be precise, it was a sense of fullness. The feeling of being full in the stomach. This feeling lasted for more than a minute before slowly dissipating. Arthur immediately checked the attributes of cat's orange. Among them, order did not change. Feast, self-healing, and adaptability all had different improvements. However, the most obvious one is golden silk. Its spiritual harmony has become 3.5. It is indeed an unexpected surprise. Arthur, who was already preparing to look for Griffin's spiritual potion and Griffin's storm potion, immediately put it on the agenda. Cat orange. Although it can be improved over time, Arthur prefers this instant improvement. After raising his hand and holding Pendragon, who woke up in a daze, Arthur leaned directly on the pillow. He whispered, "Pan, you know what? The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. So from today on, you have to learn to support me." The confused orange cat woke up instantly. It looked at its owner in disbelief. It simply couldn't understand how its owner's 37-degree mouth could say such cold and ruthless words. It was just a cat. The next moment, Pendragon pretended not to understand, turned his head, and lay on Arthur's belly, and began to breathe evenly. "I heard that some mystical creatures can transform into human form. If I find you the Griffin spiritual potion, can you transform into a cat girl?" "No. You are a male cat. So, can you transform into a cat man?" If you have cat ears, it is the same to wear a skirt. Right?" Arthur kept chattering. Pendragon, who had turned his head away, had no intention of turning back, but he secretly grinned. "Do you want to hear what you are saying? I'm just an ordinary little cat." Pendragon began to swear to himself, if its owner doesn't know what's good for him, it will teach him a lesson. But the next moment its head sank, and the warm palm made it squint comfortably. "I'm very happy that you can live more safely. Today is really a day worth celebrating. By the way, there is also the salon at number 44 Whitebird Street. Moving to a new house always requires burning the bottom of the pot." The gentle words, it didn't sound like what the shameless master said, but the voice was indeed. Pan turned his head, but saw that his master had fallen asleep without knowing when. The cat pouted. Then, the orange cat rubbed Arthur's neck little by little, raised its paw to hug Arthur, and then squinted its eyes and fell asleep. In the shadow, Kaliki tilted his head to watch this scene. Subconsciously, the hound also wanted to come over, but the orange cat, who was obviously asleep, but it suddenly opened one eye, and its cold gaze made Kaliki lie down at Arthur's feet. When Kaliki looked over quietly, the orange cat's breathing had already become even. However, Kaliki did not move again. It was not that it could sense that the orange cat was taking a nap, but it found a strange smell passing by outside. Kaliki was very curious. but without the master's order, it remained quiet. But Fukin and Wooney, who were in charge of vigilance, stared at each other closely. A crow followed silently. At the same time, after learning that Arthur had returned from the Emer Manor, Maltz left the office in a hurry. He did not forget the salon at 44 Whitebird Street. In fact, it was he who proposed it. As Arthur's friend, he had to prepare a gift for both emotional and logical reasons. It should have been prepared long ago, but it was delayed because of dealing with some trivial matters with Scott. It was definitely not for those ladies, who were overly addicted to the club. Huff. Huff. When he arrived at Patrick's used bookstore, the old sheriff felt a pain in his lower back. After leaning against the wall, he began to pant violently. Maltz? Maltz? How could you be so depraved? Can't you see your haggard face? You have been hurt by alcohol and sex. From today on, stop drinking. With these words in his mouth, the old sheriff straightened up and prepared to enter the bookstore. The gift chosen for Arthur, he had thought of it long ago. Recipe. Yes, it was a traditional recipe of South Los. In the eyes of the old sheriff, no matter what gift he gave to Arthur, it would not be as practical as a recipe book, because Arthur really had everything. What's more, it was during the salon of the new house, a recipe that could add food flavor to the new house, really just right. It was definitely not because I had been lingering in the club with Scott for more than half a month, and my savings were almost gone, because of no money. Absolutely not. The old sheriff emphasized in his heart, and walked into the second-hand bookstore. But immediately, the old sheriff was stunned. Because a bloody smell was blowing in his face. A body with a cut throat just fell behind the bar. Looking at the body stained with blood, everything was so familiar. It has been more than half a month, and this is the first murder case in South Los, which made the old sheriff feel like a lifetime ago. My happy vacation, is it over? The old sheriff thought in his heart, and a deep sense of helplessness appeared on his face. Finally, the old sheriff sighed softly and said, "Welcome home, Arthur." Chapter 308 The Dead Return. Martz was full of sighs in his heart, but he was not slow in action. He shouted to the patrolman on the street. "You two, one of you come and seal off the scene, and the other one goes back to call for help. Patrick's bookstore is located in a side alley off Westmark Avenue. Although it is not as prosperous as the main street of Westmark Avenue, it is still within the patrol area of the patrolman. And Martz's identity is enough for him to command these patrolmen." "Yes, Sheriff," the two patrolmen answered. Maltz's eyes returned to the body in the bookstore again. A sudden attack from behind. A single blow to cut the throat. Clean and neat. No hesitation. An old hand. Maltz looked at the neat cut on the neck of the corpse, and the uninterrupted blood spray marks on the ground and the wall, and frowned. Compared to a novice, an old hand is undoubtedly more troublesome. This is not the first time they have killed someone, and they are no longer timid. More meticulous, very few clues are left, some are even clueless, so that it takes a lot of luck to solve the case in the Shire District, and even the whole of South Los for a long time. Often you think you have caught a thief, but in fact it is a murderer, and you accidentally interrogate a liar, he will tell you a clue of the murderer. However, with the appearance of Arthur, everything changed. Although Arthur is always favored by the god of death, but any case that involves Arthur will not become an unsolved case. Almost subconsciously, Maltz wanted to find Arthur. But when he thought that Arthur had just returned to South Los and must need to rest after a long journey, he immediately shook his head. "I can't rely on Arthur for everything. But I can do it too," the old sheriff told himself. 1 minute later. "Why don't you ask Arthur? It's not that I don't feel a sense of accomplishment in solving the case. But Arthur solves the case faster." After enjoying the feeling of flying with Arthur, the old sheriff could hardly go back. However, the old sheriff still collected as much information as possible. The cash box in the bookstore had not been touched. The things in the store were not turned over at all, and they were neat and tidy. Immediately, robbery and murder were ruled out. Then only love killing or revenge killing remained. As for accidental indiscriminate killing, it is possible, but the possibility is very small. After all, South Los is not a scary place. How could they all be crazy? Of course, if that was the case, Maltz would definitely give up struggling and choose to ask Arthur for help. He didn't have many advantages, but he was definitely one of them. "Rooney, take a team to ask if there are any suspicious people nearby. Andy, take 2 people to find out the interpersonal relationship of this store owner." Maltz ordered as usual. Yes, Sergeant. The two new trainee police officers took action immediately. Seeing his subordinates, who were meticulously carrying out his orders, Martz's expression finally eased a lot. A capable subordinate would always give more hope for solving the case. If it was still the same situation as before, Martz would just give up. While Rooney and Andy were taking action, Martz continued to check around the bookstore. Compared to the previous one, this time the inspection was more thorough. Then, under the bookshelf, Martz found a large gold coin. Unlike the 2 grams of ordinary gold coins, the large gold coins are 3 grams. Before the pioneer era, when ordinary gold coins were circulating in the market, the large gold coins were circulated within the army. Or to be more precise, they were often used among nobles. In order to distinguish themselves from ordinary people, the nobles minted larger gold coins. During the 7 Years' War, Martz was rewarded with such gold coins more than once as a heavy musketeer, so he was very familiar with them. Just like the big gold coin in his hand, it belongs to the Count Bet family of Nanjun. The star, moon, and ship on it are really easy to recognize. The ship represents the navigation and shipbuilding technology that the Count Bet family is proud of. In the eyes of the world, the stars and the moon are also related to navigation. But in the rumors, they seem to lean towards the mysterious side. If it was the previous Martz, he would still hesitate between the two. But now, he is directly inclined to the latter. This case is not related to Count Bet. Right? The old sheriff frowned. If the murder case committed by the veteran is just a trouble, once the nobles are involved, it will be a huge trouble. Because the privileges of the nobles will always lead things to an uncontrollable abyss. The old sheriff calmly packed the big gold coin. It was not greed. He just didn't want to make it public. Then, just as the old sheriff stood up, a book fell from the bookshelf. It happened to fall in front of the old sheriff. Affordable Civilian Recipes After the War. Looking at the title, the old sheriff knew that this was a recipe from at least 30 years ago. At the end of the 7 Years' War, even the wealthy nobles had to distribute supplies carefully, not to mention the common people. Therefore, in order to survive, everyone had to eat some things that they usually looked down upon, including but not limited to elm leaves. In order to avoid poisoning, nobles from all over the country had such books printed and had literate people read them in front of the crowd. Of course, the effect was not good. Most people who were starving would choose to eat first. I heard that some people in the inland would even choose to eat dirt. That period was also the time when pirates were most rampant. People without food would always take risks. Martz did not have a good memory of that period, because he had experienced more and seen worse situations. After picking up the recipe book, Martz was about to put it back because of the painful memories. He didn't want to look at the recipes that he could memorize, but it seemed that he was too anxious. The old sheriff, who put the book back, directly rubbed the cover of the book, and there were wrinkles on the title page. So the old sheriff had to put it back again. But when the old sheriff took the book out and was about to close it and smooth out the wrinkles, he found that there was something written on the title page. When the old sheriff saw what was written on it clearly, he trembled all over. His eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief. Almost subconsciously, the old sheriff raised his hand and stroked the words on it. "Cotton, I received the book, but I bet you didn't read the contents of the book. This is a recipe, not a book. Moreover, there are many mistakes in it. Remember that you can't eat black fungus that has been soaked for a long time. You can't eat fresh daylily either. And rotten ginger must be thrown away. Why did I write this down? Because I'm afraid you'll cheat, smiley face. You must be safe, come back soon. Love you, Nicole." There is no exact date, but the name of the person who signed the letter, Martz will never forget it. Cotton, the comrade who sat by the campfire and said that he had made an appointment with his fiancée and would go home to get married after this war, but was shot dead by the captain. Cotton's fiancée's name was Nicole. Martz had heard him mention it more than once. Also, Martz had heard Cotton say that he had mailed a book to his fiancée as a gift. That means this recipe book was given to Nicole by his comrade Cotton. Adding the big gold coin just now, the old sheriff looked at the corpse with a serious expression immediately. Because the last place where he and Cotton served was the territory of Count Bet. Moreover, both he and Cotton had received big gold coins as rewards. Subconsciously, the old sheriff whispered, "Cotton is back?" Chapter 309. The Medium's Note. While muttering to himself, Martz's gaze on the corpse became fierce. Suppose Cotton came back, what would he do? Revenge. The dead come back, except for calling and revenge. And in front of him, it is obviously not a call. Then, there is only revenge left. Is Cotton's death related to the bookstore owner in front of him? The deaths of his other 118 comrades are related to him? This time, Martz no longer hesitated. He turned and walked out of the bookstore. He was about to go to number 2 Kirk Street. But before the old sheriff walked out of the alley, a patrolman came running. "Sheriff! Sheriff! Sound the horn." Something happened. The patrolman's words startled mouths. Almost subconsciously, the old sheriff thought of his good friend and whore friend Scott, and immediately asked, "What happened? Is Scott okay?" The hangover made Scott's temples swell, especially the pain in his lower back. It made it even more difficult for the young man, who had just been promoted to the editor-in-chief of the Bugle, to sit at his desk and work peacefully. Fortunately, due to the continuous reports on his friend Arthur, the situation of the Bugle improved greatly. He was not only promoted to editor-in-chief, but also had an independent office, which allowed him to rest in a more comfortable posture rather than being crowded with all the editors in the hall. This office was not the original editor-in-chief's office, but a separate office. As for the original editor-in-chief's office, it is still used by the editor-in-chief. This editor-in-chief has worked diligently for 40 years at the Bugle, and his working time is almost as long as the Bugle. Such an editor-in-chief will not be fired. Others will never allow such a thing to happen. Not only because of the integrity of this editor-in-chief, but also because this upright editor-in-chief was fired. Would it be their turn? Dong, dong, dong. Amid the rhythmic knocking on the door, Scott sat up straight immediately. "Come in." As the words came, the office door was pushed open. When he saw the old man outside the door, Scott stood up immediately and said respectfully, "Editor-in-Chief Commons." Commons, the editor-in-chief who was as old as the Bugle. This editor-in-chief, who was over 60 years old, had gray hair and a hunched body. However, he was in good spirits and, with the support of a cane, he could walk quite well. Editor-in-Chief Scott. Faced with Scott's respect, the old editor-in-chief also gave corresponding respect. In this regard, Scott was also helpless. Although he repeatedly explained that there was no need to do this, he was just a junior, but the old editor-in-chief insisted. In fact, the old editor-in-chief has been sticking to his strict style for many years. "I would like to invite everyone in the newspaper to have a meal as a farewell ceremony." Farewell ceremony? Didn't the editor-in-chief say, "You don't need to care about those things. The Herald will provide for you in your old age"? Or is it because of me? Scott was stunned, and looked at the old editor in confusion. When he was promoted to editor-in-chief, the editor-in-chief publicly said that he would provide for the old editor in his old age. It is impossible to go back on such words spoken in public. The old editor-in-chief looked at the anxious Scott, and immediately waved his hand. "It has nothing to do with the editor-in-chief. He is kind enough, and did not abandon me in the most difficult times. It has nothing to do with you. You have brought new vitality to the Bugle. You have done a great job. I chose to leave because I have reached the age to retire. Also, I have enough pension. I will choose a farm outside South Lowes to spend my old age. If you want to see me, you can come anytime," the old editor said, with a rare smile. "Okay, I will definitely visit you often. So which restaurant shall we go to?" Looking at the old editor's smile, Scott nodded repeatedly and promised. The young editor would never forget that when he first joined the newspaper, it was the old editor who led him step by step to the right path. "Restaurant? I'm just a poor old man who is about to retire. Do you have the heart to go to a restaurant and let them exploit my pension?" I ordered food from Endora Grandma's kitchen and ate it at the newspaper. The old editor joked with Scott more and more rarely. Then, the old editor bowed slightly and went to inform others in person. The old editor attached great importance to the farewell ceremony. Of course, it is still necessary to save money. However, the cooking skills of the Endoran grandmother are still so reassuring. The lunch meal is the common people's superior recipe with beef and mutton as the main dishes. This is also a new term that appeared after the 7 Years' War. Along with it, there are medium recipes, affordable recipes, and so on. Among them, the superior recipes and medium recipes were only allowed to appear during festivals for a long time. For example, the medium recipes that included offal and viscera were only allowed to be eaten on Sundays. The superior recipes could only be used on the days of the 5 festivals: Harvest Festival, Winter Festival, Spring Planting Festival, Summer Festival, and Peace Festival. Although as time passed, Nanlos became rich again at a speed far beyond imagination. But a meal of common people's best recipes is still presentable. Not to mention the extra-large version. Roast beef, for portions, 600 g each, beef stew with potatoes, 1 pot, no less than 5,000 g, fried lamb chops, 12 portions, 120 g each, fried lamb with coriander, 1 pot, no less than 3,000 g, mutton offal soup, 1 pot, no less than 5,000 g, roasted apples with lamb fat, 12, vegetable egg salad 12 servings, 200 g each, white bread, 5,000 g, some seasoning including butter, honey, and black pepper 20 g each, 12 servings of food, delivered by 2 apprentices of Andorran mother-in-law. Wine was not included. The wine was provided by the editor-in-chief. After just 1 glass, the old editor-in-chief sighed and talked more. Halfway through the meal, the old editor-in-chief was completely drunk. So much so that Scott had to help the other person back to his office. When he put the other person on the chair, Scott could see that the old editor wanted to say something. But in the end, the other person said nothing. There was no chance to say anything. After lunch, the new trainee editor was assigned to take care of the old editor. But as soon as she opened the door, the new trainee editor fell to the ground in fear. Ah! The scream attracted everyone's attention. Seeing the old editor-in-chief with his throat cut, everyone except Scott was shocked. "Call the police," Scott shouted loudly. Then, he stared at a large gold coin on the ground, and his brows wrinkled unconsciously. He was sure that before, there was no such large gold coin here. The old editor-in-chief was also accustomed to using paper money, not gold coins. Left by the murderer? What does it mean? The young editor-in-chief was thinking, and suddenly saw a familiar boy running into the newspaper office. The other party was a kid from Dow Lane, who often ran errands for his friend Arthur. Just as he was thinking, the little boy came to Scott and handed him a note. At the same time, Wu and I also grabbed a note and landed in front of Mouths. Mouths and Scott opened the note almost at the same time. Then, surprise flashed in their eyes. Even though they were prepared in their hearts, they still felt incredible. Because, the note said, "Want to know what happened? Come to 44, White Bird Street at 8 o'clock in the evening. I will tell you everything in the salon." Chapter 3:10 7 o'clock in the evening. When Melinda took a carriage to number 44 White Bird Street, it was just 7 o'clock. Although it was completely possible to walk to number 44 White Bird Street from number 6 White Bird Street, but in order to prevent some rumors from appearing, she had to take a carriage. This was the respectability pursued by the nobles. It made Melinda very annoyed, but she had to do it. It was the day when she would inherit the title of Baron Camille. At this time, she would not allow any unexpected incidents. But it was really uncomfortable. A hypocritical world made up of hypocritical people. The most terrible thing is that I am also one of them. The lady began to use self-deprecation to distract herself from her depression. Of course, there was also her favorite. Huh? The thick smoke mixed with mint and peach was heavily sprayed on Arthur by the lady. Seeing Arthur frowning, Melinda raised the corner of her mouth. And then, without waiting for Arthur to speak, a rectangular wicker box was handed to Arthur. Inside was the gift for the first visit, and the things promised in the previous transaction. Suddenly, Arthur's attention was attracted. There were 4 things inside. They were Glory Potion, a scroll, a pair of boots, and a book named Glory Potion Perfect. Type, Potion. Quality, Heroic. Attribute, Perfect Bloodline. Note, when the alchemist Ms. Abel turned and walked towards the potion school, everyone is not optimistic about this lady. There are too many facts to prove that. There is only one genius like Master Hulk, but when this lady took out the improved Glory Potion, everyone chose to shut up, and the one in your hand is the crystallization of talent and luck. It was made accidentally. There are 13 in total. This is one of them, well preserved. The quality is extremely excellent. Perfect Bloodline. If you have bloodline, it will help you repair it perfectly. Note, this is a standard 20 milliliters test tube, filled with liquid medicine. After checking the Glory Potion Perfect, Arthur did not take it immediately. His bloodline is Dark Snake. Who knows if there will be any movement during the repair? If Melinda sees it, she might be exposed. So it must be taken alone. Put the Glory Potion Perfect back into the independent brocade box. Put it back into the box. Arthur picked up the scroll, discovered the secret art cat's claw. Ritual judgment in progress. Judgment passed. Spiritual judgment in progress. Judgment passed. Yes/no to consume 100 XP points. Learn this secret art? Cat S claw? Cat S claw of a cat S hole? Looking at the text prompt, Arthur quickly unfolded the scroll to check, and a look of joy flashed in his eyes. Previously, Melinda said that there was a piece that was not sure if it was a cat S hole, when it was still the secret technique of the cat school. Arthur instinctively thought it was from the cat school. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the cat hole. Similarly, Arthur carefully put the secret technique back into the wicker box. Just like the glory potion, this secret technique also needs to be learned alone. It's not that I'm afraid of being discovered, but I want to give Melinda the illusion that I already knew it. It's definitely not to blackmail Melinda, but simply to maintain the mystery and power of the modern black cat. Yes, that's it. With such a firm thought, Arthur looked at the pair of boots. Name, Black Cat Boots. Type, Armor. Quality, Epic. Attributes, 1, Silent, 2, Light, 3, Stealth, 4, Warmth of Black Cat. Note, these were the boots of the last black cat. After the black cat died in battle, these boots fell into the hands of an unknown person. After many twists and turns, it was finally acquired by Melinda and handed over to you. What I care about is what I own. I can't lose them, even if I have to die. Silent, when you wear these boots, you will not make any footsteps. Light, when walking, running, and jumping. Your body is extremely light, just like a real cat, and you can even easily roll and jump in the air like an acrobatic. Stealth, walking in the shadows, in the dark, automatically gain stealth blessing. Black Cat Warmth, when you master the secret art of Cat S Claw, you can use the Cat S Claw effect when kicking with these boots, and the secret art of silent continuous stomping will be blessed. Note 1. Silent, Light, Stealth can be combined with other secret arts. Bloodline. Note 2. Black Cat Warmth can only be added with Cat S Claw. Silent continuous stomping and other cat style. Cat Cave secret technique. Note 3. Black Cat Warmth can be added to other cat style leg secret techniques. Note 4. Black Cat Warmth supports other props that can be reasonably attached to itself. When he saw the black cat boots, Arthur took off his shoes without any hesitation and put them on his feet. Of course, Arthur did not forget the Lannister height-increasing insoles. He solemnly placed them inside the black cat boots. Seeing this scene, Melinda's eyes were filled with contempt. What a vain man. She said that Arthur suddenly felt 1 centimeter taller. It turned out that he put insoles to increase height. But the insole should be a secret item. Are there other unknown effects? Is this the essence of cat pie? Black? Melinda thought, and her heart trembled slightly. Then, when Arthur was looking through the last item, the lady was patrolling number 44 Whitebird Street like a hostess, and gave an evaluation. It's your first salon, shouldn't you make some extra decorations? At least, you should hang the painting of your grandfather at the entrance. As the oldest of the Kratos family, this is the proper courtesy. When entering the hall, you should show the emblem representing the Kratos family. And the dining table, the evening salon should not use a tablecloth, but a plain table runner. And this candle, why not use the classic high platform trident? Facing the empty number 44 Whitebird Street, Melinda put forward her own opinions. Arthur looked at the recipe in his hand with a puzzled look. That's right. It's a recipe. Who would send a recipe when moving into a new house? After flipping through it twice, and confirming that it was just an ordinary recipe, Arthur raised his head and looked at Melinda, who was chattering non-stop. Seeing the other party smiling, the young medium nodded repeatedly, and looked like he accepted it with an open mind. Ah, yes, you are absolutely right. So, my dear, I will leave the decoration here to you. Please don't be stingy with your gold coins. After all, as a member of the Kratos family, the portrait of Grandpa and the creation of the family emblem are also part of your contribution, aren't they? Saying this, Arthur returned to the sofa in the hall, and continued to yawn while holding Pendragon. Although he wanted to catch up on his sleep, Arthur didn't actually sleep for long. He was in a drowsy state at the moment. If he was not worried about any accidents, he would never hold the salon tonight. In fact, he was also full of surprises about that incident. Arthur really didn't expect that an unexpected tracking would actually lead to such a thing. How to say it? It's worthy of being manlos. Arthur made an appropriate summary, and then prepared to take a nap before the salon started. But the next moment, the young medium had to open his eyes and look across. Melinda was sitting across from him, smoking. When she saw Arthur open his eyes, she immediately asked with a smile, "Aunt Cassandra is in Niwan, right?" Arthur immediately became alert. He knew Melinda's personality very well, and she would never ask questions casually. Since she asked this, something big must have happened in Niwen, and it was suspected to be related to the Kratos family. Arthur was shocked, but he remained calm on the surface, half lying there, and replied lazily, "Not here." "Oh, but I received news that Fask, one of the 7 golden manies who was in charge of Nanlos, was assassinated last night. He was reviewing the news of the Kratos family at the time. Some people suspect that your family did it." Melinda stretched out her tone. Arthur rolled his eyes immediately. The young medium said, "Such a far-fetched statement. Would anyone believe it? My aunt is a well-educated, gentle and kind lady. How could she do such a thing as assassination? If it was really my aunt who did it, then my Uncle Drake, who is far away in Sidian Castle, is not an upright knight, but the pirate general of the West Sea who appeared recently. Moreover, for the safety of the Kratos family, given my uncle's temper, he will definitely find a way to sneak into the inner bay with his fleet, bombard the Lion Palace, thoroughly deter the Golden Lion family from casually focusing on the Kratos family. But you see, this did not happen. So someone must be diverting attention and framing our family," Arthur said with a solemn oath. Melinda stared at Arthur, trying to find some flaws in Arthur's face. But there were no flaws at all. Arthur's face was full of sincerity. Whether it was his eyes, or the expression on his face, it was the same. "Sure enough, I was too suspicious. Although the Kratos family is worth paying attention to, it is impossible for them to do such a thing. It is likely that someone framed them. After discovering that the old lion wanted to attack the Kratos family, he framed the Kratos family in advance. This method is really familiar. Who is the gentleman who can't wait to test the old lion?" Melinda thought to herself, and she felt happier. For her, this is a great thing. With the character of the old lion, he will definitely find the murderer. Before that, his eyes will not be on Nanlos. As for attacking the Kratos family, the old lion will definitely not tolerate the name of stupid unless there is solid evidence. But the assassin dared to do this, and he must have been absolutely sure. In fact, he must have set more than one trap. So, let's watch the show next. And just now, testing Arthur was just her instinctive behavior. It would be good if there was something to gain. If there was nothing to gain, it would be natural. It was reasonable. There was no extra gain. But Melinda, who could not hide her good mood, took out the special tobacco and was about to take a puff. Suddenly, she saw Granny Andorra and a few people busy in the kitchen. The lady was stunned. Granny Andorra. She recognized her. In fact, to some extent, she was very familiar with her, because Granny Andorra was the cook of Baron Camille, who was to inherit the title. The next moment, the lady stared at Arthur with a suspicious look and whispered, "Have you discovered something extraordinary again?" Chapter 311. That thing. Faced with Melinda's question, Arthur, who was sitting there, said in a very perfunctory manner, Yes, I have discovered another big secret. Do you want to hear it? Take out the corresponding chips, and I will tell you." The young medium said this, while closing his eyes again, looking like he was about to fall asleep. "Humph, trying to trick me again." Melinda said this, but her eyes looking at Arthur became more suspicious. The lady always felt that Arthur was hiding something from her. And at this moment, Arthur, who seemed to be about to fall asleep, suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Melinda without blinking. This immediately startled the lady, and her hand holding the pipe trembled. What happened?" "Anna." Arthur said this name. At the same time, the young medium was sure that the woman in front of him must be hiding something from him. Was it the thing that he fooled me about because of the swordsmanship competition? Or was it the so-called inheritance of the Baron of Camille? Arthur slightly moved his ankle, feeling the softness of the black cat boots, and tended to believe the former. However, Arthur did not ask further. He was lucky enough to deceive Melinda once. If such a thing happened again, it would definitely be discovered. Unless he had enough information. Such information must not be asked from Melinda. Therefore, Arthur changed the subject seemingly casually. "Well, this is my fault. That guy has always acted on his own." Melinda sighed helplessly. This lady certainly knew who Anna Arthur was talking about. It was not the Ms. Anna, who was sitting quietly on the sofa on one side. It was her fanatical pursuer, Ms. Anna. When she thought about the other party approaching Cassandra Kratos privately, the lady felt her temples swell, because she knew that Anna had good intentions. However, Anna did not understand the danger of the Kratos family. She did not understand the complexity of the current situation. As the old lion aged, the entire South County was in an extremely delicate balance. Everyone could feel the breath of the coming storm. But no one knew who would break this delicate balance. Just like the assassination of Fask, one of the 7 golden manies, which had just happened. It should be a test of the old lion. Everyone is waiting for the old lion's reaction. And in this waiting, everyone is just like before, accumulating strength and power as much as possible. That's why she has been trying to win over Arthur. And the Kratos family that has been hiding all the time, even more so. In order to be able to appear in the sun again, Melinda can fully imagine how much preparation the Kratos family has made. Efforts. That Cassandra Kratos appeared in Niwen, definitely not for school, but most likely to prepare for taking advantage of the situation. The other party is likely to build up the necessary forces in Niwen. Therefore, at this time, if anyone hinders them, there is only one way to go. So, as a condition for the Kratos family to let Anna go, I can compensate you. Stand at attention when you are beaten, and be punished for making mistakes. Perhaps Melinda has never heard of such a saying, but this lady knows similar words. And similarly, this lady does the same thing. This is why Arthur likes to cooperate with the other party, and is willing to cooperate further. Griffin's Spiritual Potion. And Griffin's Storm Potion. Arthur opened his mouth, and said his conditions. Melinda sneered when she heard it. Do you know what you are talking about? If I have Griffin's Spiritual Potion, and Griffin's Storm Potion, I will definitely breed a real Griffin for myself. If I have the formula of Griffin's Spiritual Potion, and Griffin's Storm Potion, whether it is the old lion of Niwen, or the 2 Grand Dukes of Beijun, the Swallow Castle will give me enough rewards. Even those on the west coast will not be stingy, and will directly open the inner storehouse, and let me choose by myself. If you want Griffin's Spiritual Potion, and Griffin's Storm Potion, you should find a professional relic hunter. Explorers go try their luck. Not ask me for it. I just want to compensate you. Not let you embarrass me. Change the conditions. The lady waited angrily for the young medium. Melinda thought Arthur did it on purpose. With the power Arthur controlled, it was impossible for him not to know the special properties of Griffin's Spiritual Potion, and Griffin's Storm Potion. The current, previous, and last leaders of the Griffin Cavalry Regiment in North County are all fanatical fans of Griffins. In order to have a real Griffin as a mount, they can exchange their entire fortune for Griffin's Spiritual Potion, and Griffin's Storm Potion. If that's not enough, the Duke of North County can also support them with half of his fortune. If that's still not enough, the remaining nobles of North County can also donate generously. Establishing a real Griffin Knights and restoring the glory of the Empire has always been the dream of the people of North County. Moreover, for the people of North County, there is nothing more romantic than having a Griffin as a mount. Just like the Grand Duke on the west coast who owns the Dragon Riders. The biggest dream of the other party and his family is to own a real dragon. Arthur really didn't know about this. After confirming another piece of information from Melinda, Arthur secretly admired his partner's generosity in his heart, and then changed the subject and said what he really wanted. Ships! I need a lot of ships that can be put into use immediately. If it was just the original size, it would be enough for mouths to come forward, but with the unexpected joining of Jimt and Carol, this size would be too wasted. Although Jimt and Carol would provide ships as much as possible, but for the sake of secrecy, such ships would definitely not be many, and the cycle of joining the fleet would be extremely slow. The Marquis of West Berlin and the Marquis of Einhes were not fools. Although they agreed to the tax exemption conditions for the sake of decency, but for a long time in the future, they will definitely keep a close eye on his fleet. Therefore, if he wants to develop quickly, he must do it in an upright manner. And is there anything more upright than a partner like Melinda? No. After all, they are soulmates, lovers who will never change until death. After hearing Arthur's new conditions, Melinda did not feel relieved. Although what Arthur proposed was also something she wanted to participate in, and she would definitely be able to participate in it. Although coastal trade does not make as much money as ocean trade, but the tax exemption is attractive enough. However, it is not easy to join smoothly. Originally, Melinda planned to find an opportunity to have a good talk with Arthur. However, what she didn't expect was that Arthur actually took the initiative to bring it up. This is not in line with Arthur's style. In Melinda's impression, Arthur is definitely not such a generous person. Every time Arthur's transaction seems to be direct, there are always various temptations and unknown secrets hidden. This time was no exception. Moreover, this time was even more obvious. After all, Arthur had already said the most important thing. Thinking of this, Melinda sneered again. Are you trying to test how much I know about that thing? Humph, I will never tell you. Hearing this, Arthur laughed. The young medium finally knew the general idea of that thing. Chapter 312 Display. Ship. That thing is a ship. When Arthur came to this conclusion, the scope was narrowed down immediately. After all, a ship with such accurate information is worth 2/3 of Melinda's worth, and there are not many in this world. Arthur searched through his memories, and only came up with 4. The first one, naturally, was the Herc flying boat made by Herc, who was revered as the god of alchemy and the god of magical potion. The value of a flying boat that can carry a principality is completely inestimable. However, this flying boat is absolutely impossible, because, as long as Hulk is still alive, this flying boat will never be obtained by others. After leaving this flying boat aside, there will be 3 remaining. The flagship of the Emperor of the Empire, the Golden Dragon, the flagship of the Holy Empire Pope, the Thorn, and the White Crow of the Silver Age Pirate King. Among them, the Golden Dragon sank during the Mist War, and was also excluded. And the Thorn? At the end of the Holy Empire, it was rumored that the Thorn, carrying the inheritance, wealth and secrets of the Church, disappeared in the vast ocean. Many professional adventurers once went out to sea to find this ship of great wealth, but there has been no news until now. As for the White Raven, this is also a flying ship. Moreover, it was a flying ship with excellent combat power. It was precisely because of this ship that Edward, who repeatedly created miracles under the siege of many nobles, became the recognized pirate king of that era. Therefore, that thing should be the Thorn or the White Crow. As for which one it was, Arthur would not ask. It was lucky enough to get further news from Melinda unexpectedly. Thanks to the lovely messenger. Thanks to Melinda's imagination. Arthur thought in his heart, there was obvious helplessness on his face. You always think I'm so snobbish. If that's the case, I think I should live up to your impression of me. Give me 30 brand new cogs, and I'll give you 10% of the profit. Arthur said this and deliberately spread his hands, making it look like this wasn't my intention, but you forced me to do it. Huh? Melinda blew a thick puff of smoke on Arthur. Are you crazy because of poverty? Do you know that a brand new cog costs 25,000 gold coins? 30 ships means 750,000 gold coins. This amount of gold coins can fill the entire number 44 Whitebird Street, the lady said indignantly. But Arthur didn't care, because he could see that Melinda was not really angry. In short, this is just a bargaining tactic of the other party. So, Arthur said with a smile, but it can't fill my empty heart. This is the first time I've seen someone talk about greed so peacefully. 10 ships, 30% profit. Melinda began to quote. That's because you haven't seen the real greed in me. Compared to the out-of-control me, I am now quite rational, so 30 ships, 15% profit is a very suitable price. Arthur began to make concessions. Profit concessions, but definitely not ships. Because only enough ships can create enough profits, and offset the losses brought by his transaction with Melinda. Melinda obviously discovered Arthur's idea. Sure enough, he is a greedy guy, the lady commented, and then began the negotiation with Arthur about this cooperation. The two did not let go of any gold coin that could enter their pockets. They fought for every inch, and such competition was naturally fierce. Therefore, when the first guest, Haywood, arrived with gifts, what he saw was Melinda with sweat on her forehead and red cheeks, and Arthur, who was leaning on the sofa with his eyes closed and his chest heaving up and down. Suddenly, Haywood subconsciously thought of something. Immediately, Haywood wanted to slap himself. 8 o'clock. It was agreed to be 8 o'clock. Why did he come early? It would be fine if he came early. But why didn't he wait outside? Why did he have to come in? Suddenly, the former black-hearted landlord, now the person in charge of Arthur's Nanlos real estate plan, began to tremble with his hands holding the gift, because Haywood saw the displeasure in Arthur's eyes. His boss is angry. Come back with a different gift, Arthur said. Change the gift? Haywood looked down at the clock in his hand, confused. He bought it at a high price. Is there any problem? New house salon. Is it okay to give a clock as a gift? Haywood walked out of 44 Whitebird Street, confused, and passed by Cook, the new police chief of the Dord district. After the disappearance of Police Chief James and the death of his rival, he became the new sheriff very smoothly. Moreover, with the guidance of his father and uncles, he not only consolidated his power in the Dord district, but also recruited some young men who were originally employed on the farm to the Dord District Police Station, making himself available. Of course, he did not forget his identity, nor did he dare to forget it. Therefore, after receiving Arthur's invitation, he returned to the farm and brought the gift that his father had prepared long ago. "Good evening, sir," Cook called respectfully, causing Melinda to look at him sideways. Melinda knew, of course, that he was the new sheriff of the Dord district, but she did not expect that he would actually join Arthur. Seeing Arthur accept the gift with a smile on his face, Melinda had to put down her pipe temporarily and stood beside Arthur with a smile. Given the identities of the two known to the outside world, this must be done. If she sat there indifferent, that would not only be extremely rude, but would also make people look down on Arthur. When Cook walked towards the reception area, Melinda was surprised but did not have any further thoughts. However, with the arrival of Mouths, Scott and Wiggins, the lady frowned. Cook, Mouths, Scott, Wiggins, the sheriffs of 2 districts in South Los, the editor-in-chief of the Bugle, and a gang leader. If you take one of them alone, it might not be a big deal, but when these people gather together, especially when they gather under one person, it is enough to alert people. Fortunately, they don't have enough money. Well, the first guy who came. Is he here to make money? Thinking, Melinda suddenly thought of Haywood, who went to exchange gifts. Immediately, the lady's eyes changed when she looked at Arthur. Arthur felt it, but he didn't care, since he invited Melinda to come. It proved that he would not hide these people, and he couldn't hide them. With Melinda's influence in South Los, it was too easy to investigate these people. It was better to show them openly. Moreover, Arthur believed that Melinda would be suspicious of such a generous display. In order to give Melinda a better space for association and make herself more valuable, Arthur also invited a special guest. Tap, tap! In the clear sound of footsteps, Arthur's mouth curled up. The guest had arrived. Chapter 313, Justice that only a psychic can have. Linda Camille wore a dark blue suit, a white shirt, a blonde haircut, and a pair of men's boots on her feet. When her black eyes saw Arthur, they showed joy. Arthur looked at Linda's hair unexpectedly. Not only was the color slightly different, but it was also cut short. She looked like a tomboy. However, these were secondary. The important thing was that Arthur felt the mysterious aura in Linda. Unlike the vagueness before, the current mysterious atmosphere is quite strong. Hey, Muddle. What Muddle? It's the weak spot. My family's weak spot is me. Arthur was almost powerless to complain. As for the Kratos family, what kind of bloodline is there? Arthur said it didn't matter. By now, the young psychic is used to it, and he would never bother whether Linda's bloodline came from her mother or her grandfather. Old Charlie. None of this matters anymore. Really, no. Important. Good evening, Linda. Arthur greeted with a smile. Arthur always has a lot of enthusiasm for the direct blood relatives of the Kratos family. This may be the power brought by the blood. Of course, it is also because Linda is not annoying. If she is annoying, that means that the other party does not have the blood of the Kratos family. It is fake. The thing that the medium recognizes most is, what is good for me is right. Others? They are nothing. Good evening, Arthur. Linda was excited, and could not wait to share with Arthur the changes she had undergone in the past half a month. But when she saw Melinda next to Arthur, she held back. Although Melinda and Arthur had a close relationship, as a member of the Kratos family, she represented the Kratos family. The extraordinary Kratos family. Therefore, Linda immediately became reserved, and politely greeted Melinda. Behind Linda, the old housekeeper, looked doting. Although the young lady had her hair cut short, and the color had changed a little. Since the blood of the Kratos family was awakened, the young lady has not only become more cheerful, but also full of energy every day, especially her learning ability, which has greatly increased. In addition to reading by herself, she has recently begun to ask him and a few old guys for advice on long sword techniques, dagger assassination, musket shooting, archery, herbology, bandaging, map drawing, stealth, poisoning, disguise, etc. When the young lady comes back and sees such a young lady, she will definitely be very pleased. Melinda, who was talking to Linda, was in a state of confusion. Sure enough, after Arthur and I confessed our relationship with Camille's family, Linda Camille stopped pretending. I said that as the daughter of Miss Camille, how could she be so weak? She almost used the cat as a shield. It turns out that this is all disguise. No, cats should really love each other. After all, it was influenced by cat pie. Black. Damn it! Why didn't I find these abnormalities in advance? Cats, isn't it obvious enough? Feeling the strong mysterious aura on Linda at this moment, thinking of the secret gathering established by Edith, the daughter of the Bernice family. After Linda took over, the thunder and rain and the well-organized performance. Melinda glared at Arthur fiercely. The lady was angry that she was deceived by Linda's weak appearance, and she also felt sorry for the organization that had more than 30 heirs of business companies. If it was in her hands, her power would definitely be further improved. But now it was controlled by Linda. Wait! Could this be Arthur's plan? The sudden thought in her heart made Melinda stunned. And Arthur smiled at the right time. Suddenly, the lady clenched her teeth. She understood. She finally understood. Cook, Mounts, Scott, Wiggins and their roles are the outer core. The network of relationships formed by two sheriffs, a bugle editor, and a gang leader, wrap the outer core of Linda's power. Then, the outer core drives the inner core, creating unimaginable value, and feeding back to the Kratos family. Thinking of this, the lady's eyes lit up. But immediately, the lady shook her head. No. No. Since Arthur dared to show it to me, it proves that he doesn't really care about these things. Or, these things are hiding something. What are they hiding? The lady couldn't help but think deeply. Looking at Melinda's expression, Arthur laughed secretly. Yes, that's it. Melinda, use your imagination to add bricks and tiles to the history of the Kratos family. Leaving Melinda to her seat and thinking on her own, Arthur introduced Linda to everyone. Some knew her, some didn't. But when they saw Arthur's attitude towards Linda, they all remained respectful. Ding, ding, ding. The clock at 44 Whitebird Street struck 8 o'clock. Arthur didn't stand up with his drink and give a long speech. He just tapped the glass with a spoon. Ding! With a crisp sound, the salon or dinner began. The two apprentices of the enduring grandmother served one dish after another to the crowd. The grandmother's cooking skills were verified by Arthur, and naturally people praised them endlessly, especially a fried and grilled platter, which was well received by everyone. The fried and grilled platter was composed of black pepper sausage, chicken wings, diced beef, lamb legs, prawns, fish fillets and pumpkin, potatoes, and corn. Among them, black pepper sausage, prawns, fish fillets were fried, chicken wings, diced beef, the lamb legs were roasted. The pumpkin, potatoes, and corn were half fried and half roasted, and served with various dipping sauces, which made people salivate. The portions of food were cleared away as everyone finished eating. Arthur glanced at Mounts and Scott with a glass of water. Compared to the others, who were eating happily, the two were a little distracted. They would look at him from time to time. Obviously, they both wanted to know about the death of the owner of Patrick S. Bookstore and the death of the editor-in-chief of the Bugle. What exactly is going on? Arthur chuckled and looked at the two apprentices, who were cleaning up the leftovers on the table, and said, "Can we thank Grandma Andorra in person?" Of course. The two apprentices nodded repeatedly. Not to mention that this kind of thanks is an honor for the chef. The fact that they are present is not something they can refuse. Look at these distinguished guests. The sheriff of District 1, the editor-in-chief of the newspaper, the big shot of Rat Street, the daughter of a rich man, and a man whose identity is unknown, but looks extremely shrewd. Of course, the most important thing is the medium and businesswoman sitting in the main seat. They are the most frequently discussed people in the recent South Los. The two apprentices turned and walked into the kitchen. And soon an old lady in neat clothes came out. Everyone was surprised. It's not that Andora's mother-in-law's appearance is so stunning. Although Andora's mother-in-law must have been a beauty when she was young. But time has dimmed her beauty. But her temperament is getting more and more brilliant. If it weren't for the apron around her waist and the smell of food on her body, no one would think that she was a cook, but a noble lady. Especially under the gaze of everyone. Granny Andorra still bowed calmly. The whole action was neither hurried nor slow. And then she looked at Arthur. "Sir Kratos, are you satisfied with the food?" Granny Andorra asked. Such a question made everyone a little puzzled. Under normal circumstances at this time, Granny Andorra should have been grateful. Because they had already invited the chef out, which was a recognition of the food. Granny Andorra showed her temperament, and it was impossible that she was nervous, so she asked questions out of control. With doubts, everyone looked at Arthur. The young medium smiled and nodded. I am satisfied. That's all? Granny Andorra was stunned, with a look of surprise. That's all. After all, if we can't stop the evil from happening, then we have no reason to stop others from doing justice. The young medium laughed. He held Pendragon at his feet in his arms, leaned back in his chair, and while the orange cat struggled, he teased its belly, and chuckled as he said another name for Granny Andorra. Right. Ms. Nicole. Chapter 314, What Happened Back Then. Nicole? Martz's eyes widened, and he stood up from his chair uncontrollably, asking repeatedly, Nicole, are you Cotton's fiancée, Nicole? Yes. Andorra's mother-in-law nodded, and her eyes softened because of the name Cotton. That was the brilliance of yearning in memory. In the gentle sigh, there was an indescribable attachment. In this sigh, Mouth sat back in his chair. The old sheriff looked at the fiancée of his former comrade in arms, and after a full 3 or 4 seconds of silence, he spoke. Did you kill the owner of Patrick's bookstore and the editor-in-chief of the Bugle? Commons? Yes. Granny Andorra nodded again, and this time even Linda could see the resentment in her eyes, while the others were all in silence. Especially the old sheriff, who frowned even more. Everything was so obvious. He had already guessed roughly. However, there were some things that the old sheriff still needed Granny Andorra to tell her in person. Can you tell me what happened? The old sheriff asked. Revenge. Do you still remember what happened when you returned to South Los at the end of the 7 Years' War, when the war was about to end? Granny Andorra looked at the old sheriff. The latter's face became solemn, and said seriously, Never forget it. Then do you know that you should take a boat back to South Los? Grandma Andorra asked again. Suddenly, the old sheriff narrowed his eyes, and a hint of danger appeared in his eyes. For the old sheriff, he has never been willing to mention what happened that year, because it was an accident in his eyes. In fact, it was also classified as an accident at that time. That was the classification made by his direct superior, after he personally came forward to check. So, the old sheriff never thought more. But if they were originally returning by boat, but if they had to walk back, everything would be different. It means someone arranged for them to encounter that accident. That accident was man-made. The old sheriff stared at Grandma Andorra and asked again, Take a boat? Are you sure? Sure. According to the order at that time, you should take a boat back to South Los, but someone tampered with that order. The owner of Patrick's bookstore was the one who forged the false order, and the editor-in-chief of the Horn? He has a very good seal carving skill. And the seals are made by him. When Andorra's mother-in-law mentioned the two of them, her eyes were full of resentment. Scott, who was on the side of the dining table, turned pale. He knew that Editor-in-Chief Commons was fond of seal carving, and he had also seen the old editor carving seals with his own eyes. It's just, he never thought that the old editor would actually participate in such things. Recalling the old editor's daily care for him, the young editor always had a feeling of disbelief. It seemed that at this moment, I saw a completely broken person. Scott, who was shocked by the reality, bowed his head and said nothing. Melinda looked at the familiar Andorran grandmother with interest. Can you tell me, how did you find out that they did these things? The lady asked. She was still habitually testing. Andorran grandmother clearly felt this temptation. However, the grandmother did not care. On the contrary, the grandmother admitted generously. Miss Caesar, just as you thought. The mastermind behind this is Baron Camille, the one you want to inherit the title of Lord. He planned everything. And I killed him. After getting the answer she wanted, Melinda smiled and nodded, but her eyes turned to Arthur again. She knew that every step Arthur took must have a deep meaning. Even this kind of bridal salon must have its own purpose. And everything in front of her proved her guess. So, just simply find the murderer? No way. This is not Arthur's style. This guy must have set his sights on something. Unable to determine for the time being, Melinda chose to watch from the sidelines. The people at the table all turned their eyes to the lady, then looked at Granny Andorra, and finally, they looked at Arthur. Everyone was very surprised by this coincidence. But is it really a coincidence? Looking at Arthur holding Pendragon, everyone subconsciously shook their heads. At this moment, everyone thought of what Arthur had just said. If we can't stop evil from happening, then we have no reason to stop others from doing justice. So, it's not a coincidence. Arthur knew all this a long time ago. But Arthur chose to watch. Yes, with Arthur, the medium, how could it be a coincidence? If you insist on saying it's a coincidence, it's better to say it's fate. The fate brought by the medium. On Arthur's left. Besides Melinda, Linda, who sat closest to Arthur, was surprised and puzzled. It was not that she was puzzled that Arthur knew this. Linda firmly believed that Arthur, who had a stronger bloodline than her and excellent talent, would know these things as long as he wanted to know them. What surprised and puzzled her was how Granny Ander killed a noble. With the bloodline awakening, Linda has learned part of the truth of the world from Butler Orr. She understands why the nobles value bloodline so much, and why the nobles can have an unattainable status. Everything comes from power. The power that surpasses ordinary people. Even a dud is the same. Because their ancestors have already planned everything for the dud. It may be difficult to be a lord, but when it comes to the level of a baron, 1 or 2 self-defense tools that can be used normally by ordinary people are necessary. So, it is difficult for ordinary people to hurt a noble. Full of doubts in her heart, Linda looked at Arthur curiously. After Arthur nodded, this member of the Kratos family immediately asked her doubts. How did you kill a noble? Faced with such an inquiry, Granny Andor laughed. However, this smile was a little bitter. Food and cooking. When some delicious foods are put together, they will form toxins. Such toxins are not severe, but after a long period of accumulation, they will still kill people. My mother told me that, as a wife and mother, I have the obligation to let my husband and children get health from food. I have been working hard for this. However, Cotton's death made me completely lose my goal. In the days after the war, because of my mother, I tried to pretend that nothing happened, and even went to Baron Camille's manor to apply for a job. I planned to wait until my mother passed away peacefully. Then I would choose to commit suicide. But the thank you dinner held by Baron Camille let me know all this. They were drunk. They boasted to each other. And I chose to use my best and only means to take revenge. Linda nodded repeatedly. But this member of the Kratos family was still curious in her heart. There was one thing that she cared about. Chapter 315 Hidden. Linda, who was sitting next to Arthur, asked softly, Mother-in-law, you didn't kill the other 2 first. Because it would alert Baron Camille. But in order to kill Baron Camille, you spent more than 30 years, although this made your cooking skills more sophisticated, and your knife skills better. However, according to Sheriff Maltz's description, the kind of incision on the corpse requires not only skills, but also extremely strong explosive power. That kind of explosive power, you don't have it. Just now, Linda quietly asked the old sheriff beside her about what happened, and was very surprised by this. Andora's mother-in-law is not a strong person. Moreover, there is no mysterious aura on her. And the explosive power and skills that can neatly cut a person's neck are definitely not something an old woman can have. For this, Linda has a say. These days, I have asked the old housekeeper or and others for swordsmanship when learning dagger skills. The old housekeeper and others asked her to kill a pig first. A whole live pig. A sharp sword. Chopped hard. But it would always get stuck in fat and bones. And the gushing blood would also hinder the sword's proper path. After several times, she was able to effectively avoid bones. After several more times, she was able to use the blade reasonably to complete a real critical strike. For this reason, Camille's family ate all kinds of pork products for half a month. Many of them were made into sausages, salami and other foods by the old housekeeper. And this is only for pigs. For people? Linda is not sure. Therefore, even if the Andorian grandmother's knife skills are explained by long-term cooking skills, it is extremely forced. Unless this grandmother is a deeply hidden killer, with extremely exquisite killing skills. And then, she usually uses cooking as a cover. Linda does not want this to happen. So, this member of the Kratos family silently looked at Granny Ander. Facing Linda's gaze, Granny Ander waved her hand. If it were just me, I certainly wouldn't be able to do such a clean and slashing blow. In fact, my original plan was to continue waiting for the opportunity, and then kill those 2 guys with poison. But, he is back. Granny Ander said this, with surprise in her eyes. Such a surprise is obvious. Everyone saw it. And the next moment, everyone saw clearly a dark figure appear behind the mother-in-law. The dark figure was like smoke and fog, and the face could not be seen clearly. However, the originally warm hall, with the appearance of this dark figure, suddenly became cold. At the same time, a low roaring sound appeared in everyone's ears, just like the cold wind that continued to rage after opening the door in the dead of winter. Everyone felt this discomfort. Everyone had different reactions. Haywood, Scott, Wiggins subconsciously reached into their arms and found a bottle of concentrated sulfuric acid and a bottle of kerosene. Mounts calmly picked up the long box at his feet. Cook held a dagger given by his father. Obviously, everyone around Arthur was familiar with evil spirits, and had learned how to deal with them. Melinda looked at Linda, who was eager to try. Faintly, the lady saw a looming figure behind Linda. Different from the coldness of the black shadow. This figure is more erratic. And there is no coldness at all. Is this the guardian spirit? It has been disguised for too long before. Is it impatient now? The lady guessed, and the pipe in her mouth emitted a few sparks. At any time, don't be careless. This lady, who has been taught since childhood, remembers it. Only Arthur is different. Arthur, who is holding Pendragon, raised his hand, and kept tapping the orange cat's head. It was as if he was indifferent to what was happening in front of him. Arthur, who looked like this, attracted all the attention of the shadow behind Grandma and Dora. Or rather, the other party's original target was Arthur. When the low roar became louder, the temperature of the entire hall dropped again. This was the unique influence of the dead on the living world. Similarly, according to such an influence, the strength of the dead can also be judged. The dead in front of him is undoubtedly very strong. Heywood Scott, Wiggins and the other two could not help but shiver. It was not fear, but an instinctive reaction to the cold. Mounts exhaled, but his palm was firmly clenched on the long box. Cook held the dagger given by his father in his hand, but was not affected at all. Another spark came out of Melinda's pipe, but the lady was more concerned about Linda, because the shadow behind the girl was stained with a layer of gold at some point. Very light, but it really exists. Golden guardian spirit? No, it's golden clothes. What kind of guardian spirit could this be? The lady couldn't help but guess. Because of Arthur, the lady was always very cautious about the Kratos family, and her intuition told her that Linda's guardian spirit is very dangerous. This sense of danger made the black figure like mist not wait any longer, and rushed straight to Arthur. The speed was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It was like teleportation. The last moment, it was still there. The next moment, it had arrived in front of Arthur. Except for Melinda, almost no one in the crowd could react. Linda was the same. Although this member of the Kratos family opened her eyes wide, she still did not react. However, the shadow behind Linda kept staring at the black mist from beginning to end. And, feeling Linda's anxious mood, the illusory figure was about to attack. But someone was faster. No! To be precise, it was a dog. Kaliki, who was crawling in the shadow at Arthur's feet, threw the black figure to the ground the moment it appeared, and began to bite it madly. The black mist body, which should have been immune to conventional physical attacks, was completely ineffective under Kaliki's claws. Ah! The more fierce the charge just now, the more miserable the scream now. Looking at the screaming black shadow, Melinda narrowed her eyes slightly. Of course, this lady recognized the Death Hound. She had also pursued this kind of loyal and useful arcane creature. But she had no success. What she didn't expect was that Arthur would actually raise a Death Hound, as expected of the Kratos family. The lady sighed in her heart, and the Andorra grandmother on the side had already begged for mercy. Sir Kratos, please forgive Cotton's rudeness. Cotton? Arthur interrupted Andorra's grandmother's request. He looked at the black figure being bitten on the ground, and couldn't help shaking his head. Cheating a lady is not what a gentleman does. Let alone a nobleman. You said? Right. Baron Camille. Chapter 316. Get out of the way. Baron Camille? Not Cotton. Surprise appeared in the eyes of the people at the table, but no one doubted what Arthur said. There were so many times of preparation, making them completely believe Arthur's words. Even Melinda was no exception. This lady believed that Arthur would not lie about such things, just as she firmly believed that Arthur's target was Baron Camille. That's right. It was Baron Camille. As Arthur said the Baron's honorific title, the lady knew what Arthur wanted to do. Because this is also the reason why she chose Baron Camille. You know, except for the irreplaceable Earl in Nanlos, the remaining 4 barons and 7 lords in Nanlos are not indispensable. At any time, a small change is enough to make these noble families become history. Just like the Viscount Primo. This Viscount Primo is the only Viscount in Nanlos. He had considerable reputation, was good at running his own business, and his 3 sons all awakened successfully. However, with the outbreak of the 7 Years' War, all members of the Primo family died in the war, including the women in the family, who all died on the front line. For this reason, Count Nanlo specially erected a monument and wrote a biography in the manner of Viscount Primo to praise the achievements of this Viscount. Then, he took all the land, slaves, and ships of Viscount Primo's family back to the Nanlo's family. No one would say anything, because this is one of the traditions of the nobility. All they have is envy. All they have is the ever-growing ambition. That is why there is room for Melinda to manipulate the title. Among the 4 barons, except Baron Camille, who is a dud, the contemporary Baron of Harold is similar to Baron Camille. Not only is he a dud, but he also has no offspring, but his territory is closer to South Los. He is a recluse who rarely goes out. He was originally the target of Melinda. But after in-depth investigation, Melinda finally chose Baron Camille. Because after her investigation, she found out that Baron Camille actually had a collection of the Master Hulk's diary. Melinda thought that her investigation was absolutely secretive. And even the remaining 2 barons, Baron Culler and Baron Houseman, would not find any clues. But now, Arthur found out. No! It should be said that the Kratos family found out. I knew it was not that easy to invite me to the so-called new house salon. Arthur, you finally showed your chicken feet. Melinda was not angry. In fact, there was a trace of relief. Because, after the lady recalled the whole process of the investigation, she could confirm that she would not be discovered. Even the Kratos family could not find out. Unless there is a god in the Kratos family. But how is this possible? After discarding this possibility, there is only one possibility left. The Kratos family had long discovered the collection of Master Hulk's diary in Baron Camille's family, but due to the family's concealment, they were unable to seize it, and as a result, she got there first. This made the Kratos family very unwilling. No, it should be that Arthur was very unwilling. So, Arthur created the new house salon in front of him, just to prove to her that she was just lucky. Oh! Childish. Thinking of this, Melinda looked at Arthur with a hint of ridicule and joy. She finally won a round. Arthur felt this look for the first time. What did this woman think of? Arthur was puzzled in his heart, but his face remained calm. Why did he know this? Because he saw it. After returning to number 2 Kirk Street today, just as he was about to catch up on some sleep, he sensed a unique aura of death passing by the door. And Wu and I immediately followed it. Then, he saw Granny Andorra and the shadow. He saw Granny Andorra kill the manager of Patrick S. bookstore. He saw Granny Andorra kill Commons, the editor-in-chief of the Herald. Arthur did not stop it. Just like he did not stop the crime that happened in the past. He thought he was also not qualified to stop the revenge of the justice possessed by the young medium. But he is different from those great detectives. If things had come to this point, Arthur would definitely have started to catch up on his sleep. But the scene that followed made Arthur think that he should bring forward the new house salon. It also made him choose to hire Granny Andorra as the chef for this salon. The other party should have been alert, but she did not tamper with the food, which made Arthur feel more favorable. Looking at Granny Andorra, who shook her head again and again, who was unwilling to admit it, Arthur waved his hand gently. Baron Camille, how long are you going to hide? As Arthur spoke, Kolichi sprayed a mouthful of death fire on the black figure. Suddenly, the wailing became louder. At the same time, the black smoke that obscured the other person's face dissipated under the burning of the deep blue flame. Everyone saw an old man with thin cheeks. The moment she saw the other person, Granny Andorra had already fallen to the ground. With a deep despair in her eyes, she kept saying, Impossible. This is impossible. I clearly saw Cotton. It was Cotton, not Baron Camille. The mother-in-law's mumbling made Linda feel bad. The member of the Kratos family walked over to support the mother-in-law. Mother-in-law. Some dead souls have the ability to transform. With the awakening of the Kratos family bloodline, the old housekeeper told her more things, including the dead souls. Most ghosts cannot cause real harm to people. They are afraid of sunlight, fire, and even a strong wind can blow them away. But a few special ghosts are like evil spirits. They can not only affect temperature and move objects, but also pass through walls, possess people, change others, and cause real harm to people. Obviously, Baron Camille is such a person. Grandma Andor heard Linda's explanation. But such an explanation made the grandma even more desperate. While Baron Kimir, who was burned by the death fire, shouted loudly, What's wrong with me wanting to awaken my bloodline? The mistake I made at the beginning was just a slight miscalculation. My resurrection from the dead proves this. Now, what's wrong with me continuing? I am a noble. I deserve such privileges. Such words disgusted Arthur. Sensing his master's intention, Kaliki bit the other's head to pieces. Suddenly, Baron Camille turned into a special death aura and slowly gathered in Arthur's hands. The hall immediately became quiet. Only the voice of Andora's grandmother muttered, "Cotton! Cotton!" Seeing Andora's grandmother's appearance, everyone felt sorry for her, and Martz bowed solemnly to Melinda. "Please let Nicole see the real Cotton." Melinda, known as the Lady of the Long Night. The Long Night is the place where the dead rest. Moreover, the old sheriff had seen Melinda drive the dead. Therefore, the old sheriff believed that this lady could help his comrade's fiancée. The old sheriff's words immediately reminded everyone present. "Miss Caesar, if you can, please help Andora." Scott was the first to speak, and then bowed. Then, Haywood, Wiggins, Cook. Then, Linda also cast an expectant look. As everyone spoke, hope reappeared in the eyes of Granny Andora. The fallen Granny crawled towards Melinda, and then she prostrated herself there, looking up at Melinda pleadingly. "I know this request is too much, but I am willing to exchange everything for it. My life, my soul, everything I have. Please let me see Cotton." Under the gaze of everyone, listening to Granny Andora's words, Melinda was in a dilemma, because she couldn't do it. She was called the Lady of the Long Night, but it was just a claim, and she didn't have the ability of the rumored daughter of death. At this moment, the lady didn't even dare to face Granny Andora's gaze. Just as the lady was thinking about what words to use to make Granny Andora accept the facts as much as possible without damaging her face, the young medium put the orange cat at his feet and walked over with a calm face. His eyes swept over Melinda, and finally landed on Granny Andora, and said in a soft tone, "How about I try?" Chapter 317 Love and Death. The soft tone, the faint voice, instantly attracted the people around the table. Martz's face was full of surprise. He really knew his partner too well. Since he spoke, he must be sure. "Please, Arthur," the old sheriff said seriously. As Cotton's comrade-in-arms, the old sheriff walked to the side of Andora's mother-in-law, and helped his comrade-in-arms fiancé up. "Thank you. I am willing to give you everything I have." Andora's mother-in-law looked at Arthur, with a face full of gratitude. The people on the side, when they saw Arthur stand up, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Melinda's hesitation just now, but they were unsure. Fortunately, they still have Arthur. Especially Linda, who was even more delighted. Sure enough, Kratos' family is truly extraordinary. Although I can't match Arthur's talent, my talent should surpass all others. The girl thought so. The shadow behind her immediately solidified, and a completely golden headdress that covered the bottom of her nose gradually appeared, and her eyes became more lively. Melinda noticed this change. However, the lady did not observe it carefully at this moment. She turned her head and looked at Arthur, who walked to her side, her eyes full of surprise. "Are you helping me out?" But then the lady narrowed her eyes. "Because of the reward," Arthur told her with his mouth. "Oh, I knew it. A greedy medium," she sneered in her heart. But the lady finally nodded slightly. She could ignore Andora's request, but she had to consider her own face. And she wanted to see the rumored cat school. Black's secret technique of passing through the spirit world. The latter was particularly important to her. After getting a positive response from Melinda, Arthur did not hesitate anymore. He walked in front of Andora's mother-in-law, raising his hand, lightly touched the other person. A trace of death aura moistened a certain dead soul in the other person's body, and the low humming in his mouth slowly sounded. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 3, 3 opens the myriad worlds, no obstacles, no karma, no sin, call the soul. With a call to the soul, an invisible wind appeared in the hall. The wind grew from small to large, blowing everyone's clothes. People subconsciously raised their hands to block in front of them, but their eyes were fixed on the back of Grandma Andora. There, a figure slowly appeared. Slightly old military uniform, cheerful and young face, blank eyes. "Cotton!" The old sheriff looked at his comrade in his memory, and shouted happily. Andora's mother-in-law opened her mouth, completely speechless. Looking at the person she missed day and night, the mother-in-law was already crying. The blankness in his eyes gradually faded, and Cotton looked at the old sheriff with some doubts. "Martz?" Cotton asked tentatively. When the old sheriff nodded, Cotton looked surprised. "How come you are so old?" Cotton said this, raising his hand and patting the old sheriff's shoulder as usual, but his palm passed over the old sheriff's body. Suddenly, The long-dead soldier was stunned. Then, a variety of memories began to emerge. I'm dead. I've been dead for more than 30 years. Cotton muttered to himself, and his breath instantly became cold, but he immediately returned to normal. Because a pair of eyes stared at it. The indifference in the eyes of the young medium was more useful than any verbal warning. And the death hound, crawling at the feet of its master, pursed its lips, and kept licking its lips, looking like it didn't mind the extra meal. Cotton woke up immediately. It was a bit scary. No, it was scary. Cotton smiled bitterly and saluted Arthur, and then his eyes searched for the person who haunted him until the last moment of his life. At this moment, Granny Andorra had already hidden behind Linda. The moment she saw Cotton, she was satisfied. The rest? No need. Cotton was still so young. But she was already old. She didn't want Cotton to see her now. So, when Cotton looked at her, she not only hid, but also covered her face. But it was useless. Time will not affect the eyes of a lover. Death will not stop the lover's attachment. Cotton gently walked to the side of Andorra's mother-in-law, and said with a guilty face, I'm sorry, Nicole. I came back late. Did you receive the book I mailed to you? The crying sounded. Andorra's mother-in-law went from sobbing to crying loudly. She couldn't hold it back any longer, and hugged Cotton directly. What you mailed to me was not a book, it was a recipe. Did you know? It was a recipe. There are many mistakes and omissions in it. Remember that you can't eat black fungus that has been soaked for a long time. You can't eat fresh daylily either. And rotten ginger must be thrown away. I wrote all of this down. Grandma Andorra kept talking. Seeing this scene, everyone moved away, leaving space for the two people who needed to talk. Melinda walked to Arthur's side, keeping the distance between the two in a safe range, and then glanced at Grandma Andorra, who was hugging Cotton tightly, and then asked softly, Is this why you helped Grandma Andorra? No. It's because of your reward. Arthur said very straightforwardly. Heh, I promised you that you can read Baron Camille's treasured hurt diary, and I copied a copy. However, was it taught you by Malpai, hey? It's a little different from what I know. Miranda gave the corresponding reward without hesitation. In the eyes of this lady, Arthur did so much just because he was unwilling to let someone get what belonged to him first. After getting what she wanted, she certainly didn't mind sharing some with Arthur. Of course, there were still some tests. And Arthur? Sure enough, you, a woman, chose Baron Camille for a reason. But I didn't expect it to be a treasured Halt diary, Arthur thought in his heart. But his face was calm. This is unique to me, the young medium replied. This was not a lie, because Breath of Death is really unique to him. As for the secret art of passing through the underworld of Cat Sect Black, he really didn't know how to do it, let alone see it. The reason why he could summon Cotton was because Cotton had always been on Granny Andorra. Using Muni's vision, Arthur not only saw Baron Camille bewitching Granny Andorra, but also saw Baron Camille trying to devour Cotton in secret when Granny Andorra went to prepare food. Muni, who was promoted by Breath of Death, when facing the ghost, he has a natural sensitivity. It can see clearly. Arthur can also see clearly. However, Arthur will not explain these to Melinda. Just like, at this moment, he will not tell others what he sensed under the blessing of Death Breath. He will only walk to Cotton, Andorra's mother-in-law, and whisper, Time is almost up. Chapter 318 Blessings from the Medium. Arthur's words made Cotton and Andorra's grandmother tremble, looking at each other reluctantly. Cotton, it's great to see you. Me too. The two began to say goodbye to each other. The young medium interrupted in a very unpleasant way. Did you two misunderstand something? Cotton, Andorra's grandmother turned around and looked at Arthur, with a puzzled look on her face. The time I said is almost up. I'm not referring to Mr. Cotton. But the time for both of you is almost up. The young medium pointed to the hands of Cotton and Granny Andorra, who were still holding each other tightly. The dead and the living cannot touch each other, unless the living are about to die, being entangled by the ghost of Baron Camille. Granny Andorra, who is old, has already reached the end of her life without knowing it. This, everyone who had been watching here silently, seeing Arthur's hint, then they all realized that they were all happy for the reunion of the engaged couple after a long separation, and actually ignored the unusual scene just now. Suddenly, people's expressions became complicated. They didn't know what expression to use to face Cotton and Andorra's mother-in-law. On the contrary, Andorra's mother-in-law was very happy. We finally don't have to separate. Yes, we don't have to separate. Cotton nodded. But there was a trace of regret on his face. What's wrong, Cotton? Andora's mother-in-law immediately noticed her fiancé's abnormality. I originally wanted to give you a wedding. Just like I promised when I left, when I come back, we will hold the wedding. I wonder if the place of eternal rest can hold a wedding. Cotton raised his hand and scratched his head, with embarrassment on his face. Andora's mother-in-law touched Cotton's cheek, smoothing away the embarrassment and regret. It doesn't matter. We have already. Important. Why is it not important? How long does Arthur have? Linda suddenly interrupted Cotton and Andora's mother-in-law, then looked at Arthur. 10 minutes left. Arthur guessed what Linda wanted to do, said with a smile on his face. 10 minutes? Enough. The lawn for the wedding is at number 44. White Bird Street. Your relatives and friends are here too. You can find the flowers and fireworks you need. Don't forget. This is the richest neighborhood in South Los. White Bird Street, Linda said, and ran out in a hurry. Although she had awakened the blood of the Kratos family, the girl's age meant that Linda still had the impulse to risk her life for love. Or, inherited from the blood of old Charlie, when encountering true love. Will she risk her life? Arthur was not sure. However, looking at the girl's back, Arthur's mouth curled up. The reason why the young medium reminded Cotton was that Grandma Andorra wanted to make sure that neither of them would have any regrets. Now, it seems to be good. Everyone got busy. Almost at the fastest speed, a simple wedding scene was set up on the lawn in the courtyard of number 44 by Niao Street. A door made of flowers, a pure white carpet, chairs on both sides of the carpet. Relatives and friends with smiles on their faces looked at the end of the carpet, including Grandma Andorra's two apprentices, as Grandma Andorra's distant relatives at this moment. In the crowd, the two silently blessed their teacher, Grandma Andorra, leaving the kitchen to the two, and told them that she had recorded all her specialties, and they could slowly try to practice. For this, the two were very grateful. They also completely got rid of their fear of the dead, and only left blessings. At the end of the white carpet, Cotton held Grandma Andorra's hand. Even as a dead soul, Cotton still felt that his heart was about to jump out. Honey, I'm a little nervous, Cotton whispered. Don't worry. I'm here, Andorran recalled softly, although the grandmother herself was a little nervous. When she held her lover's hand, her heart immediately calmed down, and this calmness infected Cotton. The two smiled at each other. Then, they looked across the pure white carpet. Arthur stood there. The young medium who was unanimously selected as the witness quickly recalled what he should do as a witness, or what should be done. But after recalling for a long time, there is still no effective memory. Whether it is him, or the memory of his predecessor, there is nothing in this regard. So, the young medium is ready to do it in his own way. Come on, left foot, right foot, right foot. The words in his mouth popped out randomly. Cotton, Andorran's mother-in-law, followed the rhythm, with a confused look on her face. The relatives and friends around him also always felt that their bodies wanted to move according to the command. Therefore, when Linda jumped out first, the rest of the people followed suit. They surrounded Cotton, and Granny Ander walked towards Arthur. Melinda stood aside with a pipe in her mouth. She needed to maintain her identity. The movement on the lawn attracted a lot of attention. She didn't want to be on the headlines of the newspaper the next day, and in a way that would be criticized. Reporters and so on. 2 were killed this year. If there were more, it would not be good, the lady thought in her heart, and her eyes swept towards the crowd with a little envy. She liked this feeling of joy, even if she couldn't participate in it. But because of this, she liked it more. When Cotton, Andorra's mother-in-law, came to Arthur, Arthur said without any hesitation, "Groom, please kiss your bride." Cotton was more straightforward than Arthur, and kissed Andorra's mother-in-law directly. And at the moment when their lips touched, a faint light emerged from Andorra's mother-in-law. Under the shining light, Grandma Andorra's face instantly became younger. At this moment, Grandma Andorra turned back into Nicole. No, Ms. Nicole walked out of Grandma Andorra's body. Not only that, when Nicole walked out, a white wedding dress appeared on the young lady, and Cotton's worn-out military uniform also became brand new. The two people looked at each other in surprise. Then, they kissed and hugged each other again. Whoosh bang. Linda lit the fireworks she found. The fireworks flew into the sky, blowing out bright colors. But Linda still had regrets on her face. Because there were too few. And the fireworks were too small. In the girl's mind, at this time, there should be more, bigger fireworks. But she had tried her best. Even in White Bird Street, the richest neighborhood in South Los, on non-celebration days, finding 5 firework tubes was already the limit. More? Really nothing. Noticing the expression on the girl's face, Nicole laughed. Linda, thank you. You've done your best. Yes, you made us have a wedding. The two of them comforted the girl. Arthur watched the scene with a smile. As a witness, he felt that he had to do something, so he used the cane in his hand and tapped the ground under his feet lightly. Snap! The cane collided with the cobblestone ground on the lawn. The crisp sound attracted everyone's attention. People looked at Arthur in confusion. Then, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. 12 fireworks rose straight into the sky behind Arthur, and the illusion fireworks with a diameter of 100 meters bloomed directly. The bright, colorful light directly illuminated the night sky of South Los. The whole South Los looked at this scene in disbelief. Then, there were sounds of surprise and admiration. The children in particular cheered the loudest. Fireworks! What big fireworks! So beautiful! Such voices followed the night wind, and soon spread throughout the streets and alleys of South Los, and to White Bird Street, and the people attending the wedding seemed to have heard such voices. Or rather, they were the ones who cheered the loudest. Surrounded by the crowd, watching the fireworks bloom, Cotton and Nicole, the newlyweds, were very excited. They turned around and looked for Arthur. They wanted to thank Arthur. But the young medium shook his head and said first, Happy wedding. Chapter 319. Hypocritical people create a sincere ending. Under the illumination of the magic fireworks, everyone's face was illuminated. Cotton and Nicole, who were already shining with the unique brilliance of their souls, were reflected in unique colorful colors at this time. Linda looked at the couple in front of her and gave her the most sincere blessings from the bottom of her heart. The girl's talent was outstanding enough, but due to her age, she did not understand what happiness was before. I don't know how to describe happiness. But at this moment, the girl looked at Cotton, Nicole, and thought that happiness should be like this. However, such happiness, the girl would never want. Because the process was too painful. After more than 30 years of separation and death, the happiness gained is more cherished, which no one can say anything about. And it is also very good. But this is not what the girl wants. She wants more happier. So, strength. I must be stronger. So strong that if anyone dares to make me unhappy for a moment, I will make him unhappy for the rest of his life. The girl thought silently, and her eyes unconsciously looked at Arthur and Melinda, a black double-breasted windbreaker, a straight figure, a handsome face that was a little round, but not abrupt, and looked more stable. The black eyes became deeper in the night, like a pool of water, deep and bottomless, attracting her to explore. But the azure eyes were right there. Unlike the bottomless pool, the azure blue was like the waves, not only turbulent, but also fierce and direct, just like the cleanliness brought by the short golden hair and the hunting suit. The two of them stood there, not only complimenting each other, but also a feeling of competing and responding, as if no one could get in between. Once someone approached, they would either be pulled into the bottomless pool and drown silently, or be torn apart in the strong wind and huge waves. But the girl unconsciously moved closer. When she came to her senses, Linda found that she was unconsciously standing between Arthur and Melinda. Immediately, the girl blushed. I'm sorry, I came at the wrong time. As she said this, the girl was about to lower her head and run away, but Arthur raised his hand. No, you came at the right time. The girl was stunned. When she came to her senses, she found that Arthur was holding her hand, pulling her to the position between Arthur and Melinda. The girl was a little confused, and had no idea what was going on. However, Arthur and Melinda both breathed a sigh of relief. Great, she didn't vomit. Great, she didn't vomit on me. Usually in front of everyone, Arthur and Melinda could still control the latter's misogyny by dislocating or keeping a little distance. But in this happy moment, even if it was to bless the new couple in front of them, the two had to stick together tightly, and they had to smile. Arthur could clearly feel that Melinda was about to explode at any time. Moreover, he was sure that, if Melinda wanted to vomit, she would definitely vomit on him. This woman would never waste this opportunity to take revenge on him openly. As for what happened afterwards, Arthur believed that Melinda had too many excuses. However, fortunately, there was Linda. Looking at the somewhat confused Linda, Arthur said seriously, "We will always be a family." Family? Family. Linda felt disappointed, but a smile appeared on her face. At this time, Nicole walked up to Arthur and said, Thank you, Mr. Kratos. Thank you, everyone. The excitement that could not be described in thousands of words turned into the most sincere gratitude. The couple bowed slightly to their relatives and friends. Everyone smiled in return and said their sincere blessings again. Everyone looked at Cotton, and Nicole's figure faded slightly. The countdown began. Cotton and Nicole looked at each other and held each other's fingers. Even if they were going to die, they would never separate. However, before leaving, Cotton looked at Arthur. I know you don't like these, but this is what I can give you. I hope you don't mind. Thank you again, Sir Kratos. I will remember your kindness in my heart. Similarly, I am willing to be at your call at any time. Cotton saluted the young medium at a 90-degree angle. Immediately, a special death aura surged out of this newcomer and rushed to Arthur's palm, merging with bearing Camille's special death aura before, and turned into a sphere, the size of a little finger, and it felt cold in the palm of his hand. Name: Evil Spirit Orb. Type: Jewelry. Quality: Legend. Attributes: 1. Low temperature. 2. Shutdown. 3. Power of thought. 4. Mirror shadow. 5. Ring of evil spirit. Note: in order to awaken his own bloodline, Baron Camille conducted many experiments during the 7 Years' War. Although all of them failed, he did not gain nothing. His power did not awaken before his death, but it became alienated after his death. Similarly, Cotton, who had the deepest obsession, also became alienated. It turned into an unconscious ghost and followed his lover, accompanying his lover in the purest way. Until it was discovered by the dead Baron Kimir, everything changed. Baron Kimir felt the attraction of Cotton. It knew that if it swallowed Cotton, it would get a unique promotion. For this reason, it began to make arrangements. And after being broken by you, Cotton, Kimir's power merged into this gem that looks like a sapphire. But because Cotton hated Kimir's possession, the damage caused to Nicole by the change, he deliberately gave up these 2 points. But it strengthens the first 4 items, and is very happy to be summoned by you. But you need to find the right way, Nicole. To see you again. I finally understand what a miracle is. Low temperature. You can create an invisible low temperature of -196 to cover the field of vision. A single target no more than 30 meters from your own position. Or you can choose to use your own position as the center of the circle, within a radius of 100 meters, to create an extremely cold area of -50 degrees, 3 times/day. Shuttle. The body becomes invisible, shuttle through walls and other objects, or immune to physical attacks, duration 1 second, 2 times/day. Mind power. Use mind power, move heavy objects weighing no more than 100 kg, duration 10 seconds, 3 times/day. Mirror shadow. Show your own shadow on a mirror 100 meters away, can speak normally, see objects, also can use the mirror to peek into the area covered by the mirror, duration 10 seconds, 1 time/day. Evil spirit ring. Give up possession, the ability brought by transformation, can strengthen the effects of low temperature, shutdown, mind power, mirror shadow, can also charge low temperature, shutdown, mind power, mirror shadow. Note 1. After low temperature, shutdown, mind power, mirror shadow is consumed, need to charge with death breath. Note 2. The evil spirit ring can double the range of low temperature, extend the time of shutdown by 1 second, increase the weight that can be controlled by mind power to 200 kg, expand the range of mirror shadow by 50 meters. Note 3. When traveling, only the body can travel, cannot carry clothes. Note 4. Mind power cannot move multiple objects. Note 5. When using mirror shadow, the user cannot see, hear things outside the mirror range. Note 6. The charging of the evil spirit ring cannot break through the low temperature, travel, mind power, mirror shadow should have a certain number of times. Is this considered good deeds rewarded? Looking at the evil spirit orb, the young medium nodded slightly to the pair of newcomers. Under everyone's gaze, Cotton and Nicole's figures began to rise slowly, and finally slowly dissipated in the night sky, as if an invisible guide had brought them to another world. This scene was seen by everyone near Whitebird Street. Many people's faces changed. Thinking about the stories they had heard since childhood, they had a little more fear on their faces. Many people began to kneel down and pray. However, the people in courtyard number 44 were indifferent. Because they believed in Arthur. Hey, where's the body? When Haywood looked down, he found that Nicole's body was gone. They must have left together, Wiggins said with certainty. Such words were unanimously recognized by everyone present. Even Melinda, who knew that the body would not disappear, would not say much. And as Arthur who collected the body? Let us make everything look better. The young psychic thought so. Cotton and Nicole left together. This ending is enough. Everyone just remember this ending. As for the body, he will choose a place to bury it. TSK, hypocritical guy. The young psychic mocked himself, and looked at Melinda, who came closer again. The lady chuckled and said in a very low voice, "Now, can we discuss our business?" Chapter 320 Opportunity. The young medium certainly knew what the businesswoman was talking about. Arthur couldn't think of anything else except that the prize for the champion of the swordsmanship competition was the title of knight. The finalization of this matter also made Arthur feel relieved. The title of knight, but it was related to many of Arthur's future plans. If something unexpected happened, although it could be compensated by other means, the time spent, energy, almost tenfold increase, this is what Arthur absolutely does not want to see, and cannot accept. In any world, it is extremely difficult to achieve a true class leap, especially entering the privileged class, which is even more difficult. Because resources are limited. These resources include traditional food, minerals, population, etc., as well as non-traditional relics, secret medicine, secret arts and other resources, especially the latter, in the world before us. It is even more important. In order to better enjoy the resources in the traditional sense, the small group of people who control the resources in the non-traditional sense will only guard more strictly. The first person to get on the bus leaves an empty seat for the people who get off the bus? Not possible. The first person to get on the bus will only weld the door tightly, and speed forward at full speed, and drive further and further away with rampant laughter, amid the shouting and cursing of the people who haven't gotten on the bus. This has nothing to do with morality and honor. It's just human nature. This is also the rule of the world. Of course, there are people who can overturn such rules. But that requires extremely strong power. And the right time, the right place, and the right people. Arthur knew that he had neither the former nor the latter. So, he chose to integrate into the current rules, become a member of the nobility, obtain the corresponding resources, obtain the corresponding qualifications, and then wait for the opportunity. Arthur believed that this day would not be too far away. The lion had begun to grow old. The tigers have just reached adulthood. There are also large groups of jackals and vultures lurking in the dark. Therefore, Arthur has a considerable sense of urgency. He needs to have the corresponding strength and power before that day comes, so that he can protect himself. Otherwise, he will be torn to pieces by others. Arthur does not want others to dance on his body. So, he will take the initiative and kill anyone who dares to show his fangs to him. Give in? Education of a dump truck once, it's deep enough. A similar thing happens again? Arthur will only think he is a fool. You must win the champion. This is the premise for the Earl to agree to this reward. If you fail, you must give the Earl corresponding compensation. If you die, this compensation needs to be paid by the Kratos family. In the corner, Melinda took off her pipe and said very seriously. Arthur had no objection to this. Tickets are hard to get. Arthur could well imagine how crazy the people of Nanlos, who were able to participate in the fencing competition, would be when the prizes for the champion of this Nanlos swordsmanship tournament were announced. Not only the original participants, but also the nobles, who had always been reserved about it, would definitely go. It is true that the title of knight cannot be inherited. But it is even more true that knight has noble privileges. Those second sons, third sons, or later heirs, who cannot inherit the family name will definitely flock to it. They will definitely find a way to participate. For them, this is another chance in life. They will never give up. Not to mention those merchants who have a lot of wealth, but do not have the title of noble. These merchants' pursuit of this title may be far greater than those noble children. Because the title of knight, in the eyes of those merchants, is a real opportunity to rise, a chance to make the family prosperous for 100 years, a 1,000-year opportunity. And this is what Arthur is looking forward to. He not only wants to win the championship, but also wants to fish in troubled waters. Go crazy. Fight. This is the song of fate, Arthur whispered softly. Hearing the charlatan speech, Melinda immediately rolled her eyes. Then, the lady filled the pipe with enough mint-flavored tobacco, and while holding the lit pipe, she continued, I've already warmed up you. There is no need for the sword-fighting competition to start. You are the target of public criticism when you sign up. Among the 4 barons, except for the dead Baron Camille and the half-dead Baron Harold, the remaining Baron Culler and Baron Houseman will definitely send people to participate, and they are definitely strong men who cannot be underestimated. And the 7 lords? Lord Doyle's successor, Von Tell, will definitely not participate, And you also own half of Oak Manor, so you are one of us. But among the remaining 6 lords, many of them are guys who are working hard to govern. Lord Lithorp owns South Town, which is the closest and largest town to South Los. It is usually the first stop for merchants after leaving South Los. He participated in the 7 Years' War, and was promoted to knight for his bravery in battle. Then he was promoted to lord for 2 desperate raids. Lord Bourne owns his own manor. He was once a famous mercenary in North County. He was knighted for saving the old earl. Afterwards, he followed the old earl to fight several times, and was named a lord for his loyalty. However, as the lord grew old, his 3 sons had been fighting each other. Lord Ernest, Lord Dubois, and Lord Bath owned Fountain Town, Grass Branch Town, and Bath Town respectively. All 3 were traditional nobles of Nanlos. Their families had been passed down from the Silver Age to the present day, and they were extremely loyal to the Earl. Lord Bath, in particular, had served the Nanlos family since the first generation. And the last one, Lord Lorry. This lord in Barney is not important, he is just a nominal noble, and he has always belonged to the Selena family. Although he was deprived of his noble status, Lord Lorry's loyalty is to this family, not the Nanlos family. Similarly, the Selena family will not be interested in this swordsmanship competition. Listening to Melinda's introduction to several Nanlos nobles, Arthur could roughly distinguish the enemy and the friendly side of this fencing competition. The 2 contestants from the Baron's family were undoubtedly on the opposite side of him, and he needed to deal with them carefully. Most of the remaining lords, they didn't need to be taken care of, they were considered his own people. The only 2 worth paying attention to were Lord Lithorp and Lord Bourne. For the former, the word loyalty did not appear in Melinda's description. For the latter, Melinda mentioned the old lord's 3 sons, which was enough to explain everything. As for Lord Lorry, the situation is obviously a bit complicated. Unlike other nobles in South Los, Arthur had never heard of the surname Selena. Being deprived of his noble status, this surname should be famous. Is there any hidden secret? Arthur thought, but asked calmly on the surface. Compared to the opponents I might encounter, I am more concerned about your arrangements. Tell me about your warm-up. Hearing Arthur's words, Melinda immediately narrowed her eyes and smiled. Yes. Chapter 321 Watching in the Dark. Detective Truman encountered an unprecedented crisis. He found that he was being manipulated. No, to be precise, his life was being manipulated. Since his first case, there was an invisible black hand manipulating everything. Even his wife might have been arranged by the other party. Garcia frowned when he wrote this, and then sighed. He couldn't write any more. Although he had the corresponding plot in his mind, the impact of reality was too great for him. Every time he wrote about some key moments, those things would emerge from the bottom of his heart. Although his life had been greatly improved since that adventure, there were also some hidden dangers. Even if he tried his best to cover it up, he still appeared in the eyes of some people with ulterior motives. Is it the famous medium Arthur Kratos again? Garcia didn't know who this medium had offended. Why is he so hated? The information about the other party was sold at a price beyond his imagination before. And this time, someone paid such a high price to hire him to spread the news that the other party was injured. In this regard, Garcia did not refuse. He did not dare to refuse. As a part-time information dealer, he knew very well that, as he was exposed to the other party, his life was already in the hands of the other party. Just like the guy who led him into the industry. Not long ago, he saw the other person's body. The death was extremely tragic. Not only were his eyes dug out, his tongue was also cut off. Rumor has it that the other person wanted to rob and blackmail a lady in the club. Then he was killed by the club's security. Of course, this was just an excuse to fool most people. The real reason? Liquidation. Garcia knew very well that the other person was liquidated by the organization. The injuries after torture fit the characteristics of being liquidated, painful, and able to deter other members of the organization. For this, Garcia was very lucky. That guy had always invited him to join the organization. But he simply refused every time. Because he knew the risks involved. And more because Garcia was a writer. He was a writer who could definitely write good works. But now, he had to work part-time as an intelligence dealer to make a living. Huh? Garcia took a few deep breaths. And then he sorted out his thoughts, and prepared to continue describing the story in his mind. What did the client tell him? Don't worry. There's still some time. Wait until he finishes writing this chapter. Then think about what to do. With the example of this client, Garcia knew he needed to be more careful. At least, he couldn't go to the intelligence tavern he used to go to. He had to go to some new places. And this would increase the risk. Do you want to buy a musket? Garcia certainly knew that in the face of special circumstances, even a musket would not be enough. But a musket at least gave him some sense of security. So who should I buy from? The things at What S are good, but they are expensive. Old Harmon is cheap, but the quality of the things cannot be guaranteed, and you might even buy stolen goods. Also, the Dow Lane where Old Harmon lives is too close to Kirk Street, where the medium lives. I took advantage of the fact that he did not return to South Los, and went to check his residence out of curiosity. It was already very rash. Now that he has returned, I absolutely cannot go there. Wait, why am I thinking about this? Damn it, I'm distracted again. Writing. I need to write. Garcia was stunned for a moment, shook his head, and prepared to continue to concentrate on writing. But just as he wrote down the name Truman, there was a knock on the door of his room. Garcia immediately became alert. After making a fortune, in order to cover up the traces, he moved out of his original residence. Now in this place, except for the client, no one would know. Unless he was caught by someone again. Thinking of this, Garcia's face was full of entanglement and helplessness. But he still chose to open the door. Standing outside the door was a man whose baldness could not be covered even with a hat. Langbine. Garcia had seen him on the original Clara Street, and they even nodded to each other. Mr. Langbine? Can we go in and talk? The gloomy and artistic Langbine asked softly. Of course. Garcia made way with anxiety. When Langbine took off his hat, Garcia moved a chair out from under the messy manuscripts. Do you like writing? Langbine looked at the manuscripts, with surprise in his eyes. Well, this is my life. When he mentioned the manuscripts, Garcia smiled. Such a smile. Startled Langbine. The head of the Cloak Society in South Los seemed to see himself. Faced with excellent paintings, when he was sculpting, he was like this too. Immediately, Langbine hesitated. He came here to figure out a previous incident, and then report it. Then, Garcia's death. He didn't like some of the methods of the Cloak Society, but he had to admit that they were scary enough. Then why did you become an intelligence dealer? Langbine asked directly. This made Garcia stunned. Then, the part-time intelligence dealer smiled bitterly. To make a living. As you can see, I tried hard, but the meager remuneration was not enough to support my life. So I had to work part-time as an intelligence dealer. I thought I would be able to get rid of this predicament soon. But who knew? At this point, Garcia's face was full of shame. He just said meager remuneration. But in fact, he had never received any remuneration. However, he could not admit this in front of others. It was too embarrassing. But after telling the lie, he felt a little guilty. Looking at Garcia like this, Langbine pondered. Similar. Too similar. Garcia is just like himself when he was young. Both of them are just making a living for their dreams, not real intelligence dealers. Maybe I should give him a chance? When this idea appeared in Langbine's heart, it immediately spread uncontrollably. After the head of the South Los of the Cape Society stared at Garcia for a full 10 seconds, then he spoke. Are you willing to join the Cloak Society? Your last behavior has been noticed by the Cloak Society. Even with my cover-up, there will be others to check. This is the consistent style of the Cloak Society. Only by joining the Cloak Society can this situation be prevented from happening. Then can I still write? Garcia asked hesitantly. At this moment, Garcia has decided that if he can't write, he went to find the client and sold the Cloak Society, in exchange for the opportunity to live and still be able to write. Hearing Garcia's question, Langbine smiled. Of course. We can also discuss some writing techniques. In addition to my experience in painting and sculpture, I also love writing. The head of the Cloak Society in South Los looked at Garcia, whose eyes lit up, and was very satisfied. Compared with Garcia, who shared the same hobby, that guy before was shit. That's great. Garcia cheered, and then, he wanted to tell Langbine about the client. However, after a moment of hesitation, Garcia chose to conceal it temporarily. No malice. It was just a self-protection concealment. For now. Garcia told himself this. But Garcia didn't notice that outside the window, a dark crow was standing on a branch, taking advantage of the concealment of the night, watching everything silently. Langbine also didn't notice. The two chatted in a friendly manner in the room. Buchan told Arthur everything he saw and heard. Arthur looked at Melinda, who was a little proud. In silence, feeling Arthur's gaze, Melinda felt something was wrong. You don't really know? Melinda looked at Arthur with suspicion. The lady suspected that Arthur was deceiving her. Arthur smiled and spread his hands. Don't forget, I am a medium. When I face you who are entangled by fate, my inspiration will always burst out from time to time. Heh, Melinda sneered, not believing in Arthur's so-called entanglement of fate. Then, the lady thought about it. About 2 or 3 seconds later, when the lady looked up at the young medium again, she was already smiling. So that's it. Chapter 322. Sleep well. Garcia is your man, right? A long time ago, when you consciously contacted Scott, you noticed this intelligence officer with great potential. Then, using the means of the Black Cats, he had already been recruited by you. Then, at an appropriate time, let it be to sell your information, to attract more attention, including the Cloak Society. You and your Black Cats need a more comprehensive intelligence system, and the Cloak Society is just the right one. Moreover, you should have tried to find the top executives of the Cloak Society, but you still couldn't find them. So, you who can't get in touch with them, can't reach a cooperation, just choose to let people blend in, gradually become the top executives of the Cloak Society. You are indeed the Black Cat hiding behind the scenes. You feel more dangerous than a snake. While saying dangerous, Melinda had admiration in her eyes, and clapped her hands softly. Well, that's it. Arthur looked at Melinda in front of him and nodded calmly. Melinda's words made sense. Did he have any reason to refute? No. But Arthur couldn't help sighing in his heart. He didn't know what this woman had experienced. She was more suspicious than him. He just dug a few small holes in a row. How could she make some unreasonable associations with such a small thing? Moreover, he was a young, honest, simple and kind medium. Why did he become a dark villain in the other party's description? Thinking in his heart, Arthur continued. So, you owe me one. The irrelevant words made Melinda not refute. However, the lady still sneered twice. Without the contract, you are going to use Garcia's matter to trick me? No. According to your snake-like character, you will definitely dig holes for me again and again. Even earlier, it had already been planned. If I hadn't given enough benefits, I might have lost a lot of things by you now. Moreover, if the contract hadn't been confirmed, I would have thought you were the member of the Dead Poets Society hiding in South Los. The lady said this, and angrily spit the mint-flavored smoke on Arthur. If she wasn't smart and didn't know how to make choices, she would have suffered a greater loss now. However, she still felt bad, especially when she thought about owing Arthur again. The lady felt worse. Damn the hidden family. Each of them is as cunning as a fox, and as vicious as a venomous snake. If a small businessman like me is not careful, I would have been swallowed up without leaving any body. Fortunately, Arthur was wary of the Earl, and fortunately I made arrangements in advance, so that he did not know my real trump card. Otherwise, that contract is impossible to sign. When she thought of this, the lady's mood suddenly improved. She thought she had fooled Arthur. This is the contemporary Black Cat. This is the hidden family Kratos family. Such an achievement made Melinda excited. Humph, although it was fake before, it will be real soon. When the time comes, I will scare you. Melinda thought proudly in her heart, and said directly, What do you want? Speak up. Don't go too far. Melinda reminded. Heh, are you hiding something from me? If you are so proud, do you think you are taking advantage of me? Or are you setting a trap for me? Be careful. Arthur, who had a glimpse of Melinda's emotions, became alert in a flash, and kept talking. Coffin, cemetery, offerings. Arthur reported 3 things. Melinda was startled, and looked at Arthur in disbelief. Of course, the lady knew what Arthur wanted these things for, but it was precisely because she knew that she felt incredible. Simply put, the lady was ready to bleed a little. To put it more simply, the lady did not think Arthur was a good person. The strong contrast made the lady's breathing speed slow down. The lady stared at the young medium, as if she wanted to see what evil thoughts were hidden under that calm face. But unfortunately, I really couldn't see anything this time. It seems... Is it true? Unable to judge, Melinda raised her hand and snapped her fingers. Snap! With a crisp sound, 2 servants from number 6 White Bird Street walked over quickly from one side. Late at night, Anthony's cemetery. Arthur and Melinda walked side by side and 4 cemetery staff carried a coffin made entirely of cypress wood and walked behind, where Grandma Andorra rested. Under the moonlight, it was quiet. Apart from the footsteps, there was only the sound of Melinda smoking her pipe. After walking for 600 meters, when they reached the core of the cemetery, the gravekeeper who led the way stopped. 1 to 101. The best cemetery in the world, the gravekeeper said, looking at Arthur and Melinda with a deep awe in his eyes. He didn't know Arthur, but he had heard of her reputation. Melinda, he not only heard of her reputation, but also knew her. That kind of bloody means, he still remembers it vividly. So, when the Mrs. Long Night came to his door in the middle of the night, if the stack of gold bills had not been thrown out quickly, he would have definitely run away. There was no way, it was too scary. Not only was he afraid of the Mrs. Long Night, but also the Death Hound. Seeing the Death Hound almost blending into the shadow of the medium, the gravekeeper, who had done some shady business, was so scared that he peed himself. After all, the legendary Death Hound is the illegitimate son of the god of death, and was raised by the chief judge of the land of eternal rest to hunt down evildoers who blasphemed the dead. And he really did it twice. Just twice. To find some base materials. Definitely not out of greed. Then, because the ritual failed, he had to do it twice more. Really just twice. No lie. Who knew that while doing it, there really is a Death Hound coming to the door. Moreover, this Death Hound is still kept by someone. The gravekeeper who believed in myths and legends felt that his worldview was shattered. However, compared to his shattered worldview, his life was more important. Immediately, he took out the best cemetery, which he had originally intended to sell to the childless Baron Harold. It was definitely not for making more money. It was certainly not for peeping into the Baron's treasured secrets. I just have a kind heart, and I can't bear to see the Baron lonely and helpless after 100 years. You know, according to legend, if the dead don't receive memorials, they will be expelled from the eternal resting place and become a poor wandering soul. But that was before. Now, after commanding his men to send the cypress coffin into the tomb, the gravekeeper quickly stepped aside and watched the medium close the door of the tomb and put flowers and lit incense in front of the door. The gravekeeper had never seen the latter, but he would not doubt the professionalism of a medium who raised a Death Hound. He had never seen it, which meant that he was ignorant. Write it down. Write it down. Maybe it's some kind of ritual, the gravekeeper thought to himself. Just as the gravekeeper widened his eyes and wanted to see more carefully, Melinda turned around and looked at him with a smile. Suddenly, the gravekeeper was frightened and stepped back. Then, he walked hundreds of meters away quite tactfully. Anthony, the operator of this cemetery, a mysterious person with strong curiosity. I have dealt with him before. Well, he is quite rich. But don't worry, Grandma Andorra is here, she won't be disturbed. Melinda's evaluation made Arthur immediately know what part-time job this gravekeeper did. However, his current financial situation is still sufficient. So, the other party is not worth paying attention to. After all, everyone has their own way of life, isn't it? As long as Granny Andorra is not disturbed. It's fine. I hope you and Cotton are happy in the eternal resting place. Arthur worshipped Granny Andorra. The soft blessing was wrapped around the fireworks of the incense and candles. As the smoke danced, the light smoke blended into the night, as if the blessing was really said to the ears of the deceased. But Arthur, who was worshipping, narrowed his eyes. Something was wrong. The incense and candles burned too fast. Chapter 323 Ingestion. Normal burning of incense is a long process. But at this moment, before Arthur's eyes, the incense was burning piece by piece, as if it was swallowed. That's right. Swallowed? It was as if something invisible was eating the incense bite by bite. Arthur, with his eyes narrowed, first glanced at the death intuition, confirmed that the death intuition did not flicker, then looked around calmly. Under normal perception, there was nothing found. Under spiritual perception, there was nothing found either. But under death breath perception, something different appeared. The location where the incense and candles completely dissipated was 1 meter above the head. There, the fireworks disappeared out of thin air. If the incense and candles in front of him were not still burning, Arthur would even doubt whether these fireworks existed. Subconsciously, Arthur glanced at Melinda from the corner of his eye. The young medium had to confirm whether the lady next to him was joking with him. When he saw the faint inquiry in the lady's eyes, The young medium knew that the scene in front of him had nothing to do with the other party. Is this going to the long night's resting place? Arthur guessed uncertainly. There was no similar record in the mysterious side knowledge he had come into contact with. On the contrary, there was a similar record in the myths of the current world. When relatives and friends pass away, the thoughts and blessings of the living will be carried by the wind into the long night south resting place, and be felt by the deceased, and become the most precious treasure of the deceased. For this kind of myth Arthur, who has experienced too many mysteries, will not sneer at it, but before there is more evidence, he dare not believe it all. Just like he dare not peek at the place 1 meter above his head at this moment. Because there are gods 3 feet above your head. Inexplicably, Arthur thought of a proverb from his hometown. The moment he thought of this, Arthur's vigilance began to rise infinitely. He was not sure whether there really was a god there, or there was some other existence there. But no matter what it was, it would not be a wise move to contact rashly. He knew that what he had to do now was to collect information. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. Of course, the more important point is to strengthen your strength. Young me, I am still too weak, the young medium thought in his heart, after watching the incense and candles burn out. He stood up and walked out of the cemetery. The unknown sense of urgency made the young medium want to return to number 2 Kirk Street. He wanted to take the glory potion perfect in a safe place. Melinda followed. The lady walked side by side with the young medium, and once again held the pipe. However, even with the cover of the pipe, the lady's smile could not be completely concealed. She finally got a glimpse of the passage to the dark. She was sure that the ceremony just now must be based on the passage to the dark. To bless the dead, the rumored cat sect. Black had similar abilities. She had some doubts at first, but seeing Arthur now, she believed it. The blessing of reaching the long night south resting place? The cat sect. Black is really awe-inspiring. However, the burden of this secret technique is more serious than imagined. I didn't expect Arthur to be so kind. Melinda could not help thinking, clearly feeling that Arthur seemed to be in a much heavier mood. But the next moment, the lady frowned slightly. No. How could Arthur be so kind? He did this to make the sword competition. To make the rumor that he was still seriously injured more true. He joined the game himself? Is this the black cat of the modern era? This is terrifying. Thinking of this, Melinda narrowed her eyes slightly, and vigilance and excitement appeared in her azure eyes. This lady was looking forward to what Arthur's next move would be after Garcia spread the rumor that Cat Pie Black had reappeared. This sense of anticipation mixed with curiosity made this lady excited. Of course, it was also because this lady knew how reliable Arthur was. Melinda knew very well that after learning about Arthur's true purpose, as long as she did not stand in opposition to Arthur's purpose, then Arthur would become the person she trusted the most. Such confirmation made the lady's mood better again. Even the fatigue caused by not taking a nap at midnight tonight was dispelled. However, the lady just sent Arthur back to number 2 Kirk Street, and did not choose to stay overnight. There are still 3 days before the registration time for the fencing competition. She still has a lot of work to do. The registration time for the fencing competition is only 1 day from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Don't forget, and good night. Melinda said these words, like a lady who really advises her lovers, and she also smiled sweetly at Arthur through the car window, and waved. Well, good night. Arthur smiled in response. In Winnie's vision, there were 6 people hiding on Kirk Street watching here. 3 of them should be mysterious people. However, the 6 people were very well behaved. Didn't get too close. Obviously, when more news about Arthur came, these people made the wisest choice. But this did not prevent Arthur from watching Melinda go away, and then let Wu and I be on full alert. At the same time, he also signaled Kaliki to guard the door. Stay here, and don't allow anyone to enter the room, Arthur ordered. Coolidge nodded, and crawled in the shadow behind the door. After arranging the death hound, Arthur picked up his orange cat from the cat bed, swayed it left and right, and said very seriously to Pendragon's confused expression, "Raise a cat for 1,000 days, use it for a moment. Pan, it's time for you to repay your father. Stay here, don't let anyone in." Arthur pointed to the stairs leading to the underground. Meow, Pendragon replied proudly. When Arthur put it back, Pendragon yawned and closed his eyes again. Pan, you don't want to see anything happen to your father, do you? Pan, you know that your father loves you. Pan, you left your mother when you were young, and it was your father who raised you with great difficulty. The endless chattering sounded from the mouth of the young medium. making Pendragon open his eyes again. And then let Arthur move the cat bed and himself to the entrance of the stairs. But at this point, Arthur did not immediately go underground. He was waiting. After Fukin, who was monitoring Garcia, and Longbine returned, the young medium walked from upstairs to the safe house on the 3rd floor underground. This was a secret room specially arranged by old Charlie for fear of accidents. Not only was there sufficient food and medicine, but there was also a secret passage that could directly lead South Los. After closing the iron door of the safe house tightly, Arthur took a deep breath and took out the glory potion perfect from the box of Athos. At the same time, at the entrance of the corridor stairs, Pendragon, who had been lazily lying in the cat bed, stood up directly. The orange cat became alert at this moment. It stared at the surroundings with full concentration, and listened to any unusual movements with its ears erect. Chapter 324 Death and Snakes. After lighting the oil lamp in the safe house, and turning it to the brightest, Arthur sat down in the chair, and shook the test tube in his hand. Looking at the crystal clear liquid, Arthur pulled out the stopper and drank the glory potion perfect. Directly, it tasted a bit sticky, like half-melted jelly, and tasted slightly sweet. Then, it started to taste spicy, like eating a spicy bar with a strange taste. Arthur commented like this, and then his eyes began to blur. The fresh leaves slowly left the branches, passed through the humid air, and fell on the wet ground. The palm-sized beetle happily ate the delicacy that fell from the sky. Therefore, it did not notice that a lizard over 1 meter long, that was completely integrated into the surrounding illusion, was slowly approaching. By the time the beetle found it, it was too late. The lizard's tongue directly wrapped around the beetle, and began to chew it. Crack! Suddenly, the sound of bones breaking covered the chewing sound. A centipede more than 2 meters long swooped down from the tree, and hundreds of thin legs instantly cut the lizard, and blood and flesh flew everywhere, but it was crushed by a big foot that fell from the sky. The 12-meter-tall, 7-ton Tyrannosaurus Rex ignored the touch under its feet. It crushed similar insects every day. It was not worth worrying about. What it needed was delicious food. This adult Tyrannosaurus Rex began to prepare for hunting. But just as it was about to move, a pair of golden vertical pupils appeared under the layers of dead leaves and soil. The next moment, a giant snake with a body length of more than 15 meters jumped out from the ground and directly wrapped around the king Tyrannosaurus. The huge, unreasonable and brutal power made the ancient beast scream in pain. But soon only the sound of bones and muscles tearing remained. The giant snake captured its prey. The giant snake devoured its prey. The giant snake was vigilant against the instinct of drowsiness after a full stomach. It dived into the dead leaves again, and then began to bury its body underground. Its body began to grow again. 6 months later, it broke out of the ground. The 20-meter-long, thicker-than-ancient tree giant snake howled to the sky. It became the overlord of this forest. It fulfilled its dream. It should have ended here, but a special power appeared in its body, making it instinctively sense a difference. It sensed something. Blood resonance? As a dominant being, it began to move forward towards the place of resonance. The end of the continent, the ocean. The end of the ocean, the glacier. When the extremely cold temperature appeared, as a dominant being, it simply ignored its racial enemies, walked along, ate along the way, and had already reached a terrifying size of 30 meters. Some kind of shackles in its body were completely opened, and the resonance of the blood became clearer. It drilled into the cracks of the glacier, from narrow to wide. The passage became bigger and bigger, and longer, but the blood resonance became stronger and stronger. It kept moving forward, and when it came to the place where the blood resonance was the strongest, it found a scale that was bigger than its body. It felt the breath of the scale. It became oblivious. It swam on the scale. It stuck to the scale tightly. It chose to sleep here. It dreamed, and it dreamed that a one-eyed man threw it into a deep-sea whirlpool. It was despised and feared because of its natural ability. It dreamed that it was circling the world, watching all living things, but was annihilated in the thunder. It was afraid of thunder, and it woke up. When it woke up, its body had reached 100 meters. It was over. It told itself. Now, it was its end. It knew it. But the rich death air gushed out like a substance. Its huge body smashed the ice layer under it. It went down frantically. It found another blood resonance. It got another opportunity it had never thought of. Down! Down! Go to the deep land of death. Go to the place where the dead rest. pass through the wall of size of the unbelievers, swim through the river of Hades that corrodes everything. It saw the land of death. It saw the place of rest. Its huge body had long been corroded to only the skeleton. Even the skeleton began to decay. But it found the resonance of blood. The lady was sleeping soundly with her arms around the moon. She was still mumbling to herself while sleeping, and a drop of saliva unconsciously fell from the corner of her mouth. It used up its last bit of strength, and moved forward madly. It waited for the place where the saliva fell. The saliva fell to the ground. It saw the ocean. It was like the ocean it had swam in before, and more like the ocean in its dream. Its rotten bones began to become as smooth as new, and its flesh and blood began to grow again. It moved towards its dream self. It saw the one-eyed man instead of its dream self. The man, under the candlelight, leaned back in a chair, closed his eyes, and seemed to be asleep. It approached little by little. It knew that it had only one chance. It was careful enough. But it was still careless. Because the man was not just himself. The sharp and shrill cat cry. The deep and powerful dog bark. The harsh and ominous crow cry. Wake up! The man wakes up. He opened his eyes. Both eyes? Why both eyes? It became extremely shocked. In shock, it lost consciousness. In shock, it turned into nutrients. It was unwilling, but it had no power to fight. The young man woke up. According to the rules, it had failed. He won. Hiss, hiss, cough, cough. Arthur came back to his senses from his trance, and subconsciously wanted to speak, but what came out of his throat was a loud snake hiss, and this strange feeling made Arthur cough several times instinctively. The strange feeling quickly went away. Hey, Grandma Lou is looking for Grandma Nyo to buy milk. Grandma Nyo is bringing milk to Grandma Lou. Clear words came out of her mouth, making Arthur breathe a sigh of relief. But the words that came immediately in front of her eyes made the young medium frown slightly. Take the gory potion. The dark snake bloodline is being judged. Judgment passed. Dark snake bloodline is being judged. Perfect glory potion upgrades the dark snake bloodline. Judgment passed. Dark snake bloodline is promoted to earthly snake. Thin remnant. The talent breath of death resonates with the bloodline earthly snake. Thin remnant judging. Judgment passed. Earthly serpent. Thin remnant is transformed and promoted to death serpent. Thin remnant. Thin remnant. Arthur looked at the suffix of his talent, and his eyelids twitched unconsciously. But the powerful feeling coming from his body at this moment made the young medium have enough patience. Huh? The young medium took a deep breath and continued to look down. Suddenly, his face was shocked. Then, he was happy. He whispered softly, "Is this also possible?" Chapter 325 Big Pants, Be Bold. In Arthur's surprise, the words in front of him began to surge wildly. Death snake. Thin. Incomplete. The incomplete blood of the dark snake was not only perfectly completed, the remaining power began to allow it to trace the ancient blood in its body, that is a trace of blood surrounding the world snake. Even if it is so thin that it cannot really change you, it also makes you qualified to step onto the steps of God, but your talent breath of death has deeply affected your blood. Death and snakes are entangled in parallel. Death chases the tail of the snake chases the beginning of death. In the repeated cycles, another special promotion appeared, even if the blood is thin, but the specialness in your blood makes the descendants of gods look at you sideways, makes the ascenders envious, and makes the dark, dead creatures fear, because they all know. Your talent that is not human will eventually complete your blood. Effect: 1. Awakening. 2. Hide in the shadow. 3. Body. 4. Snake eyes. 5. Snake language. 6. Rampant swallowing. 7. Snake breath. 8. Snake shadow. Awakening. You have awakened a special bloodline. Now you are different. Physique +3. Spirit +3. Hide in the shadow. When you are in the shadow, in the darkness, you will get a +5 correction for stealth. Snake body. Your body joints, muscles are not only flexible like a snake, but also allow the whole body to be winding and coiling like a snake at the same time. Facing swords, firearms, explosions, fire, defense level +2, facing acid, defense level +3, facing thunder, defense level +5. When there is enough food, your body will grow rapidly in a way that breaks the limit, and will be given a matching physique, defense, lifespan at the same time. You can freely control the size of your body, but in winter, you will still instinctively feel drowsy. If you choose to hibernate, your body will grow faster. And if you refuse to hibernate, the growth rate will remain the same. Snake eyes. Looking at others with snake eyes can make people with weak wills fall into hallucinations instantly. And it will deter those with strong wills. If the other party panics during the deterrence, they will also fall into hallucinations. The creatures in hallucinations will be dragged into death. Snake language. You can communicate with snake hisses. Command ordinary snakes. Even arcane snakes will be intimidated by you. Even when you don't communicate with snake hissing, snake creatures still fear you and want to follow you. Rampant swallowing. You can open your mouth beyond your limit, and you can swallow anything smaller than your mouth. Moreover, you can ignore the toxins, sourness, dark energy, etc. contained in the food you swallow. Even stones can be digested and absorbed by your stomach, and turned into the purest nutrients to nourish your body. Snake breath. The gas you exhale can turn into highly toxic miasma at any time. Your saliva will corrode the earth. When you want, you can turn Nanlos into a poisonous swamp with one hibernation. When you don't want to, you are a normal person, and you can kiss your beloved girl at any time. Snake shadow. The resonance of the breath of death and blood completely changes your shadow. It can turn into 27 snake shadows, silently attack the person you want to attack in your field of vision. When the attacked person dies, it will turn into the purest death air and be brought back. Note 1. The physique brought by awakening, spirituality is absolutely safe. As you eat more food, hibernate, will grow slowly. Note 2. When hiding, running fast will slightly affect the hiding level. Note 3. The snake body can reach 3 meters at this stage. Current normal lifespan is 333 years. While maintaining the normal state, the defense level is naturally +1. When you release your own restrictions, when it reaches 3 meters, the defense level is naturally +3. Note 4. Each one defense level is about the explosion level of a normal grenade. Note 5. When you complete a deep sleep, it can effectively reduce the drowsy state. Note 6. The attack level of each snake shadow is equivalent to the power of a bullet fired by a heavy musket. The snake shadow can turn, and can also track the target. After each attack, the snake shadow needs to return to your shadow to replenish the death energy. When all the snake shadows attack, your shadow will fade, but it will not disappear. Note 7. The death energy slowly makes your blood thicker. When you choose to hibernate, this speed will also be accelerated. But it cannot complete your bloodline. Note 8. The ritual cat orange, under the harmony of your talent, has no conflict with your bloodline, but complements each other. Ritual and bloodline complement each other under the harmony of talent, because both can be eaten. One cat and one snake. Is this really good? You know, you are all in my body. As the saying goes, the body is like a furnace. If I really am like a furnace, can it be seen as a pot? Then wouldn't you be fighting a dragon and a tiger? Arthur couldn't help but complain while sitting in his chair. But then, Arthur became serious. He looked at annotation 7. He knew that as time passed, the thinness in his blood death serpent, thinness, remnant, would dissipate, and at that time, he would be strengthened again. But to truly complete the blood of death serpent, glory potion perfect, will it still work? Arthur was unsure. To know the answer, you must take the glory potion perfect again. However, it is not easy to get another glory potion perfect from the Count of Nanlos. Not only is it difficult to have a good opportunity like this one, but even if there is, asking for the glory potion perfect again will make the other party suspicious. So, do I have to go through someone else? Arthur thought in his heart, there is already a rough plan. Moreover, Arthur has a little confidence in the Count of Nanlos. From Snake Body. The description of Wind Thunder, defense level +5, it is obvious that such a description appears. It should be because of the ancient bloodline S resistance to thunder. Should be able to block the attack of the Countess? Arthur thought in his heart, looking at Snake Body. Firmly, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Snake Body is powerful, there is no doubt about it. But before feeling this power, he needs a pair of underwear that can stretch freely. At least, he can't run naked after releasing the restrictions. Is there such a tailor? No. An alchemist? Arthur guessed, and took off the blood ring of balance. In the true sense. The young medium looked at the simple silver ring in his hand, and said softly, "Thank you. Thank you very sincerely." The young medium knew very well, if it weren't for this blood ring of balance, he wouldn't have come this far. He would have died countless times. His body would have probably been rotting and being eaten in some gutter. After putting the blood ring of balance into the box of Athos, Arthur took out the crown of the Rat King and put it on the index finger of his left hand. The next moment, The rats on Kirk Street were in an uproar. They seemed to see their king. But what they heard was a meow and hiss. In the vision of the rats on the whole street, they all saw a fat orange squatting there looking at them, swinging its thick tail non-stop. The orange's shadow on the ground turned into a snake with its head held high, spitting its tongue, lowering its head slightly, staring at them with a cold, disdainful look. The most fearful instincts in their blood and souls broke out completely at this moment, and they trembled until their whole bodies were limp. A word rose in their hearts: rat. I am about to be washed away. But there is still hope. Surrender, and you can live. The unique power of the contract appeared in the hearts of the rats, and without any hesitation, the rats crawled on the ground. It was at this time that a crisp sound came to Arthur's ears. Ding! Chapter 326: Snake and Cat. Arthur's left index finger trembled slightly, and the crown of the Rat King made a clear and pleasant sound. The young medium looked down, and most of the description of the crown of the Rat King remained unchanged. Only the notes and the attribute natural enemy changed. Note: one of Hulk's 27 items, Isidore accidentally obtained it in a ruin near Nanlos. At that time, on the box containing the crown of the Rat King, the number 27 is marked. And there is also a picture of a cat playing with a mouse. It was at the end of the Holy Empire, when the Black Plague was rampant. Before the rat infestation became a disaster, Herc was attacked by rats. One morning, when Herc woke up from a deep sleep in the wild camp, he found that his breakfast, including cheese, sausages, and bread, had been stolen by rats. This alchemist, the master of potions, decided to teach these little creatures a lesson. So he made this ring, and added the natural enemy attribute. 1 natural enemy will scare you to death. 2 natural enemies will scare you to death. Meow, hiss, and hee. Natural enemy, when facing cat hole. Cat faction. Snake faction. Using any crown of the Rat King attribute will double the consumption of physical strength. But when cat hole. Cat faction. Snake faction hold the crown of the Rat King, the demand is reduced by half. The consumption is reduced by half. When the special effect of Rat Swarm is on, no food is needed. The spirituality occupancy rate is also reduced by half. When cat and snake appear at the same time, the person holding the crown of the Rat King will be terrified. The attributes of the crown of the Rat King will be greatly weakened. But when the person holding the crown of the Rat King appears at the same time, the Rat Swarm characteristics will be greatly enhanced. No longer need to provide food, there is no need to occupy spiritual power. And the obedience of the rats will be higher. Arthur looked at the new changes, and immediately began to try to command the rats on Kirk Street. The rats were very obedient in completing Arthur's relatively simple orders. But when the orders became complicated, the rats became a little overwhelmed. Must it be a straightforward order? Arthur was not surprised. They were just a group of ordinary rats. They wanted to be like Pendragon. Fujin, it is impossible for Wu Inai and Kaliki to be as good as each other. The latter is a mystical creature, whose status is more than 1 level higher than the former. Of course, if the former is used properly, it will cause a power far exceeding the latter. Quantitative change will always lead to qualitative change. The Black Plague is the best proof. The young medium thought in his heart, and his eyes glanced at the notes. A crown of the Rat King. Again. How to say it? It fits the style of Master Hulk. If someone else made the crown of the Rat King, because their breakfast was stolen, Arthur would find it absurd. But for Master Hulk, Arthur thought it was reasonable. After all, this is a man who invented the hand of nothingness. To free his hands from laziness, invented the stone bullet technique. To win in marbles with his children, and was inspired by skating on the lake, and wanted to save more energy thus. The master who invented the sliding technique. To some extent, there are too many surprises in this master. Or, it is a miracle, as expected of the master who is honored as the alchemy god of magic potions. Arthur sighed in his heart, and after letting the rats disperse, he took up the cat claw, one of the core secrets of the cat hole, from the box of autos. Master Hulk deserves respect and care. However, strength still needs to be increased. Life is always your own. And if you want to live well, you must be strong. Learning Cat S Claw LV1 requires 100 XP points, and Arthur's XP at this moment, after so many days of accumulation, has reached 220 points again. With the aftermath of many events, Arthur's passive accumulation of XP every day is a good number, and Arthur believes that after dawn, as the news of guiding souls into the Palace of Eternal Sleep spreads, his XP will surge. This time, it doesn't even need to be published in the newspaper, it can spread quickly. Arthur believes in the ability of the residents of White Bird Street, servants, and those who secretly watch. The more secret things seem, the easier it is to spread. Because curiosity is human nature. And when one person passes it to another and says, "We are good friends, I will only tell you one person, you have to keep it secret," it means that in just half an hour, at least 10 people will know about this. And then as time goes by, 10 people will become 1,000. And 1,000 will become tens of thousands. This spread will be faster than the plague. I'm really looking forward to it. When Arthur thought about the reactions of more mysterious people when they knew about this, he felt a sense of joy after the prank was successful. According to Melinda's reaction at the time, most people would think of Cat Pie Black, which laid the groundwork for the revelation of his true identity. When his true identity was revealed, everyone would be stunned. Even if Garcia was smart enough, he would definitely take advantage of this incident. And is Garcia smart? Very smart. Smarter than most people Arthur has ever met. So he just needs to wait. Huh? Arthur took a few deep breaths, after completely suppressing his thoughts, began to choose to learn Cat's Claw LV1. The best weapon for a cat is its own claw, as one of the core secrets of the cat hole. Cat Claw is a secret that all formal members of the cat hole must master. It not only exercises the fingers, but also the toes, making them more advantageous and sharp. However, the cat hole ritual must be used as a prerequisite. Otherwise irreversible changes will occur. Effect: Sharp LV1. Sharp LV1, under the strong pinching force. Your fingers, toes are as sharp as ordinary blades. When the knowledge familiar to Arthur began to synchronize with his body, Arthur squinted his eyes, clearly felt the pain in his palms, the muscles of his feet, and his bones. Then, the muscles of his palms and the soles began to tear, and the bones entered a state of microfracture. Then, the rapid flushing of blood reduced inflammation in the muscles, accelerated recovery, and bone cells repaired microfractures by adding calcium to the outer layer of the bones. After 3 years of repeating this cycle, the muscles and bones became tighter, harder and sharper. Arthur seemed to see himself in an airtight secret room, grabbing the wooden man's throat, joints and other parts with his hands and feet. Every time he hit the wooden man, wood chips flew everywhere. When he stopped, the wooden man had already been crushed into rotten wood on the ground. But this did not satisfy Arthur. The next moment, Arthur suddenly opened his eyes, and he jumped up directly. Both hands and feet leaped out like snakes, grabbing the air in front of them at all kinds of incredible angles. Swish, swish, swish. Even with gloves and boots, the sound of breaking through the air still gave people a sharp feeling, especially the blessing of black cat boots on cat claws, which made Arthur's feet leave shallow marks when they brushed against the stone ceiling, as if they were chopped by a sword. This time, Arthur felt satisfied. The young medium whispered to himself, "Snake-shaped cat claws? No! Snake-shaped tricks." Talking about the joke that only he knew. The young medium smiled and looked at the remaining secrets. Chapter 327 Self and Style. With the learning of Cat's Claw, 120 points of XP were left out of 220 points. Looking at the remaining 120 points of XP, Arthur made a plan. 1 Fighting. Upgrade to LV3, 80 points of XP. Noise. Upgrade to LV4, 40 points of XP. Just right. As for Extreme Illusion Shadow, which Arthur put at the front of the second echelon, not enough XP. It can only be studied when the next wave of XP surges. Although Arthur's spirituality has greatly increased due to the promotion of his bloodline, and he can now learn almost all the secret arts that he couldn't learn before. But among the many secret arts, Arthur still chose wand combat and noise, in addition to the fact that his XP was not sufficient, and he needed to be careful with it, and that he already had a foundation for the 2 secret arts. These 2 secret arts were too hidden and too convenient. Noise is needless to say. As a young, kind, upright and simple medium, noise is almost becoming Arthur's exclusive skill. The feeling of having its own background music and changing it will really makes Arthur love it. It can be said that except for Hand of Nothingness, no one can replace the position of noise in Arthur's heart. And wand combat is completely in line with the world in front of us. People may be wary of a person holding a sword or a musket, but they will never care about a person holding a cane, because the opponent is likely to have one in his hand. However, The opponent would never think that a cane can fight like a good fighter. Magic Wand Fighting Skill LV3. In the middle of the Silver Age, an alchemy master Ms. Abel created this secret skill. The original purpose was just to make up for her lack of physical strength, to make it safer when going out to look for materials, but as time went on, she continued to improve this secret skill, finally reached the current level. Effect: consume some physical strength, use the GA to perform the secret spell, give the cane magic power, turn it into a wand with fighting ability within 1 minute. Note 1. The caster has only one magic wand. Note 2. When the magic wand in the hand is completely broken, you can choose a new magic wand. Note 3. The magic wand cannot leave the caster's radius of 7 meters. Note 4. The fighting ability of the magic wand at LV3 is equivalent to that of a master of fighting. GA. With a soft hum, the cat-headed cane placed on the side came to life. Under Arthur's gaze, it whipped, parried, and stabbed the invisible enemy in a deft and skillful manner. Although it was not held by a human, and lacked the assistance of another arm and legs, its attack method was not lacking at all. On the contrary, precisely because it was not held by a human, the attack of this cane was even more bizarre. Because, even if a person is proficient in fighting, it is also impossible to see the pace and shoulder changes from a cane, so as to foresee in advance. In a very short time, you can easily deal with 5 or 6 people with weapons and no armor. If you encounter an armored opponent, you can also choose to extend the battle line, as long as the time is not 1 minute. Or if you encounter a mysterious person, you can also be invincible. Arthur looked at the speed, strength, and skills displayed by the cane. He silently evaluated it in his heart. Arthur was already satisfied with the performance of the cane. As for the knight, who was dressed like a tin can, or the mysterious person with strange abilities, he always had sufficient preparations for muskets and explosives. He held the cane in his hand again, and rubbed his palm on the cat's head for several times. Arthur looked at another secret skill that had just been upgraded, Noise Skill LV4. Although most people think it can only be used for pranks, or to drive away wild cats, wild dogs and the like, but the Imperial Court Mage Shalico thought it was not fun enough, so after discovering this secret technique, this court mage, who was rejected by his old friend Harrington when he suggested playing cards, began to perfect this secret technique when he was bored. But most people are not interested in the latter part. Effect: based on spirituality, consume a little physical strength. Reciting the picture complex Hey silently can create a loud noise or 3 rustling sounds within a radius of 18 meters from the caster. Note 1. The loud noise is about 110 decibels. Note 2. The rustling sound can be the wind blowing through the window, the sound of leaves, or some footsteps, or the low cries of boys and girls, indistinct words, angry wails, or the sound of pants cracking, farting, diarrhea. When he saw the unique diarrhea sound of the LV4 noise technique, Arthur clenched his fist directly, wanting to say well done to the master. Although it was not the stomachache and diarrhea technique he wanted, but this sound was. In some ways, it is enough. Especially in certain situations. For example, in the arena of the swordsmanship contest. As long as this voice is heard, if the opponent has any shame, he will lose his mind. Of course, he can also take off his pants to prove his innocence. However, to a certain extent, the latter is more psychologically devastating than the former. Hee, you better not mess with me. Otherwise, I will let you know what living is worse than death means. The young medium laughed strangely in his heart, while looking at the 100 XP points required for LV5 noise. Obviously, LV5 noise also showed unusual changes. Arthur was looking forward to it. What will it be? Will it be the sound of a shrew scolding? Or a graceful moan? According to the character of the court mage Chariko, Arthur guessed. At the same time, the young medium began to sort out the new house gifts received tonight. Melinda, a cookbook called Precious Ingredients and Cuisine. Mouths, yes, also a cookbook called Simple Cooking. Scott, a fountain pen with a water storage bag. Wiggins, a handgun inlaid with gold. Haywood, a table clock turned into a 20-gram gold ingot. Linda's gift was the most interesting and exquisite, an orange kitten doll, the size of a palm. You can wind it up by turning its tail. After it is fully wound, the kitten can walk back and forth on the ground. The steps are steady. The expression is realistic. Just like a real kitten. It is obviously made by a famous artist. Except for Melinda and Mouths. The gifts given by the others are in line with their status. Wiggins is born with a love for weapons. If he has money, he will naturally decorate the weapons. Haywood values money, but after failing to be a dilettante, He only has a love for gold. Linda has Ms. Camille. So she naturally pursues excellence. In short, everyone did their best. As for Melinda Martz, after the former paid glory potion perfect, black cat boots, and cat's claws, it was impossible for her to prepare precious gifts, even if these things were the promised rewards. This is just human nature, and nothing else. And Martz? It is likely that he thinks he has everything, but lacks in cooking skills. Or, the old sheriff is afraid that he will be hungry. Moreover, it seemed that he was worried that he would be discouraged by the complicated cooking process. So he chose a simple one. Arthur smiled in his heart. My cooking skills? When I get serious, I'll scare you, Arthur thought in his heart. And he began to turn the tail of the orange cat doll in his hand again. After watching the orange cat doll run around again, he looked at the last gift. It was brought by Sheriff Cook of the District of Columbia. And he remembered that it was also a book. Is it a recipe? Arthur thought in his heart. And then he picked up the book. But he was stunned. Chapter 328, Swordsman of Death. The book in my hand is bound with the most common paper, including the cover. It has a total of 12 pages. Except that there is no word on the cover, it is basically the same as the two recipes. But the content inside is not a recipe, although it has something to do with food. Exorcism Holy Salt. Mix 1 gram of gold and 500 grams of coarse salt as a ratio. Put it under the hot sun at noon and fully evaporate for 2 hours. After 2 consecutive days, on the third day, use spirituality to draw 4 overlapping sun patterns in the coarse salt. Quickly ignite the active gold and get a 100-gram exorcist salt. For pictures of the scorching sun pattern are attached. Evil-repelling brick powder. Mix 1 gram of silver with 500 grams of red brick powder from a prosperous home. Place it under the morning sun. Stir it thoroughly for 1 hour. After 2 consecutive days, on the third day, use spirituality to draw 4 cross sun patterns in the brick powder. Quickly ignite the active silver and get a 100-gram evil-repelling brick powder. For pictures of the sun pattern are attached. Hiss. Arthur quickly flipped through the notebook and couldn't help but gasp. He never thought that Cook would give him such a great gift. He knew that Cook's father was a bounty hunter, but he didn't expect him to be so wild, and he could actually get the exorcism salt and evil-repelling brick powder that can be made without the relevant hunter ritual. It is rumored that, in the Holy Empire era, hunters once depended on the church, and at that time, someone in the Inquisition specialized in studying the skills mastered by the hunters, among them the exorcism holy salt and evil-repelling brick powder that do not require corresponding rituals were invented at that time, and were loved by many deacons of the Inquisition, and even surpassed the holy water unique to the church. However, with the end of the Holy Empire, the church has long been destroyed, and this part of the research has long become the dust of history. Didn't expect that a bounty hunter actually had the corresponding information. Did you dig up the corresponding relics of the church? Or directly inherited some inheritance? Arthur pondered. But no matter which one it was, Arthur knew that he had to raise Cook's original position in his heart to a higher level. Only in this way could he have the next step of communication with his father. No matter how hard you try, and how smart you are, it's not as good as having a good father. Arthur sighed in his heart. The young medium knew very well that Cook's father did this, nothing more than finding a way out for his son. A safe, reliable and smooth road. No wonder Cook's father chose to retire in his prime, and was willing to build a farm outside South Los. Some people speculated that it was because of Cook. Obviously, it was not just because of Cook, but also because of this incident. Cook's father should have excavated the corresponding relics. If it was inheritance, he would not be so hasty. He would not worry about encountering any accidents. So he would just retire directly. However, fortunately, Cook's father, I happened to meet Cook's mother in South Los. After Cook's mother died early, she poured all her love on her son. Now, of course, she wants to give everything to her son. Then, how much does the other party know about the mysterious side? Based on some of the information collected, Arthur first made a corresponding guess, and then continued to infer according to the other party's previous performance. Obviously, Cook's father has undoubtedly come into contact with the mysterious side, even he should be a mysterious person. But he definitely cannot reach the Arcanal level. If he really reached the Arcanal level, then there would be no such thing as asking Cook to surrender. You know, although he had some reputation at that time, it was not enough to attract the son of a mysterious person at the Arcanal level. But the other party obviously knew the Arcanal level, the Great Arcana level, and the Interworld level. Because he knew that, He took out this great gift before the news that he was an enterer came out. Of course, the most important thing is not these. The most important thing is that the other party is not worried about his greed. Therefore, the other party must have a prop in his hand that allows him to face the enterer without worry. A scroll. Or a potion. If that is the case, that is great. Arthur would never covet the props in the other party's hand. Scrolls or potions. After all, the other party's most precious thing is in his hands. Cook. As long as Cook is there, Cook's father is there. Even after some problems arise, Cook's father will still take action. This is what Cook's father wants to express. This is also the reason why Arthur sighed. As for Cook's father finding that his contract with Cook is just a facade, Arthur is not worried. Or to be more precise, when the news of his entry and the matter of guiding souls to the palace of eternal sleep tonight spread, he didn't worry about these things at all. Didn't find the contract? But the person who cast the contract was an enterer and had the ability to guide the soul. Anyone facing such a situation would only think that the contract was too secretive, that they couldn't find it, not that the other party couldn't. It was like in the cosmetics category. A bottle was similar to other essence water, but claimed to have added some seaweed plant essence, and then made up a story. Just like he dared to sell essence water that was dozens or hundreds of times more expensive than other essence waters, ordinary people would definitely feel good after using it. The product is not useful? That must be your problem. Arthur did the same thing at the beginning. It was also bluffing plus making up stories. But that was before. Now Arthur is moving forward step by step. He wants to take the fake as the real. As long as he finally reaches the height that others think he is, then he is real. As a young, honest, simple and kind medium. How could he lie to others? Slander. All slander. I am more reliable than those expensive essence waters. With such confidence, Arthur began to walk towards the ground, while the young medium was still thinking about the formula of exorcist holy salt and evil repelling brick powder. It was not that he suspected that Cook's father would lie to him, but just now, he thought of the hunter's sword. There is no doubt that, if these three things are combined, it is entirely possible to create a hunter identity. I don't know if the corpse controlled by Control Corpse can pick up the hunter's sword? Maybe it can. Right? I'm not some evil demon. So how can the corpse I control be an evil demon? It's a bit troublesome to use Evil Breaker. The will of the corpse should have dissipated. Right? I don't know if I can control some souls and put them into the corpse to act as a battery for Evil Breaker? This is undoubtedly a very professional question. Arthur, who was thinking, was suddenly stunned, because an extremely appropriate candidate who was worth asking had appeared in his heart. Chapter 329 The Deformed Fanatic. North County, under a place covered by ice and snow all year round. In a hidden tomb, the light brought by the arm-thick tallow candles in the entire tomb, illuminating the half-lich whose body was shriveled, eyeballs and gums were all exposed. Anyone who saw this half-lich would be horrified. Not only the fear in the creature's instinct, but also the curiosity from the depths of the creature's soul. Because it was tattooing itself. With the burning soul fire as the source, it burned the bones and skin of the whole body. When the bones of the whole body began to melt, when the skin also began to burn, this half-lich began to control the soul power with his mind, and tattooed the part of his skin that was burning the most. The mysterious and complex patterns, composed of 19.64 million points. Every piercing would bring pain to the soul. But for William, as long as he could return to the young master, this little pain is nothing. It lives for the young master. Without the young master, it might as well die. Now the young master is waiting for it, so why should it hesitate? After 19.64 million times of needle pricking on the skin, the fire of the soul is still burning, and the skin is also burning, but under the burning, the almost shrunken skin becomes clean and translucent. When this piece of skin is once again attached to the position of the face, the melted skull began to reshape, and a middle-aged man, with a slightly thin face, but an extremely capable face, appeared. This was not William's original face, but a modified one. William knew very well that he was returning to the young master, not to bring trouble to the young master. Therefore, a change in appearance became necessary. Feeling the still slightly stiff face, William was not in a hurry. He took a deep breath, and the sharper soul power began to engrave on the skull, different from the dots used in the previous tattoos. This time, it was as if he was scratching with a knife, scratching again and again. The dark and shriveled bones gradually became white as jade, and had a strange sense of vitality and the face that was attached to it also became full of vitality and vivid. When the last knife fell, William stopped. It was not that the pain was unbearable, but that the soul power was consumed too much. Even though it was a nearly immortal half-lich, but when transforming the remaining body into a half-corpse demon in a pure way, it cannot be completed in one go. It needs to be done in stages, bit by bit. But it does not feel hard, because, when resting, it can miss the young master. Such longing will become its endless motivation. Just like before, William's soul beat slowly, and began to recover in a way unique to liches. But the next moment, such a slow soul turned into joy. Because William, are you there? In the resonance of the soul contract, the young master's voice clearly reached the depths of the half-lich's soul. At your service at all times. Young master. The half-lich, who had been lying in the bronze coffin, stood up straight and bowed in the direction of Nanlos. How have you been recently? The gentle and sincere greetings made the half-lich burst into tears, even though it had no tears. As your light shines, I am fine, and the transformation of the half-corpse demon is even more smooth. I think it won't be long before I can return to your side. The half-lich answered truthfully. That's good. Full of joyful anticipation, the half-lich was full of energy, and wanted to start the half-corpse transformation again immediately, but it held back. This was the first time it had a formal conversation with the young master thousands of miles away. It must cherish it. William, you are interested in putting other souls into a corpse to serve as energy for the evil breaker. What do you think? Faced with the young master's question, the lich was even more delighted. It was so great that it could help the young master solve his problems even though it was thousands of miles away. Young master, you need to use the soul extraction technique, soul control technique, soul absorption technique, and some simple corpse refining techniques. The half-lich began to explain incessantly. They are all advanced secret techniques based on the power of death. For others, each of these advanced secret techniques takes countless time, and tried carefully, but for Arthur, who possessed the breath of death, this talent that was not in the human world, he learned it all after listening to it once. Soul extraction. When the body has been dead for less than 1 hour, the soul has not completely dissipated, you can extract the other party's soul. Soul control. When facing the extracted soul, or the ignorant soul that broke into your territory, you can whip them with the breath of death, making them feel the pain of life worse than death. When the pain reaches its extreme, the opponent will dissipate. You can control them, make them obey your orders, but you cannot stop them from dissipating after 6 hours. Soul-sucking technique. The soul that is about to dissipate will emit a unique energy, nourishing the space in which it is located. You can effectively use this energy to nourish the things you like, but you cannot bring dead things back to life, and the creatures nourished by the power of the soul will be shocked by the soul. Corpse alchemy. One of the core secret techniques with death breath. As the advanced level, you can choose to splice corpses that have been dead for no more than 6 hours, or repair the original corpse. When you infuse it with the energy brought by the soul draining technique, it can come back to life for a short time, presenting the posture of a living thing, but it will not change the essence of the deceased. Arthur looked at the advanced skills belonging to the death aura that appeared under the death skill. According to William's description, these skills, except for the corpse alchemy technique, which he collected by chance, the remaining soul extraction, soul control, soul absorption, all belong to what it discovered in the Sank family. Sank family? TSK, Hunter family? This is even darker than the Dark Wizard family. Arthur roughly guessed what the Sank family wanted to do after looking at the 3 secrets. It was nothing more than coveting the Book of Death in the hands of old Sank. The Sank family had already thought of directly extracting souls and interrogating them after killing old Sank. But they were too direct, and were discovered by old Sank. Old Sank was very straightforward and decided to fight to the death. In fact, if the Sank family had been a little more patient, they wouldn't have needed all this. They just had to wait. And maybe old Sank would have given them everything. Unfortunately. Greedy. The young medium sighed. Then, an idea in his mind became clearer. However, he was not in a hurry. Instead, he said goodbye to William softly. William, I look forward to your return. Okay, master, the half-lich said solemnly. The originally sluggish soul power rose again at this moment. Not only replenished quickly, but also exceeded a lot. The deformed are terrible. The fanatics are terrible. And the deformed fanatics, no one can understand what they or them can do. Arthur doesn't understand either, but he would wait patiently and give William appropriate encouragement. After all, William believed in him. After sensing William's branding again through the soul contract, Arthur couldn't help but stretch and stand up from the chair. His men worked so hard. Of course, he had to do something. Chapter 330 New Character. After reorganizing the safe house and closing it, Arthur stepped up. After turning 2 staircase corners, the young medium saw Pendragon lying in the cat bed pretending to sleep. Although Pendragon was timid enough, because of the ritual cat orange, Arthur could clearly feel how his cat was disdainful on the surface, and how nervous he was secretly. The look of not letting go of any disturbance. How to say it? The kitten who said one thing, but meant another is really cute. He, kitten, come and let daddy hold you. With a strange smile on his face, Arthur picked up Pendragon and rubbed him hard. Pendragon struggled hard, but he couldn't escape the clutches. In the end, he could only lie flat on his face in Arthur's arms helplessly. After 5 minutes, Arthur put Pendragon back to the cat's nest. At the same time, he signaled Kaliki to come back. After standing guard at the door of the small hall, he walked towards the kitchen. Affected by the death snake, thin, remnant, bloodline, Arthur hoped that the room would be warmer. Although the low temperature would not harm him, it would make him uncomfortable. The chopped firewood was mixed with coal and put into the boiler in the kitchen. The full combustion in the boiler caused the temperature in number 2 Kirk Street to rise, and thick smoke came out of the chimney. Buchan, who was hiding on the roof, was not affected by the smoke at all. The unique eyes of the mysterious creatures allowed them to stare at the figures in the shadows. When the night wind blew again, Giorgio wrapped his coat tightly again. If it weren't for the big man standing behind the guy, he would never take this kind of job. Compared to this kind of surveillance, he prefers robbery. The act of plundering other people's wealth in a straightforward manner, seeing the terrified faces and wailing faces of the robbed people, is what he loves most. 5 sous a day? Ha! Just to get rid of beggars. He used to rob people casually, and got more than this amount of money. However, as a smart man, Giorgio knew that robbery was not a long-term solution. Although he wore a mask every time, if he did it too many times, he would be targeted by those blue dogs one day. Rather than being chased by the blue dogs at that time, it would be better to become a big man that the blue dogs dare not look directly at. So, when Cripple Finley found him, he agreed without hesitation. In their small circle, there have been rumors that there is a big man behind Cripple Finley, and it is very likely that he is a noble. However, now Giorgio regrets it a little. Damn, it's too cold. I should have found out more clearly. What if Cripple Finley is deceiving others? The night wind mixed with the dampness of the sea water penetrated into his clothes. Giorgio couldn't help but shiver, especially when he saw the thick smoke rising from the chimney of the target house. He imagined the warmth in the target room, and felt even colder. I'll go find a sheltered place for a while. Should it be okay? Thinking this in his heart, Giorgio had already walked deep into the alley. He remembered there was a corner there, which was just right for shelter. Just as Giorgio approached the corner in his memory, suddenly, a force appeared behind him, pushing him straight in. Then, before he could shout, an invisible hand had sealed his mouth. Cripple Finley sat in a chair, rolling tobacco. The fire in the fireplace was burning, and there was no chill in the room. Listening to the crackling sound in the fireplace, Finley's thoughts were a little erratic as he puffed out smoke. He was originally one of Lord Litthorpe's servants, but because of an accident, he broke his leg. Just when he thought he would be ruthlessly expelled from South Town, the benevolent lord gave him a brand new job to collect intelligence in South Los. For this, he was extremely grateful. Therefore, for 10 years, he always did his best to complete it. This time was no exception. Although he didn't know why his lord was keeping an eye on a medium, he immediately made arrangements after receiving the order. First, he rented a house near Kirk Street where the target was. Then, he hired Giorgio and another person as scouts. Finley knew what these two wanted to do. They just wanted to use him to climb up the ladder of the Lord. Finley didn't mind it. In his own tasks, in addition to gathering information, he also found suitable candidates to recommend to the Lord. In the past 10 years, he had recommended no less than 100 people like Giorgio to the Lord. Now one more Giorgio would not be a big deal. Moreover, the Lord has promised him that, after completing this mission, he can return to South Town to retire. He will have a house that belongs entirely to him. His children will receive the best education, and his wife will live happily with him in their home. As long as this mission is completed, it will be fine. Thinking in his heart, Finley blew out the last smoke ring. He had to go and see those two guys. Giorgio. He knew this kind of guy too well. Although he was ruthless in his actions, but he was extremely lazy. If he didn't keep a close eye on him, something bad would happen. After putting on his coat, Finley opened the door. Then, the spy of Lord Lithorp was stunned. Because someone was standing outside the door. He was wearing a hooded cloak with ragged corners, and the cloak was extremely dirty, covered with mud, as if it had been pulled out of the mud. There were 2 fist-sized leather bags around his waist, but they were also very old. Vagabond? Finley thought, and subconsciously wanted to drive the other party away. But when the other party looked up, Finley was frightened. As Lord Lithorp's spy in South Los, Finley had killed more than once in the past 10 years. He thought he was brave enough. But when he saw the person in front of him, he was still scared. Bandages? The face was completely wrapped in bandages, revealing only one wide-open eye. The other party's exposed palms and soles were also covered with bandages. White bandages mixed with mud. It was not until this time that Finley realized that the other party was not wearing shoes. The long sword in the other party's hand was also wrapped with bandages from the hilt. Sword? Wait! Cripple Finley shouted. However, the bandaged swordsman on the opposite side ignored him. The sword in his hand swept across Finley's neck like the wind. Puff! The blood spurted out and stained the bandaged swordsman. The head rolled down and fell into the room, making a muffled sound. The bandaged swordsman turned around and left without even looking. This scene was seen by the remaining 3 stalkers from the mysterious side. The 3 people from different forces were in doubt and began to pass on the news in their own ways. Soon, a new stalker followed the bandaged swordsman and walked towards Mule Street in the Dortmund district. The bandaged swordsman did not stop and continued to walk behind Mule Street. Immediately, the 3 stalkers hiding in the dark had doubts in their eyes. They know where it is. It's where a murder happened 20 years ago. The dead are the Sump family. It's one of the cases solved by the psychic Arthur Kratos. What is this bandaged swordsman doing here? Doubts appeared in the minds of the 3 stalkers, but the next moment, the pupils of the 3 stalkers shrank suddenly, and their faces were filled with boundless horror. Chapter 331 The Avengers Climbing Back from Hell. The bandaged swordsman wandered in the deserted ruins of the back streets of Mule Street. Even though the case of the Sump family was closed, the residents of Mule Street still believed in the rumors that this place was still haunted and that it hid disasters. Not only was the rumor too deeply rooted in people's minds, but also because the ones who announced the closing of the case were those blue dogs, who had always been disgusting and fearful. In the eyes of the residents of Mule Street, these blue dogs, apart from being corrupt and extorting money, are only capable of fooling the big shots above them in various ways. After all, as long as they appease the big shots above them, these blue dogs can continue to live happily. As for ordinary civilians like them, who would care? Those blue dogs wouldn't care. The big shots above, even less would care. Even, those big shots knew some of the things the blue dogs did. Then, of course, they tacitly agreed. With such a preconceived idea, the residents of Mule Street did not believe that the problem of the ruins in the back street had been solved. In their guess, the problem of the ruins in the back street had not been solved, but because of the incompetence of these blue dogs, it had become even more dangerous. Perhaps, several people would die every year, and whoever entered the back street of Mule Street first would be the scapegoat. With such an idea, the residents of Mule Street had already become terrified of this place. I chose to retreat. Therefore, this place is even more desolate than before. And in such a desolate ruin, the bandaged swordsman wandered like a ghost, dragging his long sword. Woo! The late autumn night wind blew the lapels. The mud on the tattered hooded windbreaker mixed with blood, turned into dark stains, and immediately emitted a faint odor when it was blown, and the bandages were exposed. The bandages that should have been white, after being stained with filth, would only look dirtier. Naturally, such dirtiness was also stained with a little blood. Even though it was not much, it made it look more hideous, especially under the exposed single eye. It made people feel even more terrified. Therefore, the 3 stalkers following the bandaged swordsman stayed far away. They watched the bandaged swordsman wandering in the ruins, but stopped from time to time, as if he was looking for something, or thinking about something. After several times, when the bandaged swordsman walked to the door of the original house of the Sanka family, he suddenly raised his hand to cover his head, and his body staggered. An invisible sense of pain enveloped the bandaged swordsman. Hiss! A low and strange sound rang out all around. It is impossible to determine where the sound came from, but it is certain that This sound is definitely not something that a human can make. The three stalkers immediately became alert. They looked at each other, while maintaining a certain distance. One of them took out the scroll, and the other two took out their muskets and short swords. On the way here, they found each other and guessed each other's identities. At this moment, they retreated together. Tacitly, they had come into contact with the mysterious side, and had long understood how dangerous the seemingly magnificent and brilliant mysterious side was. It was magnificent because of the piles of bones. The brilliance is because of the endless blood. It is like seeing a poisonous snake hidden under a gorgeous gem. Anyone who wants to reach out will take the risk of being bitten to death by the poisonous snake. They have been in contact, but are unwilling to take the risk afterwards. So, they became spies. They do not regret it. In fact, they are glad. Just like at this moment, a blue flame appeared silently. They don't know what this flame represents, but the appearance of the flame made them feel the throbbing of their souls. Then, they saw the most incredible scene in their lives. The bandaged swordsman raised the long sword in his hand high, and slashed it hard. A dazzling white light appeared with the slash. The desolate ruins were illuminated at once. Then, they were drowned in the burning and sharp slash. Wild grass, gravel flew everywhere. The dark blue flame was extinguished instantly. But these were not enough to make the three spies stunned. What really stunned them was the bandaged swordsman himself. The burning, sharp slash seemed to have affected the bandaged swordsman himself. The bandage on his face burst directly, revealing a face with blood and flesh. A dead face. It's not an adjective. It's a face that only a dead person can have in the true sense. Looking at the face without any blood, which was full of gray, the three spies seemed to see a god descending to the world. A dead person. Using the evil breaking slash? How is this possible? How is this possible? Although they did not go any further on the path of the mysterious side, they had the power behind them, which was enough to give them considerable insight. That dazzling light, the burning and sharp slash, is the rumored evil breaking slash that the hunters have mastered to target all evil. But, why can a dead person use the evil breaking slash? When did the resurrected dead not count as evil? What a joke. The three stalkers felt that their worldview was shattered. But soon, they didn't have time to care about it. Because the bandaged swordsman looked at them. Just one glance, the three felt a chill rising from the bottom of their hearts. They didn't know what kind of monster this bandaged swordsman was, but they knew they were definitely not his opponent. Without hesitation, the stalker with the musket shot at the stalker with the dagger. Bang! The stalker holding the dagger fell to the ground. The other party looked at the stalker who fired the gun in astonishment. Sorry, I think it's best for one of us to stay behind to cover the rear. The stalker who fired the gun said so. Then, a flame arrow pierced his calf. Right. I think so too. I can't run fast, but I just have to be faster than you. The stalker holding the scroll agreed. He had already run 10 meters away. That speed was definitely faster than that of an ordinary person. But it was not faster than the long sword of the bandaged swordsman. Puff! After beheading him with one sword, the bandaged swordsman turned around and walked back to the stalker with a calf injury. Sir! Wait a minute, I am. Puff! Another sword. The stalker was beheaded before he could finish his words. The only remaining stalker had chosen to close his eyes and wait for death. When he became a spy, he had already prepared himself for this, but he never thought that his death would be like this. Suddenly, and unexpectedly, maybe this is death? Eli thought. But the pain he imagined did not appear. When he opened his eyes, Eli found that the terrifying bandaged swordsman was just looking at him, but did not move. The bandaged swordsman did not move. So Eli certainly did not dare to move. But as the gaze continued, when Eli felt that he needed to say something, the bandaged swordsman used his sword as a pen to write on the ground, "You have also been betrayed." Looking at the handwriting on the ground, Eli's mind instantly flashed with the story of the bandaged swordsman who was betrayed and killed, and then climbed out of hell to seek revenge. Was he grudged against the Sunk family? Or, Eli guessed. But the next moment, the stalker thought of something and was stunned. Wait! No! It's not like that. It should be. Chapter 332, The Form of Survival. Could it be related to that medium? When this thought popped up in Eli's heart, it began to grow uncontrollably like weeds. Almost instinctively, the spy's mind was filled with the scene of medium guiding the dead souls to their eternal resting place. The noise of the fireworks was really loud. Anyone who is not blind or deaf knows what happened. And those who are well informed, He also knew what happened next. As a spy, Eli was naturally well informed. Therefore, the first guess came out immediately. Could it be that the bandaged swordsman in front of him was the one who came out when the medium guided the dead souls to the place of eternal rest? But immediately, the second guess followed closely. The bandaged swordsman appeared in the ruins of the back street of Neal Street. The look just now was obviously looking for. Recalling something, it should be related to the Sanka family. Coincidentally, the medium solved the murder case of the Sanka family 20 years ago. Is there any connection between the two? No. There must be some connection between the two. Eli hesitated for less than a second, and then he became extremely sure. Then, the spy hesitated again. This time, the hesitation, of course, was not to overturn the previous speculation. Rather, the other party was thinking about how to gain benefits from this matter. But in the end, until the bandaged swordsman left, Eli said nothing. He was a little grateful to the bandaged swordsman, but more because he dare. He really didn't dare. Eli was not a bold guy. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to stop and become a spy for Count Bet after seeing the danger of the mysterious side. Before he was sure about the situation of the bandaged swordsman, Eli would never take risks. The reason he became a spy for Count Bet was not because he was truly loyal to the Count. It was just because the Count offered a high enough price. Loyalty? It doesn't exist. And, even if it existed, compared to being alive, what does it mean? Alas, Eli sighed with all kinds of emotions. He knew that he seemed to have missed another opportunity. However, as long as he was alive, this spy was happy enough. Moreover, the news of the bandaged swordsman was enough for him to collect enough bounty. One for Count Bet. Sell one to the Cloak Society. The nobles in Nanlos should also be interested. If I come here a few more times, maybe I can retire early. After calculating his gains, the spy immediately smiled. Then, the spy turned around and left. However, just when he left the back street of Neal Street, the spy stopped, hid in the shadows, and looked at the ruins behind him. After more than 10 minutes, when he confirmed that no one showed up, the spy breathed a sigh of relief. I was too suspicious. There are so many conspiracies, the spy said, shaking his pants, and a bullet fell from his leg. At the same time, a pig bladder filled with red liquid fell out of his trouser leg. These liquids are based on pig blood, with some herbs added to make it look very similar to human blood. When he followed with the other two spies, and saw the bandaged swordsman, Eli instantly imagined several possible situations, and made adequate preparations. He knew too well what kind of people these spies were. His practice of selling goods to 3 parties was a model of benevolence. Most of the guys were thieves and stabbed in the back. During his first mission as a spy, Eli was stabbed in the abdomen by a so-called companion. If not for his screams, which attracted the attention of the target of the mission at that time and shot the so-called companion, he would have been dead long ago. So, when he noticed the other 2 spies, Eli deliberately gave up the scroll and crossbow he was carrying, and took out the short sword instead. What he had to do was to get himself out of the game first. However, the speed of the reaction of the bandaged swordsman was beyond his expectation. But none of this mattered. What he wanted now was the bounty. With such thoughts in his heart and a hint of greed on his face, Eli hurried inside. But a few minutes later, the spy came back quietly. The other party once again confirmed the surrounding situation. After confirming that there was no change in the surroundings, the spy left again. And this time, Eli really left. In the shadows, Arthur looked at the other person's receding back, with a touch of admiration in his eyes. This was a cautious person, simply admiring another cautious person. Arthur had never thought that, with just a small plot, he would encounter a cautious and talented spy like Eli. But Eli's appearance did not make Arthur worried. Arthur would not worry that his small plot would fail. On the contrary, Eli's appearance made Arthur realize that his plot had a higher success rate. Because Arthur believes that a cautious person like Eli will bring more people to trust the news. Eli's behavior pattern is destined to make this spy have a considerable reputation in his circle. Simply put, as long as you can hide it from Eli, then, under the inertia of thinking, the reputation that the other party has accumulated over time will become an indispensable help. As for how to hide it from Eli, it's very simple. Just be more cautious and more talented than Eli. Coincidentally, Arthur possesses all these. Looking back at the bodies of the 2 spies in the ruins behind Neal Street, Arthur's eyes showed some regret. Just now, The bandaged swordsman successfully slashed out the evil breaking slash, but the evil breaking slash actually burned the palm of the bandaged swordsman. Of course, this definitely does not mean that he is some kind of evil demon. It has nothing to do with the bandaged swordsman, William. It should be the problem of the corpse alchemy itself. I didn't expect that corpse transmutation is actually evil, so it should be used by a young, honest, simple and kind medium like me. Let me, the user, take you and spread love and justice all over the world. Arthur thought so, and quickened his pace, returning to number 2 Kirk Street. And just 1 hour after Arthur returned to number 2 Kirk Street, 3 pieces of news began to spread like wildfire. Arthur Kratos can guide souls to the place of eternal rest. Arthur Kratos was injured for guiding souls to the land of eternal rest, and Arthur released an evil spirit from the land of eternal rest. After Arthur, who had Woody watching Garcia, got the news, he gently rubbed Pendragon's cat head, and his mouth slightly curled up. Next, there is only one left. Chapter 333, The State in the Dark. Arthur had 3 main purposes for letting the bandaged swordsman appear. First, to make his injury more realistic. Only when an accident occurred during the guiding the dead souls, the rumor of his injury could be confirmed. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be unable to control the secret process and let the bandaged swordsman appear. And as long as some follow-up searches are combined, the second purpose can be achieved. Warning line. In the future swordsmanship finals of the entire South County, Arthur has already planted 2 hidden cordons in Jimt and Carroll. There is no reason not to plant one in South Los. No! Then create one. When he asked Mouths and Wiggins to take the initiative to inquire and search for the bandaged swordsman, such an action could not be hidden from others. Naturally, these people would have some guesses. At that time, let the bandaged swordsman cooperate, and there might be unexpected results. As for the third one, the Book of the Dead, Arthur hopes to use the fact that the bandaged swordsman cares about the Sank family to lure out Old Sank. In the notes, Old Sank is dead. But who would write a diary? With a cautious attitude, Arthur suspects that this is Old Sank's plan to guard against the Sank family. Look at what William has gained from Old Sank family. Soul extraction, soul control, soul draining technique. This doesn't look like a hunter family at all. It's more like a dark wizard family in the true sense. Adding to the witch hunt activities of the past, Arthur has begun to suspect that the Thunk family might be pawns of some dark wizards. He, a latecomer, has already noticed something is wrong. How could the knowledgeable old Thunk not notice it? Perhaps, it's just this old hunter who is making the best of a bad situation. And even if old Thunk is really dead, Gilbert, one of the 3 people back then, is still alive. He should also know the contents of the Book of the Dead. Of course, it doesn't matter if there is no gain. This is just a matter of following the trend. If there is, it will be a surprise. If not, then slowly look for it. Thinking in his heart, Arthur felt sleepy again. This time, Arthur did not resist the sleepiness. The influence of the cat orange ritual and the influence of the death snake thin remnant bloodline, Arthur fell asleep almost immediately after he touched the pillow. Just as Arthur's long breath sounded, a carrier pigeon landed in a town 30 kilometers away from Nanlos. The carrier pigeon room, which was manned day and night, rushed to the manor in Nanjan as soon as possible. Sir, there is an urgent letter from Nanlos. The words of the old butler woke Lord Lissop up instantly. The nearly 60-year-old lord turned over from the bed directly, and his upper body was bare without a trace of fat. His muscles were knotted, and the scars left by several swords and muskets made the old lord look fiercer than his age. Read, the old lord said, as he put on his clothes and fixed his hair. The whole process was meticulous, as if he was still in the military camp. The old butler who once served as the old lord's personal soldier whispered. Arthur Kratos guided the dead souls to the place of eternal rest. He was suspected to be injured. There was a devil running out of the place of eternal rest. Finley? The guy whose leg you crippled? The old lord had some impression of this name. Well, I saw that he had a good character, so I chose him as a spy for Nanlos. He did a good job. He has found a lot of useful information for us in the past 10 years, and recommended many talents. The Iron Blood team under your command was originally formed by these people. The old butler reminded immediately. Of course, he knew that. The old lord only needed to think about it to confirm who Finley was. But as a butler, shouldn't he make it easier for the people he serves? As for Finley, the old butler believed that the lord really didn't remember. After all, such small people, were always arranged by him. Well, take good care of his son, wife. Let his son join the guards of Little Lit Hop, then find a woman of the right age in the territory, and get married and have children as soon as possible. The old lord nodded. He ordered like this. Your kindness, sir, will be praised by the whole territory. Do you have any impression of the names Cotton and Endora? The old butler flattered appropriately. At the same time, he continued to report in a very tactful tone. Cotton? Is Endora the cook of Baron Camille's family? For Cotton, who also participated in the 7 Years' War, the lord had no impression at all, but it was Endora's mother-in-law who left a deep impression on the lord. Of course, it was not because of Granny Endora's cooking skills. It was just because Granny Endora was Baron Camille's cook. Even though Granny Endora's cooking skills were really good. Yes, it was her. The dead spirit guided by the medium tonight was related to her. Then, the old butler began to tell the whole story. Oh, just some civilians. Baron Camille is really disappointing. A squib is a squib. After leaving such a comment, the lord walked straight to the study. The old butler did not follow him in, but raised his hand to close the door, and then stood directly at the door. The old butler knew very well that the old lord would not allow anyone to hear what was going to happen next. Even as a butler, he could not do that. After the old lord walked into the study, he looked at the closed door behind him and hesitated slightly. This feeling of being understood by others was not good. Should we change a butler? The old lord thought, but in the end, he shook his head. It is not easy to get such a reliable and capable person. Of course, more importantly, it is not in line with the noble style. We can only wait for little Lissop to come. The old lord believed that his son would do it to his satisfaction. After all, he had already told his son about the shady things that the butler handled. Now he only needed an opportunity. When little Lissop was conferred as a knight, it's time to take action. A knighthood is certainly not enough for their family. They must have another lord. At that time, even if his title cannot be hereditary, the Lissop family will be passed down forever. Of course, the best result is that Lissop Jr. is granted the title of lord, and his title becomes hereditary. This is of course difficult, but it is not impossible, because he has a trump card. A real trump card. Thinking of this, the lord took out the communication stone that was placed in the secret compartment. According to the method he remembered in his mind, the old lord activated the communication stone that he thought he would never use. The old lord began to consider the message. Just as the lord finished leaving the message, in the servant's room at number 6 Whitebird Street, a male servant who should have been asleep opened his eyes and showed a meaningful smile. Finally took the bait. Chapter 334. I planted a seed. When Arthur woke up for the first time, it was not yet 12 o'clock in the afternoon, so he turned over, covered his head with a quilt, and fell asleep again. When he woke up again, it was because of the hunger in his stomach that forced the young medium to get up. Glancing at the clock hand at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Arthur stretched his waist on the bed first, then twisted his body, got out of the quilt, squinted his eyes, and walked towards the bathroom. Half an hour later. Morning. Pan. Morning. Kuliki. Arthur, who was fully awake, greeted his cat and dog, but his eyes were looking at the words in front of him: guide the soul to the palace of eternal sleep, which greatly surprised the mysterious people of Nanlos. They remained skeptical, but it did not stop them from asking around. Propaganda, XP plus 100. The appearance of the bandaged swordsman, which made the mysterious people of Nanlos have more speculations. XP plus 50. Guide the soul to the palace of eternal rest. Let your name spread widely among the local rich circle. XP plus 30. More people have heard your name. XP plus 20. Arthur's mouth curled up. Everything was just as he expected. XP ushered in a bumper harvest, and it is certain that, in the days to come, XP will continue to maintain a fairly high value. And after the swordsmanship competition, there was another explosion. Therefore, Arthur did not hesitate, and looked directly at Noise, one of the core skills of the medium, and chose to upgrade Noise LV5. After in-depth research on this secret technique, the Imperial Court made Shaliko extended more magical uses of this secret technique on the basis of its original foundation. He began to use Noise to imitate other people's voices for pranks. When he imitated the man's voice outside the bathroom, the timid maids were so scared that they covered their faces and screamed. When he imitated a woman's voice in the bathroom, the pants of the male waiters would always get wet. The court mage laughed loudly. He was so happy that he began to use this secret technique to imitate the voice of his old friend Harrington to confess to the court lady Lees. Then, looking at the two people getting married, the court mage fell into deep thought. Okay, he admitted that this secret technique was just a cheap prank, used to drive away wild cats, wild dogs, or just right. No need to go into details why. Why is this happening? Get married? Are you kidding? Women will only affect the speed of your research. Effect, based on spirituality, consume a little physical strength, recite the picture and repeat the words hey silently to create 1 to 3 loud noises, or 1 to 5 rustling sounds within a radius of 25 meters from the caster, or you can imitate the voices of other people. Note 1. The loud noise is about 120 decibels. Note 2. The rustling sound can be the wind blowing through the window, the sound of leaves, it can also be some footsteps, or the low crying of boys and girls, the sound of unclear words, the sound of angry wails, it can also be the sound of pants cracking, farting, the sound of diarrhea. Note 3. When imitating other human voices, you must have heard this sound and record it with the picture duplex GG. Note 4. When recording with the picture duplex GG, you can only record 3 human voices at the same time. When recording the 4th type, one of them needs to be erased. Mark 5. The upper limit of this skill has been reached. Imitating other people as voices? Arthur's eyes lit up. Although it is not the shrewish scolding voice or beautiful moaning voice as guessed, this kind of imitation is more suitable for medium. It is worthy of being one of the core skills of medium, Arthur thought to himself. As for the note of noise, although the court mage Chariko is very pitiful, but I still wish the court jester Harrington and the court lady Lee's happiness. Then, Arthur looked at the stone bullet from the Master Hulk. LV2 stone bullet just needs 100 XP. Before XP did not enter the rapid growth period, Arthur would still hesitate, but now he does not. He wants to see what stone bullet will become stone bullet LV2 when serving as the Imperial Library Administrator in addition to reading. Herc likes to play marbles with the kids on the street to relax his brain and exercise his wrists. However, as he won every battle, no one played marbles with Herc anymore. So, the young master began to entertain himself. What's the point of throwing stones one by one? Of course, it's fun to play with hundreds of stones together. When hundreds of marbles collided, the crisp sound brought by them made me feel even more happy. Effect, based on spirituality, consume physical strength, use the 2 Fu Yu Pa to control 100 finger-sized stones within a radius of 100 meters, flying to any target within 100 meters of your field of vision. Note 1. Stone bullet technique does not require reciting 2 Fu Yu, can be performed silently. Note 2. You can control 100 stone marbles at the same time, flying out together, or in batches, it's all up to you. Note 3. The power of the stone marbles is equivalent to the power of an ordinary teenager throwing a slingshot. Sure enough, it's just as I guessed. At level 2, you can manipulate hundreds of stones, and the power is quite good. Then at level 3, hiss. Duo shall? Arthur looked at the XP requirement for level 3 of stone bullet, and the words came out directly in his mind. The young medium rubbed his eyes and gently counted the zeros after one with his fingers. 5. 5 zeros. That is 100,000. 100,000 XP. 100, 000. 100,000. What are you going to do? Are you going to pull meteorites from outer space at level 3 of stone bullet? Or should we just lift the island up to the sky and smash it down? Arthur had a complicated expression. Although there was an example before where LV1 only required 100 XP to upgrade to LV2. But wasn't it a bit too much to ask for 100, 000 XP directly? It was like originally planning to let Agumon evolve into Tyrannosaurus, but ended up going straight to zombie Tyrannosaurus. It was really beyond expectations. Even Arthur took more than 10 seconds to recover. LV3 stone bullet must be very powerful, right? But 100,000 XP is too much. Unless I become a savior, it's basically impossible in this life. Arthur couldn't help but complain in his heart. Then, the young medium simply picked up the banyan heart, smeared his fingertips with blood, and prepared to plant it in the courtyard of number 2 Kirk Street. The courtyard of number 2 Kirk Street, of course, is not as good as the courtyard of Emer Manor. In fact, the courtyard of number 44 White Bird Street is much smaller than that of Emer Manor. But according to the size of the banyan tree in Emer Manor at that time, it can barely accommodate the thick trunk that completely fills the entire courtyard, and the entrance barely have to lean sideways to reach the door. Arthur didn't care about this. Because that was at least 20 years later. Now, it's still a seed. Arthur's request was just a hope that Banyan Heart would grow into a war tree in a year to provide more protection for number 2 Kirk Street. Therefore, after smearing the blood on his fingertips, Arthur walked out of the room, came to the center of the courtyard, lifted up a square brick, and buried Banyan Heart in it. Then, something strange happened. Chapter 335: Shock. Just when Arthur covered the soil and was about to water it, the newly planted Banyan Heart sprouted and grew in the wind. In the first breath, it was still a young bud. In another breath, it became a sapling. In another breath, it was more than 3 meters tall. When the Banyan Heart stopped growing, it was already 15 meters tall. And the words Arthur could see also changed completely. Applies special blood judging. Judgment passed. Banyan Heart is transformed and promoted to Death Snake Banyan. Name: Death Snake Banyan. Type: Other types. Quality: Epic. Attributes: 1. Death Absorption, 2. Death Deterrence, 3. Snake Vine, 4. Snake Thorn, 5. Steel. Remarks: Hilt Tower's special plant. After being stained with your blood, it has completed an alienation promotion beyond imagination. It becomes strange, powerful, and loyal. It guards number 2 Kirk Street according to your orders. Or you can order it to go to a new courtyard. A promotion that the heirs of Hilt Tower cannot understand. Your blood is so magical. Death Absorption: absorb the surrounding death energy to nourish itself, repair, grow, also store death energy. Death Deterrence: the naturally emitted death deterrence will make low-level undead unconsciously protect themselves when a creature has malicious intentions. It needs to make a will to judgment. When the judgment fails, it will fall into confusion and panic. Snake Vines: the vines hidden in the tree canopy are as flexible as snakes. They can not only whip the enemy, but also paralyze the enemy with their toxins. Snake Thorns: the huge root system hidden underground is the killer of the death snake ficus. Every creature pierced will quickly lose its life and become the nutrients of the death snake ficus. Stealth: the death snake ficus can completely hide underground. Sneak at a faster speed, but you can also choose to pull out the roots and walk upright. But the speed is slower. Note 1. There are 121 snake vines in total, and the attack range is 50 meters in radius of the dead snake fig. Note 2. There are 51 snake thorn roots in total. The main root can ignore the defense below the defense level 3, and the remaining secondary roots can ignore the defense below the defense level 1. The main snake thorn root range is 100 meters in radius of the dead snake fig, and the secondary roots are 50 meters in radius of the dead snake fig. Note 3. When the main root is damaged, the death snake ficus will suffer fatal damage. Note 4. Death Absorption can accelerate the growth of the death snake ficus. Current stage: War Tree. Note 5. When the death snake ficus, War Tree level, as long as the tree heart is preserved, it will not die, but needs to be replanted. Note 6. The special bloodline accelerates the growth rate of the death snake ficus. After 1 year, you can get a war tree that fights for you. After 3 years, you can get an ancient war tree that fights for you. When it grows into a war tree, the number of snake vines and snake thorns will increase again, and the stealth speed will be faster. When it grows into a war ancient tree, it will not only have a certain level of thinking, but also master some basic death, snakes, plant secrets, but its loyalty to you will never change. As time goes by and it absorbs the air of death, the death snake fig will continue to grow, until it reaches its own limit. Arthur looked at this death snake fig with great surprise. He really didn't expect this kind of change. Originally, he had prepared to plant it first, and let it grow slowly, but who knew that after applying his blood, the Banyan Heart would become a death snake banyan of the war tree level, and the growth time would be greatly shortened. Even if it grew to the level of an ancient war tree, it would only take 3 years. Of course, the most important thing is that the death snake banyan can dive into the ground and move forward at a faster speed. With the emergence of gunpowder, some rules of the mysterious side have long been changed, especially for some huge flammable objects, which have suffered a fatal blow. Just like the banyan tree in the Emer Manor that has grown to the level of a war tree. Even if it is an ordinary type, it is impossible to kill it in one blow without the help of gunpowder and kerosene. And it must be piled up with human lives. But if you can sneak underground, the situation will be greatly improved. At least, a surprise attack will make Death Snake Fig even more deadly. Not to mention the combination with Death Drain and Death Shock, as long as it is used well. Death Snake Fig can really become a war machine. A gleam flashed in Arthur's eyes. He had already thought of the use of Death Snake Fig. However, that was later. Now, facing the horrified and incredulous eyes of the neighbors around him, Arthur showed an awkward but polite smile. The only thing to be thankful for is that someone helped him clean up the mess. Phew! In the smoke with a strong mint flavor mixed with a hint of apple, Melinda appeared in front of Arthur. The lady said with dissatisfaction, "If you have any big moves, please let me know in advance. Otherwise, I will be very passive. Or do you think the Earl's guards are idle?" As the lady spoke, in Arthur's eyes, a light mist began to cover the entire Kirk Street, Dal Lane, and spread to all directions. As the fog spread, ordinary people within the fog range began to faint. A dozen guards of Countess Nanlos appeared in the fog. They began to focus on the neighbors near Arthur's house. Under Arthur's gaze, the guards walked up to the neighbors and whispered, "This tree was planted 20 years ago. You played under this tree when you were a child." Such words kept ringing. Ordinary people in coma began to whisper, "This tree was planted 20 years ago. I played under this tree when I was a child." After the Earl's guards finished all this, they saluted to Melinda and Arthur and left. The panicked crowd quickly calmed down. When the neighbors woke up, they had already returned to normal, especially the neighbor Mr. Durr, who looked at the Death Snake Fig with nostalgia and muttered unconsciously, "When can we play under the tree again?" However, when he noticed Arthur's gaze, Mr. Durr immediately covered his stomach. "Good afternoon, Arthur. Sorry, I need to go to the bathroom." With that, the neighbor ran away. It was obvious that the fact that being involved with a medium would lead to misfortune had long been imprinted in the neighbor's mind. And looking at the other party's closed door, Arthur shrugged helplessly on the surface, but he secretly said in his heart, "Is this the power to protect ordinary people? When it reaches a certain level, and it can no longer use excuses such as natural gas explosions, it will automatically start?" Arthur had guessed more than once before how the nobles could hide the mysterious side from ordinary people, but when he saw it with his own eyes, he was still quite shocked. The mist and the way of tampering with memory are enough to make anyone remember it vividly. The only thing to be thankful for is that it is useless to people on the mysterious side. Maybe this is why the mysterious side thinks they are superior. One side can kill or give life at any time, while the other side is safe and sound. How could the latter regard the former as the same? Even the most humble people, as time goes by, will become extremely arrogant. Arthur couldn't help but sigh. But the next moment, the young medium was stunned. Because he thought of one thing. Is the memory of his predecessor real? Also, is his memory real? Is his so-called time travel artificially fabricated? Chapter 336, Eternal Vigor. The sudden thought made Arthur freeze in his tracks. In order to hide this strangeness, he almost subconsciously raised his head and looked at the tall Death Snake banyan in front of him. The instinct of medium had long been imprinted in the depths of his soul. My memories are probably true. If these memories of mine are fabricated, that would be interesting. Arthur's mind raced, without the slightest panic, but filled with a kind of surprise that surged from the depths of his soul. Suppose, if this guess is true, then he really wants to know who did this to him. And why did they do this? And, from this, is the world in front of him real? TSK. I can't tell. I can't tell. What a terrible world. I don't even dare to think about it. Arthur quickly gathered his mind, and suppressed these thoughts deeply in his heart. Because Arthur knew very well that no matter whether it was true or not, it was not something he could deal with at the moment. Instead of thinking about it all the time, and letting the possible guys find out the clues, it is better to suppress it in my heart, explore slowly, accumulate strength, and then wait for the opportunity to act. A smile appeared on Arthur's face, which was seen by Melinda. What are you planning? Constrain yourself. Your smile makes people feel cold in their hearts. Melinda curled her lips. Of course it's those guys who think I'm injured. How else could it be you? I am seriously injured. Isn't it reasonable to plant a war tree to protect yourself? Arthur lowered his head, smiling. Ah, yes, yes. Melinda, who had learned one of Arthur's catchphrases at some point, kept saying it, and then raised her pipe, and said it in a boastful manner. How does the tobacco fed with honey wine for a year taste? For this lady, it was just as Arthur said. Arthur's actions in front of him, it was just to make the fact of injury more real. As for the war tree, although it is rare, with the accumulation of cat pie, black, she would not be surprised to have one or two ready-made trees. Therefore, compared to these established facts, Melinda is more concerned about the tobacco in her pipe. This is an unexpected success. Arthur sniffed it carefully for a moment. He did find the sweetness of honey in it. And this sweetness neutralized the stimulation of mint very well. It also stimulated the fragrance of apples, which was a little too much, and a little too little. Just the right taste, Arthur commented truthfully. Such a comment made Melinda's mouth curl up, raising her hand and lightly hitting Arthur's chest. But immediately, the lady regretted it. The feeling of vomiting made the lady look at Arthur with regret. Arthur, it would be great if you were a woman. Arthur understood the lady's gaze. She gave him a middle finger. The lady held a cigarette holder in her mouth and raised her middle fingers with both hands. However, before leaving, she left a small bag of tobacco for Arthur. It was about 10 grams. It's enough for you to smoke 2 buckets. Thank me. With a little bit of arrogance, the lady disappeared with the help of the death snake Banyan. Looking at the small bag of beautifully packaged tobacco in his hand, Arthur knew that it was specially prepared by Melinda. Similar to sharing with friends, he chose to accept it calmly, even though he didn't smoke a pipe for the time being. But what about the future? What if he likes it? Who knows? No one can be sure of the future, just like God can't stop people from eating. Feeling his increasingly empty stomach, Arthur put the small bag of tobacco into the box of Athos, and walked around the death snake ficus, in his pajamas, and walked out of number 2 Kirk Street. Merlin! Arthur shouted at Dale Lane. Here we are, sir! Merlin, who has black hair, slim body, but fair skin, ran to Arthur as fast as he could, holding today's newspaper and Arthur's first meal in his hand. After returning to South Lowes yesterday, Arthur paid the remaining wages, and after discovering Merlin's seriousness and his special schedule, Arthur chose to continue to employ Merlin. It was still 50 cents a day. Merlin needed to buy newspapers for Arthur in the morning, and take care of the garden in the morning. At the same time, you need to buy the first meal for Arthur. If necessary, you need to buy a second meal. Except for newspapers, the rest of the items need to be reported once a week. Since Arthur has a good reputation, the surrounding shops have said that they only need to report once a month. In addition to these tasks, if there are visitors in the morning, noon, Merlin is also obliged to inform the other party of the correct time of the visit, and record the visitor's information. A bit like the second or third male servant of an aristocratic family. Arthur believed that Merlin could do these tasks well. Sir, can I put it here? Of course. Merlin put the newspapers and food in the basket on the shelf at the door of number 2 Kirk Street. After Arthur said yes, he hurried away. Although he was still very polite, Arthur still found something wrong with Merlin. That kind of wrongness was horror. Horror looking at Death Snake Banyan. It's not such a coincidence, is it? Arthur guessed in his heart. Buchan had followed quietly. He needed to confirm something. Arthur was more cautious than usual with people like Merlin, who were very close to him. Just like those strangers who approached again, standing on the side of Death Snake Banyan. Arthur looked at the drunken homeless man. The material of the dirty coat was hard to tell. The completely tangled hair was in clumps. The dirt on his face seemed to be scabby. The other person just stood on Kirk Street, staring at Arthur. Arthur also looked back at him with a smile. Do you know me? The tramp opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. No. Arthur shook his head frankly. Then do you know me? The tramp asked again. Yes. Arthur nodded. Then, the other person started to ask again. How did you know? I guessed. Your guess is not accurate enough. Just like you are late? As long as you are here, it's not too late. Well, drink tea. The two walked into number 2 Kirk Street while talking to each other. Arthur raised his hand and waved, and the black tea just prepared by hand of nothingness appeared on the table in the small hall. Compared to drinking tea, I prefer drinking wine. The wine is too strong. Arthur picked up his teacup. The tea is too cold, and it gets colder the more you drink. The tramp did not move, just glanced at the teacup. So, I prepared black tea. Arthur gestured again. The tramp stared at the teacup again, still shook his head. Black tea is not warm enough for the stomach. He said this, but the tramp still picked up the teacup, drank it like drinking wine, and bowed and said, Thank you for everything you have done for Cotton, Nicole. Saying this, the tramp straightened his back and saluted Arthur again. But this time, it was a military salute. Captain Bob of the first team of the Death Squadron reports to you. As he said this, the member of the Death Squad took out a box from his arms, opened it directly in his direction, and then placed it in front of Arthur. When Arthur saw the contents of the box clearly, he immediately narrowed his eyes. Chapter 337 Miss Chio's security company is listed. Inside the box is a 10 ml test tube. Because the test tube is placed flat, the volume of the medicine inside cannot be accurately read, but according to Arthur's estimation, it should be 5 to 6 milliliters. Of course, these are not the main points. The main point is the medicine inside Death Warrior Potion, optimized. Arthur was surprised by the optimized suffix of Death Warrior Potion. But what surprised Arthur even more was that, at this moment, Bob actually had the fluctuation of spirituality. It was a friendly, convinced wave. And under this wave, Death Soldier Potion, optimized. More notes appeared. Death Soldier Potion, optimized. Bob, who entered the Death Soldier Battalion during the 7 Years' War, gradually emerged. He was not only appreciated by his superiors, but also respected by his colleagues. He saved the lives of his superiors and colleagues more than once. Especially when he took the Death Soldier Potion for the second time and was still safe and sound, the boss immediately appointed him as the captain of the first team of the Death Squad. Some people who are proficient in potion science are very curious about Bob and hope to seek some of Bob's blood. Bob cooperates very well and exchanges it for some mysterious knowledge. In an unexpected raid, Bob also inherited the legacy of a potion master, which not only contains some basic potion formulas, but also some advanced potion formulas. But most importantly, there is a death potion inside. After the war, Bob and several of his comrades returned to North County and lived there for a while. But as his comrades passed away one after another, Bob once again recalled the pain of his mother's death, which made him choose to leave. In the following 30 years, Bob wandered around while improving his killing skills, and at the same time mastered the legacy left by the potion master and made changes. Effect: when someone takes this potion under your gaze, the other party will become a loyal warrior to you. Note 1. Even if the Death Warrior Potion is optimized, there is still a risk of failure. If it fails, the user will die. Note 2. The user's physical and psychological state will affect the success rate of the Death Warrior Potion. Note 3. Death Warrior Potion is ineffective for those who already have awakened spiritual beings. Note 4. The physical strength of the warriors who survive after taking the medicine will be greatly increased, and they will not be afraid of pain. When facing the secret arts that affect the mind, it has a certain resistance. Note 5. The optimized Death Soldier Potion has a greatly reduced impact on the lifespan of the Death Soldier, but the Death Soldier is still unable to reproduce. Arthur looked at the Death Soldier Potion, optimized, in front of him, and a smile appeared on his face. The young psychic was surprised by the suffix behind the Death Soldier Potion, and was also surprised that Bob became a mysterious person, but Arthur was definitely not surprised that Bob would take out the Death Soldier Potion. Arthur was quite sure that the other party had come to South Los after receiving Mouse's letter. Why didn't he show up directly? The other party was observing him to see if it was worth showing up. It was also because of this that the other party thanked him for everything he had done for Cotton and Nicole. Similarly, it was also because of Cotton and Nicole's affairs that the other party chose to show up and be honest. Just as Mouse said, Bob was a very pure person. Facing such a pure person, Arthur would not hide anything. How much does it cost? Arthur asked directly. About 500 gold coins. There is a certain failure rate. If I refine it, 1 out of 2 will succeed. Bob replied. What about the success rate of taking it? Arthur continued to ask the key question. If the user is in a good enough state, there is a 1/5 chance. This was the success rate during the 7 Years' War. After taking the optimized potion, the chance is about 1/2 to 1/3. And the specific success rate still depends on the state of the user. Bob said without hiding anything. Arthur immediately began to calculate. The success rate of the potion is half? That is to say, it takes 1,000 gold coins to successfully make a death potion, optimized. Adding the success rate of the user, if calculated at 1/3, 3,000 gold coins. And this is after optimization. If it is not optimized, it costs 5,000 gold coins each. No wonder those nobles didn't organize a large-scale suicide squad with their style of doing things. With the financial resources of the Old Lion and the Tigress, it would be easy to organize a 1,000-man team. However, if half of them died in a battle, it would be unbearable for 2 people. They would be so distressed that they couldn't breathe. Arthur could clearly imagine the love and hate of those nobles for the suicide squad. Love, for their loyalty, for their ability. Hate is expensive. Of course, there is also the most important point. Lifespan. After taking death potion, lifespan is affected. Strength does not come out of thin air. Either you have talent, or you overdraw your life. The former is a minority, the latter is the majority. And the most normal? Still doing nothing. Whether it is an active choice, or a passive choice, this is the life of most people. After all, 5,000 gold coins. Most people in Nanlos can't earn so much in their lifetime. As for the investment of 5,000 gold coins, with the premise of the time limit will be gone in a few years, even the most powerful nobles will consider it carefully. Similarly, when it comes to Arthur, although the investment is reduced to 3,000 gold coins, this issue still needs to be considered. Therefore, Arthur is very concerned about Note 5. The optimized Death Soldier Potion has greatly reduced the effect of the potion itself on the lifespan of the dead soldiers. How much has it been reduced? Arthur immediately asked Bob. If you take the unoptimized Death Soldier Potion, you can only live 5 to 10 years at most. I took the Death Soldier Potion twice and broke the shackle. But I am the only one who survived after taking 2 Death Soldier Potion. Arthur could clearly see the memories and pain in Bob's eyes, while he was talking without a sharp gaze, or observing his words and expressions. Was the original intention of optimizing the potion for comrades? Arthur guessed. After the 7 Years' War, the soldiers who left with Bob should have taken the death potion. As the end of their lives approached, these soldiers might have tried to take the death potion for the second time, but all failed. Arthur thought in his heart, and Bob's voice continued in his ear. Taking the optimized death potion, you can live at least 25 years. Arthur did not ask how Bob got such accurate data. However, when he learned that each death warrior could live for more than 25 years, Arthur knew that his Mischio security company could be listed. 3,000 gold coins each? Then he would start with 30. With Harris S. contributed 100,000 black gold, Arthur was not worried about the early death warrior construction. These people would become members of his Black Cat group. And with the development of coastal trade, especially with tax exemption as a prerequisite, Arthur believed that the number of his death warriors would surely grow steadily. 30 death warriors were there. 3,000 death warriors would be far behind? 10,000 death warriors were not a dream either. Arthur's mouth curled up slightly. He was looking forward to that day. And now? It was time to select the initial members. The necessary conditions were that they had no father or mother, no wife or children, and were in good health. And Arthur didn't need to worry about these. There were too many people who met similar conditions in Rat Street, and Wiggins could handle everything. In fact, when Bob showed up just now, Buchan had already notified Wiggins. Wiggins would be here soon. However, before Wiggins arrived, Arthur had one more thing to do. Come out, my bandaged swordsman. Chapter 338. Heretics Wandering in the World. In the evening, the setting sun was bloody. The bandaged swordsman, with blood stains on his cloak, stepped on the shadows of the buildings that were stretched to the extreme at dusk, walked out of Dow Lane, and came to Kirk Street. The buildings were rapidly getting taller and wider, making the light and shadows begin to intertwine. When the red sunlight shone on the blood stains on the bandaged swordsman, the filth in the blood stains instantly became as thick as mud, making it look like a ghost crawling out of the soil. When the deep darkness enveloped the blood stains on the bandaged swordsman, the blood in the blood stains condensed like fire, making it look like an evil ghost in the flames. It is insoluble in light and darkness. It should not appear in the world. It suddenly stopped. Because smoke. The curling smoke is the best taste in the world. It heard the busy, urging voices in the kitchen. It heard the cheerful, expectant voices of the children. It heard the tired, yet it was full of energy. Each sound made it more and more out of tune with the entire street. It was like a heretic. It quickened its pace, in the terrified, avoiding eyes of pedestrians, in the expectant eyes of stalkers. It walked towards number 2 Kirk Street step by step. When it saw the tall banyan tree that suddenly appeared, it clenched the hilt of the sword. The show is about to begin. What on earth is this thing? It should be an undead creature. Right? Who cares? We'll just keep an eye on him. With good hearing, Eli could hear all the voices of the stalkers around him. This nominal spy of Count Beck couldn't help but curl his lips. Undead creatures? Where can there be undead creatures that can use the evil breaker? But what is this bandaged swordsman? Eli couldn't figure it out either. But he knew that it was because of the bandaged swordsman in front of him that he made a lot of money, and also exchanged 2 good props from the Cloak Society and Count Bet. The danger of the mysterious side made him stop. But the props of the mysterious side made him rush to it. Who doesn't he like the safe and convenient mysterious side props? If he could get 2 more, who would refuse? So, Eli, who had vowed to stop after selling the information, came again. Do it again! Do it again and stop. Find a shop on a remote street in the Shire district and open a tavern. Eli. Like last time, he told himself this again. He stared at the bandaged swordsman and watched him suddenly take a step to the left. Just when the stalkers were still confused, whoosh! Snap! The sound of breaking through the air had already sounded. The bluestone ground where the bandaged swordsman had been standing had been shattered. But all the stalkers, including Eli, did not see clearly what had attacked. Then, the bandaged swordsman continued to take a step to the left. This time, every stalker opened their eyes wide. But they still couldn't see clearly. After the sound of whoosh, there was a crisp sound of crack. They still saw only the broken ground. What is that? Facing the unknown, Eli instinctively retreated 10 meters carefully, and then took out the short sword that had been with him for the longest time. Some stalkers, who also retreated, were still very vigilant when they saw Eli retreating as well. But after seeing the dagger in Eli's hand, a hint of contempt appeared in their eyes. Even if they couldn't get the scroll, they should at least get a decent musket. Dagger? Not even a dog would need it. Afterwards, these stalkers only paid a little attention to Eli. Only when they found that Eli was retreating again and was almost leaving Kirk Street, the disdain in the eyes of these stalkers became more intense. Their location was already more than 30 meters away from number 2 Kirk Street. It was safe enough. How far did Eli retreat like that? 50 meters? 60 meters? Immediately, no one paid attention to Eli anymore. This kind of coward is not worth it. What's more, the bandaged swordsman made a new move. After 2 steps to the left, the bandaged swordsman jumped straight to the right. Swish, swish, swish. Paw, paw, paw. Amid the continuous sound of breaking through the air, the original position and the ground farther to the left were shattered. The unknown attack had obviously changed. But the bandaged swordsman predicted the future again. That is right. Predict the future. The stalkers present had this thought in their hearts at the same time. However, anyone with a little knowledge knows that this kind of predict the future does not exist. It should be a kind of fighting instinct honed after countless battles. An instinct that is formed after honing one's skills to the extreme and combining the experience of life and death in battle. It seems simple, but it is actually very difficult. Whether it is honing one's skills to the extreme or integrating countless life and death experiences, it is not something that ordinary people can do. The former is trapped by talent, and the latter is trapped by death. Being able to integrate the two. This bandaged swordsman is definitely not an unknown person. A strongman related to the Sanka family? Who is it? Every stalker started to speculate. And this is what Arthur wants. He used Fukin's eyes to observe the expressions of all the stalkers in the dark. And then once again let Death Snake Banyan launch the next attack. Of course, he must have informed the bandaged swordsman in advance. The next moment, the entire Kirk Street was dark. It was as if the sky had already darkened. However, every stalker stared at the top of his head in amazement. Hundreds of vines appeared there, blocking the last ray of light at dusk. At this moment, they finally understood what had just attacked them. Rot-tan! Every stalker had a look of shock in his eyes. They had never thought that these 2 finger-thick vines could be so powerful. One strike would break the bluestone ground. If they hit a person, his bones would be broken. Even if he was wearing armor, he would not be spared. More importantly, the number. With so many vines, even if the bandaged swordsman was really prophetic, he would be beaten to pieces. But at this moment, these stalkers had no time to pay attention to the bandaged swordsman. They looked at the hundreds of vines gathering and wriggling above their heads, and each stalker's scalp began to numb, and those closest to number 2 Kirk Street even rolled and crawled backwards. But it was too late. The vines fell like raindrops. The stalkers closest to number 2 Kirk Street and the second closest to number 2 Kirk Street were directly beaten into a pulp. And the stalkers farthest from number 2 Kirk Street were the luckiest ones, with the people in front of them as a backup, and their own speed was not slow. They ran out of the attack range of Snake Vine. Almost subconsciously, they looked back with lingering fear after escaping. Then, these stalkers were stunned on the spot. Chapter 339 Giant Creature on Earth. The vines fell like a violent storm, but the bandaged swordsman strolled leisurely among them. Every time the vines fell, they brushed past the bandaged swordsman, as if they were just a hair's breadth away from hitting the bandaged swordsman. But a hair's breadth away leads to 1,000 miles of error. This hair's breadth away allowed the bandaged swordsman to move forward step by step, getting closer and closer to number 2 Kirk Street, feeling the bandaged swordsman approaching. Immediately, the banyan tree began to shake. Amid the rustling sound of the leaves, there was a sense of anger. The twitching vines all stopped. At this time, the stalkers who had run away finally relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. What a terrifying bandaged swordsman! If he can't be hurt by such a dense attack, he can definitely dodge the volley of gunfire. Right? Of course. It's terrifying. However, is he still dead? Of course. Those vines have gathered, and they won't give him any more room. Looking at the rows of vines, low discussions rang out among the stalkers. The experience of escaping death together seemed to have brought them closer together. And Eli quietly distanced himself again. He could see clearly, these guys who seemed to be chatting were all holding weapons. As for what they wanted to do, you can figure it out with your big toe. To some extent, stalkers are worse than robbers, because robbers only specialize in robbery. But stalkers are always part-time robbers. Sometimes they are also part-time thieves. In short, they are extremely unprofessional. Of course, he is different. Unlike ordinary stalkers, he is a professional spy, and only occasionally sells information and picks up spoils. Moreover, at least he has the patience to wait until everything is over. Even if you guess the ending, you must watch it to the end. Moreover, thinking of the evil breaker mastered by the bandaged swordsman, Eli didn't think the battle would end like this. He only sold the fact that the bandaged swordsman was an undead and mastered the evil breaker to the Cloak Society and Count Bet. Why not spread the word? Of course, it's because the scarcity of the information represents its value. Although after today, this news will no longer be scarce. But what does it have to do with him? When he sells it, it is genuine and at a fair price. More importantly, he has already made money. And he will be able to make more soon. Eli looked at the door of number 2 Kirk Street with expectation. The dense banyan tree vines have covered the sky. And when they fall together, it is as if the sky has fallen. Watching the expected scene happen, a few impatient stalkers, who had just escaped, could no longer hold back and attacked the people around them. Those who reacted quickly escaped and began to fight back. Those who reacted slowly fell in a pool of blood. The killing born from the chaos intertwined the most despicable part of the human heart, turning into an ugly face, staring at its prey fiercely. Or a gift. In their eyes, this was a gift. A gift called extra money. But when the dazzling white light appeared, they all turned around in shock. What they saw was the burning, sharp slash that split the dark sky. They saw the burned palm of the bandaged swordsman. It was pitch black. Like a ghost. The ghost? The ghost. These stalkers reacted instantly. The bandaged swordsman was a ghost. But how could the undead use the evil breaking slash? Just like the first time Eli faced the bandaged swordsman and used the evil breaking slash, the 3 views of these stalkers were also crushed. They stood there in a daze, looking at the bandaged swordsman standing in front of number 2 Kirk Street with a bit of bewilderment. Low roars filled their ears. Just by looking at the dark and bone-piercing palm, they could understand the unwillingness. Just like Eli, they began to associate. Arthur swept these stalkers with falcon's eyes. After pausing slightly on Eli, he controlled the bandaged swordsman to show a very confused expression. But the next moment, the single eye showed a hint of surprise. Without paying any attention to number 2 Kirk Street, or the banyan tree, the bandaged swordsman turned and rushed to the alley on the side. The stalkers who had been fighting for greed followed without hesitation. But Eli did not. This professional spy rushed to the base where the information was sold recently. The information about the banyan tree was quite valuable. As for the spoils on the ground? Who will the spoils in front of number 2 Kirk Street belong to? As long as he is not crazy, he will never touch those things. Arthur looked at this professional spy with appreciation, controlling the death snake fig, to drag the corpses on Kirk Street and the spoils back. The corpses became the best nutrients for the death snake fig, just like the crushed corpses repaired the snake vine. And the spoils? Arthur will count them later. Now, he needs to face the lady in front of him. A lady who was 2.5 meters tall, with a strong but not bloated body. This lady had long fiery red hair, which was not tied up, and a huge sword like a door panel on her back. Anyone who saw this lady would feel a sense of psychological oppression because of her height and body shape. A timid person might even fall to the ground in fear. even though this lady's face was not ugly. However, Arthur was only slightly surprised and returned to normal. He was simply surprised by the other person's height. Then, he was alert. Even though the other person appeared with the Earl's guards. Those tightly wrapped Earl's guards, who only showed their eyes, began to deal with the aftermath again, but their eyes would occasionally glance at Arthur, with the blessing of torch eyes, and observing words and expressions. Arthur clearly read from the guard's eyes. Why are you here again? It never ends. Tired and many other negative emotions. In response, Arthur said that he was completely attracted by the lady in front of him and didn't notice it at all. Hello, Counselor Kratos, I am Julie, the Earl's swordsman. The lady introduced herself. Good evening, Sir Julie. The swordsman. Arthur responded with due etiquette. Then, there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. When the swordsman saw Arthur's doubt, he immediately laughed. Please rest assured, as a consultant of the Shire District Police Department hired by the Earl himself, I will not ask you to compensate for these losses. The swordsman pointed at the shattered ground and joked. The meaning of his words was even more obvious. We are family, don't worry. Arthur smiled in cooperation. And, also joking. If compensation is needed, can I go to the Shire District Police Department to ask Chief Maltz for reimbursement? Of course. As long as Sheriff Maltz has money. The sheriff has spent a lot of money in the club recently. I guess his pension is about to be used up. The swordsman winked at Arthur. She was obviously a lady. But she smiled a smile that all men could understand. No wonder this bastard gave me a recipe when I was at my new house salon. I thought he was reminding me to eat well when I was alone. Bastard. You cheated me out of my feelings, Arthur said indignantly. The swordsman burst into laughter. When the laughter stopped, the swordsman asked, What happened to the bandaged swordsman? An accident. Arthur sighed softly, his eyes full of helplessness. The swordsman looked at the helplessness in Arthur's eyes, and immediately felt relieved. She thought to herself, It's just as the Earl expected. Chapter 340 Giving Someone a Handle, the future is limitless. The swordsman clearly remembered that when the news came last night, the Earl smiled, immediately guiding the dead to the eternal resting place. Is there another dead like the one crawling out of the eternal resting place? It seems that our Mr. Kratos is also a gentle person. He is trying to find a way to resurrect his parents. The resurrection of the dead has always been considered a taboo in the mysterious side, because it is too dangerous. Since the Empire Age, every resurrection of the dead has never had a good result. The better case is the death of the ritual performer. The more normal case is the death of the whole family. The more serious case is the death of all people with the same blood. Just like in the middle of the Silver Age, the once prosperous Edward family suffered a catastrophe because the Edward brothers wanted to revive their mother. All the people of the Edward family who had the same bloodline died overnight. Therefore, the distant relative, who had basically no blood relationship and was only nominally related, inherited the title of the Edward family, and the fiefdom was divided. No one thought that this Earl bet could restore the glory of the Edward family. After all, what he inherited was not even a farm. It was a mill. It was the kind of mill that was disrepaired after years of neglect. But it was with the help of this mill that Earl Bet, who was regarded as a country bumpkin, spent 10 years to become the real Earl Bet, and founded the Bet family that no one could ignore. It was rumored that Earl Bet, a country bumpkin, inherited the secret legacy of the Edward family. It was also rumored that Earl Bet actually had the blood of the Edward family. Only then would he be protected by that land. Otherwise, why would a meteor fall from the sky and smash 30,000 rebels into ashes when they were in a decisive battle with those rebels? You know, at that time, everyone thought that the country bumpkin Count Bet was doomed. 1,000 people vs 30,000 people, everyone would know the result. But it was precisely because of this incredible reversal that the country bumpkin was destined to become the Count. But this incredible reversal only achieved the Bet family. The Edward family? It has become a thing of history. Therefore, as the swordsman of Count Nanlos, Julie appeared here. She needed to remind Arthur. Death cannot be challenged. Any reversal is taboo. Even the one who calls himself the son of death in the Dead Poets Society is not allowed. So, please be careful, Advisor Kratos. Looking at the solemn look of the swordsman in front of him, Arthur instantly understood the purpose of appearing in front of number 2 Kirk Street. The other party mistakenly thought that he wanted to revive his parents. No! It was the Count of Nanlos, who mistakenly thought that he wanted to revive his parents. If possible, even if it was just to repay a favor, Arthur would not mind making the Kratos family more complete, But he also knew about the death taboo. Many of the books in the secret room of Emer Manor mentioned this matter. Therefore, before you are absolutely sure, Arthur would never try it. However, this is something he knows. When facing other people, of course, he has to act well. No. I will never touch death, Arthur said with certainty. His tone was even more decisive. Then, the young medium emphasized. Accident? Everything is an accident. That's good. The female swordsman smiled and nodded then. It's nice to meet you. I hope we can have a drink together next time. Without any more greetings, the female swordsman left quickly with the guards of the female countess. Arthur sent her off with a smile, and then returned to number 2 Kirk Street. But at the moment the door closed, Arthur's smile was more playful. This Earl is a little too sensitive. In the past, his relationship with this female countess, most of the time, Melinda acted as the middleman. But now suddenly Melinda was bypassed and Julie appeared. This has shown that the countess began to take him seriously. He was included in the sight that must be observed. This is not a good thing for him, who has just started. So, he made the best of it. He had to give a handle to the tigress, so that the tigress could feel at ease. With the obsession of resurrecting parents, the contemporary black cat Arthur Kratos, who started to come into contact with death, and study death, and even inherited the cat faction. Black is much safer than the black cat Arthur Kratos, who accumulated power and recruited subordinates. Alas, I am not a bad person. I just lack a sense of security. Arthur sighed in his heart. In fact, Arthur had already guessed what means the tigress would use to pull his obsession. When the time comes, both of you must show the proper struggle. As the contemporary black cat Arthur, and as the son of parents, Arthur must constantly waver between responsibility and affection. Arthur thought to himself and looked at Bob and Wiggins, who had finished their conversation. Sir, according to your requirements and existing conditions, 30 death warriors, it will take about 3 months. The main time is spent on the initial screening. They must undergo at least 3 months of intensive training within our company at the dock. Only then can the success rate of death potion be effectively improved. Bob said. 3 months? Sure. Arthur always regarded professional matters as a guideline, as long as the final result was in his hands. Don't waste the eliminated ones, and put them into the ordinary security team. You can communicate with Mounts and Cook. They will definitely not mind having more police force. Then, when the police are dispatched, show our professionalism. I hope that when the people of South Los need security, they will think of us first. Arthur reminded Bob. It's not just these words. The key is to communicate with Mounts. Arthur doesn't want Bob, who arrived early, to misunderstand Mounts and cause unnecessary estrangement. Obviously, Bob knew what Arthur meant. He nodded immediately, and when Bob and Wiggins left, Arthur also winked at the latter without leaving any trace. Suddenly, the somewhat dejected Wiggins immediately became full of energy. He looked at Bob with more vigilance. Different from the previous vigilance that mistakenly thought he was about to be replaced. This time the vigilance came from the mission given by the adults. Yes, how could the adults abandon him like this? He must have a more important mission. Not only should we ask the adults to manage Rat Street well, I still have to keep an eye on this strange guy. Thinking of this, when he really walked out of number 2 Kirk Street, Wiggins quietly made a gesture to Arthur, saying that he would leave everything to him. Looking at the two people going away, Arthur sighed in his heart. It's too hard to be the leader of a small organization. Arthur really wanted to leave everything behind and live the life he wanted regardless of anything. Unfortunately, I can't do it. If I really do this, it's likely to be another mud truck kill. This kind of bad experience, one time is enough. One more time. Arthur declined. So, after just a slight sigh, Arthur's eyes flashed with coldness. Are you ready to sign up for the fencing competition? Baron Culler, Baron Houseman, Lord Lee Sop, Lord Bourne, Lord Ernest, Lord Dubois, Lord Bath. Are you also preparing to sign up? I want half of your people to die before the competition starts. Chapter 341 Registration. The registration address for the Nanlo Swordsmanship Contest is at Elta Square. Elta Square, which had suffered a gas explosion before, had been completely repaired under the premise that the Count of Nanlos paid for it personally. But this explosion made the Count of Nanlos begin to reconsider the safety of the gas lamps. The renovation of the gas lamps, which was originally scheduled to start in April of the following year, was postponed again. Even though several gas lamp companies in Niwan lobbied vigorously, persuasion has no effect. Rumor has it that These gaslight companies have begun to seek help from others. The original 100% of the shares have begun to decrease. Especially under the competition among several gaslight companies, the proportion of shares is being cut off at a visible speed and eaten up by the locals of South Los. Of course, these have nothing to do with Bourne. Bourne doesn't know this either. As the coach of the Joljok Fencing Club, he was more concerned about this swordsmanship competition. He was 20 this year, but he had not celebrated his 20th birthday. So, he was still eligible to participate in this swordsmanship competition. Besides him, there were 2 other students in the club who met the requirements. Apart from age, they had to survive at least 10 moves under him. Otherwise, it would just be a waste of registration money. However, when Bourne registered with the 2 students, he realized, I'm afraid, he would also waste the registration money. The contestants in this swordsmanship competition are too strong. Not to mention the contestant who just brushed past him and walked towards the east corner of the square, who was as tall as a little giant. The one standing in the west corner of the square was also extremely scary. He felt a stinging sensation in his eyes after just a quick look. There are also contestants on both sides of the north and south corners, although they are not standing alone in the east and west corners, but in groups of 3 or 5. But each contestant standing there has a unique aura. That aura, somewhat like that medium. When he thought that these people all had the strength of the medium, Bourne couldn't help but smile bitterly. Moreover, more importantly, these people were all strangers. As a well-known coach in the South Los swordsmanship circle, although Bourne was only 20 years old, he knew most of the swordsmen. Unless nobles? What happened? Why did all these nobles send people to participate in the competition? Bourne had some understanding of the nobles' behavior. It is impossible to participate in the fencing competition in person, but the rights of the nobles allow them to choose to let their servants participate on their behalf. This kind of thing has happened in the previous fencing competition, but it was only 1 or 2 cases by chance. It is unique to have such a large-scale participation as the one in front of us. This makes Bourne very concerned. But no matter how the young coach guessed, he had no clue. Regarding the item, the reward for the champion of the fencing competition includes the title of knight. At this stage, it is still only spread among a small group of people who can know about it. Outside this small group, no one will be told more. Just like Bourne and civilians like Bourne. Until the last moment, they will not know what happened at all. And at the last moment, even if they know more, everything has already been determined, there will be no chance of change. So, for them or the vast majority of South Los people, the fencing competition is more of a celebration mixed with performance. The protagonist? It will never be them. Of course, even the supporting roles, extras, can also get remuneration in such a celebration. It's like the owner of the Joljok Fencing Club is constantly wandering among the crowd. Todd Gilly, the owner of the Joljok Fencing Club, originally wanted to replicate the miracle of the previous fencing competition. But after finding that the people standing at the 4 corners of the square were extraordinary, they immediately gave up their original plan. The boss began to smile and went forward to build relationships. Bourne and the 2 students didn't care about this. This was not what they needed to worry about. What they needed to worry about was the sword competition that would start tomorrow. Therefore, after saying hello to his boss, Bourne took the 2 students away. While there was still some time, he needed to sort out the battle plan for himself and the 2 students again. The appearance of those noble servants disrupted his original plan. Obviously, many unwilling civilian contestants had the same idea as Bourne. They came and left in a hurry, fighting for their only chance to stand out, even if the hope was slim. Standing in the shadow on the bell tower, Melinda held a pipe in her mouth, and her eyes swept across the east and west corners of Elta Square. But there was a mockery in her eyes. The contestants standing there were the family servants representing Baron Culler and Baron Houseman. This was the privilege of the nobility, and no one could say anything more. However, Melinda was still surprised by the shamelessness of the 2 barons. The lady recognized these 2 contestants. Among them, the tall and strong contestant, who looked like a little giant, was Kong Sheng, the whale slayer who had a considerable reputation in the offshore islands. The other contestant, who is thin and has a sharp aura, is Deljo, a famous ruins explorer in Bed territory. Both of them are at the level of Major Arcana. They have their own forces in their respective territories. The former owns Whale Island and has at least 200 men, controlling the island's docks, taverns, hotels, brothels, and other facilities. Although the latter has a small number of people, they are a complete 12-man expedition team. But no one dares to underestimate it. And it is not easy to convince such a person. Heh. For the title of knight. You took out part of the core inheritance of the family? Melinda sneered in her heart. She knew something about Baron Coral and Baron Houseman. She also knew that this kind of core inheritance that can touch the Enterers, even if only part of it, will be attracted to major arcana strongmen like Kong Shang and Deljo. So much so that these two were willing to appear as the family servants of the two families in order to circumvent the noble rules that began in the Silver Age. Non-nobles are not allowed to touch noble knowledge. Although with the advent of the Pioneer Era, these rules have been loosened in some places. But in most places, it is still indestructible. At least, it is like this in Nanlos. But what this lady knows more clearly is that it is not enough to have inheritance, you also need talent. Otherwise, both the Baron of Color and the Baron of Houseman would be Enterers. Therefore, the lady's eyes were full of ridicule. Not ridiculing the two people, the Whale Slayer's sword and the Wind sword, but ridiculing the two families of Baron of Color and the Baron of Houseman. Sometimes, the appearance of rules is not a constraint, but a protection. I hope you understand what you are doing, Melinda thought in her heart, looking at the north and south corners. Immediately, her eyes sank slightly. Chapter 342. He is here. At the south corner of Elta Square are the three lords. Lord Ernest, Lord Dubois, and Lord Bath. They are the second son of Lord Ernest, the nephew of Lord Dubois, the nephew of Lord Bath. These three people have inheritance rights, but will never become heirs. Before them, there are at least 4 or 5 heirs in line. Therefore, after learning about the prize for the champion of the swordsmanship competition, they came here to try their luck. Moreover, because of Earl Nanrose's inclination towards Arthur, the 3 noble children belonging to the Earl's camp could not exercise their noble privileges. They could only rely on their own abilities. Win, of course, you will get the title of knight. Lose? That is also because of your lack of ability. In short, with the intervention of Earl Nanrose, Arthur and the 3 noble children, it showed a rare kind of fairness. Melinda glanced at the 3 people. What really made the lady ponder was the contestants representing Lord Lithorp and Lord Bourne at the north corner. Little Lithorp, who was not as strong as his father, stood there in a neat suit and greeted the businessmen who came to make connections with him with a smile. It was obvious that there were many people who had the same idea as the owner of the Joel Jock Fencing Club. Around Little Lissop stood 4 distinct people. A young man with a cold face and no expression, standing behind Little Lissop holding the hilt of a sword. This was the waiter of the Lissop family. He was also a contestant in this swordsmanship competition. Then the remaining 3 dark-skinned contestants, who had obviously been exposed to the wind, rain and sun, and whose faces looked more tired, stood in the front 3 positions on the left and right. Although they were wearing 4-piece suits, but the ears, the ornaments on their hair all indicate that the 3 people live on the sea all year round. Pirates! Melinda saw the origins of these 3 people at a glance. She knew before that the 3 sons of the Bourne family were fighting endlessly. But she didn't expect it to have come to this. They actually dared to use the power of pirates. Are you really not afraid of being hanged? The lady narrowed her eyes slightly, and her eyes were full of danger. For pirates, the lady had no good feelings at all. When her business was just starting, these bastards caused her a lot of trouble. So when she had power, she turned the 4 pirate islands into private islands. The dead pirates were fed to the fish. The living pirates were used to grow sugar cane for her. Of course, the most important role of these living pirates was to let her new guards see blood. After a relatively mild first blood, the chance of survival would be greatly increased when they encountered a battle. Therefore, in order to give her people more chances to survive, Melinda always hunts pirates regularly. It can be said that the identities of both parties have long destined them to fight to the death. And now, pirates appeared in front of her. Melinda was forced not to attack. She knew that she could not destroy the swordsmanship competition that was valued by the Countess. But fortunately, her reliable partner had a legitimate reason to kill these guys. And she has to think about the matter of the Bourne family. Her partner as asking price is not low, and she just happens to need a complete manor to set off her status as a baron. As for Baron Camille's manor, it is too old and dilapidated, which does not match her status. More importantly, Baron Camille South Manor is not close to Nanlos. Although it does not hinder her travel, it will hinder the holding of the Long Night Ladies' Salon. Compared with the small fight at number 6 White Bird Street, this lady prefers to hold a salon in her own manor. Of course, she will invite the Countess in advance. Even if there is a secret, it needs to be carried out openly. Just like her partner. Thinking of Arthur. The lady frowned slightly. Arthur. Why hasn't he come yet? Did this guy oversleep? Melinda guessed while holding a pipe. Similarly, little Lid-Hop, who was dealing with the merchants around him, was also wondering why Arthur hadn't come yet. Is it because he needs to treat his injuries, so that others won't notice? Or, others, like him, used a little trick, and delayed the trip of the medium? Little Lissip's eyes unconsciously swept the corners on the east and west sides of the square. If they acted in advance, in little Lissip's eyes, it could only be these two families. As for the Bourne family, although they have formed an alliance with the Bourne family, but from the bottom of their hearts, little Lid-Hop still looked down on the crudeness and ignorance of the Bourne family. They actually dared to cooperate with pirates. Just wait to be hanged by the tigress. Little Lid-Hop glanced at the three pirates, who represented the Bourne family with defiant faces, and looked down on the Bourne family even more in his heart. Undoubtedly, with the death of old Bourne, the Bourne family will definitely be finished. Should he take action? He must take action. But he must be careful, not to arouse the Earl's vigilance. Little Lissip's mind was turning over and over. But he was flawless in dealing with those businessmen. Even though he hated them very much, he had to be polite. Just like the boss of the Joel Joker fencing club in front of him. He actually wanted to discuss with him to win the championship of the fencing competition. Ignorant insect. You don't even know what this fencing competition represents. He thought so in his heart. The son of the Lord was still smiling. Of course, if there is a chance, we must cooperate. Little Lithop's words made the owner of the Joel Jock Fencing Club very happy. It is my honor to meet you here. Excited, the owner of the Joel Jock Fencing Club immediately saluted again. Even, the other party had forgotten such words, because little Lid-Hop had already said them several times. Time passed by minute. Soon, there were only less than 10 minutes left until 5 p.m. Freeman, who was in charge of registration, couldn't help but stand up again and look outside the Alta Square. Freeman cared about anyone or anything related to his father. And this was the 7th time this new blood had done this. This made Amor rub his temple. Miss Talon, who had been reading novels all night last night, now just wanted to go home and catch up on her sleep. The story of the Detective Truman was quite interesting. She had never thought that everything was manipulated by humans. But such an interesting novel was not officially published. Instead, the author paid for private printing. Wasn't the author named Garcia always poor? Why did he suddenly become rich? While the lady from Talon was still thinking, she clearly sensed the heavy breathing of Freeman beside her. Immediately, the fishing Amor immediately sat up straight and pretended to be serious. Because there was only one possibility that could make Freeman change like this at this moment. The medium came. Chapter 343 Death Whispers. Ivan, squatting in the alley on the side of Kirk Street, loaded the bomb in his hand into the disguised snack cart while staring closely at number 2 Kirk Street, which was covered by a huge banyan tree. 1,000 gold notes. As long as you can stop or injure the owner of number 2 Kirk Street, you can get this bounty. This was the list that suddenly appeared in the Bounty Tavern yesterday afternoon. Everyone was shocked by such a big deal. The Bounty Tavern is located at the junction of the Shire District and the Dort District. But it is not on the Sisi-Kitsan Road, but on the other side of the Boating Street. Number 233 Boating Street. Water Lizard Tavern is one of the Bounty Taverns. Of course, it's not that there are no Bounty Taverns in the Shire District. It's just that the Bounty Taverns in the Shire District have a threshold, and not everyone can enter. Many mercenaries, bounty collectors, bounty hunters sneer at such a threshold, but in fact, some of the really big orders are in the Bounty Tavern in the Shire District. And the Water Lizard Tavern? Most of the orders are 50 to 100 gold notes. Occasionally there will be orders for 200 gold notes. More? No more. Therefore, the 1,000 gold notes let everyone who was drinking in the Water Lizard Tavern stunned. The next moment, they rushed to grab the orders. Even if they knew who lived at number 2 Kirk Street. Never underestimate those who make a living from bounties. They not only have extraordinary strength, they also have extremely well-informed information. Therefore, they are all aware of the reputation of the medium Arthur Kratos. But the mission is also stated, it is just to prevent the other party from going out, or to get injured. It is not a real direct confrontation. Therefore, these people are full of confidence. Ivan is one of them. Ivan, who is good at using bombs, has always sneered at the so-called mysterious side. He has killed at least 2 guys from the mysterious side. Maybe those guys' methods are very strange, but their real fighting power, in Ivan's opinion, is just that. Those flaming arrows are no better than fire guns. And the so-called secrecy is even more ridiculous in front of explosives. One bundle of explosives is not enough. Then 2 bundles. As long as they keep stacking, no matter how powerful the mysterious person is, they will be reduced to ashes. Just like now, facing Arthur, who walked out of number 2 Kirk Street. The bounty hunter has already picked up 2 bundles of explosives. Ivan's plan is very simple. First, use 2 bundles of explosives to harass the medium, then ignite all the explosives in the snack cart. Then, he pushed the carriage hard. Then, just wait to collect the money. Perhaps the medium will not only be blocked, injured, but even be shattered to pieces. At that time, he will definitely get an extra bonus. Thinking in his heart, Ivan grinned. Then, Ivan suddenly found something wrong. He heard heavy breathing, somewhat like that of a large animal. Subconsciously, Ivan lowered his head. Then, the head was gone. After Kaliki bit off the head of the bounty hunter, he jumped onto the house, using the chimney as a cover, and rushed to the next target. From the time Arthur left the house, until he got on the car, the 4 bounty hunters, who were ambushing nearby, were all killed by Kaliki. And more bounty hunters were killed silently. The throat of the passing falcon was slit by Wu and I. The carriage that Arthur was riding started slowly, and the corpse slowly fell to the ground. As the blood slowly flowed, the lifeless eyes of the corpse watched the carriage go away. With the help of Falcon's elevated vision, Arthur could clearly see the flowers that continued to bloom on both sides of the road as the black carriage he was riding passed by. Scarlet and bright, reluctant and fearful, the blood of the corpse began to intertwine with emotions. They were celebrating the coming of death. When the bodies fell one after another, they were playing the song of death with their own lives. A silent and withering song. Life, at this moment, became cheap. No! It should be fair. In front of death, everyone is equal. But Arthur was a special case. Because he was death, killing along the way. The corpses were all broken. Edwin, who was driving the car, smelled the bloody smell. In fact, from the beginning, the bloody smell had been madly drilling into his nose. How many people died? Edwin had seen dead people before. He had even killed many people with his own hands. This driver of Melinda had experienced dozens of battles, big and small. However, this driver had never experienced anything like what he saw before him. A sea of blood and corpses in an instant. Without any buffer. Death just appeared. Not just one or a few, but a group. They died in large numbers. Martz will probably have to work overtime. I hope he can hold on. Edwin began to adjust his mentality in his own way. He knew very well how these guys died. His men were stationed in the Bounty Tavern in Nanlos, so they naturally knew what happened. And this was one of the reasons why he became Arthur as coachman again. Melinda hoped that Arthur could get to Elta Square smoothly. As for the other one, it was to publicize her relationship with Arthur to more people. I'm afraid the master didn't expect that Sir Kratos would be so direct. Right? But that is good. It can be regarded as clearing up a business for the master. The master and Sir Kratos really have a tacit understanding. Of course, Edwin remembered the name Arthur asked him to call him. On the surface, Edwin chose to obey Arthur's orders and called Arthur Arthur, but in his heart, Edwin still gave Arthur the honorific title. Not only because of Arthur's strength, but also because Arthur always cooperated with Melinda's actions. You know, after his master received the news from the Bounty Tavern yesterday, he had the idea of bringing the Bounty Tavern under his command. He had it before, but there was no reasonable reason. Now, not only does he have a reason, but those guys are all dead. They can be replaced by his men. Simply put, they died well. Edwin, who had completely adjusted his mentality, began to hum the country tune he had just casually adapted. Arthur, Arthur, you are so stubborn. How is your garden? Scarlet blood. Beautiful eyeballs. Where are they buried? The bodies are lined up in rows. This adaptation was just the driver's inspiration. There was nothing special about it. But Arthur heard it. The young medium rolled his eyes, indicating that Edwin's adaptation was really bad. Then, he raised his left hand and snapped his fingers. With a crisp sound, the death energy from the fresh corpses swarmed in. In an instant, large swathes of invisible death energy floated above the carriage, moving with the carriage, growing larger with the carriage. By the time the carriage arrived at Elta Square, The death energy in the sky had already turned into dark clouds in the eyes of the gifted, blocking the last ray of sunlight. And in their ears, there were endless cries and wails from the dead. The oppressive feeling brought by the pure condensation of death energy directly made the spirituality of the gifted begin to tremble. When the carriage door opened, the young medium slowly got off the carriage. The condensation of death energy around them reached a certain extreme. Plop! Plop! The gifted on the Alta Square fell to the ground one after another. They looked at Arthur with extremely horrified eyes, and there was only one voice left in their hearts. Is this the medium Arthur Kratos? Chapter 344 Pirate Blood. In the Alta Square, the gifted ones were shocked and confused. They only had gifts, but had not yet truly fulfilled their talents. They could not understand everything in front of them at all. And those mysterious people who had already entered the mysterious side were sweating in their palms. Enterers! Is this the power of the Enterers? They looked at the medium Arthur Kratos, who was walking slowly with doubts, including the three Higgin brothers. But immediately, the three pirate brothers grinned. Excited? Is there anything more exciting than hunting an initiate? Of course. This initiate is injured. An injured initiate is too rare for the three of them. Inheriting some of the legacy of the pirate King Edward, they were promoted to the mysterious side through the ritual pirate blood. All they need is to plunder constantly, plunder wealth, women, power, and let pirate blood continue to advance. In the past 10 years, through plundering, they have already advanced the pirate blood ritual to the limit of the arcana level. They only need to carry out another grand plunder, and they can smoothly advance to the grand arcana level. As for why they dare to challenge the Emperor by leaping a large level with the arcana level, in addition to the fact that they are the limit arcana level, it is because the mysterious side person promoted with pirate blood can resonate and amplify. This is the most special feature of pirate blood, which can concentrate the power of the remaining two people on one person, and exert 200% of the original power of three people. This is also the secret of their ability to plunder fleets that seem stronger than them on the ocean route, and succeed every time. After the power of the three of them resonates in one person, the subsequent amplification can allow the person who is resonating to reach the limit of the major arcana level, facing a seriously injured Emperor. The limit of the major arcana level is not without a fight. As for why they are so sure that Arthur is injured, of course they will not believe the information provided by their collaborators. They believe more in their own eyes. The Arthur in front of them, although he is amazing, but compared with the Emperors they have seen before, but there was a slight sense of floating. It was obvious that Arthur was really injured. Only an injured Emperor would be like this. The three looked at each other and exchanged glances. Finally, the eldest of the three Higgin brothers stood up and walked straight towards Arthur. Seeing this scene, the attention of other people in Alta Square was immediately attracted. Especially those gifted people were even more puzzled. Why did this guy dare to challenge such a powerful medium? The remaining mysterious people were surprised, but they all looked like they were watching a good show. As for ordinary people, there were not many ordinary people in Alta Square at the moment. The moment Arthur appeared, all these ordinary people fainted. The guards of Count Nanlos took all these ordinary people away. There must be some memory infusion. False memory? It doesn't matter. For ordinary people, knowing too much is not a good thing. On the contrary, knowing only what you should know will make you happy. Of course, if you don't want this kind of happiness arranged by others, then fight. Like a seagull, face the storm. Unfortunately, there are too few such people. So few that they can be ignored. Most of the time, people are just willing to talk, even if they say thousands of words. But they will never take action. Even Arthur is the same. If you can live a stable life, Arthur would not fight so hard. He was willing to be a dog for others, but others did not want him. Not only did they not want him, they also wanted to kill him and eat his meat. Then don't blame him for sharpening his claws and teeth and tasting those guys. Looking at the leader of the Higgin brothers approaching, Arthur immediately identified the other party's pirate identity. The small decorations on his body and the condition of his skin made the other party's identity very easy to identify. Therefore, it is likely that he knew that the ritual chosen by the other party was pirate's blood. This ritual originated from the pirate King Edward, and is the most commonly chosen ritual by the mysterious side of pirates. Compared to other rituals, pirate blood is not only simple, you only need to soak in rum, sing the pirate song, then cut your wrist before the blood runs out. Use this hand to find the hidden gold coin in the box filled with stones next to you. No complicated and hard to find base material is needed, All you need is a ship drifting on the sea. And pirate blood is also very effective. As long as you keep plundering and make spirit happy, you can quickly advance. Why does Arthur know so clearly? Because William. After William came into contact with the mysterious side, because of his pirate background, he paid much attention to the mysterious side of the pirates. And why didn't William choose pirate blood? There are pros and cons. When growing up quickly, pirates who choose pirate blood as a ritual, although their physique will continue to grow stronger, and they can freely control their own ships without more sailors, and can raise and lower sails with their thoughts, control cables, cannons, etc. However, they do not have enough secret arts, and once they leave their own ships, the combat effectiveness of pirates who choose pirate blood will drop sharply. Why did Edward become the pirate king? Isn't it because of the White Raven? Without a legendary warship as a vehicle, the ambitious William would not choose pirate blood. However, because of his origin, the collection of pirate blood rituals is quite complete. Therefore, Arthur is very clear about the plans of the three pirates in front of him. It's nothing more than resonance, amplification, and then physique suppressing him. If it were other mysterious people, Arthur would still hesitate. He would worry whether the other party had mastered some secret technique and think whether he needed to get close to them. But there were three pirates who had performed the pirate blood ceremony. Moreover, they were pirates who had come to the ground. Arthur's expression remained unchanged, and he continued to move forward slowly. The eldest of the three Higgin brothers looked at Arthur, who did not give in, and joy flashed in his eyes. Great! He chose the physique they were best at. Then, die! With murderous intent in his heart, his face was ferocious. The eldest of the three Higgin brothers collided directly with Arthur. It was not a face-to-face collision. It was a shoulder-to-shoulder collision. Bang! In the muffled sound, the face of the eldest of the three Higgin brothers, with a ferocious face, suddenly changed, and a huge force that he could not resist came from the collision. Step, step, step! The eldest of the three Higgin brothers retreated again and again, until he was caught by his two brothers, and then he stopped retreating. Resonance! The eldest of the three Higgin brothers shouted, and his two younger brothers immediately stood behind him, and put their hands on his shoulders. Watching this scene, Arthur calmly took off the glove on his right hand. The young medium flicked the place where he had just been hit. Dust, of course, does not exist. But bad luck does exist. It leads to death. Chapter 345, Walking on Corpses. Misfortune is invisible and intangible. Death follows you like a shadow. Boom, boom! The hearts of the three Higgins brothers began to beat violently, and gradually returned to the same frequency and resonance. Using the heart as the foundation, using rituals to mobilize spirituality. Reaching the same, lending power to one person. This pirate blood unique technique, the three Higgins brothers have used it countless times. Even with their eyes closed, they can complete everything in a breath. But just when it was about to be completed, the leader of the three Higgin brothers subconsciously looked at Arthur. Looking at Arthur with a calm face and calm eyes. For some reason, the leader of the three brothers felt a sudden shock in his heart. He knew we were going to use resonance. Then why didn't he take precautions? Was he confident that his physique could surpass the three of us? Although the leader of the Higgin brothers thought that he had underestimated the enemy just now, he would not think that Arthur's physique could surpass the sum of the three of them. Moreover, it is even less likely to be the sum after doubling. In other words, they use resonance, which is what the other party wants to see. The other party has a resonance planned against them. The thought in his heart made the heart of the eldest brother of the Higgin brothers skip a beat. Suddenly, the heartbeat that was originally the same began to have noise. The remaining two brothers of the Higgin brothers did not know why their brother made such a mistake. But they adjusted their heartbeats immediately. He wanted to reunite his heartbeat with his brother's. Similarly, the elder brother of the Higgin brothers also discovered his mistake. He didn't know what Arthur was planning. But once the resonance started, the arrow had to be shot. Immediately, the eldest of the Higgin brothers adjusted his heartbeat, wanting to make his heartbeat return to the rhythm of his two younger brothers. But it happened that, at this time, the two younger brothers of the Higgin brothers instinctively cooperated with their elder brother. I want to make my heart beat back to the current rhythm. It was a wrong rhythm again. The three Higgins panicked. They immediately adjusted again. But they made a mistake again. 3 times is the limit. The next moment. Boom, boom, boom. Bang. The beating of the heart became louder and louder, just like the sound of the explosion. Plop, plop, plop. 3 bodies in suits and leather shoes fell to the ground at the same time. Arthur did not even look at them, but slowly raised his gloves. And at this moment, the young waiter standing behind Little Lid Hop suddenly attacked. Clang! The long sword was unsheathed, and the cold-faced young swordsman's face showed a strong murderous intent. Kill Arthur Kratos. This was originally one of his most important tasks on this trip. As for the other one? Of course, it was the champion of the swordsmanship tournament. Obtaining a knight title from the Earl of Nanlos would stabilize that lord's layout in Nanlos. Maybe he can even move up a level. This is what he wants to do. Becoming Little Lissop's servant? It's just a stopgap measure. How could the Lissop family hire him? He has always been loyal to that lord. When he thought of him killing Arthur Kratos, and winning the swordsmanship competition, after getting the title of knight, the praise from that lord. The young swordsman's sword became faster and faster. On the sword of the young swordsman, there were bursts of bird calls. Arthur immediately confirmed that the opponent was using the white bird sword technique. It was not the inferior version he imitated, it should be the simplified white bird sword technique that the Grand Duke of Niwen used to deal with the 7 Years' War. Although it was very different from the original, the simplified version already had 3 points of the style of the real white bird sword technique. Buzz buzz buzz. Amid the fine bird calls, the young swordsman's sword was faster. The murderous feeling hidden in the sword made Melinda on the bell tower clench her palms. Before, the lady could not confirm the identity of the other party. But as soon as the other party made a move, the lady immediately knew the identity of the other party. He was a loyal member selected by the Grand Duke of Niwen from the army, and an elite who had undergone secret training. Different from the Lion Guard on the surface. These elites are more like secret guards. They are specially used to solve some things that cannot be put on the stage for the old lion. Damn bastard. Melinda's eyes swept over the secret guards of the old lion, staring at Little Lid Hop. The son of the Lord acted very quickly. Stop. Stop now. I order you to stop. This is not in line with the contract I signed. Little Lid Hop shouted loudly. He looked like something that was completely beyond his expectations. However, Melinda knew that. Maybe things really were beyond the other party's expectations. But the other party was doing this now, just to get himself out of this matter. What the other party wanted to show was, I don't know the identity of the young swordsman at all. I was also deceived. But in fact, the other party should have been in contact with the Grand Duke a long time ago. No! To be precise, it should be the other party's father who was in contact with the Grand Duke. Damn noble rules, so restrictive. Melinda cursed in her heart, frowning slightly, and began to think about how to maximize the benefits. As for Arthur, the lady was not worried. How could Cat Faction Black not be able to deal with an old lion's secret guard? But other people who didn't know the truth thought that the old lion's secret guard, who suddenly attacked, had a better chance of winning. Especially the secret guard himself, even more so. He had a keen intuition. When Arthur put on his gloves again, he could feel that the terrible aura was dissipating. Obviously, the injured Arthur couldn't maintain this posture or use this secret technique for a long time. Even this posture or the use of this secret technique will make Arthur more injured. And this is why he simply drew his sword. He was already injured, and now he was more seriously injured. There is no reason for him to give up such an opportunity. Buzz buzz buzz. The birdsong became louder and louder, the sword was faster, and the murderous intent on the young swordsman's face was more substantial. His heart was cold. His sword was cold. And then, he was frozen. The low temperature. From the evil spirit orb. Instantly, the young swordsman was turned into an ice sculpture. The ice sculpture, which was still charging forward, fell straight to the ground. Bang! Along with its body, it was turned into ice crystals all over the ground. Under the evening sun, it was extremely bright and beautiful. But the next moment, the sun was blocked. The ice crystals were covered by shadows. Yes, Arthur. Arthur raised his foot and stepped on these ice crystals, ignoring the composition of the ice crystals, and continued to move forward. Walking on corpses? Who doesn't walk on the corpses of enemies? Arthur's heart was calm. And until this moment, people around him realized that Arthur had never stopped, and had just walked at his unique pace. His Whale Slayer Kong Shang, Wind Sword Del Chiao. The two of them took a breath of cold air. Completely instinctively, they stepped back, trying to make themselves less conspicuous. Lord Ernest, Lord Dubois, the nephews of the 3 lords of Lord Bath stared at this scene in amazement. Is this their opponent? Are you kidding? We will die if we go up. The three noble children wailed in their hearts. Those who were just watching, those who would not participate in the competition, did not have so many concerns. They looked at the recently famous medium again with amazement. Then, they bowed slightly, and completely cleared the way to the bell tower. Under the gaze of the crowd, Arthur stepped forward. When he reached the foot of the bell tower, he looked at Freeman and Amur and whispered, "Arthur Kratos, sign up." As soon as he finished speaking, the bell tower immediately rang loudly. Not too many, not too few, just 5. Not too early, not too late, just 5 o'clock. Chapter 346. Different Expressions. Freeman had a warm smile on his face, and respectfully placed a registration form in front of Arthur, and pointed at the place where the signature was required. "Just sign here." As he spoke, the face of this newborn bloodline showed an inexplicable pride. For this newborn bloodline, the stronger Arthur is, the stronger his father is. Everyone knows that. Cooperation is based on the equal strength of both parties. The stronger his father is, the safer he is. Even if his father doesn't approve of him, the relationship between them is real and unquestionable. Moreover, this disapproval can be alleviated. For example, take a detour. Looking at the medium signing, Freeman was extremely glad that he had correctly calculated the income of Rat Street in advance. With this income, he must be able to establish a relationship with the medium in front of him. Right? Freeman thought to himself, and the smile on his face became more and more eager. This made Amur, who was standing beside him, look down on him. What a tactless fellow. He didn't even know to bring a chair to this lord. Thinking to himself, the lady from Tallinn immediately stood up and moved her chair behind Arthur. "Sir, you can sit down and sign." Amur said this, and then he lowered his voice. "Sir, do you need a maid? I can cook. I can also make some potions. I have a basic understanding of alchemy." Amur introduced himself. At this moment, Amur regretted her recklessness when they first met. If she had known that Arthur was so powerful, she should have stated her intention when they first met, instead of trying to make up for it like now. Although it is not too late to make amends, but everything that was spent was real. After Arthur signed his name, he handed the registration form back to Freeman, looking at Amur calmly. The young medium was deeply impressed by the lady from Tallinn, not only because she played the role of Melinda when they first met, but also because of her adaptability afterwards. The behavior of abandoning self-esteem at any time in order to survive and live better is really admirable. Arthur can be sure that the lady from Tallinn has the survival ability comparable to that of cockroaches. Under Arthur's gaze, Amur thought of more. Does a maid have to warm the bed? That's what they say in the picture books. Do I have to buy a pair of pantyhose? Or modify a set of maid uniforms? One set is not enough. If it gets dirty, it needs to be changed. So I need 2 sets of maid uniforms. And 2 pairs of pantyhose. It's another big expense. After buying these, this month's money seems not enough to buy the new picture book of dangerous liaisons. Should I do the same as Freeman? Do you want to calculate the income of Rat Street? Not too much, enough for me to buy many picture books. Especially the Collector S edition of Eye-Opening. I've wanted it for a long time. The lady from Tallinn turned her favorite picture books in her mind. When she thought of the contents of the picture books, she immediately blushed. Hey, why are you blushing? You're not going to put yourself in some weird role, are you? Arthur complained in his heart. On the surface, he remained calm. As the 2 sides were just ordinary people, any words were superfluous. Keeping silent was a good choice. But even so, the surrounding gifted people felt jealous. Although Amur was extremely unreliable in nature, his appearance was definitely not bad, and could even be called good-looking, especially his light blue eyes, which were even more attractive. Therefore, as the person in charge of registration, Amur left a deep impression on these young men. Many of them were very excited. These young men even decided to try to invite Amur after the registration was over. But before they could invite him, everything was over. Looking at Amur, who was servile and shy in front of Arthur, although the young men were not convinced, they also knew that they had no chance. What is so good about this medium? Many gifted people felt sour in their hearts. Compared to the gifted ones, the mysterious side people who have entered the mysterious side are full of envy. It is amazing that they can actually establish a relationship with an enterer. However, these mysterious side people do not include Whale Slayer Sword Kong Shang and Wind Sword Deljo. Whale Slayer Sword Kong Shang has been recalling the scenes after Arthur appeared since the beginning, and put himself into the role of the battle. The final result made him feel worried. Because, no matter how he simulated, he would not be the opponent. The power he was proud of, facing the silent freezing air, was completely useless. But if he gave up like this, Kong Shang was a little reluctant. You know, the reward here is the way to break through the shackles of the great arcana level. He has been searching for it, but he can't find it. If he missed this opportunity, I'm afraid I will never be able to enter the ranks of entrants in this life, especially after seeing Arthur's might. For the entrants, this Whale Slayer sword is even more determined to get them. Maybe I can. Suddenly, a thought popped up in the heart of the Whale Slayer sword. Afterwards, the Whale Slayer sword did not stay for long, turned around and left the square. And the Wind Sword Deljo on the other side followed closely behind. Compared to the worries of Kong Shang, the Whale Slayer sword, Delchiao, the Wild Wind sword, was much better. Because he was already confident that he could deal with the freezing air. That unknown swordsman, thank you for being a pathfinder. If it weren't for you, I would have been frozen into an ice sculpture if I had suddenly encountered such freezing air, but now I won T. It's just that the secret technique that the medium used to deal with the three Hyjin brothers. What is it? With such doubts, Wild Wind Sword was ready to ask his companions to collect as much information as possible from the medium. He hoped to find some clues from it. Little Lissop stood in the crowd and watched Whale Slayer sword. Wild Wind Sword left, and kept muttering the words he had nothing to do with that young swordsman. He looked completely frightened. This made the people around him look at Little Lissop with contempt in their eyes. And that's what Little Lithop wanted. He needed such contempt. Because he had already figured out how to deal with Arthur. Looking at the medium under the bell tower from a distance, the Lord Sun sneered in his heart, thinking viciously, be proud. Be happy. You never know what you will face later. I want you to understand, what is the real world? Thinking in his heart, the Lord Sun also turned around and walked away from Elta Square quickly. And the Lord Sun didn't notice at all that, when he left, the medium who had never looked at him from beginning to end, slightly raised his mouth. Chapter 347, Conspiracy. Since Arthur has already entered the Elta Square, how could Arthur not have his eyes on it? Falcon hid on the top of the bell tower, overlooking the Elta Square, taking in everyone's expressions, performances, and everything else. Those gifted ones. Those mysterious people. Of course, including Little Lissop and the other three noble nephews. Not to mention the three noble nephews who were caught in a dilemma. Arthur could probably guess what the Whale Slayer Kong Shang, the Wild Wind Sword Deljo, and Little Lissop were going to do. However, compared to the first two, Arthur was more looking forward to Little Lissop. The other party would habitually solve the problem in front of him in the way he was best at. The noble trick. Arthur had been looking forward to it for a long time. Come on! Be quick! Don't let me down! Arthur thought silently in his heart. Wu and I, who was waiting on the side, followed him. Although he called the noble rules contemptuously noble tricks, this did not prevent Arthur from paying attention to the other party's words and deeds. He needed to know what the other party did and when. Then, he could effectively target them. Maybe there would be unexpected gains. Arthur thought in his heart, and his eyes looked at the entrance of Elta Square. After the young medium attracted most people's attention, the lady quietly came down from the bell tower and came to the carriage at the entrance of the square. After seeing Arthur's gaze, the lady waved with a smile. Arthur immediately responded with a smile. Then, towards Freeman. Amur nodded, stood up, and walked towards Melinda. Under the gaze of everyone, Arthur and Melinda walked towards the carriage in an intimate manner. Amur watched Arthur leave. His eyes lost. Thighs. Golden thighs. It was moving away from her. If Melinda hadn't been watching, she would have definitely slid and drifted, and hugged this golden thigh. As for being embarrassed by so many people around? What's so embarrassing about it? Someone could kneel down and acknowledge his godfather in front of everyone at the construction site. She, Amur, was just hugging a thigh. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong? No. Only by hugging a thigh can you live a salted fish life. This is her, Amur's lifelong pursuit. Don't look at it. Be careful that Miss Caesar will cause you trouble. Freeman reminded. It's not that he and Amur have a good relationship. It's just that it's hard to find a supervisor like Amur who doesn't care about anything. If he changes to another one, his plan will definitely be delayed for a long time, not to mention the indirect way to bring himself and his father closer. Amur didn't reply, but just lowered his head to pack up. Because she knew what Freeman said was true. She had heard a lot about the rumors about the Mrs. Long Knight. She dared to impersonate her before because she had the order of the Earl. But now she doesn't have the support of the Earl. Alas, I should go back and review my new picture book. Only the world of the picture book can heal my traumatized soul. Amur once again took on a role and began to complain about himself. Freeman was used to it and didn't care at all. But the teenagers around him looked at Amur, who looked lonely. Looking at Melinda, who was intimacy with Arthur, she was jealous to the point of red eyes. Is that the Ms. Long Knight? As expected. She is as beautiful as the rumors say. Damn it, what's up with that medium? Why do Ms. Amur and Miss Caesar look at him differently? Is it great to be strong? Just because you are handsome, can you do whatever you want? Such voices, of course. He couldn't hide it from Arthur's ears. He really wanted to tell these teenagers that being strong is really great, and being handsome can really do whatever you want. Unfortunately, he knew how proud these teenagers were during their youth, and they would never listen. Therefore, he chose to express his feelings with actions. Arthur, who was walking side by side with Melinda, suddenly raised his hand. He didn't really touch Melinda, but from the back, it looked like it was on Melinda's waist. Childish, Melinda commented. Of course, the lady also heard what the boys said. So, she did not object, but cooperated. After all, this was also a good thing for her, which could better wash away her previous bad reputation. So Melinda turned her head, and when her blue eyes looked at Arthur, it was like a lake. Ripples appeared. This scene fell into the eyes of the young men in the square. Immediately, the hearts of the young men were all shattered at this moment. They all became lifeless. Arthur and Melinda boarded the carriage with smiles, and as the coachman Edwin waved the whip, the carriage slowly left. I hope their current state will not affect the official competition tomorrow afternoon. Don't worry, the hearts of young men are very strong. When a better-looking or brand-new lady appears in front of them, they will cheer up again, Arthur said, and adjusted his sitting posture. When facing his partner, Melinda, Arthur no longer sat upright, but was comfortable. Similarly, Melinda was the same. The lady leaned back in the chair, put some tobacco in her pipe, and began to puff. After the pipe flickered several times, the lady spoke again. Arthur, what do you think of the Bounty Tavern? 55 points, Arthur replied. The moment Melinda opened her mouth, Arthur knew what this woman was up to. It was nothing more than to bring the Bounty Tavern into her power. Of course, Arthur had no objection to this. He would not be disgusted by the growth of his power. How about giving it all to you? 55 points? Do you know how much I invested in the early stage? Do you know how much I need to invest in maintaining me later? 23 points. Melinda rolled her eyes. After a long talk, a price was quoted. 23 is 5. And there are 5 left. Arthur did not ask, because the young medium knew that the 5 was given to the Earl. Merchants like Melinda, who want to make a living in South Los, must follow certain rules. He is still an exception for the time being. It's not that the Countess looks at him differently, but his industry is too small. Although the 5 gentlemen exchange is listed, it will take some time before it can make a profit. And the same is true for the Mischio Security Company. However, with a follow-up, he will probably have to learn from Melinda. Unless, Arthur thought of something and suddenly lowered his voice and said, What do you think of Southtown? Chapter 348 Greed. Greed. Greed again. Starting from Nanlos, traveling 30 kilometers southwest, you can see a town with a population of 20,000. And this is Nan Town, a town that was built after the end of the 7 Years' War. In other places in Nanjun, such a population is enough to become a small city. But near Nanlos, this place can only be called a town, and can only be called a town. In fact, it is impossible for such a large population to gather near Nanlos if there were no coal and iron mines. At the end of the 7 Years' War, the young Lithorp was canonized as a knight by the then commander Baron Bourne because of his bravery in battle and 3 times of being the first to reach the enemy's territory. He then saved Baron Bourne in the Battle of the Mold River and reversed the situation with a death raid, allowing the South County Coalition to win the Battle of the Mold River. With this military exploit, he was awarded the title of Lord. Although it cannot be inherited, it is still enough to make people envious. But the most enviable thing is the luck of this Lord. To have the title of Lord, even if it cannot be inherited, one needs to own a territory, and a manor with 2 or 3 white people was the first choice of the lords at that time. Lysop was no exception. He chose the originally nameless South Town as his territory. This place deviated from the South Los Avenue moreover. The South County Coalition was in its honeymoon period at that time, and the old Earl of Nanlos did not care. When Lysop gave the corresponding gold coins, and swore an oath to the old Earl, he obtained this place. This oath is different from the Lionheart ceremony. The Lionheart ceremony is more formal, and it is a contract in the true sense. It not only has a ritual sword, but also has a true merit. It is a win-win situation, and a loss situation. And the oath? It is more like a form of employment. The biggest bond between the two sides is taxes. More, that could only be marriage or something like that. Other than that, there is nothing else. At the beginning, no one paid attention to this unknown land. Until the end of the 7 Years' War, Lithorp, who built the manor, dug out coal mines, and then iron mines. People were surprised at how lucky Lithorp was. You know, the surveyor of the old Earl had checked that unknown land. They dug 10 meters down, but the coal was at the 11th meter. In short, after the news came out, the reputation of the old Earl of Nanlos was hit. Everyone was laughing at the old Earl's blindness. The subsequent fake check incident further hit the reputation of the old Earl. In addition, during the 7 Years' War, the old Earl was in charge of logistics and had no glorious military exploits. Gradually, he was overshadowed by the young Grand Duke of Niwen. There are rumors that the old Earl died of depression, and it was initially because of Lord Lithop. Of course, Melinda knew about these things. Moreover, she also knew some secrets. For example, the role played by the old lion in these events. However, the lady knew very well that Arthur was definitely not asking these questions. It was a more realistic question. How sure are you? Melinda sat up straight, the pipe in his mouth was picked up again, and his expression became more serious. However, looking at Melinda like this, Arthur rolled his eyes. Why did you suddenly leave the bell tower and choose to wait for me by the carriage? Don't tell me that you just want to see those young people's hearts broken. Arthur exposed the other party mercilessly. The young medium was sure that Melinda chose to show up so openly, in addition to being able to deepen the relationship between the two in the eyes of outsiders. The most important thing is to see the unwillingness of little Lithorp. Or, the latter is the most important. He also knows the history of South Town. After Melinda told him that there would be nobles from South Los among the contestants, Arthur spent the past 2 days, apart from the necessary sleep and preparation, looking through the information of these nobles, especially Lord Lithorp. There is no way. The other party is too conspicuous. It's not just the coal mines, iron mines, but also the other party's wavering attitude. The former represents interests, and the latter represents the favor of Count Nanlos. In a way, it's a win-win situation. He wants the coal mines, iron mines. He also wants the favor of Count Nanlos. Of course, it's not easy. So, that's why we need Melinda. And Melinda, who was exposed, didn't feel embarrassed at all. The lady took the cigarette holder and leaned back in the chair again. After taking a deep puff of his pipe, he continued, "What's that look in your eyes? Why do I feel that you have bad intentions? You are wrong. You will inherit the title of Baron Camille soon. How can a baron not have a fiefdom? What do you think of Southtown?" Arthur said. Melinda leaned against the chair and completely straddled it. Southtown, she wanted it. Unfortunately, it was too difficult. So, she chose the manor of the Bourne family. The reason why she was so active just now was just to gain more favor from the tigress. However, the lady did not refuse directly, but frowned and thought seriously. After about 3 or 4 seconds, the lady spoke. "Impossible. The Earl will never allow another Lord Lithorp to appear. Even if I have always been loyal to the Earl, it is not possible. Everything depends on human effort." The young medium shook his head and said, "When two bad things appear together and people are asked to choose, no matter who it is, they will choose the less bad one." "Yes, that's what you said. But can you be sure that those two bad things will not touch the Earl's nerves? You know, if they touch the Earl, he will turn the table over," Melinda emphasized. However, the lady used her fingers to write a name on her other palm. Old Lion. Obviously, this lady said no, but her body was very honest. She had already started thinking about how to take advantage of the situation. In the entire South County, the only one who could suppress the Earl of Nanlos was the Grand Duke of Niwen. And it just so happened that Lord Lysop and the Grand Duke of Niwen had 1,000 connections, which could really be used. But how to use it? Miranda, who had a preliminary idea in her heart, looked at Arthur again. This lady wanted to hear Arthur's thoughts. However, the young medium did not say it immediately, but changed the subject. No, as long as we make good use of it, the Earl will definitely stand with us. 235% of the share is enough. Should it be enough? Melinda was not sure. However, the words written on her palm were very sure that it was not enough. Other industries, of course, would be no problem. But minerals, for sure. You know, although Nanlos relies on the well-connected coast and is very rich in ocean trade, it has no real minerals. The export of minerals in various places is subject to various restrictions and high prices, not to mention other things. In order to survive the winter, Nanlos imports coal from other places, which is an astronomical figure every year. It can be said that the coal mines and iron mines in Nanjun are the last piece of the puzzle to complete the power of the Count of Nanlos. With such a premise, Melinda can be sure that the Count of Nanlos will never agree to the previous share ratio. That's almost it, Arthur said and laughed. He whispered, "Then, we just need to invite that gentleman now." Chapter 349, A Frank Revelation. Invite that gentleman? Invite whom? Who can participate in such a thing? Melinda's eyes rarely showed doubts, and when Arthur said the name, the lady was even more stunned. Julie? Is it the Julie I know? The lady reconfirmed. If you don't have another lady who is 2.5 meters tall and strong, then this Miss Julie is the one you are imagining now. Arthur smiled and spread his hands. Melinda stared at Arthur closely. After confirming that Arthur was not joking, the lady could not help but sigh. What a bad guy. Melinda now roughly guessed what Arthur was going to do. It was different from her own plan. Arthur's plan was more bold and honest. Yes, honest. Because this guy never thought of hiding it from the Countess from the beginning to the end. Even, he wanted to drag the Countess into the game from the beginning. If that's the case, then the operation will be much simpler. Moreover, the Countess in the game also needs to abide by the noble rules. Not only can it reduce the risk of the other party turning the table, it can also turn them into allies. Insidious Arthur. How can a guy like you be a black cat? It's more like a snake, Melinda muttered. Ah. Right. Right. Then you have to look carefully at my shadow. Maybe in the shadow under the cat's feet, it's really a snake. Arthur rolled his eyes again and leaned back in his chair. Melinda gave him a middle finger in return, and then blew out a smoke ring. This smoke ring did not dissipate like the previous ones, but quickly expanded to a size large enough for a person to get into. The next moment, Melinda got into the smoke ring and disappeared. Obviously, Melinda went to invite Miss Julie. Moreover, the two of them tacitly did not mention why Arthur knew this lady. In Southlos, some things don't need to be asked repeatedly, but some things must be emphasized repeatedly. For example, food. Melinda and I are going to entertain a guest tonight. I need 3 servings of beef in a pot with puff pastry and an equal amount of cream pumpkin soup, as well as a fried and roasted platter for 8 people and an equal amount of white bread, and 3 servings of food for the 2 of them to enjoy. Oh, and a barrel of good wine. Arthur looked at the one who was cleaning Merlin, who was decorating the courtyard, gave the order. At the same time, he took out 2 gold notes. According to the previous estimate of the food in the enduring grandma's kitchen, 1 gold note was more than enough for the decoration. The remaining 1 gold note was for wine. Arthur did not forget what Miss Julie said when she left. Let's drink and talk happily. Obviously, this is a lady who loves to drink. Even if there are some purposes, the basic hobby still needs to be satisfied. Okay, sir. Merlin put down the gardening shovel, took the gold note, and ran towards Dal Lane. When he was free, helping the master run errands was one of the jobs of the 2nd and 3rd male servants. As for why he was free, of course, it was because Death Snake Fig occupied most of the courtyard of number 2 Kirk Street. In addition to taking care of the small piece of cat grass and catnip field, Merlin did not need to deal with weeds at all, and his workload was greatly reduced. Moreover, such errands, it also made Merlin feel at ease. 50 cents a day. But doing almost nothing, but it would make people gossip. Arthur clearly saw the peace of mind of his manservant. In this regard, he expressed interest a child with talent, but who has not stepped into the mysterious side, and an uncle who has already stepped into the mysterious side. Interesting. When he found out that Merlin was not right when facing Death Snake, Arthur asked Faucon to investigate. Then, there was an unexpected gain. Arthur had never thought that Merlin's uncle Gaius who looked ordinary, would be a mysterious person. Moreover, he was still studying potion science. When Merlin hurried back, the other party came out of the secret room with a test tube in his hand. The bubbles in the test tube were very familiar to Arthur. It was a mixture of spirituality and the base material. This phenomenon only occurs when the potion becomes perfect. Such a discovery surprised Arthur. Almost instantly, Arthur began to wonder if Merlin's appearance beside him was premeditated. Gaius and Merlin, this uncle and nephew, did they have some ulterior motives? But Arthur was not in a hurry to verify it, because he knew that such a confrontation would not achieve the best results, especially when Merlin and Gaius were both under his nose. Waiting for the other party to show his hand, instead, would be the best choice. Thinking in his heart, Arthur pushed open the door and walked into number 2 Kirk Street. Almost at the first sight, Arthur saw his cat. Pendragon sat on the platform on the side of the corridor, staring at Arthur, who was returning home, and his mouth kept making the sound of meow meow. The long tone carried a feeling of cursing. Obviously, Pendragon was still questioning Arthur why he didn't take it with him. Of course, I don't want you to be in danger. Arthur thought so in his heart. But he didn't say it out loud. After the young medium hung up his coat, he picked up the big orange and said, "We are all gone. There must be someone to look after the house." "Right. Home is very important. Without home, we have no place to sleep and eat. You don't want to sleep on the street and not be able to eat dry fish. Do you?" Meow, the long cat cry, it started to get shorter. Although he was still a little confused, he had obviously begun to accept Arthur's words. Undoubtedly, no matter how smart a kitten is, it would still be influenced by the dried fish. In order to make Pan accept such words more quickly, or to completely divert his attention, under Arthur's command, Kaliki's dog head emerged from Arthur's shadow, revealing a provocative and mean expression, as if to say, "Come here." Meow. Pendragon was furious, and jumped from Arthur's arms. Cat scratched. Cat kicked. Kuliki ran away with his head in his hands. Watching this scene, Arthur smiled at his dog, who was asking for help, and gave him a thumbs up. Then, he entered the kitchen. Although the 2 apprentices would help with the layout, Arthur still needed to do some basic things himself. Except for the Hand of Nothingness, carrying the box of Athos. The remaining 5 hands of nothingness began to add charcoal to the boiler, boil water, organize tea utensils, find tea leaves, snacks, etc. Arthur, sitting in a chair, quietly waited for his guests. But, the next moment, the young medium frowned slightly. Chapter 350 Fat Sheep. Number 2. Kirk Street? Here. Whale-slaying sword Kong Shang was looking for his destination. After confirming the direction, the tall and strong middle-aged man, who was like a little giant, tightened the door-like sword behind him. When his palm touched the hilt, he felt a little relieved. In fact, if he had not been in South Los, the owner of Whale Island would have held his sword in his hand long ago. At the same time, he also had to gather all his private soldiers. It wasn't that he was timid. Everyone knew that. The owner of Whale Island was not a timid person. It was really that the man he was about to face gave him too much oppression. It wasn't the first time he had heard of the other party's name. The windbreaker Porbinson, who had taken refuge on Whale Island before, had mentioned the other party. If you don't understand death, then you should go and see Arthur Kratos. When he said this, Porbinson was shaking like a virgin in a brothel. At that time, he kept laughing at the other party's cowardice, especially when he said that he was going to participate in the sword competition and that the Arthur Kratos mentioned by the other party would also participate. Porbinson left without saying goodbye that night and went to the next island. He was ready to treat the so-called windbreaker as a joke. Then, he became a joke. He witnessed the death brought by Arthur Kratos, even though it happened several hours ago. He still felt fear. That kind of fear was a completely different level of power. It was a completely irresistible, crushing feeling. He also wanted to escape, but he couldn't, because he had to become an enterer. If he didn't become an enterer, Whale Island would be doomed. He couldn't accept this no matter what. So, after thinking it over, he came. He couldn't beat Arthur, this is a fact. Of course, he could not exchange the key diagram for the breakthrough to the enterer from Baron Coral. But this does not mean that he has no other ways. For example, exchange the key diagram of the enterer from Arthur Kratos. It should be possible. Kong Shang encouraged himself. He swore that he was not so nervous the first time. Thinking in his heart, Kong Shang took a step and walked into Kirk Street along the wall. Then, fuck. What the hell is this? Kong Shang looked at the Death Snake Banyan in the courtyard of number 2 Kirk Street and retreated as if he had been electrocuted, and the door sword in his hand was directly pulled out. Whale Slayer's sword was nervous, and sweat began to appear on his forehead. He didn't recognize the Death Snake Banyan, but the pressure brought to him by the Death Snake Banyan was extremely real. That was the feeling of death. It was very similar to the death aura he felt when he met Arthur Kratos in the afternoon. But more importantly, this Death Snake fig is planted in the courtyard of Arthur Kratos' house. Is this the courtyard of the Enter? Any plant is enough to scare me. Kong Shang swallowed his saliva, hoping that the saliva could moisten his dry throat. And Arthur, who was hiding nearby, saw that the situation was almost the same, so he pretended to open the door. Although the Death Snake fig is very strong, it is still a seedling that is not even a war tree. If you want to really deter the other party, you still need some of his help. Don't thank me. For me, this is what I should do. Arthur gently stroked the Death Snake Banyan, bullying the banyan tree for not being able to speak. Then, he walked around the banyan tree and appeared in front of Kong Shang. Good evening, Lord Kratos. I have no ill intentions. I just come to visit you. Kong Shang immediately put away the door sword and greeted Arthur with an unprecedented restrained attitude, and waited for Arthur's response. He swore that he was not so nervous waiting for the lady's response after 3 seconds for the first time. Alas, you shouldn't have come. Arthur sighed, but did not persuade the other party to return, but turned and walked into number 2 Kirk Street. Why did I come? Did the other party know? Kong Shang was stunned. Almost subconsciously, Kong Shang thought of Arthur's title of medium. If it was another medium, it was probably fake, and it was just a guess. But the Emperor in front of him must be real. After all, he had heard that he guided the dead to their eternal resting place before. But then, these thoughts were thrown out of Kong Shang's mind. He looked at the door of number 2 Kirk Street, which was not closed, and hurriedly followed. Sorry to bother you, please forgive me. When he stepped into the corridor, the owner of Whale Island said politely. Then, he carefully walked through the corridor and entered the medium hall. When he saw the teacups and teapots on the table, the owner of Whale Island became more certain that Sir Arthur Kratos already knew everything. I have nothing to hide. Thinking of this, the tension that the owner of Whale Island had always felt disappeared. It was simple. The other party knew everything, and was still willing to see him. Which meant that there was still hope. If he disappears completely, it will be the most troublesome thing. Well, wait. It only takes me 3 seconds. Immediately, the owner of Whale Island became restless. He spent a lot of money to keep the lady silent. He couldn't afford to give the corresponding bargaining chips to the person in front of him. In his anxiety, the owner of Whale Island lowered his head due to the incomparable embarrassment. And he didn't dare to look Arthur in the eye. Huh? Do you think there is something wrong? Did I find out? Arthur looked at Kong Shang in front of him with great surprise. After a brief pause, he said directly, Go ahead. My first time was 3 seconds. No. I didn't have a first time. No. 3 seconds was not my first time. Following Arthur's question, Kong Shang said almost instinctively. After the words came out, Kong Shang finally reacted and began to explain. Oh wow! Arthur's eyes lit up. He had discovered something incredible. But as a young, honest, simple and kind medium, Arthur continued calmly. It's not this. Oh! That thing just now was about a friend of mine. Not mine. I just left Whale Island and missed him. So I said it wrong? After Kong Shang explained it again, he continued. Master, I hope to exchange the map of the Emperor from you. If possible. I am willing to give all the wealth I have accumulated over the years. The map of the Emperor? Is this the key to stepping into the Enter? Although it was the first time he heard this, it did not prevent the young medium from shaking his head slightly, and said in an increasingly indifferent tone. Not enough.